As he tended to his wounds, Jiang Yun felt a heart-wrenching pain as the alcohol made contact with his skin. Yet, he gritted his teeth tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chen Jioge. Mr. Jiang, you truly need not go to such lengths. The director sighed before continuing. The patient's neural damage means that no matter how good you are to her, she will not respond. So why bother? Enough. I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, choosing to disregard the director's comments. Even if his own mother had harmed him, he would accept it willingly. He glanced at Jiang Qingying and inquired, "Is everything arranged on the hospital side?" "All set," Jiang Qingying replied promptly. "Once we return to the capital, we will take my aunt directly to the hospital. The expert team is already in place, and I believe significant progress can be made. She will definitely recover." However, as he spoke, even Jiang Qingying seemed to lose confidence. Last night, he had sent the information regarding Chen Jioge to the hospital's expert team. Prior to the patient's arrival at the rehabilitation center, a comprehensive physical examination was conducted, confirming all her ailments. The primary reason for Chen Jioge's sudden dementia was due to neural damage. Regardless of the cause, restoring Chen Jioge was no simple task. Moreover, the hope seemed exceedingly slim. Now, they could only place their faith in a medical miracle. Soon, the staff had finished cleaning Jiang Yun's wounds. "Then we shall take our leave." Jiang Yun glanced at the director and said coolly, "Thank you for your hard work during this time. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to reach out." With that, Jiang Yun and Jiang Qingying led Chen Jioge towards the exit. Since Chen Jioge bore no visible injuries, Jiang Yun held a rather positive impression of the rehabilitation center. After all, he had seen numerous reports in the past. Many patients with mental illnesses had been subjected to extreme measures by the institutions due to their unruly behavior. Such treatments continued until the patients complied. However, this particular rehabilitation center had refrained from such practices, which was a primary reason for Jiang Yun's favorable opinion. In a flash, the three of them had entered the vehicle. During the journey, Jiang Qingying occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, concerned that Chen Jioge might suddenly become volatile and harm Jiang Yun. Fortunately, Chen Jioge remained remarkably calm, not moving an inch. Eventually, she even fell asleep. By the time they arrived at the hospital, Chen Jioge had yet to awaken. Jiang Qingying made a call, and soon a nurse emerged from the hospital, carrying a stretcher to take Chen Jioge inside. Jiang Yun rubbed his aching head after a sleepless night and a day filled with activity. He felt utterly exhausted. Yet, thinking of Chen Jioge's condition, he resolutely headed towards the hospital entrance. Jiang Qingying quickly grasped his arm and urged, "Brother, you should go home and rest properly. I will keep an eye on Aunt. There will be no unforeseen events. And if there are any treatment plans, I will contact you immediately." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun finally nodded. Given Jiang Yun's poor state of mind, Jiang Qingying hailed a taxi for him and, after ensuring everything was in order, watched as Jiang Yun departed. On the way, Jiang Yun took out his phone and dialed Lin Shue's number. He had not been in contact with her all day, but the call went straight to voicemail. He murmured in confusion, "Why is my wife's phone off?" Chapter 276. Sudden departure. Lin Shue served as the general manager of Yunxue Group, and the weight of the company's affairs rested squarely on her shoulders. Thus, maintaining open lines of communication was part of her responsibilities. However, Jiang Yun felt no cause for alarm, as he now had the financial backing of the Qin family, and Yunxue Group had established connections with them. Moreover, both the Mo and Lin families were aware of this, making them hesitant to act recklessly. Before long, Jiang Yun had settled the fare and exited the taxi. Upon returning home, he discovered the house to be utterly deserted. Could everyone have gone to work? As he pushed open the door to his room, his expression darkened considerably. It was devoid of all but his personal belongings. Even Lin Shue's clothes, which had been stored in the cabinet, were gone. In an instant, Jiang Yun's face turned ashen. He quickly dialed Chen Pingping's number. "Is there something you need?" As soon as the call connected, Chun Pingping's voice came through. Where is my sister-in-law? Jiang Yun inquired bluntly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. On a business trip, Chun Pingping replied curtly. You really don't keep track of your sister-in-law, do you? She's been gone for 2 days, and you're only now asking about her? If she knew, she'd surely make you kneel on a washboard. Jiang Yun had no patience for her jokes. He coldly questioned. Why would she take everything with her on a business trip? Is she planning to be away for years? The room had been cleaned too thoroughly, leaving only the gifts he had given Lin Shui. Every piece of jewelry and handbag he had gifted her was neatly arranged in the cabinet. This only deepened Jiang Yun's distress. That can't be. She mentioned it would only be for a few days, Chun Pingping said with a laugh. Then why isn't she answering her phone? And why is it turned off? Have you been in touch with her at all in these past 2 days? Jiang Yun continued to probe. He needed to clarify every detail. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Pingping recalled that since Lin Shui's departure, she indeed had not contacted her. Brother, what exactly is going on? Chun Pingping's tone shifted dramatically as she inquired with concern. Come back immediately and bring Lu Qianqian with you. I have questions for you both. With that, Jiang Yun hung up the phone. Previously, he had been preoccupied with Chen Zhuzhe's situation. His mind already in turmoil now, with his home in disarray, he felt a rising panic. Yet, he could not fathom why Lin Shui would suddenly leave. The two women soon returned. They sat before him on the sofa. What was so urgent that you called us back? Lu Qianqian, dressed in professional attire, asked solemnly. Lin Shui took all her clothes with her. Clearly, this is not just a simple business trip. Has something happened in the past few days? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow as he questioned. That can't be. Chun Pingping scratched her head. I recall my sister-in-law leaving without any unusual signs. Just in that moment, she seemed to remember something. Lu Qianqian's expression changed as she quickly added. No wonder I thought Lin Zong seemed a bit haggard. It appears I wasn't mistaken. Something must have happened to her. Chun Pingping nodded in agreement. Damn it! Jiang Yun was already consumed with anger, and now with Lin Shui's abrupt situation, he could no longer contain himself. Bang! A dull thud resonated in the air as Jiang Yun kicked over a table, gritting his teeth as he declared, You two need to recall what has transpired in the past few days. Lin Shui would never simply vanish without reason. The two women exchanged glances. Suddenly, Chun Pingping exclaimed, I just remembered something. The very afternoon my sister-in-law was preparing for her trip. She went out to meet someone, but I don't know who. I overheard her on the phone. It sounded like that person was waiting for her at the CAF downstairs in the office building. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun rushed towards the door. The two women quickly followed in his wake. Half an hour later, they arrived at the CAF located beneath Yunshui Group. Jiang Yun engaged in discussions with the staff and began reviewing the CAF surveillance footage. After all, with multiple cameras positioned throughout the CAF, if Lin Shui had been there, they might uncover what had transpired. Before long, Jiang Yun spotted Lin Shui's figure on the surveillance footage. However, she was not alone. Standing beside her was none other than Qian Qingyu. Jiang Yun's breath quickened, and memories of Qian Qingyu's words flooded his mind. Could Lin Shui's departure be related to her? In an instant, Jiang Yun was ablaze with fury. Behind him, Lu Qianqian hurriedly inquired, Who is this woman? She is the daughter of Old Master Qian Qingyu. Jiang Yun spoke coldly, taking a seat by the window before retrieving his phone to dial Qian Qingyu. What exactly did you discuss with Lin Shui? Why did she leave so suddenly? The woman on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. She left? Cut the nonsense. If anything happens to Lin Shui, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Yun's tone was frigid, resembling a beast consumed by rage. Everyone has their Achilles heel. And Lin Shui was his ultimate line in the sand. Yet, Qian Qingyu responded not with anger but with laughter, continuing, With the time you spend threatening me, I suggest you focus on finding your woman. But rest assured, she is likely just hiding. Moreover, she has money without you by her side. she can still live comfortably. Jiang Yun clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, the strain aggravating his wounds. The spot where Chen Jioga had bitten him began to seep blood, the white bandage gradually staining red. Your wife is a clever woman and a good person, Qian Qingyu asserted confidently. I merely laid out the stakes, and she is already prepared to let go, wishing to provide you with a higher platform. After all, if we were to marry, it would be a formidable alliance, granting you access to the Qian family's resources. In the future, you could even stand at the pinnacle of the capital, becoming a prominent figure in the business world. Jiang Yun disregarded her words entirely, hurling his phone to the ground. A sharp, piercing sound echoed through the CAF. All eyes turned to him. Yet, Jiang Yun paid no heed to their gazes. The immediate priority was to locate Lin Shui. Chapter 277. A violent confrontation. What are you doing? Chen Pingping frowned slightly as she hurriedly picked up the shattered phone from the floor. Lu Qianqian's expression was equally grim, her puzzled gaze fixed on Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun tightened his fists, his breath becoming increasingly labored as he gritted his teeth. Damn Qian Qingyu. If Lin Shui truly goes missing, I will ensure the Qian family pays dearly. Without offering any explanation to the two women, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Chen Pingping and Lu Qianqian exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to follow Jiang Yun without further discussion. The priority was not to discern right from wrong. It was to swiftly ascertain Lin Shui's whereabouts. Once outside the CAF, Jiang Yun dialed the private investigator's number. After briefly outlining the situation, he stood still, waiting. Since becoming acquainted with the private investigator, his affairs had multiplied, and he had often found himself needing their services. Once again, it seemed he had to rely on their assistance. Chen Pingping stepped forward, noticing Jiang Yun's troubled expression, her tone softening as she asked, "Brother, is it true that sister-in-law didn't go on a business trip, but rather left home?" The thought of Jiang Yun's earlier demeanor filled her with unease. Jiang Yun retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it as he furrowed his brow. For now, that appears to be the case, but it is all a misunderstanding. If Lin Shui gives me a chance to explain, I will bring her back. Where do we search for sister-in-law? Chen Pingping inquired further. You need not concern yourself with that, Jiang Yun replied, glancing at the time. The company must continue to operate. Though Lin Shui has suddenly left, Yunshui Group must maintain its status. You two should return to the company and stabilize the situation. If anything arises, ensure you inform me promptly. In recent days, Jiang Yun had been overwhelmed with responsibilities. First, there was the unresolved matter with Chen Jioga, and now Lin Shui's situation had emerged. He felt as though a heavy stone was pressing down upon his chest. It was almost suffocating. Although Chen Pingping and Lu Qianqian wished to offer him words of comfort, they ultimately departed early. After all, Yunshui Group must not falter. Half an hour later, the private investigator arrived. As their eyes met, Jiang Yun bypassed pleasantries and went straight to the point. My wife is missing. I need you to confirm her whereabouts as soon as possible and inform me. Rest assured, the private investigator nodded, stating, as long as you can pay, I will do whatever it takes for you. With everything settled, Jiang Yun initially intended to confront Qian Qingyu in person. However, halfway there, he abruptly turned back home. After all, even if he found Qian Qingyu, what would that accomplish? Given her status, if a conflict were to arise, not only would the Qian family retaliate, but Yunshui Group would also suffer. Thus, Jiang Yun dared not take the gamble and chose to endure for the time being. Though he had been running on fumes for 2 days, upon returning home, he sat on the sofa, and whenever he closed his eyes, Lin Shui's smiling face surfaced in his mind. The thought of her fading from his world wrenched at his heart. Suddenly, a loud crash broke the silence. The front door was kicked open, and Lin Mu strode in briskly. Following the recent betrayal, Lin Mu had reassembled his team and was making strides in new technological advancements. During this period, he had practically moved into Yunshui Group. However, There are no secrets in this world. News had traveled throughout the company that Jiang Yun's marriage was in turmoil, and Lin Shui had left in a fit of anger. Naturally, the information reached Lin Mu's ears. "Where is my sister? What have you done to her?" Lin Mu glared at Jiang Yun, his breath quickening. His temper was notoriously volatile, and he struggled to contain his anger at the slightest provocation. As he prepared to confront Jiang Yun, he noticed Jiang Yun had swiftly risen to seize his wrist. Though Jiang Yun had no martial training, his physical condition was far superior to Lin Mu's. After all, Lin Mu was merely a tech-savvy individual. Though he wasn't overly rigid, he was undeniably frail. Previously, Jiang Yun had refrained from confronting him directly out of respect, as Lin Mu was, after all, his brother-in-law. But this time was different. Jiang Yun was already in disarray, and with Lin Mu stirring up trouble, he could no longer hold back. "I warn you, I am in a foul mood. It would be wise not to provoke me. The issues between me and your sister are misunderstandings, and even if something did occur, it has nothing to do with you." Jiang Yun snapped coldly, releasing Lin Mu's wrist. "You're talking nonsense." Lin Mu, agitated, retorted, "Don't spout useless drivel. The entire company is buzzing with rumors that you have been seeing another woman, which drove my sister away. You scoundrel, do you still wish to deny it? How can you be so shameless?" Fuming, Jiang Yun grabbed the nearby ashtray and smashed it against the floor. The sharp, piercing sound reverberated through the room. Glass shards scattered everywhere, and even the tiles beneath were shattered. Jiang Yun's eyes blazed with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Mu. "Do you blindly believe whatever the company says? Are you not aware of how I treat your sister? How can you call yourself a tech expert when you are, in fact, a fool?" Lin Mu trembled with fury. "You..." Before he could finish, he lunged at Jiang Yun. Bang! The two crashed to the ground, Lin Mu pinning Jiang Yun beneath him, relentlessly throwing punches. Jiang Yun reciprocated instantly. The living room devolved into chaos. At that very moment, Chen Pingping and another individual hurried back from outside. Upon witnessing the tumultuous altercation between the two, they exchanged glances before swiftly making their way towards Jiang Yun and her companion. "What on earth are you doing?" Chen Pingping was the first to advance, grasping Jiang Yun, while Lu Qianqian seized Lin Mu. Yet, despite this intervention, Lin Mu continued to point an accusatory finger at Jiang Yun, asserting, "I stand by my words. If anything were to happen to my sister, I will personally ensure your demise." Chapter 278. Reluctant to cause you distress, Jiang Yun merely spat contemptuously, disregarding Lin Mu entirely, that he regarded him as a mindless rabid dog, unworthy of his time. Just then, Jiang Yun's phone began to ring. He hastily pushed aside Chen Pingping beside him and swiftly answered the call, his eyes igniting with excitement upon recognizing the familiar number. "How is it?" he inquired as soon as the line connected. "Mr. Jiang, as per your request, I have confirmed your wife's location, that I will send the details to your phone shortly. However, I hope you can expedite the payment of my commission," the private investigator replied nonchalantly. Having collaborated multiple times, they had no need for contractual limitations, and the investigator felt no need to guard against Jiang Yun. After all, he believed that Jiang Yun would inevitably require his services again in the future. Jiang Yun promptly agreed and ended the call, quickly navigating to the transfer page on his phone, that in no time, he had wired 1 million to the private investigator, given the investigator's swift confirmation of Lin Shui's whereabouts. Jiang Yun felt it necessary to reward him handsomely. With the commission sent, a text message pinged on his phone. Upon glancing at the address, he was momentarily taken aback. Ningxing. How could he have overlooked such a crucial detail? In truth, Lin Shui, like him, was utterly alone. They were each other's closest confidants. After departing from the capital, Lin Shui would likely head straight for Ningxing, a place steeped in memories of her family. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun rushed towards the door, with his companions closely trailing behind, that on the way, Zhang Yun purchased the nearest flight to Ningqing and drove straight to the airport. Behind him, Lin Mu and the others followed closely. Inside the car, Lu Qianqian glanced at the furious Lin Mu and quickly spoke up, "Why don't we refrain from joining the fray? It's apparent that Zhang Yun has already pinpointed Lin Zhong's location. Even if we tag along, we wouldn't be of any assistance. They are married, and as outsiders we shouldn't interfere." Lin Mu hesitated but ultimately reversed direction, deciding not to follow Zhang Yun any further. However, he had resolved in his heart that if Zhang Yun failed to bring Lin Shui back unharmed, he would not let him off easily. Having arranged everything, Zhang Yun boarded the flight to Ningqing the moment he arrived at the airport, but he spent the entire night aboard the plane, though he had not slept for 3 days and nights. Fatigue did not touch him. Upon arriving at Ningqing Airport, despite returning to a familiar place, Zhang Yun's face betrayed no excitement that he headed straight for the villa where he and Lin Shui had once lived. However, after searching the house, he found no trace of her. Standing at the door, his brow furrowed slightly. A sudden thought struck him that if she wasn't here, there was only one possibility. The cemetery, meanwhile, at the cemetery. Lin Shui stood before her parents' grave, her complexion pale as paper, exuding an air of desolation. She spoke to herself, "Mom, Dad, I'm uncertain if this is the right course, that I believe Zhang Yun would not betray me. Yet the Qian family can indeed offer him better resources. Qian Qingyu is no simple character. If I meddle between them, I fear Zhang Yun would suffer." Having seen Zhang Yun nearly lose his life for her on multiple occasions, she understood his feelings well. Her choice to leave stemmed from her desire to spare Zhang Yun any distress. Although she recognized that her actions might not necessarily aid him, having made her decision, she felt no room for regret. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. She turned to see Zhang Yun striding toward her. Their eyes met, and Lin Shui's eyes instantly welled with tears. She clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip as she softly asked, How did you know I was here? I am your husband. How can I not discern your thoughts?" Zhang Yun replied gently, "Why heed Qian Qingyu's words? Do you truly believe something would transpire between us?" Lin Shui sighed. Upon seeing the 2 lines on the pregnancy test, she had indeed harbored doubts about Zhang Yun. Yet, upon returning to Ningqing, her recollections flooded back. What could a mere test strip signify? Lin Shui struggled to articulate her thoughts, but the words eluded her. "Come back to the capital with me," Zhang Yun insisted, grasping her arm firmly. "Qian Qingyu nearly tore us apart. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." "No," Lin Shui retorted, breaking free from Zhang Yun's grip, "that I do not know what transpired between you and Qian Qingyu, nor do I understand her intentions. However, it is evident that she is determined to claim you. If we both remain in the capital, she will not relent easily, and our situation will become precarious that I do not want you to suffer. So it would be better for me to stay quietly in Ningqing. Once you resolve everything, I can then step forward. Wouldn't that be ideal?" Zhang Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. That it was the first time he felt so woeful, unable to protect his own woman. "You are my legitimate wife, yet you are left feeling like a caged canary, that if you wish to stay in Ningqing, then I shall not return to the capital either. After all, the money I have earned during this period is sufficient for us to live comfortably for a lifetime." Yet, as he was about to voice his thoughts, Zhang Yun refrained. That it was a pity that the Yunshui group, which he had painstakingly built, would fall into chaos should they both vanish. Furthermore, having already signed a contract with the Qian family, they could seamlessly take over the Yunshui group, replacing Zhang Yun in the process. That moment, Lin Shui shook her head vehemently. "No, I may not return, but you must." Chapter 279. Good fortune continues, silly girl. "Do you not yet comprehend my intentions?" Zhang Yun embraced Lin Shui, his smile growing ever warmer. Though his voice remained tender, he gently caressed her hair and said, "Without you, even if I became a financial magnate in this country, what would it matter? Now, I have come to retrieve you personally, and you know that all of this is a misunderstanding. Let us return to the capital early, and whatever may happen in the future, we shall face it together." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shui finally nodded gently, her heart swelling with gratitude. Jiang Yun's relentless journey to Ningxing had already demonstrated his feelings for her. Yet, recalling her own actions, she felt a pang of guilt. Hand in hand, they walked out of the cemetery together. Jiang Yun glanced at Lin Shui and remarked with a smile, "But you owe me some reimbursement." "All right," Lin Shui replied. Somewhat perplexed, but she nodded nonetheless. "Since you turned off your phone, I was unable to reach you and had to rely on the private investigator for information. After all the trouble, millions were wasted." In truth, Jiang Yun was merely jesting that a few million was hardly a concern for him. However, Lin Shui turned her face away, indignantly stating, "I will not reimburse that amount." "Why not?" Jiang Yun asked hastily, though I left without saying a word. "Do we lack this mutual understanding? You couldn't even guess that I returned to Ningxing and still expect me to cover that expense." "Not a chance," Lin Shui firmly countered. Ultimately, Jiang Yun could only sigh in resignation. He had initially intended to use this matter as leverage to make Lin Shui more compliant, hoping she would refrain from using runaway tactics in the future. Yet he had never anticipated that Lin Shui would turn the tables on him, making him the one in the wrong. However, Jiang Yun understood one truth. Despite not having erred, one should never engage in reasoning with a woman, for the one who suffers would surely be himself. As they conversed, they had already reached the cemetery's exit and hailed a cab to return home. Along the way, Jiang Yun's phone incessantly rang with inquiries from Qin Pingping and Lu Qianqian regarding Lin Shui's situation. Upon learning that Jiang Yun and his companion had reunited and reconciled, he finally felt a sense of relief. Returning to the villa, Jiang Yun stood in the courtyard, wrapping his arms around his shoulders as he remarked softly, "I never would have imagined that I would return here." When he initially departed from Ning City, Jiang Yun was filled with ambition, determined to bring about the downfall of the Lin family, while simultaneously seeking clues about his parents. Yet now, he found himself allied with the Qian family, and both the Mo and Lin families dared not provoke him lightly. In fact, they seemed to avoid him altogether when encountered on the streets. Moreover, the truth regarding his parents was on the verge of being unveiled. Lin Shui circled around him, embracing his waist and resting her head on his shoulder as she whispered, "Have you considered the possibility of returning here one day to enjoy our retirement?" "Isn't the capital more appealing?" Jiang Yun countered. "Well, it's decent." Lin Shui's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, though Jiang Yun, facing away from her, remained oblivious to her expression. She had her own contemplations, while the capital offered greater opportunities for advancement. And with Jiang Yun's capabilities, he was bound to carve out a place for himself there. The crux of the matter lay in the numerous obstacles that loomed between them, if the issues with the Qian family could not be resolved amicably. It would remain a significant burden to "My dear, I understand your concerns." Jiang Yun turned to face Lin Shui, pulling her into his embrace. "Soon, we will have our own baby, and if we return to Ning City, the educational and living conditions are far inferior to those in the capital. Though I may never be a wealthy second generation, I am determined to ensure my child enjoys a life of affluence, receiving the finest education. Thus, I naturally wish to remain in the capital. However, I respect your opinion, and no matter what decision you make, I will always stand by your side." His heartfelt words left Lin Shui deeply moved. In the past, it had indeed been her who silently contributed while Jiang Yun had acted in ways that were often unconventional. But those days were behind them. Now, Jiang Yun could shield her from the storms and clear away all obstacles, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Just as Lin Shui was about to pour out her feelings to Jiang Yun, a melodious ringtone suddenly interrupted the moment. Jiang Yun instinctively reached for his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression sharpened. There's something urgent." The caller was Jiang Qingying. Due to Lin Shui's sudden disappearance, Jiang Yun had been preoccupied with her well-being and had neglected to update Jiang Qingying. "Brother, hurry to the hospital." Jiang Qingying's voice crackled with excitement. "Anne has made significant progress. If all goes well, after one treatment cycle with the expert team, she should recover." and there's a strong possibility she might regain her memory. In an instant, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with hope that he gripped his phone tightly, his breaths becoming rapid. "Wait for me. I'll return to the capital immediately." Jiang Qingying was momentarily taken aback, unable to inquire further before the call ended. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to Lin Shui beside him as he quickly said, "Wife, over the past few days, I have been investigating my mother's situation. Fortunately, heaven rewards the diligent. I have located my long-lost mother. Regrettably, she has suffered brain damage and is somewhat disoriented, currently lying in a hospital bed. However, Jiang Qing just informed me of new developments, and I must return at once." Lin Shui nodded and promptly replied, "All right, let's go together." Resolute, the couple hastily packed their belongings and made their way to the airport. Given that the capital served as the nation's hub, there were numerous flights from Ning City. Upon arriving at the airport, they swiftly purchased tickets and boarded the plane that en route. With everything trending toward stability, Jiang Yun was finally able to relax. Inside the cabin, he leaned against Lin Shui and soon fell into a deep slumber. Watching the man before her, Lin Shui felt her eyes moisten. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted so recklessly." Chapter 280. We are family. After several hours of flight, the plane touched down at the capital's airport. As Jiang Yun and Lin Shui disembarked, they made a beeline for the hospital at that moment. Jiang Qingying was waiting by the ward door. When the elevator doors opened, he instinctively turned his gaze and spotted Jiang Yun. "Brother, sister-in-law, you're back." After ending the call, Jiang Qingying had contacted Chen Pingping and learned that Lin Shui had left home. Yet, seeing the couple together suggested that their relationship had been mended. Jiang Yun nodded and hurried to the ward. Craning his neck to glance inside that moment, Chen Zhoga lay on a pristine hospital bed, dressed in neat attire, her hair meticulously arranged. She appeared completely transformed from her previous state in the rehabilitation center. Since Chen Zhoga was still in a comatose state, Jiang Yun refrained from entering, instead focusing his attention on Jiang Qingying as he curiously inquired, "How is my mother's condition?" The specialists have concluded that Aunt fell into a state of dementia due to suffering a severe blow to the head. But fortunately, her brain nerves remain intact, so the treatment should not be overly complicated, Jiang Qingying explained hastily. After all, it was not just Jiang Yun who wished for Chen Zhoga's recovery. Jiang Qingying felt the same. Having lost family members one after another, gaining an aunt would indeed be a blessing for him. Jiang Yun exhaled a long sigh of relief and declared, "Please inform the specialist that I am willing to pay any price to ensure my mother recovers." Understood, Jiang Qingying readily agreed. With his departure, only Jiang Yun and Lin Shui remained in the corridor. Jiang Yun settled onto a nearby chair, gently tapping his fingers against his temple, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Initially, I believe my mother's mental breakdown stemmed from a significant upheaval in her life. However, it appears that someone has deliberately harmed her." In an instant, Jiang Yun's fists clenched, and his anger surged within him. Had it not been for someone injuring Chen Zhoga, leading her to her current state, perhaps they would have already reunited, and the mysteries weighing on his heart would have been resolved. He silently vowed that regardless of the cost, he must uncover the identity of the shadowy figure behind this. As long as Aunt can recover, that is all that matters, Lin Shui consoled him, sensing the immense pressure Jiang Yun was under. Currently, the Qian family loomed ominously, with Qian Qingyu stirring up trouble, and although Chen Zhoga had been located, she lay in the hospital awaiting treatment. All these burdens rested heavily on Jiang Yun's shoulders, and Lin Shui felt a pang of sympathy. Yet she was unsure how to assist him. By the way, during your absence, Lu Qianqian and Chen Pingping have been managing the company's affairs. You know their capabilities. The company is likely in disarray, Lin Shui remarked. How about this? Since there is still time, you should go to the company and take charge of the situation. Jiang Yun endeavored to conceal any emotions on his face. Casually responding, "I'll try not to show too much," he merely wished to send Lin Shui away, not wanting her to witness his struggles and feel disheartened. Lin Shui thought little of it, nodding in agreement as she said, "If anything arises at the hospital, remember to contact me promptly." She is not only your mother, but mine as well, that we are all family. Jiang Yun nodded, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he watched Lin Shui depart. Soon, Jiang Qingying emerged from the attending physician's office, accompanied by a man in a dress shirt. Brother, this is the representative from the expert team who proposed the treatment plan for Aunt, Jiang Qingying introduced. Jiang Yun quickly extended his hand, expressing thank you. If my mother recovers, I will certainly prepare a grand gift for all members of the expert team. As he spoke, Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixed on the man before him. He appeared to be in his early 30s, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes, with a face that conveyed determination. Although he wore glasses, they did little to mask his sharp aura and charisma. The man waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, Mr. Jiang, you are too kind. Healing the sick is our duty. There is no need to discuss any form of compensation. Just covering the normal medical expenses will suffice. Jiang Yun chose not to dwell on this topic further, that he had already resolved that even if the expert team declined his offer, he would donate a sum to the hospital to enhance its facilities, as a token of his gratitude. Soon after, Jiang Yun delved directly into the topic at hand, inquiring, by the way, according to your current treatment plan, how much longer will it take for my mother to make a complete recovery? His mind was plagued with numerous questions, all of which required Chun Jiuge's elucidation. After all, many obscure matters could not even be elucidated by a private investigator. The man furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance through the window at Chun Jiuge, who lay on the hospital bed, and shook his head, replying, it is still uncertain. However, we will exert every effort to expedite the patient's recovery. Jiang Yun nodded. As long as there was hope, that was sufficient. Once everything was settled, he finally felt a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to the expert team, Jiang Qingying approached Jiang Yun and promptly said, Brother, I've heard about sister-in-law's situation. You must not have had a proper rest, so you should return home. I will stay here at the hospital. If anything arises, I will contact you. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Later, I will have Qin Pingping bring you some food or come to relieve you. Take care of yourself in the hospital. After all, once my mother recovers, we might have a tough battle ahead. Jiang Yun's expression was grave. Regardless of who was responsible for Chun Jiuge's current predicament, this debt must be settled. Understood, Jiang Qingying replied with a firm nod. Soon after, Jiang Yun departed the hospital, heading straight home. On the way back, he pondered a singular question. If his mother were to recover, she would need to live with him. However, although his current residence was spacious, it could not accommodate so many people. It seemed it was time to consider relocating. Chapter 281. Playing the lute to a cow, Jiang Yun mumbled a few words before slowly closing his eyes. Were it not for his presence in the taxi, he would have already succumbed to slumber. A few minutes later, he arrived home and retreated to his room, sinking into a deep sleep that he had not closed his eyes for 2 whole days and nights. Feeling utterly exhausted, fortunately, everything was progressing back to normal, alleviating his worries. Henceforth, he merely needed to await Chun Jiuge's complete recovery, after which the truth would be revealed. When he finally awoke, night had already fallen. Beside him, Lin Shui had also fallen into a deep slumber. He glanced at his phone, realizing he had slept for over 10 hours. Although dawn had yet to break, Jiang Yun washed his face. Feeling somewhat revitalized, however, he found it peculiar that there was still a faint light emanating from the living room. Upon opening his door, he noticed Lin Mu seated on the sofa at that moment. Lin Mu was engrossed in a romantic film, pen and paper in hand, seemingly jotting down notes. Jiang Yun approached from behind, and perhaps due to Lin Mu's complete focus on the television screen, he failed to notice Jiang Yun's presence. Taking notes? Was the company assigning a new task requiring employees to document their viewing experiences? Jiang Yun's voice startled Lin Mu, who immediately turned around, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. And his breath quickened, he hastily concealed his notebook and rolled his eyes at Jiang Yun, retorting, "Why are you snooping on my stuff, little brother-in-law? Please understand that this is also my home, and you are currently in the living room." Jiang Yun leaned against the sofa with a smile, saying, "You haven't done anything shameful. Besides, it's just a normal romantic film. Why are you so flustered about taking notes?" Naturally, Jong Yun was equally puzzled. Watching a movie was one thing, but taking notes was rather odd. Ahem. Lin Mu cleared his throat awkwardly before continuing. I've fallen in love. However, over the years, I've been focused solely on enhancing my professional skills and dedicating myself to work. So I am clueless about how to win a girl's heart, let alone what couples do while dating. Although I have searched online for quite a bit of information, it all feels like mere theory. Which is why I decided to watch a movie for inspiration. Being all men, Lin Mu felt no need to hide anything from him and spoke candidly. Jiang Yin was taken aback. The next moment, he burst into laughter, clutching his stomach and exclaiming, "You can't be serious. Learning dating skills from movies? Have you gone daft from eating too much salt?" Lin Mu's face flushed with embarrassment that as a highly intelligent man of science. He was exceptionally adept with numbers and possessed a brilliant mind, yet he lacked social skills, such as the plight of those with high intelligence but low emotional intelligence. Suddenly, Lin Mu's eyes shifted, landing on Jiang Yun, and he said, "Brother-in-law, tell me, how did you pursue my sister? Just think about how you acted like a dog in Ning City. My sister remains steadfastly by your side, yet I fail to see what charm you possess. I believe even a beggar on the street is more appealing than you." In an instant, the smile on Jiang Yun's face froze. Was this the attitude to take when asking for favors? Yet Lin Mu seemed oblivious to his faux pas, appearing to await Jiang Yun's response. Get lost! Get lost!" Jiang Yun waved his hand, exasperated. "You deserve to remain single for life, the brother-in-law. Why are you angry?" "I was just joking. Hurry and tell me what you did to win over my sister." Lin Mu persisted, clinging to Jiang Yun's arm like a spoiled child. This made Jiang Yun feel a chill run down his spine. He quickly withdrew his arm and maintained his distance from Lin Mu at this point. He even suspected that Lin Mu might be interested in men. Surprisingly, it seemed quite plausible. However, seeing Lin Mu's pitiful expression, Jiang Yun chose not to press the matter and led him to the rooftop terrace instead. The reason Jiang Yun had splurged on this house was largely due to the rooftop terrace being exclusively his. Now, the terrace had been beautifully renovated, transformed into his own little garden, complete with a gazebo. This was, however, Jiang Yun's first visit to this space. Once seated in the gazebo, he glanced at Lin Mu and pointed to his heart, saying, "If you want to pursue a girl, it all boils down to one word: sincerity. As long as you put your heart into it and strive to touch her, she will surely be captivated. Of course, the key to a successful marriage is," as he spoke, Jiang Yun gestured towards his waist. "What does that mean?" Lin Mu looked utterly confused. That to maintain a harmonious marital relationship, one must ensure their physical prowess is adequate. Moreover, at all times, a man must never admit to inadequacy. Jiang Yun was imparting his wisdom, which he had only come to understand since arriving in the capital. Back in Ning City, he had been quite cowardly, even to the extent of not daring to approach Lin Shui. Although they were already married at the time, every encounter was merely to plot against her. Naturally, he could not share that with Lin Mu. "I see." Lin Mu scratched his head and then said, "Brother-in-law, how about I take her shopping tomorrow? I've heard women love to shop. Besides, I still have some savings. How about I dazzle her with my money?" Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly. Realizing he truly did not understand the world of a science nerd, he felt as if he were playing the lute to a cow. "That if you have the chance, bring her out to meet me first. That I'll help you assess whether this woman is suitable to be your girlfriend. That if she passes my test, I'll assist you in pursuing her." Jiang Yun added a few more words. After all, Lin Mu was his brother-in-law. He couldn't turn a blind eye to such a significant aspect of his life. Lin Mu looked at Jiang Yun with immense gratitude and promptly said, "All right, I will listen to everything brother-in-law says." A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips. "Now you understand the importance of having a brother-in-law." Lin Mu nodded earnestly. "That I must admit, you are indeed somewhat useful. If we truly end up together, I'll give you a big red envelope." Chapter 282. The guiding hand of fate. As the two chatted, the sky gradually lightened with the first hints of dawn. The morning breeze carried a chill, causing both Jiang Yun and Lin Mu to shiver involuntarily. Before long, they made their way downstairs. The others in the household had begun to stir, once seated at the dining table. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Lin Shui, and he refrained from mentioning Lin Mu's romantic pursuits. "Darling, I plan to purchase a manor in the suburbs. What are your thoughts?" Although both the manor and villa are standalone properties, the latter is considerably smaller than the former. Naturally, the manor also possesses a more grandiose appeal that in contemporary times. Jiang Yun has emerged as a prominent figure in the capital, and residing in a manor is the only fitting reflection of his stature. A manor? Lin Shui and the others were momentarily taken aback. "Brother, that must cost quite a fortune, right?" Chun Pingping remarked, her brow furrowed. "There is no need for us to be so extravagant at this point. If you feel that we are intruding upon your and sister-in-law's private world, we can move out. You could just give us the money you would spend on the manor, and we could each buy a house instead. Wouldn't that be more practical?" Jiang Yun's smile instantly froze. "So, this is what it's like to have a sister by blood, always scheming against him." Lu Qianqian, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. She resembled a miser, possessing some assets that could easily allow her to purchase a property in the capital. Yet she had chosen to hoard all of her savings instead. "That I have my own plans," Jiang Yun replied calmly. "We all have our jobs, and we are currently struggling to make ends meet. That if we can move into the manor, we could lead a life where everything is handed to us, saving us considerable time for other pursuits. Most importantly, the family is growing larger. While it's manageable now, once my mother and Taizan return, the house will feel cramped. Plus, we will need to find someone to care for my mother, which will require an extra room." Jiang Yun had made his intentions clear, articulating everything with precision. His decision to buy a house was not a spur-of-the-moment whim, but rather a necessity due to the lack of space. The others exchanged glances, their focus shifting to Lin Shui. After all, this was her and Jiang Yun's home, and they held no authority to speak. Lin Shui, while enjoying her meal, smiled and said, "Just do as you wish. I think you've considered everything very thoroughly." "Very well," Jiang Yun replied with a smile. "After we finish eating, I will take a trip to the outskirts and see if I can find a suitable manor. Then we can move as soon as possible." Everyone nodded in agreement. Once the meal concluded, Jiang Yun and his companions departed, since Lin Shui and the others all worked at the same company. They shared a ride each day. Only Jiang Yun drove the supercar he had acquired from Jiang Xian, heading in the opposite direction. The outskirts boasted a pleasant environment with few vehicles around, offering a serene atmosphere. Jiang Yun parked the car and set his gaze upon a manor. This manor differed from the usual ones owned by families like the Qian and Jiang. It exuded a sense of modernity, presenting an opulent facade from the entrance that in contrast. The manor before him emanated a strong sense of nostalgia, clearly constructed decades ago. At first glance, Jiang Yun was captivated by the manor. Would its owner be willing to sell? He rolled down the window and looked towards the manor. After all, in a city where every inch is precious, who could afford such a spacious estate if they were in dire financial straits? With a swift thought, he dialed Heihu's number. "I've just sent you the location of a manor. Please investigate the owner's background and see if they might be willing to sell." After giving a brief instruction, Jiang Yun hung up. That he then lit a cigarette, his eyes glued to the manor before him. For some reason, the more he looked, the more he liked it. That he even felt a familiar aura, as if he had been here before. As the cigarette burned down to its end, his phone rang again, and Heihu's voice came through to "Mr. Jiang, I have gathered the information. This manor is under the name of a woman named Chenjuga, but it hasn't been visited in a long time." That in an instant, Jiang Yun was taken aback. "Chenjuga? I see that his mother. This manor was once her residence. That Mr. Jiang, are you listening?" Heihu asked, noticing Jiang Yun's silence. "Are you certain?" Jiang Yun ignored his query and quickly said, "It's absolutely true. The property records are quite clear, and with a little connection, we can verify the address. Heihu spoke confidently. All right, let us leave it at that. Jiang Yin replied before hanging up. He could hardly contain his excitement as he exited the car and hurried towards the manor's front gate. In no time, he stood before the grand entrance. He reached out to touch the door, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly the place where my mother once lived? No wonder it feels so familiar." In the next moment, he pressed the doorbell, but there was no response for a long while. Jiang Yin took out his phone and called Jiang Qingying. "Brother, Anne is doing well. You needn't worry." Jiang Qingying replied with a warm smile. "What I wanted to ask is something else." Jiang Yin glanced at the door number before continuing. "Do you have any recollection of 1888 Luhua Road?" Luhua Road. That area is filled with villas and manors, right? I've been there a few times, but I'm not familiar with 1888. Jiang Qingying asked with concern. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing's wrong." Since Jiang Qingying was unaware of the manor's background, it was likely that their parents had purchased it secretly. Jiang Yin hung up and lightly tapped his temple with his fingers. An idea forming in his mind that he hurried back to his car and sped towards the hospital. Regardless of whether Chun Jyoga's condition was due to amnesia or some form of mental incapacity, bringing her back to the manor might trigger some memories of her past. With this thought, Jiang Yin pressed down on the accelerator and the car darted down the road like an arrow. Half an hour later at the hospital, Jiang Yin rushed in, panting heavily. Jiang Qingying, noticing his demeanor, asked with confusion, "Brother, what on earth happened? Quickly, find out for the doctor if I can take my mother with me." Jiang Yin exclaimed, still trying to catch his breath. Jiang Qingying was taken aback, questioning, "Why such urgency?" "Just do as I say," Jiang Yin instructed as he pushed open the hospital room door. Although Jiang Qingying was baffled, he wasted no time and headed straight for the attending physician's office. Inside the room, Jiang Yin sat at his mother's bedside. Qin Juga had awakened and was gazing back at him. After several days of treatment, her mental state had improved significantly. Unlike the other patients, she preferred to sit quietly and ponder rather than engage in chaotic behavior that if it weren't for her vacant eyes, one might mistake her for being entirely normal. "Mom, do you remember 1888 Luhua Road?" Jiang Yun asked tentatively. Chun Jyoga, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly snapped to attention upon seeing Jiang Yun, repeating, 1888 Luhua Road. After several repetitions, her eyes widened in realization. She then began to pull at her hair, shouting in distress. Startled by her sudden emotional outburst, Jiang Yin quickly grabbed her arms, urgently saying, "Mom, what's wrong?" 1888 Luhua Road. Chun Jyoga continued to chant, seemingly in a trance. Jiang Yun grasped her hands. "Mom, please don't do this. Let us forget about this place. We won't mention it again." At that moment, Jiang Yun was thoroughly alarmed. He had never expected that 1888 Luhua Road would evoke such a profound reaction from Chun Jyoga. Yet, the more she reacted, the clearer it became to him. She must have lived at 1888 Luhua Road and experienced some deeply significant events, which were now resurfacing in her subconscious, triggering her emotional turmoil. However, his reassurances had no effect. Chun Jyoga remained in a frenzied state. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and the attending physician and others rushed in, managing to stabilize Chun Jyoga with their assistance. Jiang Yun let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, though his expression remained grim. "Brother, Anne's condition had improved significantly. How could she suddenly spiral into chaos? Did you say something to her?" Jiang Qingying asked, puzzled that as Jiang Yun pulled the doctor outside, he instructed Jiang Qingying, "Take care of Mom. I need to speak with the doctor." In a matter of moments, the two were outside. Leaning against the stairwell, Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and, with a contemplative demeanor, said to the doctor, "I may have found the place where my mother once lived. It was only when I mentioned that place that my mother transformed into her current state. Previously, I had contemplated taking her there. Perhaps it could help restore her memories, but given the current circumstances." The words lingered on the tip of Jiang Yun's tongue, yet he refrained from voicing them. However, the attending physician had already grasped his intent. From the doctor's perspective, it would indeed be feasible to take the patient for a trial visit. In truth, what we are currently undertaking is a form of stimulation therapy, so revisiting her former residence might aid in her recovery. Yet I must caution you, it could also exacerbate the patient's condition. In an instant, Jiang Yun found himself engulfed in uncertainty, but he was reluctant to take such a gamble. Yet he yearned fervently for his mother's healing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and resolutely declared, "Very well. I shall take my mother to the place where she once resided." After grappling with his inner turmoil, Jiang Yun had arrived at his decision. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape their fate. Swiftly, he made his way toward the hospital ward. Before long, he communicated his intentions to Jiang Chungying. Following a flurry of activity, with the assistance of the nurses, they had successfully changed Chun Jyoga's attire. Since Chun Jyoga bore no external injuries, her hospitalization was solely to expedite the restoration of her memories and ultimately cure her madness, as long as they ensured she did not wander off. There was no significant concern about taking her outside. With everything meticulously prepared, the group departed from the hospital. For safety's sake, Jiang Yun enlisted the company of 2 nurses. Half an hour later, they arrived once more at 1888 Luhua Road. Given that the estate lacked any property management, and despite not possessing a key to enter, it was still Chinjoga's property. Thus they had little reason to hesitate. Jiang Yun exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Qingying, signaling him to unlock the door. "Brother, do you truly believe I possess divine abilities?" Jiang Qingying replied, blushing with embarrassment as he scratched his head. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Yun's piercing gaze, he could only sigh in resignation. Subsequently picking up a nearby brick and forcefully striking the lock on the door, that in mere moments, the lock shattered. Jiang Qingying then pushed the door open, allowing Jiang Yun and the others to enter. As they stepped into the estate, Chinjoga's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. She surveyed her surroundings and suddenly dashed toward the main hall, moving with an almost frenzied energy. The 2 young nurses promptly followed in her wake. Jiang Yun, not daring to delay, hastened after them. They trailed Chinjoga throughout the estate until she finally came to a halt in front of a bookshelf in the study. The group remained outside the door, maintaining a respectful distance from her, as per the attending physician's instructions to facilitate Chinjoga's full recovery and to free her from her stupor. It was essential that she exert her own efforts. Without their guidance, their only responsibility was to ensure her safety. As time ticked away, Chinjoga appeared to be immersed in a profound recollection, remaining motionless. Suddenly, she approached a desk and gently adjusted the lamp atop it. With the sound of gears shifting, the bookshelf split apart, revealing a hidden chamber. Jiang Qingying was taken aback and remarked, "Brother, there is a mechanism here, but how does Aunt remember it?" Jiang Yun remained silent. His jaw clenched in determination, that he could sense that his mother was gradually improving. Chapter 284. Memory loss. Perhaps the patient's subconscious retained some semblance of memory, but it might also be that an emotional tether compelled her to instinctively activate the mechanism. A nurse by her side offered a brief explanation. Given that the private hospital was aware of Jiang Yun's identity, they were careful not to show any signs of negligence. The nurses accompanying him were among the elite. "Brother, should we not follow her inside?" Jiang Qingying inquired eagerly. "You all wait here. I will enter alone," Jiang Yun replied calmly. Stepping into the hidden chamber, he was uncertain of what awaited him inside, but that was of little consequence. All that mattered was awakening Chun Joga's memories to restore her to health. The chamber was modest in size and equipped with voice-activated lighting. As Jiang Yun and Chun Joga entered, the room illuminated itself. Scanning the space, Jiang Yun observed an array of ancient artifacts and paintings, and behind the desk stood a large whiteboard, its markings long erased. His attention was drawn to a safe tucked in a corner, and he focused intently on Chinjoga. Perhaps within that safe lay some revelation. However, he dared not disturb her, opting instead to remain closely behind her, waiting for her response. In the next moment, Chinjoga approached the safe. "What is the password?" she murmured, causing Jiang Yun to pause in astonishment. The former Chinjuga, though often reticent, spoke in a manner that reflected her derangement. Yet this time, her tone was dispassionate, akin to that of a normal individual. Jiang Yun rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Mother, have you recalled something?" Chinjuga slowly turned her head, and the once vacant gaze in her eyes began to flicker with life. She regarded Jiang Yun for a prolonged moment before embracing his shoulders and stating, "You are Xiao Yun?" "Yes, mother, I am Xiao Yun," Jiang Yun exclaimed with fervor, his fists clenched tightly. The feeling was indescribable, even to him. "Mother, have you truly recovered?" Jiang Yun gazed incredulously at Chinjuga. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingying and the others, alerted by the commotion, hurried to the door of the chamber, their faces alight with excitement. "Anne is better. How wonderful!" Jiang Qingying exclaimed. Chinjuga's attention remained fixed on Jiang Yun, her hands caressing his face as her eyes grew misty. "I never imagined I would have the chance to see you again." Chinjuga wept with joy. The reunion of mother and son was indeed profoundly moving. Jiang Yun hastily added, "Mother, I found you in the nursing home through many means. But what truly transpired between you and father back then? Why did you suddenly abandon me? And where is father gone?" A barrage of questions from Jiang Yun caused Chinjuga's expression to shift dramatically. She clutched her head, her features contorting in distress, veins bulging on her forehead. Alarmed by her pain, Jiang Yun quickly inquired, "Mother, what is wrong?" Chinjuga had only just begun to recover, and Jiang Yun had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He certainly did not wish for her to revert to her previous state that I cannot recall. Chinjuga struggled to articulate. "Many things from the past have slipped my mind, and my head aches terribly." The two young nurses rushed to her side, supporting her. Jiang Yun asked anxiously, "What is happening to my mother?" "It may be a case of memory loss," one nurse explained. "The patient has only just begun to recover, and her neural pathways may not yet be fully restored. During this period, she must remain calm and recuperate. It is imperative that she does not overexert herself mentally to avoid adverse effects." Jiang Yun nodded fervently, refraining from asking further questions that he felt a pang of regret. Had he not posed so many inquiries, perhaps Chinjuga would not be in her current state. Given that this place could continuously evoke Chinjuga's memories and considering her fragile condition, Jiang Yun dared not linger. The group hastily assisted Chinjuga back to the hospital. After the attending physician administered a sedative, she finally succumbed to a deep slumber. In the corridor, Jiang Yun leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his emotions a tumultuous blend of hope and apprehension that he wished fervently for Chinjuga's recovery, yet he hesitated to inquire further. However, he had already begun to form an answer in his mind. The reason for Chinjuga's current state was undoubtedly a significant trauma. Thus, he was determined to uncover the mastermind behind it all. And no matter who was responsible for his family's ruin, he would ensure they paid dearly for their sins. Just then, footsteps echoed down the hall. Jiang Yun turned toward the sound and noticed the attending physician approaching. "Doctor, when my mother awakens, will she not recognize me again?" he asked anxiously. The physician shook his head reassuringly. "Rest assured, the patient should be fully recovered. Recent electrocardiogram readings indicate that her heart rate and brainwaves have stabilized, and I have also heard the nurses mention her memory loss. However, there is no cause for concern. I believe she will gradually recall her memories in due time. However, it is imperative that you bear in mind one essential matter. Refrain from posing excessive inquiries, and strive to maintain a tranquil demeanor for the patient, ensuring she is not subjected to any form of agitation, lest her condition exacerbate." Jiang Yun promptly nodded, diligently noting each of the doctor's admonitions. Once all instructions were satisfactorily conveyed, the attending physician returned to the office. At this juncture, Chinjuga no longer required hospitalization. A return home for rest sufficed. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, a subsequent visit to the hospital would not be too late. Contemplating this, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Jiang Qingying. And he spoke, "You must immediately organize a team to facilitate our relocation to 1888 Luhua Road." "Understood," Jiang Qingying replied, preparing to descend the stairs. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, his attention returned to Jiang Yun. And he hurriedly inquired, "Brother, did the doctor not advise against stimulating Annie? Are we truly moving into the estate? Surely, it must be replete with Chun Jyoga's memories." Naturally, he felt a twinge of concern. Jiang Yun, however, waved his hand with a smile, continuing, "I have already devised a plan to procure a family doctor for my mother. We shall not provoke her, but rather allow her to remain in a familiar environment, which may aid in the recovery of her memory." Chapter 285. The gift for the mother-in-law. "Very well, I shall take care of everything." Jiang Qingying responded with a couple of words before heading for the door. Meanwhile, Lin Shui had finished her workday. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's impending move, everyone began to bustle about. Given that the property on Luhua Road was originally owned by Chen Jioga, Jiang Yun and the others were not required to undertake any formalities or notarizations. After several hours of diligent effort, the moving process was successfully completed. Within the Luhua Road estate, Jiang Yun sat in the hall, observing those who were tidying up, and remarked, "It appears we shall need to engage some servants." "Engage servants?" Lin Shui, standing nearby, was taken aback, then approached Jiang Yun with a smile, saying, "We are not a wealthy family. Why must we indulge in such extravagance? Moreover, we are all young, and we can handle the tasks ourselves." Jiang Yun, however, chuckled and waved his hand, instinctively glancing towards the upstairs rooms. Chen Jioga had now been brought back home. Although the family doctor had yet to arrive, it would be necessary to have someone care for Chen Jioga in the future. Since they all had their respective careers, they could not remain by Chen Jioga's side constantly. Thus, Jiang Yun planned to hire some domestic help and caregivers. I see. I had not considered that thoroughly." With just a glance, Lin Shui understood. She nodded with a smile and added, "Then let us proceed as you suggest. I will contact a housekeeping agency right away and arrange for some help to come over." "Very well," Jiang Yun affirmed, then ascended the stairs while Lin Shui and the others continued their busy preparations. Although all the household items had been moved, the Luhua Road estate had been uninhabited for an extended period and was in a state of disarray, necessitating a thorough cleaning. Upstairs, in her room, Chen Jioga stood by the window, the door left ajar. Her room was the first to be organized, thus it was quite tidy. Jiang Yun approached with a smile and inquired, "Mother, how is your health?" "I am recovering quite well," Chen Jioga responded with a smile. "You need not worry about me. Focus on your own affairs. That it brings me great joy to see you expand your enterprises so significantly. If only your father could witness it." In an instant, Jiang Yun's expression became solemn. Had his mother truly improved to the extent that she recalled matters pertaining to his father? Jiang Yun quickly asked, "Mother, is my father alive or deceased?" "It is only upon returning to this room that certain memories of your father resurfaced. He is no longer with us," Chen Jioga replied, shaking her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she continued. "But what transpired in between, I cannot recall at this moment." Seeing that Chen Jioga was intent on delving further in her memories, Jiang Yun hastily interjected, "Mother, do not dwell on it. Your health is not fully stabilized." Before we left the hospital, the attending physician repeatedly cautioned against provoking you, to prevent any relapse. For now, we must gently guide you. Perhaps that will facilitate a quicker restoration of your memory. After all, you are no longer in a state of confusion, which is already a significant improvement. Placing his hand on Chen Jioga's shoulder and embracing her, Jiang Yun reassured, "Mother, I believe there will come a day when the truth is revealed. For now, focus on recuperating at home. I will handle everything that follows. Your son is capable of standing on his own." Chen Jioga regarded him with renewed appreciation, a satisfied smile gracing her features. This was the essence of maternal pride, was it not? After exchanging a few more words, a knock at the door interrupted them. Lin Shui had changed into a fresh outfit, although she had greeted Chen Jioga earlier. The multitude of tasks had prevented her from engaging in further conversation. Mother, allow me to introduce someone, Jiang Yun said as he quickly moved to Lin Shui's side, leading her to Chun Juga. Mother, this is Lin Shui, my wife. During my time in Ningqing, I owe her a great deal. Without her assistance, I would have suffered greatly at the hands of Jiang Tingfei. At the mention of Jiang Tingfei's name, Chun Juga visibly paused, her expression shifting noticeably. After a moment of hesitation, she chose not to elaborate further. Jiang Yun observed this closely, aware that the mere mention of Jiang Tingfei had stirred some emotions within Chun Juga. It was his parents who had entrusted him to Jiang Tingfei, a memory that Chun Juga surely retained vividly. Yet patience was essential. The reasons behind that decision could only be explored once Chun Juga's memory was fully restored. Mother, Lin Shui chimed in softly, her demeanor quite demure. Chun Juga nodded with a smile, then approached the bedside table, retrieving a delicate box and returning to Lin Shui's side. Did I regret not attending your wedding? As I was preoccupied with other matters at the time. After all, Chun Juga could not recall precisely what had transpired back then, so she opted for a convenient excuse, and Lin Shui did not press for more details. After their introductions, Jiang Yun explained Chun Juga's condition to everyone present, aiming to prevent any inadvertent triggers for her. Lin Shui, consider this a token of my welcome, Chun Juga stated, opening the ornate box in her hands. Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were then astonished to discover an exquisite bracelet nestled within, its vibrant green hue indicating it was no ordinary item. Mother, this is far too precious, Lin Shui exclaimed, hastily gesturing to decline. Although she did not come from a prestigious background, she was a savvy businesswoman with a growing enterprise, and thus her perspective was much broader than that of the average woman. She instantly recognized the immense value of the jade bracelet before her. However, Chun Juga resolutely grasped Lin Shui's arm and placed the bracelet on her wrist, smiling as she said, I have felt guilty for not being there at your wedding. What is the worth of this mere bracelet in comparison? Of course, Chun Juga only possessed fleeting memories of the past. That it was as if she could not articulate why she knew the bracelet was in the bedside table. But such details were inconsequential. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, then turned her gaze to Jiang Yun, resembling an obedient young wife. Jiang Yun affectionately ruffled her hair and said with a smile, Since it is my mother's heartfelt offering, you should accept it. Chapter 286. The internal strife of the Qian family, then I shall thank you, mother. Lin Shui murmured softly, her head lowered. Chun Juga found great delight in her bashful demeanor. She took Lin Shui's hand and, with a smile, settled onto the bed, gesturing to Jiang Yun. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may step out. We have some private matters to discuss. Really? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. They had only just met, and already there were secrets to share. However, witnessing the harmony between his mother and wife, Jiang Yun simply shook his head with a smile and exited the room, clearly intending to allow them their privacy. Before long, Jiang Yun found himself downstairs at that moment. The estate had undergone a remarkable transformation, now pristine and orderly. After a long day of work, Chen Pingping and Lu Qianqian had already set out, eager to treat themselves to a nice meal. Jiang Qingying sat in a chair, and upon noticing Jiang Yun, he inquired with a smile, How is Annie's condition? She is doing well, Jiang Yun replied with a grin. By the way, on what grounds do you refer to my mother as Annie? Jiang Yun suddenly posed another question. Initially, he did not perceive any issues with that form of address. However, when Jiang Qingying greeted Chun Juga, he distinctly noticed the unusual expression on Chun Juga's face. That it was only then that Jiang Yun realized his manner of address was evidently incorrect. Beside him, Jiang Qingying scratched his head, his face flushed with embarrassment as he remarked, Shouldn't I be calling her aunt? Nonsense. Your aunt should bear the surname Jiang. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and continued, My father is your uncle, and you should refer to my mother as aunt. Oh, then let's stick with calling her aunt. Jiang Qingying mused to himself. I think aunt rolls off the tongue better. After all, it's just a title. Jiang Yun shook his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore him, by the time he finished his cigarette. Several black sedans had pulled up in front of the manor. Shortly thereafter, Hu approached, accompanied by a group of well-dressed men. The men were all robust and imposing figures. Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction and rose to meet Hu, saying, "Your efficiency is truly commendable. Of course, I heard you needed some security, so I promptly selected a skilled team from the company to ensure your safety." Hu snapped his fingers at the men behind him, who then bowed in unison, their voices resounding. "Good day, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively and turned to Hu, saying, "I didn't request this many guards, yet you've brought me over a dozen. Let's be clear then. Their wages will be covered by your company." Hu readily patted his chest, assuring him, "Fear not. Without Jiang Yun, I would still be a mere minor character in Ningxing. How could I have reached my current position without you? Spending a little on your behalf is nothing. Besides, I know you're merely jesting." Soon, the members of the security team began to disperse throughout the manor's various corners. Since they would be working here, they needed to familiarize themselves with the terrain. Meanwhile, the three of them returned to the main hall. By the way, has there been any movement from the Qian family during this time? Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Hu. Having been preoccupied with Chun Zhuge's affairs, he had been unable to attend to the trivialities concerning the Qian family. All of this burden rested upon Hu's shoulders. Hu, now equipped with a complete network of connections, was no longer the same as before. Upon mentioning the Qian family, a solemn expression crossed Hu's face. There has indeed been significant turmoil within the Qian family. However, they seem to be quite inactive. Likely too preoccupied to deal with you. Jiang Yun inquired, his face filled with curiosity. "What has happened with the Qian family?" Hu quickly replied, "Qin Yucai has fallen gravely ill. I've heard that numerous doctors have been summoned. And from internal sources, it seems he may not have long to live." Clap. "Excellent," Jiang Qingying exclaimed, rising from his seat, a smile spreading across his face as he declared, "He deserves it. That old scoundrel should have met his end long ago. Indeed, evil begets evil. After all, that old bastard plotted against my brother. I always knew he wouldn't meet a good fate." Hearing this, Jiang Yun rolled his eyes at him. Although Jiang Qingying had been by their side for some time, his demeanor remained immature. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Qingying was his brother, he would have long since been cast aside. "Don't gloat. Do you think this is a good thing?" Jiang Yun's expression turned serious. "Qian Yucai's most favored person was Qian Zhanbua, and we have enmity with him that if he were to rise to power, we would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Furthermore, we have already severed ties with Qian Qingyu. Once the old man passes, the Qian family will inevitably descend into a power struggle. Perhaps we will enjoy a brief period of tranquility, but a storm shall surely follow." It must be said that Jiang Yun's analysis was indeed astute. Jiang Qingying and Hu exchanged glances, each remaining silent. "How about this? I'll pay a visit to the Qian family to ascertain the situation," Jiang Yun stated, then headed for the door. "Brother, it's already late. Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow." Jiang Qingying expressed his concern as night had fallen. "Yes, if Mr. Jiang insists on going now, it would be wise to take a few bodyguards with you." Hu concurred. Jiang Yun was the core of their group, and it was imperative to ensure his safety that in their eyes, the Qian family was a den of danger, and Jiang Yun should not tread lightly. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately waved his hand, that he believed that the Qian family would not engage in any rash actions. Before leaving, Jiang Yun added, "Oh, if I am not back by tomorrow morning, you must call the police." With both men agreeing, Jiang Yun entered his car and set off towards the Qian family estate. "Should I send some people along?" Who still harbored concerns, speaking up once more. "Do you not understand my brother's character?" Jiang Qingying crossed his arms, stating, "He undoubtedly has his own plan. If we were to act on our own accord, we might disrupt his intentions. Let's not provoke my brother's ire. We should quietly wait here. It was destined to be a sleepless night." Hu nodded in agreement. "All right." Half an hour later, outside the gates of the Qian family, Jiang Yun adjusted his collar and took a deep breath. Whatever is destined to happen will come. I shall see just how murky the waters of the Qian family truly are. Chapter 287. A standoff. After a brief tidying up, Jiang Yun made his way towards the main entrance of the Qian family. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing within the Qian family's courtyard that a glance around revealed it was filled with people. Although the Qian family was a prominent clan, Qian Yucai had always maintained a low profile, resulting in few knowing him well. However, the Qian family's offspring were frequently seen in the capital. Some were aware of their backgrounds, while others simply sought to cultivate relationships with them. Upon Jiang Yun's arrival, a stir rippled through the crowd. Jiang Yun, isn't he the chairman of Yinxue Group? What brings him here? Does he have ties to the Qian family? The murmurs grew louder. Among the crowd, Qian Xingyu and Qian Zhanghua also noticed Jiang Yun. And soon, Qian Xingyu was the first to approach him, while Qian Zhanhua's eyes brimmed with hostility. To eye in just a few strides, she stood before Jiang Yun. Despite her father's passing, Qian Xingyu showed no hint of sorrow. It seemed that after meeting Jiang Yun, she had undergone significant transformation, even appearing more frequently in public. Jiang Yun was uncertain of her true intentions. With a flirtatious smile, Qian Xingyu pulled Jiang Yun aside and cheerfully inquired, "What brings you here so suddenly?" Her demeanor was akin to that of an old friend reuniting after many years. However, Jiang Yun was acutely aware that it was this very woman who had nearly led to his breakup with Lin Shui. Fortunately, disaster had been averted in the end. With the sudden passing of old Master Qian, I felt it necessary to pay my respects. After all, I have some business dealings with the Qian family. Currently, the majority of Yinxue Group shares were held by the Qian family. While Jiang Yun had gained some benefits, he was undeniably tied to them, that I see. You must have a plan in mind. Right, Qian Xingyu said, crossing her arms, a proud smile gracing her face. At last, you've chosen a clear path. Together, we shall surely make a name for ourselves in the capital. Regrettably, Jiang Yun offered no response. What is the matter? Noticing his silence, Qian Xingyu furrowed her brow slightly. I am willing to collaborate with you, although I am unaware of your intentions. However, my cooperation hinges on you returning the shares of Yinxue Group to me. That is my only condition. Jiang Yun spoke gravely. While the Qian family was a colossal entity, Qian Yucai's death would undoubtedly incite a storm within. Furthermore, internal conflict would be rife. Previously, Qian Xingyu sought to marry Jiang Yun to secure her rightful share of the family fortune. However, times had changed. Now, Qian Xingyu required a strong ally, and Jiang Yun was the perfect candidate in terms of both connections and financial resources. Jiang Yun was well aware of this, thus he no longer felt the need to accommodate Qian Xingyu, and his tone grew firmer. Agreed. Qian Xingyu appeared pleased, continuing, in the future, when I require assistance, you will provide it unconditionally, that in return, I shall return the shares you desire. Does that sound fair? It seemed a reasonable proposition. Jiang Yun nodded. All right. The two exchanged no further words, and upon reaching a mutual understanding, they moved back into the throng. Qian Zhanhua's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yun. The assistant swiftly approached Qian Zhanhua, inquiring, "Young master, I presume Qian Xingyu has successfully persuaded Jiang Yun. This is not a favorable development for us. Should I engage with Jiang Yun? Perhaps dissuade him from meddling in the internal affairs of the Qian family?" Currently, Qian Xingyu and Qian Zhanhua were at an impasse. Although their outward demeanor suggested a semblance of normalcy, everyone understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Moreover, the Qian family had splintered into 3 factions. Aside from the supporters of Qian Xingyu and Qian Zhanhua, the remainder were merely onlookers. Should either faction gain the upper hand, it would likely lead to a decisive shift in allegiance towards the victor. Naturally, this was not confined solely to the Qian family. Both Qian Xingyu and Qian Zhanhua were tirelessly forging alliances in the capital, striving to augment their influence and bolster their bargaining chips. Qian Zhanhua lightly tapped his temple with his fingers, yet his focus remained unwaveringly on Jiang Yun. "Young master, have you made your decision?" the assistant asked. Jiang Yun resembled a rubber band. If ignored, he might not pose a significant threat. However, excessive interference in his affairs could very well backfire on them, that I believe he is an astute individual and will make the right choice. Qian Zhangbo remarked dismissively, choosing not to engage further. He held Zhang Yun in scant regard, for at this moment, Zhang Yun was hardly worthy of mention. Although he possessed a few assets, they were inconsequential to Qian Zhangbo. After paying respects to the late Master Qian, Zhang Yun recalled Qian Zhangbo's earlier words and pondered the issue of allegiances. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his attention. Gao Meiwei. Zhang Yun paused momentarily before approaching her. Their eyes met, and Gao Meiwei smiled, remarking, "I underestimated you, that I never imagined you had connections with the Qian family, and I've heard your relationship with Qian Qingyu is quite good." Zhang Yun shook his head with a smile. "It's merely superficial. Moreover, I am not well acquainted with Qian Qingyu. There are many eyes here, and should he utter a word, it could easily be twisted by those with ulterior motives and spread online. While I am indifferent to the potential consequences, I worry about disappointing Lin Xu. By the way, I am quite curious as to why you are here." Zhang Yun asked, casting a puzzled glance at Gao Meiwei. "The Gao family controls a significant portion of the real estate business in the capital. We are a formidable commercial giant. With the Qin family in disarray, everyone wishes to take a dip in these murky waters, myself included," Gao Meiwei replied with a smile, her crescent moon-like eyes glinting with intelligence. Zhang Yun did not press further. Whose side Gao Meiwei ultimately chose was of little concern to him, that he needed only to focus on his own affairs, that I have matters to attend to. "We shall converse another time," Gao Meiwei said with a warm smile before moving away. Zhang Yun made no effort to retain her, that as he turned, he inadvertently collided with a middle-aged man, causing the latter's expression to darken considerably. "Are you blind?" Chapter 288. Self-directed performance. Zhang Yun furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively clenching his fist. "That I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf?" The man continued to rant. "Our collision was not solely my fault. Even if I were negligent, you share equal responsibility. That's so. Mind your tongue. Understand?" Zhang Yun replied coldly. The man's expression shifted instantly, and he raised his hand, feigning an attempt to strike Zhang Yun. Fortunately, Zhang Yun reacted quickly, dodging to the side. In that moment, the eyes of the crowd turned toward them, murmurs of speculation filling the air. How did Zhang Yun get entangled with Qian Wenbo? I heard Qian Wenbo has a notoriously volatile temper. No one in the Qian family dares to provoke him. That was in the past, without the late Master Qian's protection. What is he now? Upon hearing the crowd's comments, Zhang Yun frowned slightly. Having interacted with the Qian family for some time, he had gained some insight into its members. Qian Wenbo and Qian Zhangbo were of the same generation, both younger relatives of Qian Qingyu. Typically, Qian Wenbo was a debauched scion, indulging in hedonistic pursuits without engaging in any serious endeavors. However, he possessed a silver tongue and was adept at flattery, managing to win the favor of the late Master Qian and securing a place within the family. Nevertheless, he was not particularly well-liked among the others. With the passing of the late Master Qian, Qian Wenbo had lost his backing and was no longer regarded with any respect. "You dare to speak ill of me? Apologize at once, or I will ensure you cannot leave the Qian family estate," Qian Wenbo declared coldly. Zhang Yun frowned again, thinking that regardless of fault, their collision was minor and not severe. Yet, Qian Wenbo was not only being aggressive, but was also demanding a public apology, which irked Zhang Yun. "The one who should apologize is you. I care not for your identity or status. Your attempt to strike another is indefensible. Were it not for my timely evasion, your slap would have landed squarely on my face," Zhang Yun retorted icily. Qian Wenbo snorted derisively, crossing his arms and scoffing. "My hitting you is doing you a favor. Since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, do not blame me for being ungracious." As he spoke, Qian Wenbo clapped his hands. A group of burly men quickly assembled behind him, casting cold glares at Zhang Yun. The crowd instinctively recoiled, no one daring to approach further. Zhang Yun frowned slightly. Although he felt a twinge of apprehension at the situation, he soon realized that this was all a deliberate setup. Even if he had clashed with Qian Wenbo, the guards would not have arrived so swiftly. It was as if they had been lying in wait for this very moment. Jiang Yun unconsciously glanced at Qian Zhanbo in the crowd, his expression darkening considerably. Could it be that he orchestrated this entire affair? "You lot, break this guy's limbs and toss him out," Qian Wenbo ordered, gesturing towards the men behind him, that in an instant, their eyes ignited with a fierce intensity as they surged towards Jiang Yun. Alarmed, Jiang Yun realized that if he were overpowered by this group, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to leave the Qian estate unscathed. With that thought, he prepared to flee. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Qian Wenbo, what are you doing here? Today is the late Master Qian's funeral. No one is permitted to cause a disturbance." As the words fell, Qian Qingyu emerged from the crowd, hastening to stand before Jiang Yun and shielding him. The guards hesitated, unwilling to advance further. Qian Wenbo's face twitched in frustration, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Aunt, it is not I who initiated trouble, but this scoundrel who deliberately provoked me, that he not only collided with me, but also spoke disrespectfully. Which is why before he could finish, Qian Qingyu's expression darkened considerably, and she admonished him sharply, "Silence." Qian Wenbo's face flushed with anger, yet he fell silent. Having subdued Qian Wenbo, Qian Qingyu grasped Jiang Yun's arm and guided him through the crowd. Once they reached the entrance, she finally paused. "You must leave at once, that I know Qian Wenbo well. Now that you have drawn his ire, he will not let this go easily, that he will certainly seek to make trouble for you. I can assist you this once, but I cannot remain at your side indefinitely," Qian Qingyu stated calmly. Jiang Yun nodded, casting a grateful glance at Qian Qingyu before responding. "Thank you, that we need not be so formal between us," Qian Qingyu said, patting Jiang Yun's shoulder, continuing, "Just remember my words, that I look forward to our collaboration." Jiang Yun replied with a faint acknowledgement before making his way toward the exit. As he turned, Qian Qingyu's lips curled into a knowing smile. Just as Jiang Yun prepared to leave in his vehicle, he noticed Gao Meiwei approaching him. "You haven't left?" Jiang Yun asked, puzzled that of course not. Gao Meiwei replied, her arms crossed, her demeanor still imposing. She watched as Qian Qingyu disappeared through the main entrance and then spoke slowly. "If I had left, how would I have witnessed such a splendid spectacle?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Yun inquired, confusion evident in his voice. "Qian Qingyu orchestrated this. She sent Qian Wenbo to trouble you. All in a bid to win over public sentiment. That can't you see that?" Gao Meiwei responded. Jiang Yun furrowed his brows slightly. Indeed, he had not noticed these things earlier. It was true that those embroiled were often perplexed. In an instant, Jiang Yun spoke again. "Are you suggesting that Qian Qingyu deliberately set me up?" "Of course," Gao Meiwei replied, crossing her arms, "that I advise you to maintain a distance from the Qian family. It would be of no benefit to you that you not entertain thoughts of claiming your share from them, that I share this with you, because we have a partnership, and I do not wish to witness my allies' downfall. Lest it brings me trouble. One could not deny that these individuals were all very pragmatic, entirely self-serving." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun finally nodded, refraining from further comments. Before long, he found himself in his car. Heading homeward, as he drove, Jiang Yun's mind was tumultuous, uncertain of how to proceed. Seeking self-preservation was not an easy endeavor. Upon reaching his doorstep, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback that a familiar figure immediately captured his attention, and a faint smile graced his lips. "You have finally returned." Chapter 289. The mystery gradually unfolds. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your assistance with the previous matters." The person standing at the door was none other than Dong Taizhan. Over the past few days, his leg had gradually healed. Although he still walked with a slight limp, he no longer required a cane. After much contemplation, he had decided to reunite with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun approached him and patted his shoulder, smiling with satisfaction, "That it's wonderful to see you back, that don't just stand there. Come inside." As he spoke, Jiang Yun wrapped an arm around Dong Taizhan's shoulders, pulling him into an embrace that exuded warmth. "Mr. Jiang, I shall serve as your dedicated driver from now on." As for the bodyguard role, I may no longer be able to fulfill that. Although Dong Taizhan had confidence in his abilities and had received professional training in a security company, the condition of his leg made him wary of potential errors, ultimately prioritizing Jiang Yun's safety. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. The only reason I kept you close was as an added precaution. In this era of peace, I am not a significant entrepreneur and do not require an entourage of bodyguards. Having you by my side is sufficient. Dong Tieshan's face radiated gratitude, a warm current blossoming within him. He had encountered many bosses, yet none had been as understanding as Jiang Yun. Even this iron-willed man felt his eyes moisten. By the way, how is your father's situation? Is everything normal in the village? Jiang Yun inquired. Under the guidance of the technicians, we have commenced large-scale production of Tianma. Rest assured, it will not interfere with your affairs, Dong Taizhan replied with a smile. Jiang Yun simply wished to repay Dong Taizhan a favor. Had it not been for his swift reaction and protection, Jiang Yun might have been the one injured, and with Dong Taizhan having sacrificed a leg, it was only right to care for his family. As for the Tianma business, he was indifferent. The two conversed as they entered the grand hall. After instructing someone to find a room for Dong Taizhan, Jiang Yun ascended the stairs. However, as he approached Shun Zhouge's door, he noticed it was ajar and directed his gaze toward her. That moment, Shun Zhouge sat on the sofa, perusing some documents. Upon seeing her engrossed state, Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned. Mom, what are you reading? Shun Zhouge snapped back to reality, a serious expression crossing her face. She rubbed her temples and replied, I have begun to recall the events of the past, that in an instant. Jiang Yun was frozen in place. What? You remember everything. It had only been a few hours since he left home, yet Shun Zhouge's transformation was astonishing. She continued, perhaps being back in familiar surroundings has triggered these memories. And where is my father? Jiang Yun hurriedly pressed, anxious to know the answer to his most pressing concern, that he had never seen his biological father, a profoundly tragic reality. Your father has passed away. It was he who placed me in the sanatorium. Shun Zhouge's voice carried the weight of sorrow. She seemed to age considerably as she self-deprecatingly smiled, adding, Child, there is no need for you to grieve that if your father is watching from above, he would surely take comfort in your current achievements. Jiang Yun had climbed to his present position through sheer effort, amassing a fortune exceeding billions. Compared to his peers, his accomplishments were remarkable. The desire for one's child to succeed was universal. Clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Yun felt moisture welling in his eyes. Then how did you suddenly end up in the sanatorium? He inquired again, his mind overflowing with questions that needed answers. Shun Zhouge replied, It was your grandfather's people who acted against us. My grandfather? Shouldn't it be your father? Jiang Yun was filled with confusion. Was it possible that Shun Zhouge's memories were muddled, leading her to misremember the events of that time? Yes, it was my father. As she spoke of the past, Shun Zhouge's gaze sharpened considerably. Because I am a woman, your grandfather did not regard me favorably. Later, I met your father and secretly left the family. Little did I know. They followed us all the way, even using our family's influence to coerce the Jiang family into driving your father and me away. From then on, we became wanderers. Eventually, during a pursuit, I suffered a severe blow to the head. And when I awoke, I found myself in the sanatorium. Your father left me a letter detailing everything. Shun Zhouge refrained from disclosing the contents of the letter, yet it confirmed the news of Jiang Yun's father's demise. In an instant, Jiang Yun felt his anger surge that he had believed the Jiang family responsible for his parents' tragic fate, only to discover that the true culprits were the Qin family. However, he knew little about the Qin family. Mom, what connection do you have with the people of Qinjiakin? Jiang Yun asked. Qinjiakin? The sorrow on Shun Zhouge's face gradually faded, replaced by a faint smile. When your father and I were on the run, we ended up in Qinjiakin. Since I share the surname Chun, the villagers took us in. Although we have no blood relation, I am grateful for their care during that time. Later, upon learning that my family was searching for us, We left to avoid endangering the villagers. Jiang Yun was taken aback. According to Chinjuga, how powerful must her grandfather have been? He had initially thought his mother was an ordinary person and his father merely a once prominent young master of the Jiang family. Yet, to his surprise, his parents were no ordinary individuals. Had their family been harmonious, he could have been a prominent second-generation wealthy heir. Suddenly, Chinjuga cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Yun and asked, "By the way, how do you know about Chinjiakin?" "I followed this lead to investigate that you had once been there," Jiang Yun replied with a smile. However, he refrained from mentioning his conflict with the villagers, not wanting to cause Chinjuga any distress. Chapter 290. The Qin family jade pendant. Jiang Yun was acutely aware that the villagers had evidently deceived him, as Chinjuga had stated. He had not grown up in Chinjiakin, and while the villagers might possess her photographs from her youth, they could not possibly have any from her childhood. Moreover, any claims of relatives were even less plausible. It seemed that everything had been predestined. Chinjuga shook her head with a smile. "If I have the opportunity in the future, take me back to Chinjiakin. I would like to revisit and express my gratitude to everyone." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned. He swallowed hard and quickly replied, "Chinjiakin is no longer what it once was. Everyone has long since moved to the city, and the village no longer exists." It appeared he needed to discuss matters thoroughly with Chen Pingping. Would he really bring Chinjuga to Chinjiakin, only to have those villagers deceive him? "I see." Chinjuga sighed, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. She then slowly rose and opened the safe, clearly retrieving the documents from within that in her hand. She held a jade pendant, which she promptly presented to Jiang Yun, adding, "This jade pendant is the token of our Chun family. I have heard that you have been dealing with the Qian family. They must have heard of the Chun family as well. Therefore, this pendant should prove beneficial to you." Jiang Yun accepted the pendant. Feeling its icy touch and noting its superior quality, that it was evident that this jade pendant was worth a fortune. He glanced at the prominent character inscribed on it before slowly responding, "Mother, you and grandfather have reached an impasse. Can this pendant truly hold such significance?" He understood Chinjuga's intention, clearly aiming for him to leverage this situation, that if the pendant indeed possessed power, that would be ideal. However, if it were of no use, it would render their efforts futile. Only direct descendants of the Chun family bore this unique jade pendant, a legacy that had persisted for centuries. Your grandfather would not forge a new Qin family pendant for my sake. Chinjuga explained with a smile, centuries of history. He had perused the genealogy of the Jiang family. Although they were a significant entity in the capital, they paled in comparison to a superfamily like the Qian family. The Jiang family had merely a few decades of foundation. But according to Chinjuga, did that not imply that the Chun family surpassed the Qian family, standing as titans in the business world? Contemplating this, Jiang Yun felt a surge of astonishment, that he carefully stowed the jade pendant away, recognizing that it might serve him well in the future. As dusk approached, Jiang Yun chose not to linger. Upon returning to his room, he remained troubled. Lin Shui glanced at him and inquired, "You're back. How is mother? Did you see her?" It must be noted that Lin Shui and Chinjuga shared a remarkably harmonious relationship. They often say that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamic is fraught with difficulties, but it largely depends on the individuals involved. Lin Shui was understanding, while Chinjuga was cultured and reasonable. With such a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pairing, how could there be even a hint of discord? Jiang Yun embraced Lin Shui as he lay down on the bed, slowly stating, "Dear, you have truly endured much during this time, but rest assured, I will safeguard our Yunshui group." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback. Why the sudden declaration? Jiang Yun provided no further explanation, wanting to spare Lin Shui any worry. Currently, the Qian family was in turmoil, with Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhangbua vying for power. Regardless of who ultimately gained the upper hand, Jiang Yun would inevitably become a thorn in their side. The Yunshui group was precariously positioned. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of concern for you. Isn't it only natural for a husband to care for his wife?" Jiang Yun gently tousled Lin Shui's hair, his heart filled with affection. "All right, cease your lamentations," Lin Shui said with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, they extinguished the lights and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, before Jiang Yun had even risen, he received a call from Qian Qingyu, urging him to come to the Qian family without delay. Her tone conveyed a sense of urgency, laced with an air of command. This irked Jiang Yun slightly, but he clutched his phone for a moment before slowly getting out of bed. "What is the matter?" Lin Shui inquired from behind him. "Something has come up with the Qian family. I may need to pay a visit." Jiang Yun had already changed his clothes, although he felt some resentment. His tone remained calm. "You should take a few more people with you for safety on the road," Lin Shui quickly advised. To her, the Qian family was akin to a den of dragons and tigers. A moment's carelessness could place Jiang Yun in danger. "Do not worry, my dear. I am well aware." Half an hour later, Jiang Yun was ready, flanked by Jiang Qingying and Dong Taisha in a flash. They set off directly toward the Qian family estate. On the way, Jiang Qingying rubbed his sleepy eyes and impatiently remarked, "Brother, why the fuss this early in the morning? What do the Qian family want? Perhaps we should have Heihu bring some men and teach them a lesson." Jiang Yun shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing him to think things through. "If we were to act rashly, we might not live to tell the tale. We are in peaceful times. Fighting is not the answer. We must rely more on intellect." Unfortunately, despite being the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Qingying's lack of acumen was indeed concerning. Before long, they arrived at the Qian family estate, with the passing of old Master Qian. The courtyard exuded an air of tranquility, though numerous luxury cars, each worth millions, were parked outside that you've arrived. Upon spotting Jiang Yun and his companions, Qian Qingyu, who had been waiting, approached them with measured steps. "You were in a hurry to summon me. Is there something urgent?" Jiang Yun retorted. "Surely you have noticed the unusual atmosphere at the Qian family today." Qian Qingyu replied coolly, casting a glance at the cars before continuing. "The Qian family cannot remain leaderless for a day. The family members have deliberated and decided to convene an internal meeting that we have also invited several entrepreneurs from the capital to set an example. And through a voting process, we will choose between myself and Qian Zhanbo for the position of family head. That it was undeniable that the Qian family possessed profound cunning. Internal voting was one thing, but soliciting external votes was quite another. How intriguing does so? You wish for me to cast my vote for you." Chapter 291. Taking a back seat, what else could it be? Would I have summoned you here for mere pleasantries, or to offer you a meal? Qian Qingyu shot Jiang Yun a disdainful glance, her tone laced with condescension. She certainly warranted such an attitude, being the esteemed daughter of the Qian family. However, Jiang Yun merely offered a faint, icy smile before responding. "Very well. Let us see what unfolds." As he spoke, he instinctively touched the jade pendant concealed in his pocket. Behind him, Jiang Qing and Dong Taizan followed in Jiang Yun's wake, under Qian Qingyu's guidance. They swiftly entered the main hall. That moment, the hall was already packed to capacity, every seat occupied. Jiang Yun casually scanned the crowd and recognized numerous familiar faces, each one a prominent entrepreneur in the capital. Qian Zhanbo was also among them. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's arrival, he narrowed his eyes slightly and approached him, gesturing discreetly. Eager to discern his intentions, Jiang Yun followed him outside. "What are you up to?" Just as they stepped out, Qian Qingyu seized Jiang Yun's arm to the restroom. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Jiang Yun retorted, slightly irked. "Fine," Qian Qingyu huffed, dismissing the matter. The corner of the hall, Jiang Yun waved a hand at Jiang Qingying and Dong Taizan, then proceeded forward on his own. Predictably, Qian Zhanbo awaited him nearby. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed on Qian Zhanbo as he inquired, "What are you planning? I trust you are aware of the purpose of this meeting." Qian Zhanbo replied, arms crossed. "The Qian family has split into two factions. One supports my claim to the family head, while the other backs Qian Qingyu. I hope you can see through Qian Qingyu's true nature and reconsider your allegiance." It was evident that Jiang Yin had come to the Qian family alongside Qian Qingyu, making his position clear that do you recall Qian Wenbo, the one who crashed into you. Qian Zhongbo continued. Jiang Yin silently puffed on his cigarette, awaiting further elaboration. After a brief pause, Qian Zhongbo added, I have investigated thoroughly. Qian Wenbo was sent by Qian Qingyu to deliberately create trouble for you, while she stepped in to resolve it. You are a perceptive individual. You should grasp Qian Qingyu's intentions. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, taking another drag from his cigarette. Qian Qingyu is not as simple as you think. She even forced your wife away initially. Therefore, I urge you to think carefully and refrain from making foolish decisions. Furthermore, whatever demands she presents, I can fulfill them, and I will offer you even more. Qian Zhongbo asserted in a low voice that in truth, Jiang Yun was fully aware that Qian Qingyu was hardly a virtuous character. Even if she had come to his aid initially, it was merely a means to exploit him. That it was all quite straightforward. What then could be said of Qian Zhongbo? He was hardly a paragon of virtue either. It was laughable. Although they maintained a facade of civility, Jiang Yun recognized that it would not be long before their true animosity surfaced, likely culminating in an irreconcilable conflict. Qian Zhongbo stepped closer to Jiang Yun, patting him on the shoulder. You must tread carefully. Having finished speaking, the individual had already begun to stride towards the grand hall. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingying and another rushed over from a distance as they approached. Jiang Qing quickly inquired, Brother, what does it mean that Qian Zhongbo suddenly sought you out? He wouldn't be trying to coerce you, would he? Dong Taizhan also wore a look of concern. Given the grandeur of today's event, the Qian family ought not to engage in any outrageous behavior. Yet, this does not imply that they can coexist peacefully with Jiang Yun in the future. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun casually discarded his cigarette, and slowly replied, If you keep your worries at bay, nothing is insurmountable in the blink of an eye. They had returned to the hall, yet Jiang Yun still found no designated seat. Frowning slightly, he remarked, his tone somewhat icy, Is this how your Qian family treats its guests? With visitors present, you fail to arrange seating. At this moment, the guests in the hall had all taken their seats along the sides. While an elderly man with white hair and a stern expression sat at the head of the table, it was evident to all present that this man was Qian Yucai's younger brother. Although Qian Yucai had passed away, the elder, despite not intervening in the family affairs, remained the highest authority within the Qian family. Are you Jiang Yun? Qian Erye's gaze settled upon Jiang Yun as he inquired nonchalantly, clearly having heard of him. Indeed, that is I, Jiang Yun replied coolly. Then where is my seat? Qian Erye gestured to a man in black behind him, who subsequently made his way to the back hall. He soon returned with a plastic stool, placing it at the end of the line. Please take a seat. The crowd erupted in laughter, shaking their heads. This was a blatant insult to Jiang Yun. Everyone else sat upon chairs. Yet he was relegated to a cold stool. Each guest had a small table beside them, laden with pastries and tea, while Jiang Yun found himself treated starkly differently. That he glanced at Qian Qingyu, sitting nearby, and his expression darkened slightly. However, Qian Qingyu seemed oblivious to his gaze, as did Qian Zhongbo. Damn it. These two scoundrels are trying to secure my vote, yet they don't step up to defend me at this moment. I must be out of my mind to assist them. Brother, shall we leave? Jiang Qingying furrowed his brow, whispering softly. They had never before endured such indignities. Let us make the best of it. Having a seat is sufficient. Jiang Yin replied with a cold snort, maintaining an air of nonchalance, as though he had it all figured out. Although Jiang Qingying and the others were unaware of his intentions, they quietly stood behind him. Once everyone was seated, Qian Erye spoke up that I trust that everyone has heard about the agenda for today's meeting. The Qian family has completed its internal voting, yet the two individuals beside me are evenly matched. Thus, we require the esteemed entrepreneurs from the capital to assist in the election of the next head of the Qian family. Chapter 292. The Might of the Jade Pendant. Qian Erye hesitated, observing the murmurs among the crowd, then raised his hand, adding, I believe everyone is aware of the gravity of the situation. Therefore, I urge you to treat the ballots in your possession with utmost caution. Let us commence the voting." With that, the guests eagerly picked up their paper and pens. The man in black, trailing behind Qian Eryi, carried a box and walked past each individual prior to arriving here. Many had already been swayed by Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbua, and thus had their decisions made. Soon, they had all written down their choices and deposited their ballots into the box that I in no time. Everyone had finished, leaving only Jiang Yun's vote uncast. Jiang Yun remained still, his hand hovering over the paper. After tapping his fingers lightly against his forehead, he finally stated, "I need to think this over more thoroughly." "As you wish." The man in black disregarded him and returned to stand behind Qian Eryi. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Does he really think himself so important? Individuals like this often lack capability in ordinary times. Yet once they gain power, they become loath to relinquish it. How truly vexing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing's expression shifted dramatically that he longed to reprimand those present, but for the sake of the greater good. He suppressed his anger. "Very well, let him take his time." Qian Eryi spoke coolly. "Let us proceed to unveil the collected votes." Perhaps Jiang Yun's vote held little significance. The man in black nodded earnestly and busied himself with the task. As the votes were revealed, it became apparent that Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbua remained evenly matched. Only when the last vote was drawn from the box did the tension in the room ease. To everyone's surprise, the tallies were equaled out of course. The votes were not cast with any principles of fairness or transparency. All were directly tied to Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbua. Both were acutely aware that their vote counts would surely align. Yet they had not anticipated a perfect tie. In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Yun at that moment. The vote he held was of paramount importance. Yet among the crowd, there was a glimmer of schadenfreude. With Jiang Yun as the last voter, his choice would inevitably offend one party or the other. The dying camel is larger than a horse. Even if the slighted individual could not ascend to the position of head of the Qian family, their power would far surpass his, ensuring he would not escape unscathed. How intriguing, Jiang Yun mused to himself. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Qian Eryi, and he calmly remarked, "I recall you just mentioned that since my vote bears little significance, I shall abstain." This provoked an uproar among the attendees. That it was well known that the Qian family had invested considerable effort in selecting a new head. Today, with so many distinguished entrepreneurs gathered, if no candidate emerged, the Qian family would become an object of ridicule. "Now that you are here, you must cast your vote before you can leave," Qian Eryi replied coolly. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze shifting between Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbua, both of whom appeared increasingly anxious. After all, Jiang Yun held the pivotal vote. Qian Qingyu was biting her lip in distress, reflecting on her earlier hesitation to advocate for Jiang Yun, contemplating how much simpler it would have been had she spoken up than it's just a name. So simple, yet we waste so much time on it. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Zhanbua had already disclosed his actions to Jiang Yun. Time ticked by, and Jiang Yun lightly tapped his fingers on the table before finally speaking. "Forget it, I have no interest in either of them. So, please find someone else to cast a vote." With that, Jiang Yun turned to leave. His intention was to bring shame upon the Qian family. What he had anticipated as an entertaining spectacle of internal strife had unexpectedly cast him in the role of the main character. Smack! At that moment, Qian Eryi was utterly enraged. Though not as renowned as Qian Yucai, he was still the second master of the Qian family. The entrepreneurs in attendance, despite their status, were obliged to heed his authority. Seeing Jiang Yun's blatant disregard, Qian Eryi's expression darkened as he stood up, declaring, "If you do not cast your vote today, do not expect to leave here unscathed." The man in black, who had been shadowing him, swiftly stepped forward, while several guards rushed to block Jiang Yun and his companion's exit. Dong Taizhan cracked his neck. Despite his limp and unhealed injuries, he still exuded an intimidating presence. He positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Yun, casting a cold glare at the guards. Although these men were elite bodyguards, He showed no sign of fear. Jiang Qing stood resolute beside him. The crowd observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes, reaching into his pocket as he coldly stated, "I would like to see who dares obstruct our path today." In the next moment, Jiang Yun produced the jade pendant that Qin Jioge had given him, raising it for all to see. Every gaze in the room converged on the jade pendant. Jiang Yun was uncertain of its power, but if it failed to intimidate the Qian family members before him, he could always scribble down any name. After all, who became the head of the family was of no concern to him. Chun family jade pendant. How do you possess this pendant? Qin Erye's eyes widened, his breathing quickening. Although he had not been involved in the Qian family's business for many years, yet the Qian family has reached its current stature. Thanks in part to his contributions in his youth, Master Qian was a prominent figure in the capital. Thus he was naturally aware of the mysteries surrounding the Chun family's jade pendant. Although he was not particularly familiar with the Qin family members, he understood one critical truth: never offend anyone from the Qin family. A stir arose within the crowd, indicating that some had indeed heard of the famed Qin jade pendant. Is this the Chun family's jade pendant? I have heard that only the direct relatives of the Chun family can possess it. Are you suggesting that Jiang Yun might be one of them? Impossible. I recall that he once donated bone marrow to old Master Jiang. He is of Jiang blood. The discussion swirled around him, but Jiang Yun paid them no mind, secretly reveling in his good fortune that it appeared that his mother had not deceived him. The Qin jade pendant was indeed of extraordinary significance. Chapter 293. Seizing Opportunity. You. Who exactly are you? Master Qian exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he swiftly approached Jiang Yun. His gaze fell upon the Chun jade pendant, which he had been fortunate enough to see in his youth. The pendant before him was an exact replica of the one he had encountered long ago. This meant that, even if Jiang Yun bore no blood relation to the Qin family, he was undoubtedly backed by someone from that esteemed lineage. In an instant, Master Qian felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. The onlookers, witnessing his expression, gasped in shock, their gazes towards Jiang Yun shifting to one of cautious respect, revealing the pendant's esteemed status. Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbo exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Jiang Yun's unexpected prominence. Had he been underestimated all along? Had he been pretending to be a fool while concealing his true strength? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Merely acknowledge the jade pendant in my hand, Jiang Yun replied, casting a sidelong glance at the chair he had just occupied, without even needing to speak. Master Qian understood and promptly instructed the black-clad attendants behind him. What are you waiting for? Quickly bring Mr. Jiang a new chair. The attendant nodded and moved with robotic precision. No need. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, adding coolly, I am not here to meddle in the affairs of the Qian family. My purpose today is solely to reclaim the contract I once entrusted to old Master Qian. Before his demise, Qin Yucai had coerced Jiang Yun into relinquishing a portion of shares in Yinshui Group. Although he and Lin Shui retained control over the firm, in a sense, it had become a possession of the Qian family. Initially, Jiang Yun had merely intended to observe the proceedings, but with the Chun jade pendant proving to be so influential, he realized its potential must be fully harnessed. Understood. Master Qian nodded eagerly. After a few brief instructions, a respectful member of the Qian family soon presented the contract. Master Qian took it and tore it into pieces, smiling as he asked, Mr. Jiang, does this suffice? Jiang Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement, but he cast a lingering glance at Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbo before making his way towards the exit. With Jiang Qing and Dong Taizhan quickly trailing behind, their faces alight with excitement. This was exhilarating. Jiang Yun had unexpectedly become the center of attention. After watching Jiang Yun and his companions depart, Master Qian turned his gaze back to the remaining guests, resuming his aloof demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Qian family has pressing matters to attend to, so I must ask you to leave if there are no further concerns. You may take your leave. Though reluctant, the guests complied, filing out of the room, Well aware of the Qian family's formidable influence, within minutes, only members of the Qian family remained in the hall. Master Qian gestured to the servants before reclaiming his seat. His expression grave. Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhambua stood flanking him. "Grandfather, what is the origin of that jade pendant? You all seem to hold its owner in great fear," Qian Zhambua inquired swiftly. "The pendant is a token of the Chun family." Master Qian began, "Only those of the Chun family's inner circle are worthy of possessing it. The Chun family is an insurmountable giant we cannot afford to offend. Now that the pendant is in Jiang Yun's possession, we cannot ascertain his true allegiances, so we must tread carefully." Qian Zhambua frowned slightly, his lips twitching with discontent. He had long harbored disdain for Jiang Yun and had planned to suppress him once he ascended to head of the Qin family. Yet he had never anticipated such a turn of events. Could it be that he stole it? Huh. A dismissive smile crossed Master Qian's face as he shot a cold glance at Qian Zhambua. Even if someone wished to steal the Chun family's jade pendant, they must first qualify to meet someone from the Qin family. Regardless, Jiang Yun's possession of this pendant signifies his extraordinary background. "Cease your scheming. Experience speaks volumes." Master Qian had clearly discerned Qian Zhambua's unspoken thoughts. Qian Zhambua quickly lowered his head, silenced. "Let us adjust the rules for the family head election," Master Qian continued, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "Whoever can win Jiang Yun to their side will be deemed worthy of leading the Qian family. That it's settled." The expressions of both Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhambua froze. They were, after all, evenly matched. Though they had not openly clashed with Jiang Yun, their rapport was far from cordial. "Enough, you may leave now. I am feeling rather fatigued." Master Qian waved his hand dismissively. With no other options, the two exited the hall. Their faces reflecting their disappointment that in recent times, they had both strived diligently for the position of family head, only to find their efforts rendered futile. Although they maintained a facade of civility, they were, in truth, competitors and soon parted ways. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had returned to their vehicle, heading towards their estate. Seated in the back, Jiang Yun toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought that such a seemingly inconspicuous pendant could wield such influence? Jiang Yun remained enveloped in astonishment, vividly recalling Master Qian's expression, which had been anything but feigned fear. It was evident that the Qin family was a true behemoth. Even the Qin family held them in considerable regard. Jiang Yun's mind began to strategize. He must leverage this pendant to firmly establish his dominance in the capital's business realm. "Brother, who exactly is our aunt? Does she have a profound background?" Jiang Qingying queried. Perplexed, he had once heard family members refer to Qin Zhuge as merely a village girl, leading the Jiang family to reject her. Yet, if she were truly just a village girl, how could she possess such a precious jade pendant? "I am unsure." Jiang Yun shook his head. Qin Zhuge had never mentioned anything regarding the Qin family to him. Chapter 294. Watching dogs bite dogs in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun and his companions returned home. It was daytime. Lin Shui and the others were all busy at the company, leaving the house remarkably tranquil. Jiang Yun intended to inquire with Qin Zhuge about the jade pendant. But upon ascending the stairs, he discovered she was still asleep and decided against disturbing her. Though Qin Zhuge had not shared much with him, Jiang Yun was acutely aware that the events surrounding his parents were inextricably linked to the Qin family. This indicated that he would inevitably need to engage with the Qin family in the future. Only by understanding both himself and his adversary could he achieve victory in every battle. In no time, Jiang Yun descended back to the living room, where he noticed a vehicle parked at the front entrance. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he instinctively lifted a teacup to sip, murmuring, "They arrived quite promptly." Seated nearby, Jiang Qingying inquired curiously, "Brother, who has come?" "The Qian family," Jiang Yun replied with a smile, seemingly having anticipated their visit. "What business do they have?" Jiang Qingying's brow furrowed, his fists clenching that he harbored animosity towards the Qian family, who had just insulted them and treated Jiang Yun with disdain. Thankfully, the Qin jade pendant had restored some measure of dignity. However, the matter could not simply be brushed aside. Soon, the guard hurriedly approached. Bowing respectfully to Jiang Yun, Mr. Jiang, there is a man outside claiming to be Qian Zhanbua who wishes to see you. Should I allow him in? Let him in, Jiang Yun said with a smile. He was equally curious about what the Qian family was truly planning. Moments later, Qian Zhanbua was escorted into the hall by several bodyguards. As he stepped into the room, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. And he promptly took a seat, adding, I never expected that within such a short span of time, you would have moved into such a grand residence. Moreover, it seems you now have bodyguards and servants at home. It appears that times have indeed changed. Although Qian Zhanbua spoke lightly, a tempest had already surged within his heart. The sudden transformation of Jiang Yun indicated that what old Master Qian had said was not mere words. He undoubtedly had formidable allies behind him. Are we not quite familiar with each other? Jiang Yun asked, crossing his legs and sipping his tea, his tone casual. Young Master Qian, if you have something to discuss, please speak plainly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Should you exhaust my patience, I will have you escorted out. Qian Zhanbua frowned slightly. Had this been any other day, he would have erupted in anger. After all, as the eldest son of the Qian family, he was not someone to be insulted lightly. Yet, even old Master Qian held a degree of caution towards Jiang Yun, so he dared not say more. Suppressing his rising ire, Qian Zhanbua forced a smile and said, Mr. Jiang, let us not jest that we are, after all, old acquaintances. My purpose in visiting today is quite simple. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. The Qian family has several projects, and I wonder if Yinxue Group would be interested in taking them on. The Qian family was a super family. Their projects were coveted by many, a clear indication that he was attempting to curry favor with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun squinted slightly, lighting a cigarette as he nonchalantly replied, I'm afraid I cannot take on the Qian family's projects, so you might want to seek others. The corners of Qian Zhanbua's mouth twitched. Had he just been rejected? Mr. Jiang, please reconsider. As for how the contract is drafted, it can all be tailored to your preferences. What do you think? Qian Zhanbua made yet another concession, before Jiang Yun could respond. His phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he smiled. Is it possible that your aunt is unaware of your visit to me? Why is she calling me? Instantly, Qian Zhanbua's expression turned ashen. Both he and Qian Qingyu were strong contenders in the Qian family's internal competition, and old Master Qian had emphasized the importance of establishing a good relationship with Jiang Yun. Now that Qian Qingyu was calling, it was unlikely to be a mere social visit. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun answered, Miss Qian, is there something you need? Mr. Jiang, I have reserved a table for you at the Galaxy restaurant. Would you be able to come over? Qian Qingyu's tone was surprisingly respectful. Jiang Yun glanced at Qian Zhanbua beside him and quickly realized that both of them were eager to please him. Could this be a prerequisite for becoming the family leader? Nonetheless, it was advantageous for him, as it positioned him favorably in their eyes, facilitating his future endeavors. Jiang Yun also had his plans, intending to use this time to establish a solid foundation of power for potential future needs. While others might be oblivious to his circumstances, he was very much aware. Thus, he could leverage the Chun family's jade pendant to gain some advantages, but such a situation would not last long. After all, Chun Jiogo was no longer a member of the Chun family. Mr. Jiang, are you listening? Noticing his silence, Qian Qingyu inquired once more. All right, the Galaxy restaurant, is it? I will head over now. Jiang Yun confirmed before hanging up. Meanwhile, Qian Zhanbua clenched his fists, his palms drenched in sweat, that if Qian Qingyu seized the opportunity, he would be finished. Your aunt wishes to meet with me. Would you like to accompany me? Jiang Yun asked with a sly smile. Looking at Qian Zhanbua, of course, I will go. Qian Zhanbua responded hastily. Very well, then let us proceed together, Jiang Yun said, smiling as he headed towards the exit. Since Qian Zhanbua had driven himself, Jiang Yun paid him no mind. Once inside the car, Jiang Qingying frowned and said, Brother, Qian Qingyu surely intends to extend an olive branch to you. Why bring Qian Zhanbua along? Naturally, I wish to observe them tear each other apart. Jiang Yun replied leisurely, taking a drag from his cigarette and rolling down the window with a smile, "Then aren't you worried they might turn their attention towards you?" Jiang Qingying sighed. Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan, who was driving, exhibited no change in demeanor. He merely needed to stay by Jiang Yun's side without interfering with his decisions. "Rest assured, they currently dare not act against me. Just be ready to enjoy the show." As they conversed, they arrived at the Galaxy restaurant. Jiang Yun and his companions exited the vehicle, and Qian Zhanghua hurriedly followed suit, quickly approaching them. "Please, let us enter," Jiang Yun said, a faint smile on his lips as he stepped inside ahead of the others. He was resolute. The show was about to commence. The Qian family had previously bullied him, but the tides had now turned, and he finally held the upper hand, with a doorman waiting at the entrance. They were soon escorted to a private room. As the door swung open, Qian Qingyu quickly rose with a smile and approached Jiang Yun. "Jiang Yun, you have finally arrived. I was worried sick waiting for you." However, upon noticing Qian Zhanghua trailing behind him, her expression abruptly froze, her face darkening significantly. Jiang Yun observed this, but chose to ignore her, casually taking a seat at the table. Jiang Qingying and Dong Taizhan followed suit, settling beside him as if they were at home. "What are you doing here?" Qian Qingyu frowned slightly, her lips twitching involuntarily. Although Qian Zhanghua was her nephew, he was also her rival, and they were naturally at odds. Qian Zhanghua smiled as he pointed at Jiang Yun, saying, "I was just discussing matters with Mr. Jiang. However, before we could finish, your call came through, so we decided to come together." Qian Qingyu clenched her fist tightly, instinctively glancing at Jiang Yun. This was clearly intended to embarrass her. Nevertheless, she dared not confront Jiang Yun, for he possessed the Chun family's jade pendant, and his true identity remained a mystery. She needed to treat him with respect to avoid causing trouble for the Qian family. Before long, everyone had taken their seats. "Mr. Jiang, is there anything you would like to order?" "I hope the dishes I selected are to your liking," Qian Qingyu said courteously, pouring herself a glass of wine. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and smiled. There is no need for such formality. The Galaxy restaurant boasted high standards, and Jiang Yun could discern the value of the dishes. All were exquisite offerings. The wines displayed were no ordinary fare, and a cursory glance revealed they were of considerable vintage, likely worth 6 figures or more. Qian Qingyu had indeed spared no expense, since he found the food satisfactory. "I shall refrain from calling the staff to interrupt us," she said, lifting her wine glass and downing its contents in one gulp. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained composed, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. "I must apologize, Mr. Jiang, for any past grievances. My invitation to dinner today is to make amends." Qian Qingyu spoke earnestly, refilling her glass. Jiang Qingying and Dong Taizhan exchanged puzzled glances. Everyone knew that old Master Qian had cherished Qian Qingyu, treating her as his prized possession, granting her an exalted status within the family. Yet, today she was proactively apologizing to Jiang Yun. A remarkable occurrence indeed. "Mr. Jiang, I raise this glass to you, hoping for future collaboration," Qian Qingyu stated earnestly. Just then, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion as he looked at Qian Qingyu. "Miss Qian, I accept your apology, considering the trouble you caused me and my wife, which nearly led to our divorce. However, as for this collaboration," he paused. "On what grounds do we discuss it?" Clearly, Jiang Yun was pretending to be oblivious, as it was apparent that the Qian family was extending an olive branch. Qian Zhanghua has just expressed his stance, and it is likely that Qian Qingyu shares the same sentiment. The Yunxue Group is merely a small enterprise. Despite possessing some funds, they pale in comparison to the wealth of your family. The Qians that if any collaboration were to occur, it would indeed be at my initiative, would it not?" The smile on Qian Qingyu's face abruptly froze. Earlier, having witnessed Qian Zhanghua trailing behind Jiang Yun, she had sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. To her astonishment, she found herself being deliberately challenged at the dining table as well. Could it be that Jiang Yun and Qian Zhanghua have already formed an alliance? In an instant, Qian Qingyu's expression turned ashen. Qian Eryi had made it abundantly clear that whoever could cultivate a closer relationship with Jiang Yun would ascend as the head of the Qian family. After a moment's hesitation, Qian Qingyu clenched her fist and redirected her gaze toward Jiang Yun. That Mr. Jiang, how about we converse privately? There are matters that can only be discussed between the two of us. The others present were taken aback. However, Qian Zhangbo folded his arms and retorted, "And didn't your previous encounter with Mr. Jiang cause him considerable distress? Haven't you learned your lesson? Enough of your scheming." With a sharp clap, Qian Qingyu stood up, slamming her palm on the table. Pointing a finger at Qian Zhangbo, she declared, "The only reason I tolerate your insolence is out of respect for my father. You are merely my junior. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" "Has the real play begun?" Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, elegantly lighting a cigarette, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Aunt and nephew at each other's throats. How entertaining! "Aunt, there's no need to be so agitated," Qian Zhangbo replied defiantly. "While others may be oblivious to the intricacies of Qian Wenbao's affairs, how could I possibly remain uninformed? You deliberately sent Qian Wenbao to provoke Mr. Jiang, only to swoop in and assist him, all to garner favor. Am I correct? Unfortunately, such petty tactics are rather transparent. Now that the facade has been torn away, Qian Zhangbo saw no reason to hold back any longer and laid bare everything he knew. Qian Qingyu instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yun, her breath quickening. Damn it. Yet, Qian Zhangbo had no discernible leverage over her in that moment. She too found herself in a passive position. That Mr. Jiang, I shall speak frankly. Eryi has conveyed that whoever can win your favor may become the head of the Qian family. Since we are all gathered here today, why not have you provide a clear answer? Qian Qingyu stated directly to at this juncture. It was left to Jiang Yun to make a decision. Chapter 296. Concealing the truth, am I truly of such significance? Jiang Yun feigned surprise that of course, as the words lingered on her lips. Qian Qingyu refrained from voicing them. The Chen family holds a prestigious position, and Jiang Yun is merely riding on their coattails. The notion of sheltering beneath a grand tree is universally understood. Unfortunately, just as the gazes of the aunt and nephew settled upon Jiang Yun, he slowly began to speak. That I sincerely apologize, that I have no intention of meddling in your family affairs. However, should you insist on compelling me to choose between you two, it would hinge upon your sincerity. That as he spoke, Jiang Yun set down his chopsticks and rose gracefully. Since arriving in the capital, he had been consistently suppressed, first by the Jiang and Lin families, then by the Mo family stirring trouble, and ultimately culminating in the emergence of the Qian family. He had been striving to survive amidst such overwhelming pressure, while he maintained a facade of strength. He had nonetheless been cornered by these prominent families in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun strode toward the door. The heavy door of the private room slammed shut. Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhangbo exchanged glances. Aunt, do you truly intend to become a pawn in Jiang Yun's game? Can you not see? He is deliberately toying with us. Qian Zhangbo exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Throughout his life, he had never endured such indignity. I know precisely what I should do. I do not require others to dictate my actions. Qian Qingyu scoffed and made for the exit. You can settle the bill yourself. Qian Zhangbo was momentarily stunned, then erupted in indignation. What nonsense is this? It was clearly Qian Qingyu who arranged the gathering, yet I am to foot the bill. Although Qian Zhangbo was not particularly concerned about the financial aspect, this felt like a gross injustice. Did he not have any pride? Meanwhile, as Qian Zhangbo begrudgingly settled the bill, Jiang Yun and his companions had already returned to their vehicle, heading directly to their estate. Along the way, a smile remained etched on Jiang Yun's face, resembling a triumphant underdog. Brother, with such a splendid opportunity, how can you not extract some advantage from them? Jiang Qing chimed in eagerly, feeling exhilarated for the first time. Jiang Yun merely shook his head, his smile unwavering, and replied, Fear not, in the coming days, the Yunxue group will surely sail smoothly. Let them play the role of the gullible fools for now. once the Yinshua group secures more contracts. I will extinguish their hopes entirely that I shan't involve myself in the affairs of the Qian family. From the very beginning, Zhang Yun had no intention of aiding anyone. His sole focus was his own interests. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are they truly cornered?" "Absolutely not," Zhang Yun replied with unwavering confidence, "that as long as I possess this jade pendant, the Qian family will dare not overstep their bounds that as they conversed." The car pulled up to the estate. Zhang Yun hurried upstairs. Just before his departure, Chun Joga had still been in slumber, but he had an abundance of questions for her that necessitated an urgent meeting. Upstairs, Zhang Yun gently knocked on the door, noticing Chun Joga reading in bed, that a smile crept onto his lips as he approached her. "Mom, why haven't you gone out for a stroll? If you keep cooped up in this room, you might just wither away." Chun Joga set her book down, her face radiating a warm smile. After years of toil, even enduring a lengthy stay in a nursing home, nothing could compare to the joy of this mother-son reunion. She pulled Zhang Yun to sit at the edge of the bed before smiling and saying, "My daughter-in-law still has to work, and during the day, it's just a few servants and caretakers. I can't possibly go out shopping by myself, can I?" Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled. "Then how about I give Lin Shui a day off so I can spend some quality time with you?" Lin Shui was always considerate. He believed she would comply without hesitation. However, Chinjoga quickly shook her head, saying, "Young people should have ambition. That's a good thing. You needn't disturb my daughter Dash and Dash Law, as long as I can see you every day. That is more than enough." Zhang Yun was touched, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, recalling the injustices his mother had endured, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Once more he then rose, walked to the window, lit a cigarette, and said earnestly, "Mom, there is something I wish to inquire about, and I hope you withhold the truth from me, for it is of great importance." "What is it?" Chun Juga replied with a smile. "Mom, why can't I find any information regarding the Qin family? What exactly is their background?" Zhang Yin directly posed the question. He was not trying to provoke Chun Juga. Rather, he had instructed Jiang Qingying to investigate the Chun family thoroughly. Unfortunately, it had all been in vain. When the topic arose, Chun Joga shook her head, a shadow passing over her gaze. "Child, some matters are not for you to concern yourself with. I am doing this for your own good. Do not seek out or provoke the Chun family, as you lack the capacity to bear the consequences that may follow." Observing the gravity in Chun Joga's demeanor, Zhang Yun frowned slightly, exhaling a puff of smoke. He continued, "The Chun family's treatment of you and my father back then cannot simply be overlooked. Mom, even if you remain silent, I will find a way to uncover the Chun family's whereabouts and personally seek justice for you." Although he had been reveling in the joy of reuniting with his mother over the past few days, a fire continued to burn within Zhang Yun's heart. After years of turmoil and his mother's prolonged solitude in a nursing home, coupled with the uncertainty surrounding his father's fate, all of these issues were intricately linked to the Qin family. How could he possibly let it go so easily? "Child, you must not act recklessly." Chun Joga's tone intensified. "Mom, then please tell me, what is it that you are hiding from me?" Zhang Yin countered, unwavering in his inquiry. Chun Jiugao hesitated, her gaze shifting momentarily before she cradled her head and gradually spoke. "My head hurts. Please stop asking me." She continued, "All right, I wish to rest now, so please leave at once." Zhang Yin could clearly see that Chun Jiugao was merely feigning illness. Nevertheless, he turned and walked towards the door. Standing in the corridor, he quietly smoked a cigarette, murmuring to himself, "Mom, are you protecting me? But I have the right to know the truth." Chapter 297. Undercover investigation. Zhang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. He quickly took out his phone and located a specific number. "But if you won't tell me, I have my own ways of uncovering the truth." Leaving those words behind, Zhang Yun exited the corridor. Upon reaching the front yard, he dialed the private detective's number. After a brief conversation, he set out alone in his car. Some matters were best kept from Chun Jiugao. Half an hour later, The vehicle came to a halt in the city center. The man clad in a trench coat hurriedly approached the car, stealthily opened the door, and slid into the back seat, lowering the brim of his cap in one fluid motion. Jiang Yin glanced at the man through the rearview mirror and shook his head with a wry smile. Why do you always act so furtively? You haven't committed any illicit deeds, so why fear being watched? Jiang Yin had interacted with the private detective several times before, and his impression was simple. The man was low-key and rarely spoke, never indulging in idle chatter. The MY profession may not involve illegal activities, but I do cater to a diverse clientele, which inevitably reveals certain secrets. Naturally, I must be cautious of those I have investigated to avoid any retaliation, the private detective explained. Jiang Yin merely smiled and nodded, not pressing for further details, that as long as the job was executed flawlessly, the rest was inconsequential. So, what would you like me to investigate this time? Due to Jiang Yun's generous nature, the private detective was more than willing to cooperate with him. Jiang Yin squinted slightly and replied, "This time, I need you to investigate the Chen family." "Which Chen family?" the detective inquired, puzzled. There are numerous families with the surname Chen, even several prominent ones in the capital. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his temple with his fingers and reiterated, "In any case, the Chen family I want you to investigate possesses a family jade pendant, which alone commands a significant degree of influence. Even the Qian family is wary of them. With these two clues, I trust you can manage the investigation." The private detective hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. Clearly, he was aware of some secrets regarding the Chen family, and Jiang Yin noted this keenly. "That Mr. Jiang, how much are you willing to pay for this?" the detective asked. "Name your price," Jiang Yin replied. Chen Jiugao's reluctance to discuss the Chen family only confirmed that they were a formidable entity. Uncertain of how to propose a sum, he simply stated his desire to uncover everything about the Chen family as swiftly as possible, in hopes of avenging his parents' $100 million. The private detective declared without hesitation. "All right," Jiang Yin responded cheerfully. To owe him. Money was merely a figure. As long as he could ascertain the identities and whereabouts of the Chen family members, that would suffice. "Splendid. Await my news. I will compile the information for you promptly. After this, you may find it difficult to reach me," the private detective stated before exiting the vehicle. Jiang Yin was left bewildered. What could possibly warrant such caution in investigating a mere Chen family? However, he dismissed the thought and soon drove towards the company to the entrance of Yinxue Group. Lin Shui was in the lobby, seeing off two guests. "What brings you here?" Lin Shui asked Jiang Yin, her face etched with confusion. During this time, Jiang Yin had refrained from involving himself in the affairs of Yinxue Group and had not visited the company actively. Each visit had been marked by significant events, leading Lin Shui to harbor a sense of foreboding. "I came to see you and to discuss a few matters," Jiang Yin replied with a warm smile. That he glanced back at the departing figures and asked curiously, "Who were those two?" "They required your personal escort." Although Jiang Yin held all the shares of Yinxue Group, it was Lin Shui who managed the company, making her the ultimate authority within its walls. "They're two of my clients," Lin Shui explained as she led Jiang Yin towards the elevator. "Clients? What kind of clients could garner your attention?" Jiang Yin inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "That they're from the Qian family." Lin Shui stated directly. "That I don't know why, but the Qian family has suddenly shown goodwill towards us, that I've received multiple cooperation contracts related to them in the past few days, each without any flaws and even profitable." Though Lin Shui was perplexed, Jiang Yin quickly pieced together the situation, that it was none other than Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhangbua who were behind this. They were extending an olive branch, yet he had not accepted it. Now they were setting their sights on Yinxue Group, which, while concerning, also presented an opportunity. The internal conflict within the Qian family would benefit Yinxue Group. "That I understand," Jiang Yin said, patting Lin Shui on the shoulder and drawing her into an embrace. Whispering in her ear, "We should accept every business opportunity. That let's leverage this to expedite the growth of Yinxue Group. That as for other matters, leave them to me. I'll handle everything." Lin Shui nodded obediently. As they conversed, they reached the office of the general manager. Chen Pingping and Lu Qianqian exchanged glances, with the latter curiously asking Jiang Yun, "What brings you here?" "I hold shares in the company. So why can't I come?" Jiang Yun retorted, slightly annoyed. "How rude." "You've been spoiled by Lin Shui," Lu Qianqian replied with a hint of exasperation. "Your mother has just recovered. Why not spend more time with her at home?" Lu Qianqian's tone had softened somewhat, indicating a thawing relationship between her and Jiang Yun, though their conversation still brimmed with tension. Yet, her demeanor changed entirely when addressing Chen Zhugao, radiating warmth. Jiang Yun was aware of the underlying tensions between him and Lu Qianqian, but chose not to dwell on them. Moments later, he and Lin Shui entered the office. "Why would someone as accomplished as Lin Shui seek out your brother?" Lu Qianqian remarked that "What's wrong with my brother?" Chen Pingping retorted, crossing her arms. She turned her gaze towards the office, a smile brightening her face as she added, "I think my brother is quite impressive. He is also very loyal. He and my sister-in-law are a perfect match." Chapter 298. Showcasing driving skills, Lu Qianqian scoffed lightly and refrained from further comment. In the office, Jiang Yun settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette before smiling and saying, "Wife, could you rearrange the work schedule? Let's take our family out for an outing." Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback. An outing? What prompted this sudden desire for leisure? In her memory, since Jiang Yun arrived in the capital, he had transformed into someone endlessly engrossed in work, a stark contrast to his former self in Ningqing. This time, he had proactively suggested a trip. Had he perhaps done something wrong? Lin Shui's heart raced with apprehension that I merely wished to accompany my mother for a bit of relaxation. Jiang Yun exhaled a cloud of smoke and smiled. "Of course, it would be ideal for the three of us to go together, which is why I wanted to invite you." Yet Lin Shui remained hesitant, silent for a while, with the Qian family suddenly reaching out for collaboration and Yinxue Group's burgeoning success. Numerous matters required her attention, that if both the chairman and the general manager were to leave simultaneously, even for a brief period, who would manage the ongoing affairs of the company? These posed significant challenges. "Wife, are you feeling troubled?" Jiang Yun inquired again. "Not exactly." Lin Shui bit her lip, contemplating. Realizing that she hadn't spent quality time with Jiang Yun lately, she didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm and ultimately nodded. "All right, let us head back to prepare and set out this afternoon." Jiang Yun replied with a smile, suggesting, "Let Lu Qianqian handle the company affairs in our absence. Regardless, she is your personal secretary and possesses a profound understanding of the company's affairs. Thus, it is unlikely that any major mishaps will occur. Clearly, everything has been meticulously arranged by Jiang Yun." Even if Lin Shui wished to refuse, she would likely find herself devoid of any valid reason. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and her companion had already departed. After ensuring that all matters were in order, they ventured out to purchase some necessary supplies before heading home. Along the way, observing the trunk brimming with items, Lin Shui promptly inquired, "By the way, how long are we planning to be away? And have we mapped out the routes? It's a self-driving trip. We can go wherever the road takes us." Jiang Yun replied with a cheerful smile. "Very well, I shall leave it to you. However, if anything goes awry at the company, I, as the general manager, shall not be held accountable, since we are already on our way." "Let's embrace the journey," Lin Shui said, feeling considerably more relaxed as the tension within her gradually eased. That en route, Jiang Yun had already contacted Chen Zhuge. Upon their arrival home, Chen Zhuge had prepared her luggage. Clearly eager to join the outing. "Brother, why not take me along?" Chen Qingying, having received the news, also emerged, looking rather pitiful as he stood by, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yun and the others. That it is said that he is the esteemed young master of the Jiang family. Yet in recent times, he has seemed more like Jiang Yun's attendant, with little to occupy himself with daily. When Jiang Yun departs, he finds himself utterly directionless. "All right, we shall embark on this family outing. But do you intend to tag along as a third wheel?" Jiang Yun jested, patting Chen Qingying on the shoulder, that if you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you could assist at Yinxue Group. With a resigned sigh, Chen Xingying had no choice but to acquiesce. Half an hour later, the group set off, heading straight for the highway. "Where's our first destination?" Chen Zhuge asked from the back seat. "I haven't decided yet. We'll see where the road leads us," Jiang Yun responded with a grin. Chen Zhuge chose not to press further, yet her heart brimmed with gratitude, fully aware that her son simply wished to spend more time with her. A thoughtful gesture indeed. As the vehicle traveled some distance, Chen Zhuge and Lin Shui began to converse, while Jiang Yun maintained her role as the driver. Suddenly, a car sped past them, only to abruptly decelerate and weave back and forth in front of Jiang Yun's vehicle, denying her the opportunity to overtake. Jiang Yun furrowed her brow and muttered, "Damn it." Lin Shui and Chen Zhuge also noticed the unfolding scene. "What is going on? Did you provoke him while driving?" Lin Shui inquired, her expression one of confusion. "No, of course not. With my wife and mother-in-law on this trip, I am driving with utmost caution. How could I possibly instigate a conflict on the road?" Jiang Yun replied, clearly indicating that the other party was deliberately provoking them. With a swift press of the accelerator, Jiang Yun quickly overtook the car, nearly colliding in the process. "What on earth is wrong with that person?" Lin Shui remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. The car continued to tail Jiang Yun's vehicle, with the passenger in the front seat appearing to hurl insults. "Damn it," Jiang Yun cursed, steering onto the emergency lane. Clearly preparing to pull over, "Don't escalate the situation," Lin Shui urged. "The driver is likely a young hothead, clearly looking for trouble. We don't even know how many people are in that car, that it's best to avoid unnecessary conflict." As the general manager of Yinshui Group, Lin Shui's perspective was far-reaching. Chen Zhuge chimed in, "Indeed, we're here to enjoy ourselves. Our mood is what matters most. Let's not stoop to their level." Ultimately, Jiang Yun decided against stopping to confront them and continued driving away. After a considerable distance, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers. 2 hours later, they arrived at a small town. Jiang Yun glanced at the time and suggested, "Let us stay here for the night." "Sounds good." Lin Shui and Chen Zhuge nodded in agreement. "That car didn't follow us, did it?" Chen Zhuge asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Speaking of the incident, Jiang Yun felt a surge of frustration. It was infuriating to encounter such unpleasantness so soon after their journey commenced. "I doubt it," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, leading the two women toward a nearby hotel. Although the town was not large, it had all the essentials. Just as they entered the hotel, a sudden mocking laughter echoed from behind. "Brother, what a coincidence, I recognize that guy. He's the one we were racing with on the road." 3 men approached, one of them disdainfully speaking up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun immediately turned to face them, fixing his gaze upon the group. "You dare to follow us?" Chapter 299. The formidable Li family. The men exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. The man at the forefront crossed his arms, regarding Jiang Yun with a look of utter contempt. "You piece of trash. The reason we followed you here is to teach you a proper lesson. Did you really think you were someone important?" Lin Shui and Chen Zhuge exchanged worried glances, realizing they had encountered some ruffians. Their outing had hardly begun, and already trouble loomed. However, Jiang Yun remained unflustered, lighting a cigarette and glancing at his watch, seemingly waiting for something. "Why waste your breath on him, brother? This guy clearly deserves a beating. Let us quickly teach him a lesson. We have a drinking party later." One of the men to the left chimed in, while the man to the right nodded in agreement. The hotel was filled with onlookers, but no one dared to intervene, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension, evidently unaware of the situation unfolding. Just as it appeared that the men were about to confront Jiang Yun, the hotel security rushed over and disturbances allowed in the hotel. "If you have personal matters to settle, kindly do so outside," the security guard stated coldly. "Ha!" The man facing Jiang Yun scoffed disdainfully. Grabbing the guard by the collar, he pointed to his own face and demanded, "Open your eyes and see clearly. Tell me, who am I?" The guard was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. However, another guard's expression shifted drastically, and his demeanor transformed completely. He hurriedly approached the man, bowing slightly as he said, So it's young Master Li. Who is young Master Li? The guard being held questioned, bewildered that Li Guanyu's expression darkened, and he swiftly slapped the guard across the face. Fool! How dare you work in this hotel without knowing my name? The other guard quickly stepped forward to shield his colleague. Young Master Li. He is a new hire, so he naturally doesn't know your background. After saying this, he glanced back at his companion, signaling him. This is young Master Li Guanyu. He is a regular at our hotel and the eldest son of the Li family in our town. The town was small, and many businesses were under the control of the Li family. Upon hearing Li Guanyu's name, numerous onlookers gasped, engaging in hushed discussions that this is the infamous young Master Li. I've heard tales of his exploits. They say he boasts about wanting to slay thousands and has no idea how many women he has been with. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. He was indeed the irresponsible young master of the Li family. The man who clashed with him was doomed. He likely wouldn't leave here unscathed. The crowd collectively held their breath for Jiang Yun and his companions, knowing that Li Guanyu was a bully, especially given the current influence of the Li family. Jiang Yun was undoubtedly in grave danger. Get out of my way! Li Guanyu coldly glared at the two security guards. Promptly, the guards stepped aside, neglecting the situation involving Jiang Yun. Even if Li Guanyu were to cause a scene, it wouldn't be of great concern. Offending him would likely cost them their jobs and make it impossible for them to continue living in the town. Kid, given your license plate, you must be from the capital, right? But it doesn't matter what you're here for. Once you step into our town, you must abide by our rules. And we, the Li family, are the rulers of this town. Kneel and apologize immediately, and let that girl spend a night with me. And I'll spare your miserable life. Otherwise, don't expect to leave here unscathed today. Li Guanyu spoke coldly, his demeanor suggesting that the town was as if it were owned by his family. The onlookers were filled with murmurs of astonishment, yet none dared to step forward to assist Jiang Yun in elucidating the situation. Lin Shui was so frightened that her complexion turned ashen. If they were in the capital, she might have been able to call the head of security from her company. However, being several kilometers away from the capital rendered that option futile. Chun Jioga furrowed her brow slightly and approached Jiang Yun, whispering, "Quickly take out the jade pendant I gave you. Once he realizes we are from the Qin family, he will surely refrain from taking any reckless actions." Jiang Yun chuckled, shaking his head. His mother was indeed exceptionally naive. The Qin family's jade pendant could intimidate the Qian family, but that was only because the Qian family was aware of the Chun family's existence, and both were illustrious clans. What was the Li family in comparison? Merely a small family in a humble town that the Qian family likely hadn't even heard of, let alone the prestigious Qin family. What are you all whispering about? Li Guanyu interjected impatiently. Jiang Yun paid him no heed, directing his gaze instead to the two individuals behind him. Xiao Shu Mom, rest assured he is merely a spoiled young master and poses no real threat to us. You two go ahead and handle the housing formalities. I will manage the ensuing matters. Observing Jiang Yun's confident demeanor, Qin Jioga nodded and took Lin Shui by the hand, leading her toward the front desk. This act, however, thoroughly enraged Li Guanyu, that he licked his parched lips and clenched his fists. Striding toward Jiang Yun, "You little brat, you've got some nerve. I am eager to see how you intend to resolve this matter today." The two individuals flanking Li Guanyu also rolled up their sleeves, their expressions rife with disdain, clearly dismissing Jiang Yun. "That I offer you a chance. Obediently apologize to me and slap yourselves twice, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly regret ever being born," Jiang Yun declared confidently while glancing at his watch. Yet, Li Guanyu and his companions paid his words no mind, instead bursting into laughter. "Did you hear that? He's still threatening me. How utterly ridiculous." The two men beside him laughed heartily, as though they were witnessing a fool. Jiang Yun shook his head in resignation, realizing that people from small towns often exhibited such arrogance and self-importance, oblivious to the fact that their actions were leading their family toward disaster. Before Jiang Yun could utter another word, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from outside. Suddenly, numerous figures clad in black suits rushed in, their synchronized strides evoking a sense of awe among the onlookers. Chapter 300. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. The unexpected scene caused the expressions of the crowd to shift dramatically. Had Li Guanyu's reinforcements arrived? Someone in the crowd speculated aloud. Li Guanyu, meanwhile, was muttering to himself. Though many in the town despised him, he never traveled with bodyguards, as the townsfolk were well aware of his background and dared not offend him lightly. Moreover, he had not summoned any assistance just moments ago. In an instant, an ominous premonition washed over Li Guanyu. The two individuals beside him instinctively stepped back, their faces betraying discomfort that Mr. Jiang. Suddenly, the group of men hurried to Jiang Yun's side, with the foremost figure being none other than Black Tiger. "I received your call and rushed here immediately. That I hope I haven't kept you waiting." On the way, Jiang Yun had sensed something amiss. Given his unfamiliarity with the local situation, that to be safe, he had sent a message to Black Tiger while en route. Black Tiger, having pinpointed Jiang Yun's location, arrived without delay, accompanied by a contingent of security personnel. That a faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. "You little brat, no wonder you were stalling for time. You were waiting for your reinforcements to arrive. But even with them here, what can they do? Do they dare to lay a hand on me? Li Guanyu?" Li Guanyu boasted arrogantly. Were this any other location, he might have felt a twinge of fear toward Jiang Yun and would have acted more discreetly. Yet in this town, the Li family held the power, and he believed that the workers from his factory populated the streets. However, unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly stepped on a steel plate. Before Jiang Yun could speak, Black Tiger's expression darkened. He swiftly approached Li Guanyu, seizing him by the collar, and before Li Guanyu could react, Black Tiger delivered a resounding slap to his face. But that was just the beginning. With a flurry of strikes, Li Guanyu's face was left battered and swollen. The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in the well-deserved punishment of such a spoiled scion. "Yes, we support you. I believe they should break his legs to ensure he learns his lesson," the crowd chanted enthusiastically, while the two companions of Li Guanyu quickly bowed their heads, instinctively retreating. Yet, it was futile. Black Tiger's entourage comprised only the finest security personnel, and their small attempts to escape were easily seen through by the crowd. Soon, they found their path blocked. Yet, no one laid a hand on them. Everyone awaited Jiang Yun's command. You dare strike me? You will pay for this. My father will never let you get away with it." Li Guanyu sputtered, his speech slurred due to several missing teeth. Still, Jiang Yun and the others comprehended his garbled threats. Yet, none bore any semblance of worry on their faces. That it is often said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, but the Li family was hardly a formidable snake. "Mr. Jiang, how shall we proceed?" Black Tiger inquired in a deep voice. Should Jiang Yun give the word, he would not hesitate to eliminate Li Guanyu on the spot. After all, his current status was entirely due to Jiang Yun's influence. Anyone who crossed Jiang Yun would be challenging Black Tiger as well. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a convoy of black cars arrived at the hotel entrance, followed by another wave of people. The atmosphere in the hotel became lively once more. That Li Guanyu's father, Li Chun. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that the situation had escalated to the point of drawing his attention. Everyone knew that the evening would soon unfold into a spectacle. Li Chun had only this one son and was notoriously indulgent towards Li Guanyu. Even when his son misbehaved, Li Chun would not reprimand him, going to great lengths to shield him in front of outsiders. "Who dares to touch my son?" Li Chun rushed forward, weaving through the crowd until his gaze landed on Black Tiger. Meanwhile, Li Guanyu, who was being restrained by Black Tiger, began to sob uncontrollably. "Dad, you finally came. Look what he did to me. I'm in excruciating pain, Dad. Hurry and save me." Li Guanyu's words were weak and pitiful. Li Chun scrutinized his son for a long moment before finally recognizing him. At that moment, Li Guanyu's face was grotesquely swollen, with his eyes nearly closed and blood smeared across his features. Even as his father, Li Chen took a moment to identify him. Such a disgrace. "Release my son at once." Li Chen snapped back to reality, his voice booming in fury. However, Black Tiger remained unperturbed, akin to a machine, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Yun, evidently awaiting his instruction. "You're his father?" Jiang Yun stepped forward, inching closer to Li Chen. Several bodyguards formed a protective circle around Jiang Yun. Before arriving, Black Tiger had given them strict instructions. Their sole mission was to ensure Jiang Yun's safety at all costs, never allowing him to come to harm. "What are you, to dare speak to me?" Li Chen retorted disdainfully. "Bring forth your elders." He dismissed Jiang Yun entirely, as the latter appeared too youthful. How much ability could a peer of his sons possess? In Li Chen's eyes, Jiang Yun was merely an insignificant wealthy heir. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow and shook his head, stating, "What a fool! Your son is foolish, but you are even more so." Li Chen's expression darkened. In the entire town, who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? In the next moment, Jiang Yun produced a business card, elegantly tossing it in front of Li Chen. The town was not far from the capital, merely a few dozen kilometers away. While Li Guanyu may not recognize him, Li Chen, who had long been in business, would likely have heard of him, given the magnitude of the Li family's enterprise. Jiang Yun had no desire to escalate matters with him physically, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was the simplest solution. Li Chen glanced disdainfully at the card, scoffing, "A mere ignorant youth dares to hand out business cards? What are you exactly?" Li Chen spoke with evident irritation, even neglecting to pick up the business card. However, upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, his pupils abruptly constricted and his gaze became fixated on the card. His breathing quickened significantly. "You are General Jiang of the Yunxue Group?" Chapter 301. Covert Protection Indeed. This old man certainly possesses more insight than his son. Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction and leisurely lit a cigarette. Since the other party was aware of his identity, everything became considerably simpler. "So, am I now qualified to discuss matters with you?" Jiang Yun exhaled a plume of smoke directly into Li Chen's face, his expression rife with defiance. "That I in truth." Jiang Yun was a person of profound humility, that he adhered to a guiding principle: fortunes ebb and flow. Although he currently thrived, who could foresee how the people surrounding him would fare in the future? Thus, he would refrain from humiliating others unless absolutely necessary, and would never bully others due to his status. However, the actions of the Li family had indeed crossed a line that Li Guanyu had provoked him first with reckless driving. And now Li Chen had barged in to stir trouble. How could Jiang Yun possibly tolerate this? Li Chen swallowed hard and hastily rubbed his hands together. "Speaking, General Jiang, this is a misunderstanding. Your son deserves a proper reprimanding. How about this? If you are still angry, I will personally ensure he receives a thorough lesson." As he spoke, he noticed that Li Chen had already drawn his belt, preparing to strike Li Guanyu. The onlookers gasped, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. How could the usually formidable Li Chen appear so subservient to a young man, and with such sincerity? This baffling situation left everyone in a state of bewilderment. "Dad!" Li Guanyu shouted incessantly, but Li Chen ignored his pleas. Seeing Jiang Yun remain silent, he swung the belt, striking Li Guanyu's face, causing him to scream in agony. "Dad, are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting me?" "It's this punk who bullied your son." Li Chen's face turned a shade of green with anger. "How dare you call out?" He raised the belt once more, delivering repeated blows to Li Guanyu's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. In that instant, Li Guanyu could only beg for mercy, not daring to utter another word. After a brief moment, Jiang Yun waved his hand and calmly said, "Enough, stop. Just go home and discipline him properly to prevent him from causing chaos in the future." Li Chen cast a grateful glance at Jiang Yun before coldly glaring at Li Guanyu. "Aren't you going to apologize to General Jiang?" "General Jiang, my foot. He's just a scoundrel." Li Guanyu muttered defiantly. "You may fear him, But I do not. The mountain may not move, but the water will flow. We shall see, he grumbled inwardly. Nevertheless, despite his simmering rage, he still pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. Please, let this go." Jiang Yun paid him no mind, simply gesturing to the black tiger. "Leave it go," Jiang Yun said indifferently. That Li Qin quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. They departed, taking Li Guangyu and the others with them, while the spectators in the hotel dispersed. At that moment, Qin Zhuge and Lin Shui had already completed their accommodation formalities. "You two head upstairs first. I still have matters to discuss with Black Tiger," Jiang Yun said with a smile. They nodded and made their way toward the elevator. Meanwhile, just outside the hotel, Li Guangyu directly inquired, "Dad, who is that guy? You seemed quite afraid of him. That is his father, very powerful." Smack in the next instant. Li Qin slapped Li Guangyu across the face, exasperated by his son's lack of ambition. "Look at you, always relying on your father's connections. Though he is roughly your age, he built his fortune from scratch, becoming a billionaire step by step. Many in the capital hold him in high esteem. In their eyes, we are nothing." Li Qin was quite aware of his own limitations, that he possessed assets worth merely over 100 million. Jiang Yun could effortlessly dismantle the empire he had painstakingly built over decades with a mere flick of his finger. Li Guangyu, wide-eyed and aghast, cupped his face instinctively. What kind of colossal figure had he provoked? Had he known, he would never have dared to block Jiang Yun's car. This incident would soon pass. Though uncertain of Jiang Yun's purpose for being in town, he would soon leave. Don't provoke him again. Understood? Li Qin reiterated sternly. Yes, yes. Li Guangyu nodded repeatedly, learning from his mistakes. However, would he allow himself to be humiliated without retaliation? While Li Qin forbade him from confronting Jiang Yun, that did not mean he couldn't incite others to do so. In that moment, Li Guangyu resolved to take action. Did he not care about his pride? As the Li family's convoy departed, within the hotel, Jiang Yun and Black Tiger took their seats. This incident has served as a wake-up call. Had he not arrived in time, it would have turned quite troublesome. Arrange for a few capable bodyguards to follow our family discreetly. However, ensure that my mother and Lin Shui remain unaware. They are here to enjoy a vacation. And if they learn about the bodyguards, they won't have as much fun and may be seen as peculiar. Black Tiger nodded eagerly, smiling as he replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will take care of everything. You won't be disappointed." Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction, patting Black Tiger's shoulder before retrieving a bank card from his pocket. "Mr. Jiang, what does this mean? Wouldn't it feel awkward for them to take money?" Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. "This isn't for you. It's for the bodyguards. After all, it is no small task for them to follow us. Consider it a reward." Black Tiger nodded, accepting the bank card. "Then, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of everyone." After a brief exchange, Jiang Yun ascended to the upper floors. Given his established rapport with Black Tiger, there was no need for excessive formality, as it would only seem distant. Having arranged everything, Black Tiger departed with his companions towards the capital. Minutes later, Jiang Yun returned to his hotel room. Lacking a room card, he gently knocked on the door. Shortly after, Lin Shui approached and opened it. "Have things been settled?" she asked directly. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded, but upon entering the room, he noticed Qin Zhuge was absent. "Where's my mother?" "She has already gone to bed." "Have you resolved everything outside?" Lin Shui inquired cheerfully. Jiang Yun embraced her and nodded. "With me around, there will be no unexpected incidents." "All right, then let us sleep, though we have more traveling to do tomorrow." Though they had yet to finalize their itinerary, their road trip would not conclude so soon. After all, Jiang Yun's goal was to take Qin Zhuge out to enjoy the scenic beauty while also aiming to restore her spirits. That he intended to discuss matters regarding the Qin family with her. Regardless of the past events or how formidable the Qin family may have been, if they were indeed responsible for his parents' current plight, this matter would not be easily resolved. Time passed quickly as the two washed up and embraced as they fell asleep. Just after midnight, Jiang Yun's phone suddenly rang. He irritably reached for it, and the anxious voice of Jiang Qinging filled his ears. "Brother, where are you? Hurry back to the capital. Something has happened. Instantly, Jiang Yun sat upright in bed. He glanced at Lin Shui, who was peacefully asleep, then stood and walked towards the bathroom. It was the dead of night, and Jiang Qingying would never joke about such matters, causing a sense of unease to settle over Jiang Yun. What happened? The Qin family has come looking for you. They wish to meet, and they mentioned the jade pendant. They claim that if you do not return to meet them soon, they will exert various pressures on the Yinxue group, leading to your bankruptcy. Jiang Yun stood frozen, struck as if by lightning that he had only just begun to enjoy the benefits of the jade pendant. Could it be that everything was about to come to an end? Are you certain that the other party hails from the Qin family? Jiang Yun inquired with a furrowed brow. Absolutely. They possess the same jade pendant as you do. Jiang Qingying promptly replied that this revelation. Jiang Yun's grip on his phone tightened, and his breathing quickened significantly. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot evade fate. It seems this outing will conclude in such a manner. Very well, I shall return immediately. Having uttered this, he ended the call and made his way towards the door. Within the dimly lit room, a faint light flickered on. Lin Shui, seated at the head of the bed, turned her gaze toward Jiang Yun upon hearing the commotion. Unbeknownst to him, she had awakened at some point. Did I disturb your rest? Jiang Yun attempted to speak calmly, not wishing to cause Lin Shui undue concern. There's something amiss? Lin Shui asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. There has been a minor incident in the capital. I may need to return for a moment. You should take my mother out for a while, and when I have resolved matters, I will rejoin you. Jiang Yun spoke with a smile, unaware of the true intentions of the Qin family. Moreover, with the previous oppression of Qinjiang from multiple fronts, Jiang Yun was apprehensive about unforeseen complications that he promptly issued a cautionary note. Lin Shui nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. All right, please take care. Jiang Yun responded with a smile, donning his clothes and heading downstairs that he had to return overnight to ascertain the situation as swiftly as possible. With bodyguards already arranged around Lin Shui and her mother, he felt a sense of relief. After a night of travel, Jiang Yun arrived back in the capital just as dawn broke, standing before his family estate. Throughout the night, Jiang Qingying had been anxiously awaiting news from Jiang Yun. Upon his arrival, he rushed forward and exclaimed, "Brother, you are finally back. Where are they?" "At the hotel." Jiang Yun replied straightforwardly, "Let us go there now." Jiang Qingying quickly responded. Half an hour later, the duo found themselves at the hotel entrance. Thanks to the contact information left by the Chun family, they swiftly connected with the individual in the hotel restaurant. As they were having breakfast, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit approached them. Jiang Qing exchanged glances with Jiang Yun and whispered, "This gentleman is from the Qin family." Jiang Yun responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, though his focus remained firmly on the man. The man possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a sense of resolve. Upon closer inspection, he bore a slight resemblance to Chun Ji in a matter of moments. The man stood before Jiang Yun, scrutinizing him before inquiring, "You are Jiang Yun?" "Indeed," Jiang Yun affirmed with a composed nod. Regardless of the Chun family's intentions, he would not retreat an inch. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Xiu familial reckoning. You ought to address me as uncle." The man stated matter-of-factly that I shall not beat around the bush. My purpose in seeking you is quite simple. The Qin family has its rules, and your flaunting of the Chun family's jade pendant in public constitutes a breach of those rules. Before he could finish, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Yun's lips. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Flaunting and deceiving? As far as I am aware, my mother is also of the Qin family, is she not? So from where does this accusation arise?" "Indeed," Chen Xiu replied, "your mother is a member of the Qin family. However, many years ago, she was disowned. Our failure to reclaim the jade pendant from her is a shortcoming on our part." Chen Xiu maintained a stern demeanor, exuding an air of distance. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is your true intention in approaching me?" While Jiang Yun's expression remained one of calm indifference, turmoil churned within him. The Qin family was a formidable entity, and provoking them would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. A misstep could plunge him into a situation from which he might never recover, jeopardizing the very foundation of the Yunxue group he had painstakingly built. Jiang Qingying, observing the tense exchange, furrowed his brow, fixating on the man before them. Though he had once been regarded as the eldest son of the Jiang family, compared to the Qin family, they seemed trivial and inconsequential. Qin Shiyu continued, "Accompany me back to the Chun family estate, where we shall conduct a DNA test, that if you are indeed of Chun blood, the past will be forgiven, and the jade pendant shall remain with you, allowing you to continue enjoying its benefits. However, should you prove not to be of our lineage, the repercussions will be severe, that no one is permitted to tarnish the Chun family's reputation." Jiang Yun was taken aback. What did this imply? Chapter 303. Jiang Yun's value. Jiang Yun found himself utterly perplexed. Unable to decipher Chun Shiyu's intentions, after a moment's hesitation, he slowly asked, "Why must my DNA be tested? You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply accompany me back to the Qin family. Of course, I shall divulge everything you wish to know along the way to spare you further investigation." That I in an instant. Jiang Yun's expression froze, as if struck by lightning. Could it be that the private investigator had been compromised? Is that why the Qin family had come knocking with such cryptic demands? "Brother." Jiang Qingying hesitated, his countenance darkening. The Qin family resembled a den of vipers, and a miscalculation could spell disaster for Jiang Yun. Naturally, he did not wish to witness his brother put himself in peril. "That it's fine that I will go with him," Jiang Yun replied. "Since the Qin family has sought me out, there is no escaping this. I might as well face it head-on to avoid appearing weak." Ultimately, Jiang Qingying nodded in reluctant agreement. Following breakfast, the two set out. That I in the car, it was just Jiang Yun and Qin Shiyu. Jiang Yun sat in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed on Qin Shiyu. How far is the Chun family estate from here? He was entirely uninformed about the Qin family, who remained an enigma to him. "That we will reach the Qin family in half a day's time," Qin Shiyu responded calmly. "Earlier, you mentioned that if I accompanied you, you would reveal the truth. That's so. When will you begin?" Jiang Yun inquired. The oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to breathe. "That I understand your thoughts. You must be curious about what transpired with your parents all those years ago," Qin Shiyu continued. Jiang Yun's heart raced, and his breathing quickened. Qinjoga had always withheld the truth from him, yet now it lay tantalizingly close. However, he hesitated to listen. Qin Shiyu paid no heed to Jiang Yun's demeanor and continued. "The Qin family adheres to its own rules. The younger generation must abide by the directives of the elders. Your mother, my sister, was rather unconventional. The Jiang family was deemed unworthy of an alliance with the Qin family. Nonetheless, she defied the family's opposition and ultimately wed your father, inciting the family's fury. For years, the Qin family sought to bring your mother back to face justice, but they eluded capture for decades." Jiang Yun was taken aback, and no wonder he had been unable to ascertain his parents' whereabouts. They too had their burdens. Yet the Qin family was overly tyrannical. In this day and age, how could they still enforce arranged marriages? It appeared that being born into a prominent family was not necessarily a blessing. Qin Shiyu continued. "Initially, we had ceased pursuing your mother's accountability and had abandoned the search for your parents. However, your mother giving birth to you is considered a stroke of fortune." "Fortune? Huh." Jiang Yun scoffed inwardly. What a ridiculous notion. The Qin family was far from benevolent. Their intentions were clearly malevolent. Moreover, they would never act without ulterior motives. It was evident that they had devised a scheme. "Speak plainly. What do you intend to do with me?" Jiang Yun inquired coldly. "Your generation lacks male heirs in the Qin family. Although we have sought numerous sons-in-law, they are not of Qin blood. Hence, if your DNA aligns with that of the Qin family, you would be welcomed back, and we would no longer pursue the matter concerning your parents," Qin Shiyu asserted emphatically. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Yun was no naive child. There was no such thing as free handouts in this world. "And then what? What is expected of me?" Jiang Yun pressed that if he could gain the Qin family's support. He could leverage their influence to rise swiftly in the capital. Simultaneously, becoming a prominent figure within the capital's commercial sphere is indeed conditional. However, this should not pose a significant challenge for you. As long as you are willing to adopt the surname Chun, you would be regarded as one of us, a member of the Chun family, that in the future, you might even take over the family business. After your extensive investigations, you must be aware of the formidable stature of the Chun family. This opportunity presents you with countless benefits, devoid of any detriment. How does this differ from a marriage of convenience? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Although he harbored no affection for the Jiang family, his parents had always treated him with great kindness. Moreover, they had endured significant hardships in the past. Now, with his father missing and no one knowing whether he was alive or dead, changing his surname would feel like a betrayal to his parents. Even if he were to successfully manage the Chun family, it was likely that such a large family would not allow him to have the final say. To put it plainly, he could very well become a mere pawn or a puppet in someone else's game, in an instant. Jiang Yun found himself engulfed in hesitation that he understood that once he ceased to be of value, or if his DNA did not match that of the Chun family, the Chun members might very well turn their backs on him. Fortunately, Chen Shiyu did not press him further. Throughout their ensuing journey, the two remained silent, while Jiang Yun pondered over his words, contemplating his next moves. It was not until the afternoon that they finally arrived at the Chen residence. One must admit, the Chen family maintained a remarkably low profile. The estate was not particularly grand, yet every resident within this villa community belonged to the Chen clan, and the security was exceptionally stringent. Chen Shiyu led Jiang Yun to the central mobile villa and then turned his gaze toward Jiang Yun, instructing him to wait there while he went inside to report. Jiang Yun nodded in acknowledgement. After watching Chen Shiyu depart, he lit a cigarette and quietly awaited his return, yet his mind was a cacophony of confusion as he contemplated how to respond to the Chun family members. "You must be Jiang Yun?" A few minutes later, a man dressed in a suit, holding a walkie-talkie, approached Jiang Yun, inquiring indifferently. "Indeed," Jiang Yun affirmed with a nod. "Come with me." The suited man spoke coldly, his face perpetually adorned with an air of superiority. "Ah, the Chen family certainly exudes an imposing aura. This must be one of their bodyguards. How unexpected that even a mere gatekeeper could be so arrogant." Before long, they entered the main hall. The decor was strikingly simple. Yet every piece of furniture, from the tables and chairs to the teacups adorning the surfaces and the calligraphy hanging on the walls, was an antique, truly understated luxury. A discerning eye could easily discern that these items were worth a fortune. At the forefront sat an elderly man with a head of white hair, with Chen Shiyu standing beside him. "Are you the child of Jiogo?" A hoarse and aged voice resonated in Jiang Yun's ears, prompting him to focus on the elderly figure before him and nod in response. "Shiyu, arrange for a family doctor to verify his identity," the old man said slowly, his gaze fixed on Chen Shiyu. "Understood. I will take care of it immediately." Chen Shiyu replied with a nod. In the hall, apart from Jiang Yun and the elderly man, there remained only a lone bodyguard clad in black, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Despite the elder's sparse words, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yun, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. It was evident that this old man was not to be trifled with. He was undoubtedly a former kingpin. "Enough. You may leave and await further news, that we shall discuss everything after the report is generated," the elder said, dismissing Jiang Yun with a wave of his hand. The black-clad man, who had been standing behind him, stepped forward and gestured for Jiang Yun to follow. "Come with me." Although Jiang Yun was beset with numerous questions, he had no choice but to accompany the man in black as they made their way outside. Soon, they arrived at a villa, with numerous individuals passing by, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yun, whispering amongst themselves. Jiang Yun felt as though he were a monkey in a zoo, on display for the passing visitors. The two ascended to the upper floor, and only then did the crowd cease to follow. The man in black opened a door and said coolly, "You may wait here. The Chen family has strict rules. I hope you do not wander and instead wait quietly for the outcome. Jiang Yun responded with a nonchalant offering little in the way of acknowledgement, that he soon found himself within the room. And as the door closed behind him, the sound of the lock clicking echoed in his ears. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. What is this? Am I being treated as a criminal? Fortunately, the room was well equipped with an ample supply of food and drink, as well as a variety of cigarettes. Settling himself onto the sofa, Jiang Yun dialed the private investigator's number. Throughout the journey, he had been feeling restless. The call connected swiftly. Are you all right? Jiang Yun inquired straightforwardly. Despite their relationship being purely professional, the private investigator had proven to be quite helpful during this time. That I'm fine. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. Due to my negligence, the investigation into the Chen family has been exposed. I suspect the Chen family will locate you shortly. The private investigator's voice was strained, revealing his distress at having failed for the first time. Jiang Yun, however, responded with an air of relief. It's no cause for concern. I have arrived at the Chen residence and have already made contact with their members that as long as you are safe, I can rest easy that we will have future opportunities for collaboration. So simply keep the advance I paid you. The private investigator was visibly moved, his hand trembling around the phone. For a while, he was at a loss for words, but muffled sobs could be heard through the line. Enough, we're all men here. No need for tears. Besides, the situation may not be as dire as we think. That if everything is all right, I'll hang up now. Jiang Yun added a few more reassurances before ending the call. The weight that had been pressing upon his chest finally began to lift. He had initially thought that upon arriving in the capital, everything would proceed smoothly. Although life here was significantly better than in Ning City, he never anticipated that he would suddenly be faced with so many complications. That it was indeed quite troublesome. Furthermore, he was uncertain about the true intentions of the Chen family. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept the situation as it was. After smoking a few cigarettes, Jiang Yun approached the bed and collapsed onto it, drifting off to sleep. Later that evening, a sound of unlocking broke the silence, rousing Jiang Yun from his slumber. The black-clad man who had brought him here stood before him once more. The elder wishes to see you. Follow me. The man spoke in a robotic monotone, devoid of any emotional inflection. Jiang Yun did not hesitate. He too wished to resolve matters swiftly. Upon returning to the hall, he found a considerable number of people present. As Jiang Yun entered, all eyes turned toward him, accompanied by a murmur of conversation. Is he the son of Jiogo? One cannot deny he bears a resemblance to him. He must resemble his father more. The crowd buzzed with commentary about Jiang Yun, who merely furrowed his brow, choosing not to respond. But he understood the adage. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Moments later, the elder waved his hand, silencing the murmurs. Fixing his gaze upon Jiang Yun, the elder glanced at the report on the table and said coolly, Indeed, you are of the Chen bloodline, since your identity has been confirmed. Let us proceed to matters of importance. You have used our Chen family's jade pendant to deceive others. I could overlook this misdeed. However, you must change your surname to Chen, and from this point forth, be known as Chen Yun. I have heard you are married, but have yet to have children. After the name change, your offspring must also carry the Chen surname, as will their descendants. In return, I shall allow you to return to the capital and provide you with some assistance to help your endeavors flourish. One cannot deny that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for anyone else. The prospect would be irresistible. However, Jiang Yun was no ordinary individual. Changing one's surname was not a decision to be taken lightly. Moreover, his parents had sacrificed so much for him, even entrusting him to Jiang Tingfei in hopes of preserving a thread of their lineage. To adopt the surname, Chen would feel like a betrayal to his parents. What are you hesitating for? Just as Jiang Yun was lost in thought, the elder's voice cut through his reverie. The onlookers shook their heads, clearly perceiving Jiang Yun's reluctance as a sign of ingratitude. How many people yearned to forge connections with the illustrious Chen family? The threshold of the Chen family had been nearly trampled by those seeking favor. Yet, Jiang Yun remained indifferent to their opinions. How utterly absurd! I cannot change my surname. Jiang Yun spoke coldly. Our bodies and skin are bestowed upon us by our parents, that if I were to change my name, how could I face my parents? Moreover, do you have any knowledge of my father's whereabouts? Jiang Yun directly posed the question that weighed most heavily on his heart, that it was absurd, indeed, that as a son, he had never laid eyes on his biological father. What a grand jest of fate. He is right here, within the Chun family. Chapter 305. My name is Chun Yi, the old man spoke in a calm tone. Jiang Yun, filled with excitement, rose to his feet, clenching his fists as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that my father is still alive, and that he resides among your Chun family?" This was undeniably shocking news. Throughout his life, Jiang Yun had never seen what his father looked like, nor did he comprehend the events that transpired with his parents that think he might unexpectedly encounter his biological father here. How could he possibly suppress the tumult of emotions within him? Do not be overly agitated just yet. Your father has become a vegetable, lying within our Chun family, relying on nutrient solutions to sustain the most basic signs of life. The old man's hoarse voice echoed in Jiang Yun's ears once more, followed by, "If you wish to see him, that is not unfeasible, but before that, you must change your surname. Only by becoming a member of the Chun family can I fulfill your request." This was evidently a transaction. Jiang Yun found himself ensnared in a web of hesitation. Indeed, fortune seldom comes alone, and misfortune rarely strikes in isolation. Although the Chun family had extended an olive branch to him, the situation was far from straightforward. The tumultuous waves of anxiety surged within him. If the news of his father's survival reached Chun Juga's ears, the latter would undoubtedly rejoice. "Have you made up your mind?" The old man inquired once more. "That I still need to consider," Jiang Yun replied, not giving an immediate answer. After all, he could not ascertain whether the words of the Chun family were true, while changing his surname might be relatively easy. It would be tantamount to betraying his parents. After much contemplation, he decided to return home and discuss the matter with Chun Juga. "Very well, I shall grant you time," the old man said again. "I believe you are a wise person, capable of understanding the stakes involved. Reflect carefully. I shall await your news." With that, the old man turned and exited, and the others present began to murmur among themselves before departing. Only Chen Shiyu remained by Jiang Yun's side, his gaze fixed intently on him. "Did I ask this how it ends?" Jiang Yun asked, puzzled. "What more do you desire?" Chen Shiyu replied coolly, "After all these years, you are the first to refuse the old man. I must admit, your audacity is remarkable. Yet, I did not anticipate that the old man would hold you in such high regard, even sparing you from hardship." Before their return, Chen Shiyu had already compiled all the relevant information about Jiang Yun and relayed it to the elder. Presumably, Jiang Yun's performance had greatly impressed the old man, resulting in this unexpected favor. Jiang Yun casually lit a cigarette and sank into a nearby chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping against his temple. Seemingly ignoring Chen Shiyu that moment, his mind was in utter disarray. "What? Are you reluctant to leave?" Chen Shiyu remarked, frowning. "That is it not permissible for me to smoke?" Jiang Yun replied, slightly furrowing his brow as he gestured toward the cigarette in his hand. Even the old man had not dismissed him. So what was Chen Shiyu to him? Chen Shiyu, uninterested, began scrolling through his phone. "Are you the child of Juga?" Suddenly, a voice exclaimed from outside the door. Jiang Yun turned to see a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, her skin remarkably well-maintained and exuding an air of affluence, unmistakably from a prestigious background. "Where is Juga now?" "How is she? Can you bring Juga to see me? Or may I go to see her?" The woman hurriedly inquired, her eyes betraying her excitement. Jiang Yun instinctively glanced at Chen Shiyu, who remained a stranger to him within the Chen family. "She is your mother's younger sister. You may refer to her as your aunt," Chen Shiyu said casually while focused on his phone. "So, she is my aunt." Jiang Yun smiled, discarding his cigarette, but as he approached her. "No need to trouble yourself. And my mother is doing very well and lives with me, that if you wish to see her, I can take you right away." "Excellent." The aunt nodded vigorously, grasping Jiang Yun's arm. Let me fetch my belongings, and we shall depart at once." In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yin followed his aunt to the adjacent villa. It was undeniable that the Chun family was exceptionally affluent. Even the Qian family resided within a massive manor, a household dwelling collectively. Yet the Qin family had acquired an entire villa community, with every residence occupied solely by their kin. However, this luxury stripped away the warmth of home. A vast house devoid of life lacked any true meaning. Once inside the villa, his aunt pointed to an upstairs room. "Please wait here for a moment. I will go prepare some clothes." Jiang Yin nodded, his gaze wandering about the grand hall. That he had anticipated that the elder's villa was luxurious enough, but he was astonished to find that even his aunt's residence was equally opulent, adorned with numerous precious antiques that added an air of grandeur. Just as Jiang Yin was marveling at the Chun family's affluence, a young girl's voice suddenly interrupted. "Are you Jiang Yin Gij?" Startled, Jiang Yin turned to see a little girl, perhaps just over 10 years old. Her hair styled in two playful buns, and her cherubic face reminiscent of a sweet, soft, glutinous rice ball, evoking an impulse to pinch her cheeks. Jiang Yun waved at her, noticing how she quickly approached yet maintained a cautious distance, as if wary of something. "What is your name?" Jiang Yun asked with a smile. "That I am Chun Yi," the girl replied. "How did you know my name is Jiang Yun? And how did you know I am your brother?" Jiang Yun asked, his smile widening as he looked at the endearing Chun Yi. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Yi discreetly glanced toward the upstairs room before leaning closer to Jiang Yun and whispering, "I overheard some uncles talking about you, but they said you were fierce and not a good person. They warned us kids to keep our distance from you and not to interact too much. But you don't seem as fierce as they said, do you?" Chapter 306. Significant News. Jiang Yun was taken aback. He had only just arrived at the Qin family and had not done anything to warrant such enmity. In an instant, his eyes narrowed, and his expression grew serious. It seemed that the waters of the Chun family were murkier than he had anticipated. "Big brother, what are you thinking?" Chun Yi's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Is Yi speaking? Yi!" At that moment, a sharp voice came from upstairs. Jiang Yun and Yi looked up to see the aunt descending the stairs, her gaze landing on Chun Yi. She swiftly pulled Yi behind her, frowning as she scolded. "What nonsense are you spouting here? Have you finished your piano practice? Hurry back and practice." Chun Yi lowered her head, responding, "Oh," just as she was about to leave, Jiang Yun raised his hand, asking, "Aunt, why does everyone in the Qin family seem to harbor hostility toward me? Do not pay heed to children's idle chatter. You are my sister's son, carrying the blood of the Chun family within you. Moreover, your mother has been away from home for many years. Everyone is eagerly anticipating your return and is fond of you. How could they possibly dislike you?" Unfortunately, such words might suffice for others. But she could not deceive Jiang Yun. After all, he had lived 2 lives and possessed far greater cunning than they realized. "Aunt, please do not continue to deceive me. Even without Yi's words, I can sense that the Chun family is not particularly welcoming toward me. Which piques my curiosity that there's some hidden truth behind this. Furthermore, why did my parents leave the Chun family years ago? What secrets lie within?" Thus, despite having begun interactions with the Chun family, neither Qin Shiyu nor Qin Zhouge seemed willing to discuss the events of the past. Even the private investigator Jiang Yun had hired had failed to uncover any useful information and had ultimately faced repercussions. Clearly, there were significant issues lurking beneath the surface. After a moment of hesitation, the aunt continued, "I am not very clear about my sister's affairs either. When she left all those years ago, I was merely a child, so it would be best for you to inquire directly with her." As expected, it was all just an excuse. "All right, I have everything packed up here, so shall we set off now?" the aunt said with a smile. Chun Yi, however, grasped her hand and in a sweet voice asked, "Mama, where are you going with brother? Can I come along?" "Absolutely not." The aunt's tone was particularly resolute as she rolled her eyes at Chun Yi and continued, "You have piano and art classes to attend. When I return, there will be an assessment waiting for you. If you do not practice your piano and painting properly during my absence, I will not let you off lightly upon my return. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something more, but ultimately turned and walked upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun and the others quickly made their way out. Along the way, the aunt consistently inquired about their well-being, yet she never mentioned anything regarding the Chen family. Zhang Yun responded with indifference, his enthusiasm lacking. However, before they had gone far, several black cars abruptly halted in front of them, blocking their path. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yun frowned slightly, as he stepped out of the vehicle. Several burly men approached him, led by none other than Chen Shiyu. "What are you doing here? Are you here to see me off?" Zhang Yun inquired. Chen Shiyu glanced at the aunt seated in the car and replied nonchalantly, "You may leave, but she cannot." "Why not?" Zhang Yun's expression darkened. The Chen family seemed rather overbearing, did they not? Even if the aunt shared their blood, they could not restrict another's freedom. Could they? This is the Chen family's rule. Chen Shiyu stated, leaving it at that as he bypassed Zhang Yun and approached the aunt. He tapped on the car window and added, "The old master does not permit you to leave. You must come back with me now. Otherwise, Zhang Yun will have to remain with the Chen family." "You..." The aunt clenched her teeth, casting a cold glare at Chen Shiyu. "This is the old master's directive." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Shiyu coldly interrupted. After a lengthy hesitation, the aunt finally exited the car, reluctantly retrieving her suitcase. She had originally hoped to meet Chen Zhuge and share some sisterly moments. But it seemed that would now be impossible. "Safe travels," the aunt said as she glanced back at Zhang Yun before heading towards the villa. As the cars departed, Zhang Yun restarted his vehicle and headed straight for the capital. Along the way, the scene they had just left played repeatedly in his mind. Was the Chen family truly as simple as it appeared? Were the internal dynamics as convoluted as they seemed? He could sense that the relationship between Chen Shiyu and the aunt was quite strained, and during their conversation, the tension was palpable. Zhang Yun even feared they might come to blows, that it appeared that all these riddles needed Chen Zhuge's assistance to unravel. Prepared for what lay ahead, Zhang Yun resolved it was time to confront Chen Zhuge. After several hours on the road, he finally returned to the capital. Upon arriving at his estate, he made a beeline for Chen Zhuge's room. On the way back, he had already contacted both Chen Zhuge and Lin Shui, urging them to return to the estate as soon as possible. Thankfully, they arrived before him, as their eyes met. Chen Zhuge was momentarily taken aback and asked, "I heard Qingying say you were on a business trip, and that you wouldn't be back for a while. How come you're back so soon?" "Mom." Zhang Yun licked his lips and quickly approached Chen Zhuge. Grabbing her arm, "There's something I need to tell you urgently." "Why so serious? What is it?" Chen Zhuge asked with a smile. Zhang Yun hesitated for a moment, his breath quickening as if he had made a significant decision, then gritted his teeth and said, "My father is still alive." Buzz. Unsurprisingly, upon receiving this news, Chen Zhuge instinctively took a few steps back, her mind buzzing, her expression frozen in shock as if she had just heard a great wonder. "How can that be possible?" After a long pause, Chen Zhuge finally murmured, "My father has become a vegetable. He is currently in the Chen family. I have not seen him, but I believe that old Master Chen would never deceive me," Zhang Yun asserted firmly. Chapter 307. Numerous doubts. Thud. Chen Zhuge's complexion changed drastically as she collapsed to the floor, her eyes closing immediately. "Mom!" Zhang Yun hurriedly shouted, rushing to lift her and lay her on the bed. Then called out, "Doctor, soon!" The family doctor arrived swiftly, followed closely by Lin Shui and Jiang Qingying, who had heard the commotion and stood outside the room. Zhang Yun paced anxiously, his gaze fixated on the unconscious Chen Zhuge, clearly filled with concern. "What is wrong with my mother?" As the attending physician set down the stethoscope, Zhang Yun stepped forward to inquire, "Mr. Jiang, your mother is fine." The family doctor quickly reassured him. "It seems that something you said earlier may have startled her, causing her to faint. Essentially, a case of extreme emotional distress." With that, Zhang Yun let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand towards the attending physician before sitting back down at the bedside. As long as Chinjuga was all right, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had just begun to feel the warmth of family, and he could not bear the thought of anything happening to his mother. Behind him, Lin Shui and Jiang Qing entered, their gazes immediately falling upon Jiang Yun. What happened? What did you say to Mom? Why did she suddenly faint? Lin Shui was equally puzzled. In recent times, Chinjuga's mental state had improved significantly, and her emotional fluctuations had been minimal. There had been no signs of abnormality, and this trip had seemingly brought her clarity. Clearly, the issue lay with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun licked his parched lips. Clenching his fists tightly, his fingertips digging into his palms, he felt numb. Taking a moment before turning to Lin Shui and saying blandly, "You two should step outside for a moment, that I want to stay here with my mom." Exchanging glances, Lin Shui and the other could see Jiang Yun's distress and chose not to linger. Once they left, the door clicked shut again, and Jiang Yun approached the window, lighting a cigarette, his expression grave. He had never anticipated that merely mentioning matters related to the Chen family would cause Chinjuga to faint if she were to find out he needed to change his name and surname. He could only imagine the chaos that would ensue as he finished one cigarette. A soft sound caught his attention. Turning around, he saw Chinjuga had regained consciousness and made her way to his side. "Mom, you're awake," he exclaimed. Chinjuga looked at him, her expression filled with frustration as she scolded, "Did I not tell you not to provoke the Chun family? Why do you insist on doing so? Do you have any idea who they are? You are playing with fire. But the Chun family has news of my father. I cannot turn a blind eye to the son. How can I watch my father suffer without intervening?" Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his face pale as parchment. He longed to understand what Chinjuga and the others were concealing from him. What had transpired all those years ago? These enigmas swirled in his mind. And even if he closed his eyes, they haunted him relentlessly. These matters do not concern you. It is best not to pry further. Moreover, since it is confirmed that your father is safe, that should suffice. As for the Chun family's affairs, I will handle them. You are not to have any further contact with them. Otherwise, I shall consider you no longer my son. This, Jiang Yun gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Mom," he began to speak, but was cut off by Chinjuga's voice. "Leave. I need some time alone." In the end, the words remained unspoken, and Jiang Yun could only exit the room as he opened the door. He noticed Lin Shui waiting nearby. Jiang Qing had already departed, yet Lin Shui remained, eager for news that no one understood Jiang Yun better than she did. With just a glance, she could see the storm brewing within him. As his partner, she felt compelled to uncover the truth and help alleviate his burdens. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Lin Shui asked as they made their way back to their room. A faintly self-deprecating smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he lit a cigarette. Taking a moment before he spoke softly, "I have just received news that my father is still alive, and he is within the Chun family, that I have already made contact with the Chun family. And they have laid out conditions for me to change my surname to Chun. Only then can our family of three reunite. However, my mother seems to harbor a strong aversion towards the Chun family. And upon learning of this matter, she even fainted. Thus, I find myself in a quandary about what to do. Although old Master Chen has been relatively courteous, Jiang Yun can discern that he is undoubtedly a cunning old fox. And the Chen family is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Therefore, how could he place his father in such peril? Ignorance might have been bliss, but now that he has grasped the truth, he naturally needs to expedite his father's escape from this torment. Yet with Chinjuga's stance, Jiang Yun feels utterly at a loss. Lin Shui sighed. Her words caught in her throat, for she too did not know how to comfort Jiang Yun. She merely patted his shoulder and quietly stood by his side. That moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and the door was pushed open. "Mom, why aren't you resting properly?" Jiang Yun quickly exclaimed at this point. Chinjuga had changed into a fresh outfit, appearing notably more spirited, yet her complexion remained as pale as paper, evoking sympathy. "Xiao Yun, I intend to visit the Chen family. From here on out, you must not involve yourself." Regardless of whether I return safely or not, you must not set foot in the Chun household again. Do you understand? Chun Jyoga's tone was resolute. Jiang Yun's eyes brimmed with tears, his fists clenched tightly as his breath quickened. Mom, what exactly are you planning to do? He asked in a low voice, feeling as if something was lodged in his throat, rendering his voice hoarse. That I will do what I must. Rest assured, the Chin family will not harm me. Moreover, the situation may not be as dire as you think. Perhaps before long, I will bring your father back. Chapter 308. Setting sail for trade. But Jiang Yun wished to say more, yet Chin Jyoga fixed him with a determined gaze. And ultimately, the words remained unuttered. Given that Chin Jyoga had yet to fully recover, the risk of her fainting loomed, and Jiang Yun dared not provoke her, lest her condition worsen. Though he felt anxious, he could only scheme in silence. This is settled then. Do not think I jest that if you dare to contact anyone from the Chin family again, our relationship will be irreparably severed, Chun Jyoga reiterated before heading downstairs. Watching his mother's retreating figure, Jiang Yun abruptly raised his fist and struck the nearby wall with a fierce blow, blood seeping from the back of his hand. Yet, despite this, no trace of pain marred his expression. Your mother must have her reasons. Let us not interfere, Lin Shui said, moving to Jiang Yun's side. Jiang Yun remained silent, simply drawing on his cigarette, just as Lin Shui prepared to offer further comfort. Her phone rang, and the voice of Qin Pingping came through. Given that Jiang Yun and the others were on a trip, Lin Shui had entrusted all company matters to Lu Qianqian and Qin Pingping. Although Qin Pingping was quite young, under Lu Qianqian's leadership and with the cooperation of the department managers, Yinxue Group had not encountered any significant disturbances, maintaining a flourishing atmosphere. What is the matter? Lin Shui inquired, picking up the phone, curiosity etched on her face to sister-in-law. Something's come up at the company. Could you come over when convenient? Qin Pingping spoke urgently. The news of Lin Shui's return was no secret, and the company's staff had already been informed, prompting Qin Pingping to place the call. All right, I will head over now, Lin Shui promptly replied, preparing to leave. That I'll go with you. Jiang Yun, who had been sitting beside her, naturally heard Qin Pingping's words. Though his mind was in turmoil, that very chaos propelled him to engage in other activities to distract himself. That aren't you supposed to be resting at home? Lin Shui asked as she donned her clothing. There's nothing to rest for. Jiang Yun shook his head, expressing his willingness to sacrifice sleep for the sake of uncovering the truth. Very well then, let us go to the company together. I am quite curious about what has transpired, Lin Shui suggested, attempting to divert Jiang Yun's thoughts. After changing, she linked her arm with his, and they made their way out. Half an hour later, the pair arrived at the Yinxue Group building. That moment, Qin Pingping was standing in the lobby, and upon seeing them, she hurriedly approached. Brother, sister-in-law, why are you both here? Let us get to the point. What is going on at the company? Jiang Yun countered. Not daring to waste time, Qin Pingping quickly explained. We have partnered with a shipping company for our transportation needs, but this time, our goods encountered a storm at sea, causing everything to sink without a trace. The other party refuses to accept our claims and has since turned off their phones, cutting off all communication. That I feared this could lead to a significant loss. So I reached out to sister-in-law. Lin Shui narrowed her eyes slightly. She was well versed in the company's operations. Upon hearing Qin Pingping's brief account, she inquired, is it Yongfan Trade? Yes, Qin Pingping confirmed. It is indeed Yongfan Trade. I have already contacted our legal team, and they are drafting a contract. Should they continue to be unreachable, we will proceed with legal action against them. The entire affair was beyond their control, as it stemmed from an unforeseen incident during transportation. Even if both parties needed to share some responsibility, that would be acceptable. However, now that the other party had vanished, what could be done? Have you visited their office directly? Jiang Yun asked, having some knowledge of Yongfan Trade. Although not large in scale, the company was staffed with experienced personnel and had maintained a long-standing partnership with Yinxue Group without incident. That we have been there. But the office was nearly empty. It appears they have vacated the premises. That I suspect they are planning to abscond, Chen Pingping asserted confidently. Were it not for the accumulation of various factors, she would not have brought this issue to Lin Shue's attention, as it might imply a failure on her and Lu Qianqian's part. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his fingers against his forehead, frowning as he remarked, if that is indeed the case, even pursuing legal action may not yield any results. What was the value of the goods we lost? He queried. Chen Pingping pondered for a moment before finally raising one finger. 100 million, that is so much. Both Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were taken aback. Indeed, that was no trifling sum. Absolutely. Perhaps the sheer volume of goods is why they chose to flee, Chen Pingping quickly clarified. All right, I understand the situation now. Please gather all relevant information for me and continue with the lawsuit process. Jiang Yun instructed, prompting them to head upstairs. Only through activity could he truly cast aside his sorrowful thoughts. Over the next hour, Jiang Yun diligently reviewed news concerning Yangfan trade. It turned out that not only had they lost their goods, but several other company shipments had also vanished at sea, amounting to a total value exceeding 10 billion. That it seemed likely that the sudden disappearance of Yangfan Trade's personnel was linked to their inability to cover such losses. I suspect they have fled. Tracking them down will not be easy, Lin Shui said thoughtfully, though soon a faint smile graced her lips as she added, after all, it is merely 100 million worth of goods, hardly a crippling loss for us. We will treat this as a formality. If we can resolve it, splendid. If not, we shall let it go. Jiang Yun continued to smoke in silence. Just then his phone rang, and upon seeing the familiar caller ID, his eyes brightened. Chapter 309. The conspiracy behind Jiang Yun quickly answered the phone, and the voice of the private investigator came through. Mr. Jiang, I am downstairs at your office. Would you be available for a meeting? Come right up. I will be waiting in my office, Jiang Yun replied promptly. Since their last encounter, the two had not crossed paths again, and the private investigator had yet to unravel the complexities surrounding the Chen family. Thus, when an unexpected visitor appeared at her door, Jiang Yun felt a whirlwind of emotions, surprise, joy, and a tinge of fear. The elder Chen had already learned of her involvement with the private investigator regarding the Chen family's affairs, and she worried that he might resort to extreme measures. Even if he did not intend to harm her, the investigator could very well find himself in peril, having already contacted the security personnel downstairs. Jiang Yun soon granted the investigator unobstructed access to her office. You two chat. I have matters to attend to, Lin Shui said with a smile as she exited upon the investigator's arrival. It was rather amusing that this investigator had originally been hired by her, yet she never imagined he would become such a close confidant of Jiang Yun. The investigator nodded at Lin Shui and, once she had departed, drew the blinds before taking a seat on the sofa. There is no need for such tension. This is my company, and all the employees here are under my purview. Let us get straight to the point. What brings you here? Jiang Yun inquired candidly. I may be unable to resolve the issues regarding the Chen family, but I cannot allow you to suffer a loss when you've rejected my offer to return your money. The investigator replied, producing a stack of documents from his coat. These contain all the information pertaining to Yangfan trading, including the chairman's movements that a mere glance will clarify everything for you. Consider this my attempt to make amends. However, Jiang Yun was not particularly interested in the investigator's offer, that he shook his head, hardly glancing at the documents, and reiterated, You should be aware of my intentions, that my goal is straightforward. I wish to uncover the truth of what transpired within the Chen family years ago. As for the internal disputes within my company, I require no assistance from you. Though Jiang Yun's thoughts had shifted, the image of the elder Chen still haunted him, particularly upon learning that Chen Zhuge had gone to the Chen family, which only deepened his unease. The secret lay before him, yet no one was there to provide answers. That I advise you to take a look. You may uncover unexpected insights that will prove invaluable. The investigator urged, exuding confidence in the documents he had brought. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun cautiously opened a folder and began to peruse its contents. That as time ticked by, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. This, The personnel from Yongfan Trading did not load any cargo prior to boarding, Jiang Yun exclaimed, shock written all over his face as he fixated on the documents. That it seemed the individuals from Yongfan Trading had not merely anticipated a tsunami. This was likely a deliberate act. But what could their motive be? Was it truly an audacious gamble to seize his goods? Even if they acquired them, they would not dare to transfer ownership easily. And the Yunxue group would not be significantly weakened, rendering their efforts futile. I see now. It was all a conspiracy, orchestrated by someone who likely intended to send me a warning, Jiang Yun realized swiftly. When he first arrived in the capital, he had been a novice, unaware of the intricacies surrounding him. However, years of navigating the business world and engaging with several prominent families had substantially transformed his character. You are rather astute, the investigator remarked nonchalantly, that I have conveyed all that is necessary. From this day forth, we are even, and we may continue to collaborate in the future, but please refrain from mentioning the Chun family. After leaving those words, the investigator rose and made his way toward the exit. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, choosing not to probe further. Every individual operates according to their own principles, and he trusted the investigator was no different. The Chun family had likely already reached out to him, explaining his reluctance to discuss their affairs. After all, the Chun family was one of the super families within the nation. A mere gesture from them could significantly alter the economic landscape. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Jiang Yun, prompting him to rise abruptly, that he hurriedly grabbed the documents and rushed toward the door while dialing Heihu's number. The matters concerning Yongfan Trading were undoubtedly not mere coincidence. There were likely hidden threads to unravel. He needed to follow the trail and uncover the truth behind Yongfan Trading. Downstairs at the company, Heihu had already arrived with a contingent of security personnel. Their imposing presence causing onlookers to hesitate. Mr. Jiang, Heihu greeted respectfully as Jiang Yun stepped out of the elevator. Accompany me to a location, Jiang Yun instructed, waving his hand as he led the way outside. The investigator had meticulously documented everything regarding Yongfan Trading, including the whereabouts of its leader, and Jiang Yun was determined to confront him. As the long convoy snaked through the streets, passers-by murmured curiously about the grand procession. Which big shot is making such an extravagant entrance? Who knows? The capital is full of hidden talents. Something significant must be unfolding. The chatter culminated in laughter. An hour later, the convoy came to a halt before a villa, which was already surrounded by security personnel. Accompanied by Heihu, Jiang Yun approached the main entrance and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, an impatient voice called out, "Who is it?" Without responding, Jiang Yun stood silently. The door swung open, and Heihu swiftly entered, subduing the man who had come to greet them. The bodyguards followed closely, exuding an intimidating aura that deterred anyone from approaching. "What do you want?" the man asked, brow furrowed. As the crowd parted, Jiang Yun stepped forward, eyeing the man pinned against the wall. "You must be Yongfan, the chairman of Yongfan Trading, correct?" Chapter 310. The mastermind behind the scenes. What do you want? Yongfan glared coldly at Jiang Yun and his associates, his expression betraying a hint of unease, though he maintained an air of authority. After all, Yongfan Trading was among the leading transportation enterprises in the city, named after him, with a slight alteration for good fortune. "Take him inside. We'll talk there," Jiang Yun instructed calmly, leading the way into the main hall. Heihu gestured to the bodyguards, who forcibly escorted Yongfan into the living room, where they stood guard, instilling respect and caution in all present. Inside the living room, Yongfan remained stationary, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, Heihu delivered a swift kick to his knee, causing Yongfan to wince in pain and drop to his knees before Jiang Yun, his breath quickening. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" he stammered, glancing nervously at Heihu. That if looks could kill, Heihu would have met his demise countless times over, yet he paid no heed to Yongfan's words. Jiang Yun took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke before speaking leisurely. "Rest assured, after I ask you a few questions, I will ensure your safe departure, even if you don't sue us. We will pursue legal action against you, Everything we are doing is within the bounds of the law, as you have gone into hiding to evade your debts, causing my company a loss of 100 million. That figure is sufficient to land you in a world of trouble. Yang Fan's expression shifted dramatically, his body shaking as he locked eyes with Jiang Yun, realization dawning upon him. His breathing quickened. And after a moment of hesitation, he bit his lip and said, "You're Jiang Yun, the chairman of Yinxue Group?" "Indeed." With his identity revealed, Jiang Yun felt no need to conceal it further, and he had come to confront Yang Fan and settle old scores. Sooner or later, he would have to introduce himself that I don't have time for idle chatter, and my purpose in seeking you out is not merely to reclaim the 100 million in goods. If you tell me who orchestrated this scheme against me, I will let you go. Should I hand you over to the authorities, you will not only need to repay your debts, but also face imprisonment. You understand this, don't you? One must offer a sweet reward after a blow, and Jiang Yun did not wish to corner Yang Fan in a desperation, as he needed him to provide crucial information. I cannot utter a word. Yang Fan clenched his teeth tightly, hesitating for quite some time before continuing. As long as I repay all my debts, the worst that will happen is that I will merely sit on the sidelines for a while. And even that will not last for many years. However, if I reveal the truth of this matter to you, the person behind it will not let me go easily, and there is a strong possibility that he may even kill me. By the end of his statement, Yang Fan's eyes were tinged with redness, that he was a man with a family and responsibilities resting heavily upon his shoulders. Even though his actions were not entirely justifiable, he felt compelled to act this way for the sake of his loved ones. Who among adults is free from burdens? Yang Fan's voice was hoarse as he lowered his head and pondered for a considerable time before hoarsely saying, "Stop wasting words with me. Just resolve this matter. I will repay your money as soon as possible." The same goes for the others. It was evident that Yang Fan was not short of funds. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixed upon him, pondering who possessed such formidable influence that Yang Fan was willing to work for him, even risking imprisonment. Beside them, He, who squinted his eyes and, noticing that Yang Fan had no intention of divulging anything to Jiang Yun, quickly approached Jiang Yun and whispered in his ear, "I heard this fellow has a young son. Perhaps we could leverage that." Previously, in Ningxing, He, who was a local tyrant, engaging in unsavory dealings, but was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Although they had now arrived in the capital with a legitimate security company, he still exuded the aura of the underworld. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment before shaking his head at He, who then refrained from speaking further. One must have principles. Yang Fan made mistakes that he should bear the consequences for, and his family should remain uninvolved. Suddenly, Jiang Yun stood up and walked to Yang Fan's side. After circling him several times, he tossed the cigarette but at Yang Fan's feet. Once Yang Fan snapped back to reality, Jiang Yun said, "Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to hazard a guess. The person seeking you should bear the surname Chun. Am I correct?" Buzz. Yang Fan felt a resounding echo in his mind, his body swaying precariously as his complexion turned ghastly, that he stared incredulously at Jiang Yun, his breath quickening as he gritted his teeth and replied, "How did you know?" That very question elicited a satisfied smile from the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth, but he patted Yang Fan's shoulder and casually remarked, "You truly are quite young. I merely threw out a random guess, and you unwittingly revealed the truth to me." Yang Fan's face turned ashen, wishing he could slap himself twice. His villa was well concealed, not even under his name, making it a secure hideout, that at least. That was his belief until Jiang Yun's arrival shattered it, revealing the extent of Jiang Yun's capabilities. That it led him to instinctively think that Jiang Yun had uncovered everything, prompting him to inadvertently slip up. "You need not shield the Qin family. I've already met with them," Yang Fan stated. Jiang Yun, unfazed by his words, continued assertively, "I simply cannot comprehend what the Chun family has offered you, allowing you to forsake your achievements and reputation, willingly serving them." Yang Fan's trading business was thriving, having become a leading enterprise in the capital. However, following the recent tsunami incident, his reputation had taken a substantial hit. If Jiang Yun were to publicly disclose the events, revealing that Yang Fan had premeditated the entire affair, it would spell his ruin. Moreover, he would have to pay for his actions. Chapter 311. The final deadline. Yang Fan's face was etched with despair as he offered a self-deprecating smile. Yet he refrained from providing any explanations that Mr. Jiang. It seems this guy is impervious to intimidation. Let us not waste any more time. He Hu cracked his knuckles, itching to teach Yang Fan a lesson. If not for Jiang Yun's presence, that he is merely a small pawn. Leave 2 of your men here to ensure he transfers the owed 100 million promptly, or else he will face dire consequences. Thus, Jiang Yun was unconcerned about the 100 million worth of goods, yet he would not allow his efforts to go to waste. Had the storm at sea genuinely been an accident, Jiang Yun might have spared Yang Fan, recognizing it as an act of nature. Despite the explicit terms in their contract, Jiang Yun was known to be compassionate. However, the reality was otherwise. The storm was likely intentional, and the ship had set sail without any cargo. An egregious act. Jiang Yun would not let it slide easily. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will handle this matter diligently. He Hu quickly assured him. After casting another glance at Yang Fan, Jiang Yun made his way toward the door. On the return journey, Jiang Yun's phone incessantly buzzed, all messages related to Yunxua Group. Within a mere 20 minutes of travel, he received over a dozen calls, nearly overwhelming his phone. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Yun gazed out the window. His expression somewhat unnatural as the reports from the calls echoed in his mind, but he had just learned that many of Yunxua Group's partners were experiencing issues akin to those faced by Yang Fan Trading. Not only did it inflict financial losses on Yunxua Group, but it also hindered the timely delivery of substantial goods, damaging their credibility with partners. Clearly, this was no mere coincidence. Someone was orchestrating these events with intent. Such grand schemes could only be executed by members of the Qin family. Jiang Yun's concern deepened as he realized Qinzhouge had ventured alone to the Qin family, prompting him to worry and seek updates on her situation. However, after several attempts to reach her, he could not establish contact. Moreover, before her departure, she had repeatedly cautioned Jiang Yun against any dealings with the Qin family unless absolutely necessary, leaving him feeling powerless. In the office of Yunxua Group, as Jiang Yun arrived, all employees turned their attention toward him. Within the office area, whispers filled the air, revealing their anxiety over the unfolding events. Although Yunxua Group was not the pinnacle of the capital's business realm, boasting assets in the billions, working there was considered an honor. Yet now, with the company on the brink of collapse, they feared for their jobs. Have you heard? Many of the company's operations are in disarray, and overseas partners are seeking compensation from us. Such a thing has never happened before. Could it be that our chairman has offended someone? Who knows? Let's not dwell on that. We should check for job openings online. If the company truly goes under, we must be ready to jump ship. The discussions continued among the employees. Although Jiang Yun overheard their chatter, he paid them no mind and headed straight for the general manager's office. "Brother, you're here." Chen Pingping hastily opened the door and stepped aside for Jiang Yun. She sensed his mood was less than favorable, especially with the turmoil within the company, so she refrained from provoking him. Lu Qianjian stood beside her, both women resembling sentinels at the door. Jiang Yun merely nodded at them before striding into the office. His gaze shifted to Lin Shui, whose expression appeared somewhat strained. He calmly remarked, "I'm already aware of the situation in the company. Keep your worries at bay. Things are still manageable, and it's not as dire as we imagine. Moreover, these losses won't affect our lives. The immediate priority is for me to visit the Qin family. I am concerned that something may happen to our mother." Jiang Yun spoke directly, his words carrying an urgency to owe him. Money was merely a number, lacking significance. However, having just reunited with his mother, he had yet to experience the warmth of family or a mother's love. He could not bear the thought of parting with Qinzhouge so soon. Lin Shui quickly stood and hurried to his side, gripping his arm as she urged, "I remember Mom warned us not to venture into the Qin family lightly, nor to seek them out. If you go now, could it disrupt her plans? Lin Shui was undoubtedly worried about Chen Juga, but as the general manager of Yinshui Group, her considerations were more complex. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette. His complexion pale as paper, his mind restless. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fists and declared, "Then I shall wait until the final day, that if by tonight I still cannot reach our mother, I will head to the Chen family tomorrow, even if it means facing peril." Lin Shui did not press the matter further, ultimately nodding in agreement. For now, all they could do was hope for Chen Juga to contact them soon. For that was the only way to alleviate their anxieties that I in this state. Jiang Yun was evidently not attending to business at Chen's family, but rather fighting for his life, given his restless mind and the multitude of company matters weighing on him. He did not linger any longer. After a brief inquiry into the situation, he departed the company. Upon reaching the ground floor, the driver was already waiting nearby, respectfully glancing at Jiang Yun and quickly opening the car door for him. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively and said coolly, "I wish to explore on my own. You may return home for the day." The driver, taken aback, hesitated before asking, "Sir, are you sure you can manage alone?" It was apparent to anyone that Jiang Yun's mental state was far from stable, an undeniable fact. Ignoring the driver's concern, Jiang Yun took his place in the driver's seat and drove off. After watching him leave, the driver let out a resigned sigh, "Sir, please do take care." Meanwhile, after Jiang Yun had driven a short distance, he discovered a throng of people ahead. Soon, he could hear the escalating sounds of an argument from the crowd. What was going on? Due to the overwhelming congestion on the road, his vehicle could no longer move, prompting Jiang Yun to step out. As he pushed through the crowd, the clamor of the dispute grew, increasingly jarring. One individual was speaking in a foreign language, clearly from abroad, ranting in a manner incomprehensible to those around, his face twisted in anger. Surrounding onlookers were pointing fingers and gossiping about the foreigner. Within moments, Jiang Yun squeezed into the throng, observing two cars that had collided. While the incident was not severe, the two drivers were engaged in a heated altercation. From snippets of conversation he overheard, Jiang Yun learned that although it was merely a minor bump, the male driver was being unreasonable, persistently haranguing the foreign woman before him. Their mutual incomprehension had led to the current impasse. Once a flamboyant playboy in Ning City, Jiang Yun had once been perceived as a mere gigolo, lacking in merit. Yet, owing to his family background and a host of dubious companions, his command of foreign languages was commendable. Approaching the foreign woman, he initiated a conversation. "There is no need for you to argue with him. Let me contact the relevant authorities to have professionals handle this matter. However, I kindly ask that you move your vehicle, as it is obstructing traffic." Not only was Jiang Yun's car trapped, but numerous others in the vicinity were similarly hindered, resulting in an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. After all, if passage was impossible, one might as well stay and witness the unfolding drama. The foreign woman narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Yun for a moment before replying. "Thank you." That instant, the male driver, standing opposite the foreign woman, seized Jiang Yun's arm. Though his grasp of foreign languages was limited, he understood the word "thank you," and his expression darkened considerably. Furrowing his brow, he retorted, "What are you saying to her?" Jiang Yun frowned slightly, already burdened with frustration from the matters concerning Chen Juga. He found the male driver's rudeness intolerable and shook off the grip without acknowledging him. "Are you deliberately opposing me?" The male driver gritted his teeth, feeling incensed, driving a mere second-hand vehicle worth a few thousand. He found himself at odds with the foreign woman, who was behind the wheel of a luxury car valued at over $1 million. Thus, when their vehicles lightly collided, he was eager to exploit the situation for a financial gain, which explained his reluctance to involve others. Unfortunately for him, the foreign woman was oblivious to the nuances of Mandarin, complicating matters. Seeing Jiang Yun intervening, the male driver's ire flared. He reached out again, gripping Jiang Yun's wrist while pointing a finger at him, declaring, "I see. You must be this woman's lover, right? You look decent enough. Why can't you do better? Are our domestic women not good enough for you? Why seek out a foreign girl?" As the male driver's verbal attacks escalated, onlookers began to shake their heads in disapproval, chastising him. Yet he remained unfazed, maintaining his defiant demeanor. Let me make this clear. You and your friend should understand that the rule is to yield to oncoming traffic. She failed to slow down while turning, causing the collision, hence she bears full responsibility. If you would like to avoid further complications, she should hand me 30,000, and I shall consider the matter settled. It must be noted that the male driver was indeed calculating quite shrewdly. For him, 30,000 was a significant sum. Yet for the foreign woman, it was likely a trivial amount, given her ability to afford a luxury vehicle and the associated annual insurance and maintenance costs, far exceeding the value of his own car. Moreover, he was banking on the wealthy individual's aversion to wasting time on trivial matters. 30,000. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips. The foreign woman had been attentively watching him, seemingly awaiting his translation, but of course, 30,000 is the minimum. Nevertheless, if you refuse to pay up, neither of you shall leave. Though Jiang Yun had no genuine connection with the foreign woman, the male driver perceived them as mere bystanders and coldly reprimanded them. Fine, I'll have someone bring the money right away. Jiang Yun promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Qingying, knowing that the location was not far from Yinxue Group, where he had recently encountered Jiang Qingying. In dealing with such individuals, a rogue approach was necessary. While he did not advocate for violence, it could sometimes prove to be a practical solution. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yun approached the foreign woman. Smiling reassuringly, rest assured, this matter will be resolved shortly. Thank you. The foreign woman expressed her gratitude with a glance at Jiang Yun, producing a business card from her BAG to MY name is Catherine. Here is my card. You have assisted me today, and should you ever require help, please feel free to contact me. Catherine? Jiang Yun examined the card, narrowing his eyes slightly. It was crafted with an exquisite texture, featuring a sleek design with only her name and a phone number inscribed beneath it. While the design was simple, it exuded elegance, surpassing even his own business cards. However, Jiang Yun did not dwell on it, placing the card into his wallet while politely advising, please exercise caution while driving in the future to avoid such inconveniences. This was merely a friendly reminder, and Catherine nodded in acknowledgement without elaborating further. At that moment, Jiang Qingying arrived with the security team from Yinxue Group. As vehicles began to arrive, the crowd of onlookers parted, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Bro, what's going on? Jiang Qingying inquired, hastily approaching Jiang Yun, while the security personnel's gazes fell upon him. Observing the situation, the male driver instinctively recoiled a few steps. His expression turning awkward, it was evident that Jiang Yun's status was far from ordinary, far beyond what someone of his ilk could afford to offend. Two cars had merely brushed against each other. Yet he had taken advantage of Catherine's foreign status to demand an exorbitant compensation of 30,000, and now he dared to confront Jiang Yun. After assessing the unfolding events, Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed coldly on the male driver. Once he grasped the situation, Jiang Qingying approached the male driver, seizing his collar. Pointing at the minor scratches on the vehicles, he coldly remarked, regardless of who is at fault, you demand 30,000 for this trivial issue? It merely requires a touch-up, not such a ridiculous sum. The male driver, taken aback, hung his head, speechless for a while. Enough, do not harass him further. Let us wait for an assessment. We will proceed through the proper channels, Jiang Yun stated calmly, issuing a few instructions. Jiang Qingying nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Catherine stepped forward, tugging at Jiang Yun's sleeve with a hint of embarrassment. Sir, may I ask for your assistance? Feel free to speak candidly, Jiang Yun replied, his expression one of openness. After a brief hesitation, Catherine softly said, I have some matters to attend to, but if my car remains here, it will be inconvenient. I notice your friends drove here. Could you lend me a vehicle or give me a ride somewhere? A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yun's lips. Of course, it's a simple task. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Qingying, he began walking alongside Catherine toward the edge of the crowd. In no time, the two had boarded Jiang Yun's vehicle. After Catherine took her seat, Jiang Yun set off towards the horizon. As for the matter at the accident scene, It was best left to Jiang Qingying to handle. After all, there were no fatalities and the damage to the car was not severe, merely trivialities. However, what astonished Jiang Yun was that Catherine's car was worth over $1 million. She had simply abandoned it at the accident site and even entrusted Jiang Yun and others to manage it. Did she not fear unforeseen consequences? Or perhaps Catherine's connections were substantial enough that she did not care for such a vehicle? Throughout the journey, Catherine was engrossed in phone calls, occasionally sending messages, while Jiang Yun quietly fulfilled his role as the driver, using the opportunity to clear his mind. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at a resort on the outskirts of the capital. "Thank you. You have been a tremendous help," Catherine said with a beaming smile, producing a bank card from her handbag and presenting it to Jiang Yun. This was a gesture Jiang Yun was accustomed to. After all, money could facilitate many matters. Yet upon receiving the card, he looked perplexed and inquired, "Miss Catherine, what is this? You had your friends remain at the accident scene to assist me, which must have disrupted their affairs. This card contains over 100,000. Consider it a reward for them," Catherine asserted earnestly. Such generosity was indeed impressive. However, Jiang Yun declined the card with a smile, saying, "It is a noble tradition of ours to assist those in need. Please take back the money and tend to your own matters." Catherine hesitated for a moment, but seeing Jiang Yun's resolute attitude, she ultimately relented. After exchanging farewells, she stepped out of the vehicle, when suddenly a familiar voice rang in Jiang Yun's ears. "Miss Catherine, I thought you wouldn't come." Jiang Yun lifted his head and, through the windshield, caught sight of Chun Shiyu standing before Catherine. His breath quickened significantly that IT was indeed a member of the Chun family. As Jiang Yun met Chun Shiyu's gaze, a palpable tension filled the air, freezing their expressions. Catherine noticed the exchange and, standing closer to Chun Shiyu, asked, "Do you know this gentleman?" "Yes," Chun Shiyu replied mechanically, though his lips twitched slightly. In the next moment, Jiang Yun approached Chun Shiyu, his voice heavy as he asked, "My mother has gone to the Chen family. Though I am unaware of what has transpired, she has not provided me with any news." "How is she?" "This is a private matter for our family and does not concern you," Chun Shiyu retorted, his demeanor starkly contrasting with before, exuding an intimidating firmness as he added, "The agreement between you and the elder has been nullified. If there is nothing else, I suggest you leave and not delay my important affairs." Jiang Yun's expression darkened significantly. His greatest fear was for Chun Jiugao's safety, with a member of the Chen family right before him. How could he refrain from digging deeper? "Are you two quite familiar?" Catherine inquired, stepping beside Jiang Yun, her curiosity piqued. This snapped Jiang Yun back to reality, but he scrutinized Chun Shiyu for a while before coldly responding. "He is nothing but a scoundrel. Miss Catherine, I do not know the nature of your discussion with him, but I advise you to reconsider. The Chen family is not to be trifled with. Entangling with them will yield no benefits that IT is wise to think twice before making any decisions." With that, Jiang Yun turned to leave. Catherine found herself in a moment of hesitation, her gaze toward Chun Shiyu shifting. "Stop right there." Chun Shiyu's voice rang out coldly, and the men behind him quickly moved to block Jiang Yun's path. "That I do not know how you are acquainted with Miss Catherine, but let me warn you that she is our family's key partner. The elder has orchestrated a significant arrangement, and anyone who dares to disrupt it will face dire consequences." "Huh." Jiang Yun scoffed, meeting Chun Shiyu's gaze with intensity, then coldly declared, "I have not provoked you yet. Yet the Chun family has already made a move against me, that if this is the case, I would rather engage in a fight to the bitter end. Do you think you are worthy?" Chun Shiyu replied with disdain, waving dismissively at his companions, clearly growing impatient. The bodyguards surged forward, their intentions unmistakable. They were preparing to confront Jiang Yun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yun recognized his impulsiveness. He was alone, and should a conflict arise with Chun Shiyu, escaping unscathed would be nearly impossible. But as the men closed in, Catherine, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, stop!" Despite her halting Chinese, her presence commanded authority. Chun Shiyu froze momentarily, signaling his bodyguards to halt as well. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on Catherine. Jiang Yun exhaled a breath of relief. He had been pondering how to call for help. As these individuals were much larger than he, and given his past with Qin Shiyu, a fight would only spell disaster for him. That in an instant, Jiang Yun cast a grateful glance at Catherine, but refrained from speaking. Qin Shiyu quickly regained his composure and approached Catherine, lowering his voice. Miss Catherine, this is a personal matter between him and me that if you wish to avoid a bloody scene, I suggest you step inside and wait for me. I will discuss the collaboration with you later. In Qin Shiyu's mind, Catherine's intervention stemmed from sympathy. After all, she held a prominent status, often referred to as the family's little princess, and how could Jiang Yun possibly be acquainted with her? He presumed she would not intercede on Jiang Yun's behalf. Unfortunately for him, he miscalculated. Catherine disregarded Qin Shiyu entirely, walking past him to Jiang Yun's side, grasping his wrist, and they both entered the car. Once inside, Catherine stated, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and drive, right?" Jiang Yun mechanically nodded, without hesitation, swiftly starting the vehicle and speeding away. This was a place fraught with peril. One could never tell when Qin Shiyu might change his mind, and disregarding Catherine's advice could lead to catastrophic outcomes. After watching Jiang Yun and Catherine depart, Qin Shiyu's expression darkened, his crimson eyes blazing with fury that he clenched his fists and struck the wall beside him with force. Blood seeping from his knuckles, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Mr. Chen, what shall we do next? One of the bodyguards approached, inquiring hastily. Smack. Enraged, Qin Shiyu raised his hand and slapped the bodyguard across the face, pointing a finger at him as he coldly remarked, "I wish I knew what to do." After venting his frustration, he stepped aside to dial the elder Chen's number, needing to inform him of the situation promptly to prevent any disruption to their larger plans. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Catherine had already left the area, quickly merging onto the ring road. Sensing no vehicles in pursuit, Jiang Yun felt the color return to his pale face. Glancing at Catherine beside him, he smiled and said, "Thank you again. Had you not intervened, I might not have made it out alive." Jiang Yun spoke the truth. Catherine had indeed saved his life. "You helped me before, in your culture. This is called reciprocity. There is no need for such formality," Catherine replied amiably, her smile unwavering. However, Jiang Yun distinctly remembered how, moments ago, Catherine had commanded authority over Qin Shiyu, her gaze icy and forbidding, reminiscent of a phoenix surveying the lesser birds from her lofty perch. Jiang Yun's thoughts shifted as he turned the conversation. "Miss Catherine, how do you know the Chun family?" Though Jiang Yun did not possess extensive knowledge of the Qin family, he was aware that they were a superpower in the country, unmatched even by the Qian family. While Catherine appeared to be just an ordinary foreign woman, he suspected she had significant connections. Moreover, he recalled Qin Shiyu had mentioned a collaboration with Catherine. Catherine gazed out the window. A radiant smile graced her lips as she remarked, "I am not particularly acquainted with the Qin family. Rather, it is my father who has instructed me to investigate their background to assess any potential for collaboration. That is why I am meeting with Qin Shiyu today. However, I did not anticipate that Qin Shiyu would possess such a tempestuous temperament, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards that clearly suggests he is not a person of integrity. The Chun family is a well-known dynasty within the country. Simply drawing forth any individual from their ranks guarantees a figure of prominence. Moreover, given the vast wealth of the Qin family, even the younger members require bodyguards when venturing out, let alone someone as illustrious as Qin Shiyu. Although the reasoning seems somewhat flawed, Jiang Yun remains quite satisfied. Had it not been for Catherine's disdain for Qin Shiyu and his fortuitous intervention on the road to rescue her, it is uncertain how today's events would have unfolded. Perhaps everything is predestined. If I may be so bold as to inquire, what kind of collaboration do you and the Qin family intend to pursue? Jiang Yun ventured again, refraining from probing further into Catherine's identity. Having spent considerable time in the capital, he had often navigated the intricacies of the old foxes, thereby gaining a keen understanding of social nuances. Meanwhile, Catherine squinted her eyes playfully before responding. Are you attempting to extract information from me? Jiang Yun hesitated. His words caught on the tip of his tongue. Catherine's stature was formidable, and he was reluctant to offend her over such trivial matters, as there might be an opportunity for collaboration with this captivating woman in the future. All right, I was merely teasing you. You have no reason to be so apprehensive. Catherine smiled brightly and continued, I am attending university in your country, so I am not very familiar with family matters. However, I have heard my father mention that they seem to be preparing to establish a private bank, hence the collaboration with the Chen family. Establishing a bank? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. Although numerous state-owned banks exist in the market, private banks also hold their ground, each backed by countless foundations or supported by prominent families. Otherwise, how could they possibly amass such substantial capital? Opening a bank is not as simple as establishing a trading company. Indeed, the Chen family is a commercial leviathan not to be underestimated. May I inquire how much the Chen family intends to invest in your collaboration? Jiang Yun pressed further, that Catherine's eyes narrowed, her already fox-like allure becoming even more pronounced as she scrutinized Jiang Yun for a considerable time before smiling and asking, You seem quite intrigued by the establishment of a bank. No, my interest lies in the affairs of the Chen family, Jiang Yun declared resolutely. Given Catherine's transparency, he felt no need to conceal his intentions and believed that being forthright might even garner her favor. Of course, his heart was steadfastly devoted to Lin Shui. No woman could ever eclipse that affection. Nevertheless, he was keen to forge a connection with Catherine. Catherine did not respond, seemingly disinterested in the matters concerning Jiang Yun and the Chen family. Soon, they arrived at the city center, where Catherine instructed Jiang Yun to halt the vehicle in front of a shopping mall. After bidding him farewell, she gracefully made her way inside. Once she departed, Jiang Yun resumed driving, heading directly to the security company of Black Tiger. Half an hour later, they arrived at the base of the company building. Upon receiving the news, Black Tiger promptly descended the stairs to welcome them, while the security guards, receptionists, and staff in attendance cast curious glances at Jiang Yun and his companion. Once they entered the elevator, a flurry of speculation ensued. Who is this young man? The boss seems to hold him in high regard. I heard he might be our hidden benefactor, and our current boss is merely working for him, that he seems only a few years older than us. How could he possibly have such extensive wealth? Who knows? Such matters are rarely straightforward. In a moment, various theories were posited, as everyone speculated about Jiang Yun's background. After all, in this era, achieving success solely through one's efforts is exceedingly challenging. Without a substantial background, one would be foolish to believe in the possibility of such vast wealth. Meanwhile, in the office above, Black Tiger poured Jiang Yun a glass of water before respectfully returning to his side and inquiring, Mr. Jiang, your sudden visit, does it pertain to a specific matter? It was noteworthy that during this time, Jiang Yun had always directed operations remotely, rarely appearing in person. Thus, Black Tiger felt a twinge of concern upon seeing Jiang Yun's urgency and troubled countenance, pondering whether he had unwittingly displeased him. Just as he pondered, Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively and replied coolly, I am here to request your assistance in investigating someone. As he spoke, Jiang Yun produced the business card that Catherine had given him and placed it on the coffee table. A simple phone call would suffice. Why go to the trouble of coming here? Black Tiger responded, relieved to see Jiang Yun's demeanor soften, that he picked up the card, glanced at it briefly, and then dialed a number. Issuing a few concise instructions to Mr. Jiang, I have expedited the inquiry. We should receive a response within half an hour. Jiang Yun nodded, but his expression remained serious. Lighting a cigarette, he closed his eyes in contemplation, repeatedly recalling Catherine's face, filled with intrigue about this woman. Observing Jiang Yun's demeanor, Black Tiger dared not approach, remaining statue-like in silence, not even daring to draw a breath. Time passed slowly, and as the phone rang, Jiang Yun snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on Black Tiger. Unbeknownst to him, he had smoked approximately 10 cigarettes, filling the office with a haze that obscured vision. Under Jiang Yun's watchful eye, Black Tiger soon hung up the phone, quickly scrolling through his device to retrieve a document, which he respectfully presented to Jiang Yun. Mr. Jiang, here are all the details regarding Catherine. However, it appears that her information has been deliberately altered. The more obscured the details, the more certain we can be that she is not an ordinary individual. Jiang Yun nodded, remaining silent as his gaze remained glued to the screen of the phone. After perusing the information for a while, he noted a single keyword: Longwei University. Longwei University is a prestigious institution located in the capital, known for its diverse international student body hailing from various corners of the globe, rendering it a globally recognized school. Catherine is currently enrolled there. Jiang Yun's fingers lightly tapped the table, his eyes narrowing slightly, that he realized he had not acquired any useful information, nor did he comprehend Catherine's familial background. It seemed he would need to engage with Catherine more thoroughly. Mr. Jiang, what prompted your sudden interest in investigating this woman? Has she caught your attention? Black Tiger inquired, his curiosity piqued, if that is the case. Perhaps I should. As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. Cease your fanciful musings. I am merely intrigued by Catherine's identity, with no ulterior motives. Consider this conversation forgotten, and do not mention her name to anyone. Jiang Yun instructed before striding towards the door. Black Tiger was left perplexed, bewildered by the hasty entrance and exit, still uncertain of Jiang Yun's true intentions. Moments later, Jiang Yun returned to the estate, seeking out Jiang Qingying to convey his plans. In an instant, Jiang Qingying's eyes widened, and Dong Taizhan, seated nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Qingying scrutinized Jiang Yun for a prolonged period before furrowing his brow and exclaiming, "Brother, you must be joking. You want me to seduce a foreign woman? Absolutely not. I have no interest in foreign women whatsoever. While I do acknowledge my own charm, you should entrust this task to Dong Taizhan. Even if he is somewhat impaired, he is still quite handsome, and many women are attracted to muscular men." Dong Taizhan, taken aback, was about to decline when Jiang Yun rolled his eyes at the two. "Enough of your prattle. All you need to do is get close to her, ascertain her identity, and understand the extent of her dealings with the Qin family. Then, remain by her side as my quiet informant. Besides, I am not asking you to reveal yourself. What is there to fear?" Thus, this unconventional approach was deemed necessary during these extraordinary times, having received no news from Chun Jiuge for quite some time. Jiang Yun found herself in a state of unease, her heart in turmoil. Therefore, it was imperative to remain vigilant regarding the Qin family, or perhaps to take the initiative. Chapter 316. You are bent, brother. If I were to make a sacrifice, you must adequately compensate me, and in the future, find a good family to marry me off to. Furthermore, it is crucial that too many people do not learn of this matter, for my reputation would be irreparably damaged. Jiang Qingying continued to voice his grievances, his demeanor resembling that of a wronged bride. Jiang Yun rolled her eyes at him, wishing she could give him a swift kick. "Enough already, you rascal. Don't take advantage of the situation and then act innocent. Catherine is an absolute beauty. If you manage to win her over, it would truly be a case of a flower blooming amid dung. How regrettable." Jiang Qingying shook his head in resignation, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. Soon, the three began to devise a plan to bring Jiang Qingying and Catherine together, which would naturally require some clever strategizing. Although Jiang Yun had little interaction with Catherine, she sensed that the woman was far from simple and possessed remarkable intelligence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been dispatched by her family to negotiate with the Qin family. Though Heihu had not uncovered much useful information, he did gather a peculiar habit of Catherine, despite studying at Longwei University. She often frequented bars and had a penchant for drinking. Ultimately, Jiang Yun conceived an excellent idea: to have Jiang Qingying visit the bar that Catherine often patronized, orchestrating a chance encounter without delay. That very evening, Jiang Yun and her companions set their plan into motion. Arriving at the bar, Jiang Qingying trudged inside with heavy steps. Although he had often visited bars before, indulging in drunken escapades, This time was different. He was not there to pursue women, but rather to cast his line passively. Naturally, he felt little enthusiasm. Inside the car, Jiang Yun sat in the back seat, a cigarette pinched between her middle and index fingers. Her gaze fixed on the bar ahead as she scanned the crowd for Catherine's figure. While waiting idly may be foolish, it was still a strategy. Dong Taizan, at the wheel, paid no mind to this. Engrossed in messaging someone on his phone, occasionally chuckling to himself. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, causing Jiang Yun's eyes to light up. Her gaze locked onto the individual. Who else could it be but Catherine? Now it was up to Jiang Qingying to demonstrate his capabilities. Whether he could win Catherine over remained uncertain. Jiang Yun muttered to herself a few words before lighting another cigarette. She had taken to keeping a cigarette at hand. Whether in contemplation or due to a shift in mood, it had become a habit, though one could not help but note that even in this act, Jiang Yun exuded an alluring charm. Just as she pondered the next steps of their plan, a sultry voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. "Hey there, I just stepped out of the bar, and I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Mind if I sit in your car for a moment?" A woman clad in revealing attire stood outside the car, her midriff exposed and her skirt exceedingly short. While her oval face was somewhat pleasant, the rainbow-hued hair was off-putting to Jiang Yun. She tapped her cigarette, watching the ash float away on the breeze, and noticed the woman's skirt swaying, revealing that she was not wearing any modest undergarments. In that instant, Jiang Yun felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Wishing to cleanse her eyes of the sight, "Can I come in for a bit?" "Don't worry, I'm very well behaved, just need to rest a moment." The woman smiled enticingly, her gaze fixated on Jiang Yun, occasionally glancing at Dong Taizan in the driver's seat. She had been lingering nearby, keeping an eye on Jiang Yun's vehicle. Although Jiang Yun had traded her supercar for a luxurious RV, it still exuded a sense of understated opulence, especially with a driver at the wheel, leading the woman to deduce that Jiang Yun was indeed a person of significance. However, the prolonged parking suggested one possibility. Jiang Yun was on the prowl for prey. After all, the area outside the bar was filled with luxury cars, their owners clearly seeking to entice women under the guise of their wealth. The woman had already deemed Jiang Yun her target. If she could ensnare such a wealthy patron, her troubles for the next 2 months would be alleviated. Regrettably, Jiang Yun completely ignored her, not even uttering a word. Instead, she tossed the cigarette butt aside and rolled up the window. The woman was taken aback for a moment but quickly regained her composure, frowning slightly before exclaiming, "What the hell? You're not a real man. I come right up to you, and you just ignore me? You must be bent or something." After a few complaints, the woman departed. Jiang Yun then rolled down the window, her gaze returning to the bar, undistracted by the earlier encounter. Dong Taizan, from the driver's seat, glanced at Jiang Yun through the rearview mirror, puzzled as he asked, "Mr. Jiang, what does bent mean?" Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, looking at Dong Taizan with curiosity. "That is what that woman said when she left, calling you bent," despite the soundproofing of the vehicle being decent. Dong Taizan had caught the woman's words but was not entirely clear on their meaning. Jiang Yun chuckled helplessly, scrutinizing Dong Taizan for a moment before teasing, "It means you're handsome, outstanding, and perfect." "Oh, so that's what bent means." Dong Taizan nodded emphatically, a look of enlightenment on his face. Jiang Yun nearly burst into laughter. Dong Taizan truly was a character, not only unfamiliar with online trends, but also oblivious to many colloquialisms. He fit the adage perfectly: strong body, smooth brain. Not wishing to continue jesting with Dong Taizan, Jiang Yun glanced at her phone and shifted the topic, saying, "Catherine has been inside for nearly an hour now. Yet I still haven't heard from Jiang Qingying. Could it be that he has failed to capture Catherine's heart? After all, Jiang Qingying is quite the charmer in the realm of romance, a true prince of nightlife. And with his youthful good looks, surely he should be irresistible even to foreign women." Chapter 317. A failed attempt. Could it be that Jiang Qingying did not put forth his best effort? Hence, the silence on his part. Jiang Yun furrowed her brows, lightly tapping her fingers, and continued, if he botches this, he can pack his bags and leave. I want to allow him to remain in the estate. Just then, Jong Yun's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her eyes brightened. Speak of the devil. She quickly answered, diving straight into the conversation. I thought you had gone silent. Hurry and tell me. Did you manage to win over Catherine? A brief pause on the line was followed by a familiar voice, but it was not Jiang Qingying's. Upon hearing it, Jiang Yun's expression froze, and her lips twitched slightly. Mr. Jiang, I'm quite curious why you would want your associate to win me over. Catherine's tone was assertive, her voice still rich and captivating. Jiang Yun quickly smiled apologetically. The owner of this phone is my younger brother. I am married, after all, and I wish for my inept brother to marry soon. But he has yet to find a suitable match, which is why I wanted to create an opportunity for the two of you. Oh, Catherine replied with a hint of sarcasm, taking her time before continuing. Your brother is quite handsome. Since you are keen to play matchmaker, why don't you join us for a discussion? Is that agreeable? Jiang Yun sighed in resignation, mentally cursing Jiang Qing countless times for being utterly useless, failing even this simple task. Even if he could not win Catherine over, could he not at least keep his identity concealed? Despite her internal complaints, she continued to agree, and after receiving the box number, she alighted from the car with Dong Taizhan and headed into the bar. What is meant to happen will happen. Standing before the bar, Jiang Yun adjusted her collar, determined to maintain her composure. Even if trouble awaited Mr. Jiang, should we call for reinforcements? Do you want me to contact Heihu? Dong Taizhan asked solemnly. The circumstances within the bar remain unclear. Once they step inside, should a brawl truly ensue, he would find himself incapable of adequately protecting Jiang Yun. Thus, it is imperative to prepare thoroughly to avoid repeating past mistakes. While he might not mind losing another leg, he absolutely cannot allow Jiang Yun to suffer even the slightest injury. Jiang Yun squinted, elegantly lit a cigarette, and casually remarked, It's fine. I trust that Catherine will refrain from taking any extreme actions against me. Let's proceed and assess the situation, that if she truly intends to resort to violence, you can find a way to contact the Black Tiger. Jiang Yun harbored a strong belief in his instincts. Catherine did not strike him as the type to be utterly ruthless. This meeting might hold significant meaning for both of them. Given Jiang Yun's confidence, Dong Taizhan dared not voice any objections and followed Jiang Yun's lead. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the door of the private room. Upon pushing the door open, they beheld Jiang Qingying and Catherine engaged in a game of dice, with an array of liquor spread across the table. Jiang Yun surveyed the room, and his gaze fell upon a suited man standing behind Catherine that in the vast space. They were the only three present, and as Jiang Yun entered, the suited man turned his attention to him. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yun felt a chill run down his spine. It was the first time he had encountered such a fierce gaze, one that radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. Leaving him somewhat unsettled, in mere seconds, a burning sensation engulfed his face, as if sharp blades were slicing across his skin. It was evident that this suited man was not to be trifled with. Yet, considering Catherine's likely status as the daughter of a prominent foreign family, it was understandable that she would be surrounded by capable individuals, especially if she were to collaborate with the Chun family in establishing a bank. Catherine, Jiang Yun retrieved his gaze and turned to her with a smile, saying, I was merely teasing you. I'm relieved you're not upset. You see, as I ascended the stairs, my heart was racing, and I was quite anxious, fearing I might disturb your peace. Catherine casually grasped a bottle of wine, abandoning the dice game with Jiang Qingying, and shot a pointed look at Jiang Yun, retorting, Stop playing coy with me. Your brother has been prying into my affairs. Is this your doing? Jiang Yun's gaze shifted instantly to Jiang Qingying, who promptly lowered his head. Miss Catherine, this is all a misunderstanding. Jiang Yun hastily took a seat and began to explain repeatedly. Unfortunately, Catherine remained unconvinced, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Jiang Yun. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, Don't patronize me. We're not fools that we all understand each other's intentions, so, tell me, what exactly do you wish to know? Let us be straightforward. It will save us both a great deal of trouble and time in the future. Wouldn't you agree? Catherine was refreshingly candid, while Jiang Yun hesitated, his words caught in his throat. He licked his lips and seized a bottle of wine, drinking deeply that I in vino veritas. After indulging, Jiang Yun grinned and said, Miss Catherine, I have been pondering a question. Is there anything the Qin family can accomplish that I cannot? What do you mean? Catherine asked, her interest piqued as she returned his question. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment, deliberately elongating his words before continuing. Perhaps I could propose a partnership, collaborating with your family to establish a private bank. What are the prospects of such an endeavor? From the fear evident in Chen Shiyu's eyes, Jiang Yun surmised that Catherine's family wielded far greater influence than he had initially imagined, although he was uncertain whether he would ultimately confront the Chen family. It was prudent to arm himself with several hidden cards for future contingencies. Catherine stroked her chin thoughtfully before shaking her head. That you're quite young, yet your ambitions are considerable if you wish to collaborate with us. I must first know how much capital you can mobilize. Miss Catherine, what amount do you consider appropriate? Jiang Yun countered. Having never dealt with foreign families, he was reluctant to make any bold claims. It would be a minor embarrassment to be dismissed, but a significant loss if he were to miss out on this opportunity. Catherine swirled the wine in her glass and replied with a smile. To collaborate with us, you must possess at least $1 trillion in assets. Otherwise, you lack the qualifications for partnership. Moreover, we are establishing a bank. If the funds are insufficient, we would become the laughingstock of others. Catherine's reasoning was sound, yet it placed Jiang Yun in a difficult position. Even if he sold everything he owned, he could only muster a few $100 billion, where could he possibly procure $1 trillion in assets? Moreover, he discerned that Catherine's figure was likely a mere starting point, and the actual required amount might far exceed that. Noticing Jiang Yun's silence, Catherine's lips curled into a playful smile as she said, Since your available funds fall short, I advise you to abandon this notion that my elders have already engaged with the Qin family, and they are indeed the best candidates for collaboration, although I possess some influence. It is not conclusive, and given your insufficient funds, even if I wish to assist you, I fear I would be unable to do so. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes, lost in deep contemplation. The Qin family had become a formidable force in the domestic landscape. A mere stomp of their feet could reverberate throughout the business community. Should he manage to ally with Catherine's family, the Qin family would inevitably expand internationally, potentially becoming titans of commerce. While Chen Zhouge and others had refrained from divulging past events, Jiang Yun had pieced together some clues. His parents had roamed far and wide for years, all orchestrated by the Qin family, despite Chen Zhouge's intentions to shield him from direct conflict. As a son, how could he remain indifferent? After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun clenched his fists tightly and stated earnestly, Here's the deal. Do your utmost to advocate for me. And grant me some time. I will gather the necessary funds. Even if your family does not wish to collaborate with me, I ask you to ensure that your family refrains from partnering with the Chen family. Is that agreeable? Catherine narrowed her eyes and smiled. Very well. I shall do my best. With the serious discussions concluded, Jiang Yun raised his glass to clink with Catherine's before departing with his companions. As Catherine watched them leave, she observed her wine glass with an elegant demeanor, murmuring to herself, I must admit, this young man is rather intriguing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had exited the bar, but remained idle in the car. Failing to start the engine, Jiang Qingying bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before turning to Jiang Yun and murmuring, Brother, I'm sorry, I messed things up, leaving you in such a passive position. This is all my fault. It's not your fault. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, his mind still preoccupied with the matter of funding. Heaven had granted him a chance to start anew. Since he could not create value in his past life, he must seize the opportunity to showcase himself in this one. Moreover, he needed to leverage Catherine's influence to confront the Qin family. Money. Jiang Yun suddenly uttered a single word. The two in the car turned to him once more, but none spoke. That I've got it. Suddenly, Jiang Yun snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile emerging on his lips. Clearly having formulated a plan. What are you both dawdling for? Do you expect me to treat you to dinner? Hurry, drive us home. Having clarified his thoughts, he felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him. Chuckling as he spoke, the two exchanged glances, pondering if Jiang Yun had developed a split personality. One moment he was troubled, and the next he was affable. Yet, Jiang Qing dared not inquire further, and simply started the car, steering towards the estate. After a long day of events, upon returning to the estate, they found the office workers had already returned. Lin Shui remained seated in the lobby, and upon seeing Jiang Yun approach, her anxious heart finally settled. You scared me. I thought you had gone to the Qin family. Lin Shui sighed, adding, I know your temperament, and I understand how important Qin Jioga is to you, with her currently unaccounted for. I worried you might do something reckless. Their journey to this point had been arduous, yet Lin Shui felt it inappropriate to dissuade Jiang Yun, for Qin Jioga was his mother. Whatever decision Jiang Yun made, she could only silently support that. Of course, I must go to the Qin family, Jiang Yun stated firmly after taking a sip of water. Tomorrow morning, should I still be without news of my mother, I shall head straight to the Qin residence, that if they dare to act out of line towards my parents, I will not let them go unpunished. Lin Shui wore a face of helplessness. Indeed, what was meant to come would eventually arrive. After a simple meal, the group retreated to their respective rooms. Throughout the night, Jiang Yun and his companion tossed and turned, unable to find rest, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Lin Shui was naturally concerned about Jiang Yun's safety, while Jiang Yun's mind was entangled with thoughts of Qin Jioga. As dawn broke, Jiang Yun's phone remained silent. Taking a deep breath, he sat up, quickly washed, and made his way downstairs. Lying in bed, Lin Shui listened to the fading footsteps, her breath quickening. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up her phone and called Hey Hu, briefly relaying her concerns. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Jiang Qing sat at the dining table. Mr. Jiang, are we preparing to go to the Qin residence? Inquired Dong Taizhan from the side. Yes, Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat. Should we contact Hey Hu? Perhaps he could arrange for additional manpower to avoid being caught off guard. Dong Taizhan asked with genuine concern that he was not particularly worried about any unforeseen circumstances. Without Jiang Yun, he would likely still be in bed, rendered useless. Jiang Yun was not only his employer, but had also given him a second chance at life. Even if the sky were to fall, he would stand in front of Jiang Yun to shield him. No need, Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, stating, We are voluntarily visiting the Qin residence. After all, it is their territory. Bringing more people would likely not be advantageous. Brother, what about me? Jiang Qing quickly inquired. You should stay at home and help take care of your sister-in-law. If something were to happen to me, I would prefer to have someone by her side. Jiang Yun replied in a calm tone, which only served to alter the expressions of the two beside him, filling their hearts with unease. All right, while my wife is still asleep, we should set off now. Jiang Yun set down his chopsticks and patted Dong Taizhan on the shoulder. With you by my side, I feel at ease. Dong Taizhan nodded gravely, following Jiang Yun out the door, while Jiang Qing trailed behind, watching them leave before he sighed, his expression somewhat unnatural. Have they all left? Suddenly, a familiar voice startled Jiang Qing, causing him to turn around quickly. That he noticed Lin Shui standing behind him, and his breath quickened as he stammered, Yes, my brother has some matters to attend to, but he will be back soon. Lin Shui laughed self-deprecatingly, but said nothing further, feeling an unusual heaviness in her heart that in truth, she had followed Jiang Yun closely since he left the room, hiding in the corner of the dining area, eavesdropping on their conversation. For a moment, she even contemplated rushing out to embrace Jiang Yun, refusing to let him leave her side, yet ultimately reason prevailed, despite the Qin residence being a den of danger. As a child, one must provide an explanation for their parents. Furthermore, as Jiang Yun's wife, it would be inappropriate for her to interfere excessively in his affairs, lest it complicate matters for him. After several hours of travel, Jiang Yun arrived at the Qin residence, returning to a familiar place. Yet this time, things were not so smooth. Without Shinshiyu to guide him, the guards at the entrance obstructed Jiang Yun's path. "I am here to see old Master Chen," Jiang Yun stated directly. "Who do you think you are?" retorted the guard with disdain, rolling his eyes at Jiang Yun. "Get lost. This is the Chen Villa area. Without a member of the Chen family to escort you, no one is allowed entry. If you wish to see old Master Chen, you must first make an appointment. That is the Chen family's rule. We will not relay your message." The second guard stood by, equally indifferent, his attitude unwaveringly firm. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Dong Taizhan in the driver's seat, then gestured dismissively. Since they would not yield, he decided to charge through. In an instant, the expressions of the two guards changed. Before they could react, Dong Taizhan slammed on the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow, speeding toward the entrance with frightening velocity. Fortunately, the guards managed to dodge just in time. Otherwise, they would have been run over by the vehicle. One guard pulled out a walkie-talkie, shouting, "There's someone forcing their way into the villa area. Everyone inside. Be on alert and stop them immediately." Having said that, they wasted no time, grabbing their rubber clubs and chasing after Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan. Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan continued to drive recklessly, unconcerned with others' threats, strictly following Jiang Yun's orders. Having previously visited the Chun Villa area, Jiang Yun knew which villa housed old Master Chen. Under his guidance, the car soon crashed through the main gate and came to a halt in front of the hall. The courtyard was in disarray. As Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan exited the vehicle, they were met with a throng of bodyguards walking their dogs, all glaring angrily. Jiang Yun paid no mind to the crowd. Instead, he turned to Dong Taizhan and whispered in his ear, "Stay in the car if things go awry. You leave at the first opportunity." After all, this was a villa area, and the roads were clear, so escaping in the car shouldn't pose much difficulty. Jiang Yun was also concerned for Dong Tieshan's safety. Dong Taizhan felt a surge of gratitude, clenching his fists firmly, and resolutely declared, "Mr. Jiang, though I am currently a cripple, I cannot stand by and watch others bully you. Rest assured, if the Chen family dares to lay a finger on you, I will blow up the car and fight them to the death." Jiang Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Having a friend like Dong Taizhan in this life was more than enough. Knowing he could not dissuade Dong Taizhan, he wasted no more time and strode confidently toward the hall. The guards moved in, clearly intent on restraining Jiang Yun. Dong Taizhan then produced a windproof lighter from his pocket and retrieved a canister of gasoline from the trunk, casting a cold gaze at the assembled crowd. "Back off!" he bellowed. "That if anyone dares to take a step closer, I will detonate this car right now." Given the courtyard's limited size, should Dong Taizhan truly set off the vehicle, they would undoubtedly be affected as well. Thus, while the guards earned over 10,000 a month, they saw no reason to sacrifice their lives for such money. After exchanging glances, the guards stepped back, clearly intimidated by Dong Tieshan's fierce demeanor. Jiang Yun noted the stir behind him, gritting his teeth but remaining silent, observing everything unfold, that if he were to escape this ordeal unscathed, he would ensure to express his gratitude to Dong Taizhan. For Dong Taizhan was paving the way for him at the cost of his own life. Moments later, Jiang Yun entered the hall, sitting down in a nearby chair that he gestured to a servant, calmly stating, "Have old Master Chen come down to see me?" The servant, utterly bewildered, knew that the Chun family was a prominent household. Though visitors were rare, those who did come were invariably gentlemen that no one could compare to the likes of Jiang Yun and his companion. Quickly regaining his composure, the servant hurried upstairs that in no time. Footsteps echoed, and Jiang Yun turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, landing on old Master Chen. "Where is my mother?" he demanded directly. "Are you here to find Jiogo?" Old Master Chen replied with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Taizhan as he settled into a chair beside him. "Did your mother not inform you?" "Do not provoke the Chen family." That a cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips as he grasped a nearby teacup and smashed it violently to the floor. The sharp sound echoed through every corner, resonating in the ears of all present, Several servants instinctively took a few steps back, none daring to advance, that in their eyes, Jiang Yun was a complete madman, having lost all reason, and they feared what reckless action he might take next. "Stop with the useless chatter," Jiang Yun snapped. "Tell me where my mother is. If I do not see her today, I swear, even if it costs me my life, I will make sure you regret it." Jiang Yun's gaze blazed fiercely as he stared at the elderly Chun before him, his scarlet eyes resembling flames consuming everything in their path. Regrettably, in the face of his intimidation, old Master Chen remained unfazed. Leisurely sipping his tea without even glancing up, coolly retorting, "I fear you may lack the qualifications." In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun charged madly towards old Master Chen. Yet before he could reach him, two men clad in black darted out from a nearby corner, seizing Jiang Yun's arms and forcefully pinning him against the table. Jiang Yun's breath quickened, and he gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a fierce snarl directed at old Master Chen. "You scoundrel!" Outside, Dong Taizan was taken aback by the unfolding scene, hastily brandishing a gasoline-filled barrel and a lighter as he rushed towards old Master Chen. "Release Mr. Jiang immediately, or I shall bring us both to ruin without him lifting a finger." The barrel contained a staggering 3,000 milliliters of gasoline, and if ignited, not only would Dong Taizan perish, but so too would everyone present in the hall. Even if he were to miraculously survive, he would likely be gravely injured and bedridden. The servants gasped and scattered in all directions, no longer daring to linger. The security personnel, too, hesitated to intervene. In the vast hall, only old Master Chen and Jiang Yun remained. The atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive, that moment, old Master Chen finally narrowed his eyes, a grave expression crossing his face. Yet he remained silent. "Let Mr. Jiang go," Dong Taizan shouted once more, his voice laced with fury. Indeed, suddenly, old Master Chen broke into a chilling laugh, clapping his hands as he coolly inquired, "Tell me, how much has Jiang Yun offered you that compels you to serve him so loyally, regardless of his offer? I shall match it with 3 times the amount that in the future you will be the head of our security team, earning the admiration of all. What say you?" "Huh." Dong Taizan scoffed, the lighter growing hot in his grasp, his hand reddening and shooting painful jolts through him. Yet he resolutely clung to it, his gaze resolute. "Old man, do you think Mr. Jiang's loyalty can be measured in money? I tell you, even if you offered me 1 billion or more, I would never betray Mr. Jiang." In that instant, Jiang Yun's voice choked with emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Dong Tieshan's every action was profoundly moving. Even biological brothers can only share in fortune, but not in adversity, can they? Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, a sudden, commanding voice rang out from the crowd, "Stop!" Jiang Yun instinctively turned, spotting Chen Zhuge striding in from outside, exclaiming, "Mom, thank heavens you are unharmed." Moments ago, Jiang Yun felt utterly despondent, fearing that his mother had met a tragic fate, as old Master Chen had yet to allow her to appear. Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Zhuge stood before him, unscathed. Old Master Chen frowned slightly, slamming a hand on the table as he directed an angry rebuke at Chen Zhuge. "How dare you defy my orders? Did I not instruct you that until you are wed, you must not leave this room, nor contact anyone? What is the meaning of this?" Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned. Marriage? His mother was to be wed? What nonsense! But Chen Zhuge offered little explanation, hastening to Jiang Yun's side and forcefully pushing aside the 2 men restraining him. Coldly commanding, "Stand aside." The men exchanged glances before stepping back, though they remained wary of Jiang Yun, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Released from their grasp, Jiang Yun quickly stood, embracing Chen Zhuge, urgently asking, "Mom, what is happening? Are you truly to be married?" "Yes." Chen Zhuge's teeth nearly ground together, yet she ultimately nodded. "Why?" Jiang Yun's face flushed with rage as he pointed accusingly at old Master Chen. "Is this old dog coercing you?" "Mom, I will take you away from the Chen family, right now," that if anyone dares to obstruct us, I shall fight them to the death." Just as he spoke, the blaring horns of approaching cars echoed outside. Black sedans speeding in and crashing through the surrounding fence. The Chin family was taken aback, even Chinjioga turning to look at the commotion. The cars came to a swift halt in the courtyard, and He Hu and his men emerged, moving in unison. A sea of dark-clad individuals flooded the scene, their numbers impossible to count. Clearly, He Hu had mobilized his entire force, bringing all the personnel from the security company. Yet, Jiang Yun was surprised. He had not contacted He Hu, fearing the situation would escalate. Yet here they were, arriving at just the right moment. Upon seeing He Hu, Dong Taizhan was the most elated, quickly extinguishing the lighter and discarding the gasoline barrel before rushing to Jiang Yun's side. In an instant, He Hu and his men pushed through the crowd, forming a standoff with the Chin family, while He Hu approached Jiang Yun, anxiously inquiring, "Mr. Jiang, are you all right?" Upon receiving word from Madam, I rushed here immediately. Thankfully, I arrived in time. With the mystery unveiled, it was Lin Shuai safeguarding him. Chapter 321. A Family Reunited. "Rest assured, I am fine," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to Chinjuga, with matters having escalated to this point. And the facade entirely shattered, he could no longer afford to hold back. "Mom, come with me, that my people have arrived. Should a confrontation occur, the Chin family will gain no advantage, and those beside me are not cowards. If it comes to blows, we shall fight until the bitter end." Yet, deep down, Jiang Yun felt no sense of certainty. The security personnel alongside He, who all had families, laboring to provide for them. He could not allow his selfish desires to place so many lives at risk. The situation had not spiraled out of control. Everything remained manageable. However, if a brawl did erupt, the complexity of the situation would multiply. Chinjioga hesitated for a moment before clenching her fist and stating, "I cannot leave with you. Only if I marry that man will the Chin family spare you and your father." "Who is that man? What is going on?" Jiang Yun's face twisted in anguish. That man. Suddenly, a bitter smile crept across Chinjioga's lips as she shook her head, pulling Jiang Yun aside to sit, disregarding the onlookers, and began, "Now that we have reached this juncture, it is time you learned the truth. Long before I met your father, my own father arranged a marriage for me, purely a business alliance. Ironically, the suitor was an imbecile, the proud daughter of the Chin family. I was to marry someone I did not love and spend my life with a fool." In an instant, tears welled in Chinjioga's eyes, her breath quickening. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth in frustration, never having expected the Chin family to be so ruthless. Chinjioga continued, "Eventually, I fled the Chin family and met your father, that we fell in love and married. Ultimately having you, that I thought that by changing our identities, we could sever ties with the Chin family. But to my dismay, they tracked me down. Even after our marriage and child, they still sought to marry me off to that fool, which led to today as predicament. Thus, your father and I were forced to flee, and in desperation, we entrusted you to Jiang Tingfei, hoping he would raise you, my child. This is our debt to you. I am sorry for the suffering you have endured." With the truth laid bare, Jiang Yun grasped the full extent of his parents' plight, realizing that the Chun family was indeed the true puppet master behind it all. This only solidified Jiang Yun's resolve. The Chun family must be eradicated, and they could not be allowed to continue their tyranny unchallenged. Now they have your father in their grasp, and they know everything about you. So I have no choice but to compromise." Chun Jilga continued, her eyes filled with unending sorrow that he had thought that their reunion would be a joyous occasion, yet it had turned into a burden for Chun Jilga. However, the Chun family is indeed ruthless. Now, Chinjoga has already crossed the threshold of 50 years, and more than 20 years have passed since the incident, yet the Chin family has never relinquished their intentions, even planning to marry Chinjoga off to that fool. Who could endure such a thing? Jiang Yun grasped Chinjoga's wrist tightly, glanced back at He Hu, then retrieved a bank card from his pocket, his eyes reddening as he declared, "This card contains all my savings. Today, whoever assists me in eliminating this old dog from the Chin family shall claim this fortune. The onlookers behind Hay who exchanged glances, their eyes widening as they stepped closer to the elderly Mr. Chun. Although the Chin family members were also elite bodyguards, none dared to advance. Under such a substantial bounty, brave souls would inevitably emerge. To obstruct Zhang Yun and his companions now would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, and a careless move could cost them their lives. At this juncture, a chill swept across the face of the elderly Mr. Chun, revealing his evident panic that he never anticipated Zhang Yun would be so unhinged. Zhang Yun, you are now engaging in hired murder. Even if you do not strike the blow yourself, should anything happen, you cannot escape culpability. Moreover, your father is in my custody. Previously, I deceived you into believing he had become a vegetable. In truth, he is merely under my confinement, treated well each day, that do you not wish to see him. As a son, not knowing what one's father looks like, do you not find that lamentable? The elderly Mr. Chun made his final stand, his words piercing the heart. Indeed, upon learning of his father's situation, Zhang Yun found himself in a dilemma. In his fury, he still retained a sliver of reason. After a moment's hesitation, he gestured to the crowd behind him, halting their advance. Chen Jioge, pale with fear, did not wish to witness Zhang Yun truly engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Chen family. For such a confrontation would spell ruin for him. What mother does not yearn for her child to succeed? The elderly Mr. Chun broke into a cold sweat. Relieved as the tension eased, he sank back into his chair with a sigh. Immediately hand over my father. Then allow my family to leave. As for whether you wish to trouble me in the future, that shall depend on your capabilities, Zhang Yun uttered coldly. The elderly Mr. Chun waved toward those outside, and soon individuals began to disperse. After a long scrutiny of Zhang Yun, he continued, I recognize your modest accomplishments in business. However, such achievements alone do not grant you the right to challenge the Chin family. It will not be long before you realize just how ridiculous your actions are. With a cold smile playing on his lips, Zhang Yun retorted, what if I were to collaborate with Catherine? In an instant, the elderly Mr. Chun was struck dumb, as if thunderstruck. How could you possibly know Catherine? The family Catherine belongs to possesses significant international influence, while Zhang Yun is merely a businessman from the capital, lacking any comparability to renowned domestic entrepreneurs. How could he have knowledge of Catherine's existence? Zhang Yun snorted coldly and continued, I will dismantle your Chin family's plans and schemes, then establish a bank with Catherine's family. At that point, it will be time for me to exact my revenge on the Chin family. Chapter 322. Safe return. The elderly Mr. Chin's face was a mask of astonishment, a flurry of questions emerging in his mind. Clearly, he could not fathom how Zhang Yun could possibly be associated with Catherine. The sound of footsteps approached, prompting Zhang Yun and his companions to turn swiftly, only to see two members of the Chin family escorting a middle-aged man. This man appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair peppered with gray, unkempt, and his face bore stubble. His high cheekbones and gaunt features suggested malnutrition. Standing beside Zhang Yun, Chen Jioge suddenly froze, her eyes glistening with tears as she rushed toward the man, embracing him and exclaiming, I missed you so much. In that moment, Zhang Yun comprehended that the man before him was Jiang Shan. While he felt unfamiliar with the man, he was well acquainted with the name. Although he had never met his biological father, he had seen documents containing photographs. The disparity between the man in the documents and the one before him was stark. It was evident that during his confinement within the Chen family, Jiang Shan had endured considerable suffering. With this thought, Zhang Yun's gaze turned crimson. Blood debts must be repaid in blood, and all grievances would be laid at the feet of the elderly Mr. Chen. Since the elderly Mr. Chen valued the development of the Chen family above all, Zhang Yun resolved to annihilate the Chen family, making the elderly Mr. Chen pay for his actions. I will take you to meet someone. Chen Jioge choked back her emotions, disregarding the onlookers, and led Jiang Shan before Zhang Yun, pointing at him as she said, This is our son, Zhang Yun. Look, he has grown so much, and he is far more accomplished than you could ever imagine. Having risen to prominence in the capital through his own abilities, becoming a standout among the younger generation in the business circle. Their eyes met, and Jiang Shan appeared extremely moved, tightly clenching his fists before swiftly moving to embrace Jiang Yun, patting his back and exclaiming, "Good lad. You are my Jiang Shan's blood, Dad." Jiang Yun replied, his voice thick with emotion. Witnessing the reunion of this family of three, Dong Taizhan and He, who exchanged glances, their lips curling into satisfied smiles, yet neither relaxed their vigilance, for they were still in the Chen family's domain, where anything could transpire. "Let us return and catch up," Jiang Yun suggested after the father-son embrace lingered. Jiang Shan and Chen Zhuge nodded, following Jiang Yun as they made their way outside. The members of the Chen family parted ways, none daring to impede their passage. At that moment, Jiang Yun resembled a tiger freed from its cage. Any attempt to obstruct him now would surely provoke a fierce confrontation with dire consequences. The elderly Mr. Chen, coldly observing Jiang Yun and his companions, remained immobile, his mind racing to decipher the connection between Jiang Yun and Catherine's family. As the Chen family members refrained from interference, Jiang Yun and his entourage exited the Chen family villa unimpeded. After driving along the highway for some time, Dong Taizhan glanced at Jiang Yun through the rearview mirror and remarked, "Mr. Jiang, there are no vehicles trailing us. We should be safe now." With He, Hu, and others providing protection, unless the Qin family members were utterly foolish or truly prepared for a fatal confrontation, they would not pursue Jiang Yun. Should a conflict erupt on the highway, even the all-powerful Qin family could not escape accountability. Jiang Yun's anxious heart finally settled. He looked at Jiang Shan beside him and said, "Dad, you have suffered so much over the years. But rest assured, just give me a little more time, and I will ensure the Qin family pays for their actions, and I will not allow you to have endured in vain." Jiang Shan nodded gravely. "Son, it is wiser to act within one's means. Moreover, the most important thing is our family's reunion, that if we can coexist peacefully with the Qin family, that would be the best outcome. I do not wish for anything to cause us to be separated again." Chen Zhuge expressed her fears. She had endured too much throughout her life, and in the years to come, her only wish was for her family to live together in peace, even if it meant living in poverty for the rest of their days. Jiang Shan echoed her sentiments. Years ago, he had been the most outstanding young master of the Jiang family, poised to inherit the family business. But after meeting Chen Zhuge, the trajectory of his life had shifted entirely. The multitude of subsequent events had long since dulled his edge. Jiang Yun gazed at his parents with a heart full of compassion. Yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips, perhaps due to the adrenaline of the moment. After a brief conversation, they soon noticed that Chen Zhuge and Jiang Shan had fallen into a deep sleep. Fortunately, Dong Taizhan's driving skills were commendable, and the smooth road ensured the vehicle did not jolt excessively, allowing the two beside Jiang Yun to rest soundly. However, Jiang Yun's expression remained grave as he rubbed his aching temples. His mind still occupied with thoughts regarding the bank. In his eyes, the Qin family was a formidable behemoth. A mere gesture from the elderly Mr. Chen could render him powerless in the business world, potentially leading to his expulsion from the capital. To confront the Chen family directly and seek justice for his parents. The only viable course was to forge a partnership with Catherine's family as swiftly as possible. That was his only chance for a turnaround. Yet, the funds at his disposal were limited. Where could he acquire assets amounting to 1,000 billion? A few hours later, the convoy had returned to the estate. After exchanging greetings with Heihu, Jiang Yun escorted the members of the security company back to the city. As night fell, Jiang Yun chose not to host a welcome banquet for Jiang Shan, instead escorting his parents back to their room. Upon receiving the news, everyone had hurried over, and now they all stood in the hall on the first floor. When Jiang Yun descended from the upper floor, Lin Shui was the first to rush towards him, embracing him tightly and bursting into tears. Her voice choked with emotion as she exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death." It was evident to all that Jiang Yun had left in a fit of anger, likely contemplating some reckless action. Fortunately, the situation had ultimately resolved satisfactorily. Qin Pingping and the others remained by the sidelines. Yet in this moment, no one dared to make a jest. Silly wife, haven't I returned? Chapter 323. A midnight visit. I won't allow you to engage in such dangerous activities again, Lin Shui declared resolutely. Throughout the day, her mind had been elsewhere, leading to numerous errors at work. Her thoughts were consumed by Jiang Yun. That it was only upon receiving a call from Heihu that she finally felt a sense of relief. Living in such a state of anxiety was truly unbearable. All right, you all should head back to rest. Now that I have returned, the matter is settled. The Qin family does not have the audacity to invade our estate. Besides, in this day and age, problems should be solved with intellect, not with fists. So, put your minds at ease and get some sleep. Jiang Yun waved his hand to the crowd, for he had matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. The group exchanged glances before making their way upstairs. That aren't you going back to your room? Lin Shui inquired, puzzled that I need to step out for a bit, but rest assured, it will be completely safe this time. Jiang Yun replied with a smile. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded and headed upstairs, glancing back as if reluctant to part from Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stood in place, continually waving goodbye. His heart warmed by having such a devoted wife by his side. What more could he desire? As the others departed, the hall fell into a tranquil silence, leaving only Jiang Chungying seated in the corner. Earlier, Jiang Yun had exchanged glances with him, and Jiang Qingying, being astute, refrained from retreating to his room. Come with me to the Qin family, Jiang Yun stated directly. Understood. Jiang Qingying did not ask further questions and promptly grabbed the car keys. Heading outside, since Dong Taizan was driving, Jiang Yun did not want to disturb him, allowing him to have a good rest. That in the coming days, there would be many matters to handle, and as one of his trusted aides, Dong Taizan needed to conserve his energy for the challenges ahead. During the journey, Jiang Yun continuously pressed his fingers against his temples. Perhaps it was due to excessive smoking or the multitude of uncertainties swirling in his mind. But he felt a significant headache. Despite having taken painkillers before leaving, their effect was minimal. Brother, at this hour, will the Qin family be awake? Jiang Qingying tentatively asked. That it was already late at night, and aside from bars and entertainment venues, there were hardly any people around. Moreover, the Qin family's residence was quite remote, with some streetlights along the less-traveled roads extinguished. Don't worry whether or not the Qin family is awake. Once I arrive, they will likely come to see me immediately. Recently, Qin Qingyu and Qin Zhanghua had been revolving around him, and the Yunshui group had established several collaborations with the Qin family, all due to the jade pendant in Jiang Yun's possession. Though he was uncertain if the Qin family knew the true nature of the pendant, it mattered little, for Jiang Yun had acquired a new trump card that would ensure their compliance. By the way, has the head of the Qin family been determined? Jiang Yun suddenly inquired. Having been preoccupied with his parents' affairs and navigating the Qin family, he had overlooked developments concerning the Qin family. I heard that Qin Qingyu and Qin Zhanghua are still at odds, so it seems the head of the family has yet to be decided. Otherwise, the Qin family would not be in such a disarray. Jiang Qingying quickly responded. Good. The more chaotic the Qin family is, the better it is for us, Jiang Yun remarked, slowly closing his eyes. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Qin family estate. Jiang Qingying honked the horn a few times, and soon, the lights in the Qin family's hall illuminated, revealing two burly men dressed in black approaching with unfriendly expressions. One of them reached the vehicle and knocked on the window. Upon recognizing Jiang Qingying's face, he coldly remarked, "You insolent fool! Do you know where you are? Get lost before I lose my temper," blowing the horn in front of the Qin family at this hour. Are you looking for trouble? Yet Jiang Qingying paid no heed to their words, engrossed in his phone. You bastard. Seeing Jiang Qingying's indifferent demeanor, the man's expression darkened, and instinctively, he reached for the rubber baton at his waist, just as he was about to speak. Jiang Yun emerged from the back seat, instantly causing his words to falter. Although they did not recognize Jiang Qingying, they were all too familiar with Jiang Yuan. It was because of him that the Qian family's election for the head had ended prematurely during that fateful meeting. Though they were unaware of Jiang Yun's true identity, they had heard from the Qian family that he was not someone to be trifled with. "Are you Mr. Jiang?" One of the men approached Jiang Yun respectfully, quickly bowing as he inquired. "We're Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbua. Tell them to get up quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss with them." Jiang Yun casually lit a cigarette and spoke nonchalantly. "I'll fetch them right away," one of the men replied promptly, dashing into the Qian family estate, while the other led Jiang Yun and his companion into the hall, preparing tea for them. Jiang Yun sat with his legs crossed, exuding an air of leisure reminiscent of the former Jiang Qingying. However, after the upheaval in the Jiang family, Jiang Qingying was no longer the arrogant young master he once was. Having accompanied Jiang Yun for so long, he had undergone some transformation, at least becoming more humble in his dealings. After a moment of smoking, hurried footsteps echoed, and the man who had just departed returned with Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbo in tow. Soon, they stood before Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you to the Qian family at this hour?" Qian Zhanbo asked first. Naturally, both he and Qian Qingyu felt a knot of anxiety in their throats. Jiang Yun's late-night visit was surely not without significance. Did he have a decision regarding the next head of the Qian family? In recent days, Qian Qingyu and Qian Zhanbo had been in constant conflict, suggesting that while they could maintain appearances, turmoil lurked beneath the surface, all vying for the position of family head. Chapter 324. All for wealth. Jiang Yun disregarded their pleasantries and surveyed the Qian family members around him. Upon learning of his visit, many had risen from their slumber, standing aside as if observing a spectacle in a zoo, secretly watching Jiang Yun. Noticing Jiang Yun's gaze, Qian Zhanbo's expression changed instantly that he glanced around the crowd and sternly commanded, "What are you all doing up at this hour? If you have nothing to do, get out." Startled, the onlookers quickly dispersed, leaving the hall significantly quieter. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, addressing them directly. "I have conceived an excellent plan that not only will accelerate the development of the Qian family, but also allow you both to fairly and justly vie for the position of family head. I wonder if you are interested?" The two exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The strife within the Qian family stemmed from the sudden passing of Qian Yucai, leaving them leaderless and mired in chaos. Resolving the issue of the family head would undoubtedly be advantageous. Jiang Yun continued without delay. "You two shall each serve as head of the family for 1 month, during which you will strive to elevate the overall economic status of the Qian family. This way, it remains fair and impartial. Furthermore, we shall have everyone in the Qian family oversee the process, ensuring there are no objections. What do you think of this proposal?" The two were left momentarily speechless. While everything seems to make sense, they are not fools. They have long since formed alliances among themselves, and within the Qian family, they possess their own factions. Although this might appear to be fair and just, in reality, it is far from it. The Qian family possesses numerous enterprises, each controlled by different individuals. Should someone covertly undermine them, their dealings in the marketplace would be anything but smooth sailing. Unless one individual were to forcibly ascend to power and execute a comprehensive reshuffle within the Qian family, that would be the most effective solution. Observing their persistent silence, Jiang Yun furrowed his brows and remarked, "Are you unwilling?" "No." Qian Zhanbo was the first to respond. "I did not expect that Mr. Jiang is still concerned about matters pertaining to our Qian family. You need not offer me such pleasantries. We are not that familiar." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, uttering a couple of nonchalant remarks. Meanwhile, Qian Zhanbo appeared rather awkward, but dared not confront Jiang Yun. After all, Jiang Yun held the Chun family's jade pendant. Should he provoke Jiang Yun, the latter could easily leverage the Chun family's power to obliterate the Qian family, resulting in a loss that far outweighs any potential gain. This was precisely what Qian Zhanbo and his companion were most apprehensive about. Otherwise, a mere Jiang Yun, despite possessing the Yunshui group, would still be a pawn in their hands. unable to claim any significant standing. Furthermore, I am preparing to initiate a collaboration with your Qian family, but upon closer calculation, it may require an investment of several hundred billion from your side. However, should you provide such funding, you might just ascend to the international stage, and the Qian family would undoubtedly rise to greater heights. Jiang Yun cut to the chase, revealing the true purpose of his visit, that a few hundred billion is not a trivial sum, and Catherine had already stipulated that to collaborate with her family, one must possess a capital of at least 1 trillion. Although this is merely a threshold, it is an astronomical figure for Jiang Yun. Thus, he could only set his sights on the Qian family. After years of development in the capital, the Qian family possesses considerable assets and is far more powerful than he. Qian Zhanbo exchanged glances with his companion, both engulfed in hesitation. Qian Qingyu spoke first. "Mr. Jiang, may I ask, somewhat presumptuously, what you intend to do with these several hundred billion?" "Establish a bank," Jiang Yun replied confidently. "Establish a bank." Qian Qingyu silently scoffed. During this time, she had been biding her time, yet remained well informed about the market. To establish a bank, a mere few hundred billion would not suffice. Evidently, there is something amiss. Qian Zhanbo remained non-committal, naturally reluctant to part with such a sum without due cause. "I have already contacted an influential family internationally, whose resources far exceed your imagination. If I could provide the capital of 1 trillion, we can collaborate, and with their assistance, I shall navigate future endeavors with ease. I trust it won't be long before I even surpass the Qin family." Jiang Yun continued that he was uncertain whether this path would prove viable, but the grievances endured by his parents must ultimately be avenged. "Consider it carefully. Once you reach a decision, please inform me at your earliest convenience. I await your response." With that, Jiang Yun made his exit. Behind him, Qian Qingyu and her companion snapped back to reality. Hurriedly seeing Jiang Yun off, the entire night, the Qian family members found it impossible to sleep, their minds preoccupied with Jiang Yun's words that as dawn broke. Lin Shui gradually opened her eyes, only to notice Jiang Yun peacefully slumbering beside her. Seeing him in such a deep sleep, she refrained from disturbing him, having been unaware of his return time the previous night. That it was not until noon that Jiang Yun finally emerged from his room. As he descended the stairs, he caught a whiff of a mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air. Licking his lips, he followed the scent outside. That in no time, he spotted a gathering of people on the estate's lawn, all engaged in grilling meat, including Jiang Qingying, who was in high spirits, laughing and chatting with them. As Jiang Yun approached, shaking his head, he remarked, "This lad is truly full of energy, after keeping me up half the night. He wakes up so early. I suppose I am indeed getting old." Jiang Yun couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. That moment, the others noticed Jiang Yun's presence, with work temporarily set aside. Lin Shui had joined the grilling team and quickly rushed to Jiang Yun. Wrapping her arms around us, smiling, she said, "We're holding a welcome feast for Dad. How fortuitous that you woke just as we finished grilling. We didn't expect you to rise so soon. Indeed, I dreamt of barbecuing, and when I awoke, I found my mouth watering. Little did I know it was you all grilling outside, tempting me." Jiang Yun jested, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Before long, they gathered around the barbecue grill, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Qingyu sidled up to Jiang Yun. Ensuring no one was paying attention, she whispered, "Son, are you serious?" "What?" Jiang Yun was taken aback by her unexpected question, casting a puzzled glance at Qingyu. "When you were with the Qin family, you claimed you would fight to the bitter end with them. Were you merely speaking, or do you truly mean it?" Qingyu inquired. This caught Jiang Yun off guard. He hesitated, not wanting to burden her with worry that if she were to discover that he was indeed prepared to confront the Qin family head-on, she would likely live in constant fear. Yet he was unwilling to deceive her, leaving him in a quandary. Just then, Jiang Yun's phone rang, prompting him to flash a smile at Qingyu before stepping aside to answer. Upon seeing the caller ID, his eyes brightened. "Miss Catherine, do you have news?" he inquired eagerly after answering. This was his most critical move, and he could not afford any missteps if he failed to secure the support of Catherine's family. All his efforts would be in vain. Catherine's voice brimmed with warmth. Rest assured, I have already discussed it with my family. They do not care who the partner is, as long as you can provide the agreed-upon $1 trillion in capital. We can establish the bank. Furthermore, the bank will be under your management, but we will need to divide the shares according to our respective capital contributions. That should pose no problem, right? Absolutely, no problem. Jiang Yin responded without hesitation, his fists clenching with excitement. Everything was in place. He merely needed to secure the remaining few $100 billion to expedite collaboration with Catherine's family. Once the bank was established, he would possess leverage against the Chun family. Very well, it's settled then. Over the next 2 days, remember to keep an eye on my calls. My family will be arriving soon to discuss the specifics of our partnership. After exchanging a few more words, Catherine ended the call. As Jiang Yin prepared to rejoin the barbecue, he noticed an unfamiliar car parked in front of the estate, and Qian Zhangbo stepped out. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yin approached him. At the main entrance of the estate, Qian Zhangbo respectfully regarded Jiang Yun before speaking. Mr. Jiang, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Speak plainly, Jiang Yun replied, lighting a cigarette and addressing him coolly. In the past, he had to tread carefully around Qian Zhangbo, often smiling through the latter's condescension. But now the tables had turned, and he held the upper hand. In front of him, Qian Zhangbo dared not even breathe heavily. Such is the allure of power. Mr. Jiang, it is apparent that you are in dire need of that several $100 billion, if you are willing to speak favorably on my behalf to the Qian family and help me ascend to the position of head of the Qian family. I am prepared to sign a contract to provide you with the necessary funds. Qian Zhangbo made his intentions clear. He had spent the entire night awake, investigating Jiang Yun's movements. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's engagement with Catherine, he had grasped the situation, which led him to seek out Jiang Yun without hesitation. Although the Qian family's influence is not as formidable as the Qin family's, they remain a significant entity in the capital, and they understood what Catherine represented. Can you stand by your word? Jiang Yun felt a surge of excitement, but he was indifferent to who led the Qian family. Their relationship was tenuous at best. And regardless of who became the head, he would gain little in terms of tangible benefit. However, having received Catherine's call, the money was crucial to him. If Qian Zhangbo could indeed deliver, he was more than willing to collaborate. Absolutely, Qian Zhangbo affirmed resolutely. Very well, I shall contact Qian Yi and convey my thoughts. You can await my news at home. Jiang Yin glanced at the time and remarked, it is not yet noon. Shortly, I shall contact Master Qian. You must complete the integration of the Qian family within 2 days and transfer the required funds to my account within 48 hours. Rest assured, I will prepare the relevant contracts and follow the proper procedures. I will not allow you to part with a few $100 billion without due cause. Jiang Zhangbo nodded in agreement and turned away. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he stretched lazily, relishing the moment. Just as he was about to head home, he noticed Jiang Shan approaching. Jiang Yun paused and asked, Father, where are you headed? I have a dinner appointment with an old friend, Jiang Shan replied with a smile. An old friend? Jiang Yun was bewildered. Jiang Shan had seemingly vanished from the world for over 20 years. How could he possibly have maintained contact with anyone from his past during this time? It was as if Jiang Shan had evaporated, and even Qinzhouge had been unable to locate him. Was he deliberately concealing something? Though these thoughts crossed Jiang Yun's mind, he refrained from probing further. Very well. Please drive safely. If anything arises, just give me a call. He soon watched as Jiang Shan drove away. In the next moment, Jiang Yun sent the vehicle's license plate number to Heihu and promptly dialed his number. Mr. Jiang, do you require my assistance in investigating this vehicle's information? Heihu inquired swiftly. Yes, my father is currently driving this car, but something feels amiss. Please check the surveillance footage along his route to determine where he is heading and whom he is meeting. Jiang Yun instructed succinctly before hanging up. Instantly, he was plunged in a deep contemplation. After finally reuniting their family of 3, he hoped nothing would go awry. after lingering at the entrance for a while longer. He returned to the group. Lin Shui and others were engaged in lively banter. While Qinzhouge appeared to have integrated seamlessly with them, it was evident that Qinzhouge had undergone significant change since Jiang Shan's return. He seemed like a different person entirely. Perhaps this was the power of familial bonds. "My dear wife, you have truly borne much hardship these past few days," Jiang Yun said as he settled beside Lin Shui, pulling her close. "You have shouldered the responsibilities of both our company and home. Once I finish my current obligations, I promise to reward you handsomely." Chapter 326. Catching him red-handed, why speak such somber words? Lin Shui murmured softly, nestled in Jiang Yun's embrace. Jiang Yun affectionately ruffled her hair, a broader smile gracing his face. He had no idea how far he would have come without Lin Shui's companionship during this time. Now, everything was in readiness. He merely awaited Catherine's family to arrive to commence his plan and seek justice for his parents. While the group continued their jovial exchanges, Jiang Yun's phone suddenly rang. Recognizing the familiar number on the caller ID, he stepped aside to answer. "Mr. Jiang, we have followed your father to a private villa, where we have noticed several individuals have also gathered. I have discreetly learned that they seem to be playing cards inside." Heihu quickly communicated in an instant. Jiang Yun's expression darkened considerably, he instinctively glanced at Qinzhouge and the others, but none appeared to have noticed him. He then confirmed, "Playing cards? Is that true?" "Yes, I have verified it," Heihu replied. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, his face growing increasingly grim as a multitude of questions flooded his mind. His father had just returned to the capital, and this so-called meeting with a friend was merely an excuse to indulge in card games. Clenching his fists in anger, Jiang Yun requested an address from Heihu before abruptly ending the call. Suppressing his rising fury, he approached the group with a feigned smile, saying, "I have some matters to attend to. Please enjoy yourselves." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Dong Taizhan and headed for the exit. On the way, Dong Taizhan occasionally glanced back at Jiang Yun, noting his sour expression but holding his tongue. It was evident to all that Jiang Yun was troubled by something. Half an hour later, they arrived at a villa on the outskirts. As soon as Jiang Yun and his companion exited the car, Heihu rushed over, flanked by members of a security company. All eyes on Jiang Yun. "Mr. Jiang, the individuals are inside this villa, and there are guards at the entrance. If we wish to enter, we may have to force our way in," Heihu stated, his brow furrowed. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. He needed to confront Jiang Shan directly and clarify the situation, he gestured for Heihu to proceed and coldly commanded, "Clear the way." Heihu nodded resolutely and, along with the security personnel, swiftly advanced. Before the guards at the villa's entrance could react, they were subdued by Heihu and his team. "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" one of the guards shouted, his face contorted with fear. Ignoring their protests, Jiang Yun and his group brazenly traversed the villa's courtyard and reached the front door. As it was ajar, they entered the main hall with little effort. Instantly, Jiang Yun was overwhelmed by a cloud of smoke, causing him to cough violently, his eyes struggling to adjust. Despite being a smoker himself, the haze was so thick that one might think a fire had erupted. And the odor was unbearable, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. A group of individuals were gathered together, loudly shouting and each holding a hand of cards. Even after Jiang Yun's arrival, they remained oblivious, not acknowledging the intrusion. Jiang Yun scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Jiang Shan. His heart twisted painfully at the sight of his father, cigarette in mouth, engrossed in the game. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun strode over to Jiang Shan, gripping his shoulder firmly, and furrowed his brow. "Father, what on earth are you doing here?" Startled, Jiang Shan's expression changed, and he instinctively turned around. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, his breath quickened and his gaze faltered. After a moment, he stammered, "How did you find me? What are you doing?" Jiang Yun pressed, refusing to answer. A man sitting beside Jiang Shan interjected impatiently, "Are you in or out? If not, let it go." Jiang Shan appeared torn, and Jiang Yun, unable to contain his frustration, seized the edge of the glass table and flipped it over. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the table broke apart, sending shards scattering across the floor and prompting everyone to leap back in shock. All eyes turned to Jiang Yun, their expressions grim, that he surveyed the crowd, firmly grasped Jiang Shan's wrist, and declared emphatically, "I do not care who you all are or what your relationship is with my father. If anyone dares to invite him to play cards again, they shall not escape my wrath." Heihu and the security team stood behind Jiang Yun, exuding an intimidating presence. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to speak up, fully aware of the consequences of offending such a formidable group. Moments later, Jiang Yun had dragged Jiang Shan outside, with Heihu and the security personnel following closely behind. The crowd within the villa gathered by the glass windows, whispering amongst themselves, "Who is this kid? Did you not hear what he just said? He must be Jiang Shan's son. Could he be Jiang Yun, the general manager of Yinxue Group?" Jiang Yun's reputation had indeed stirred quite a commotion in the capital, and numerous influential figures were aware of his name. Although they harbored some resentment, none dared to confront him, opting instead to huddle together and speak ill of him. That in a flash, Jiang Yun and his group were back in the car. Inside, Jiang Yun glared at Jiang Shan, clenching his fists. "Father, what on earth are you doing? You said you were meeting a friend." Jiang Shan lowered his head, resembling a chastised child, and remained silent. "Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to rescue you? Is this how you repay me?" Chapter 327. It was all a setup. Jiang Yun's face was ashen. After Jiang Shan was brought back, Qin Jiuge seemed to have transformed entirely, radiating vitality and spirit. "However, I never anticipated that my own father would be a gambler." Yet he still harbored thoughts of revenge for both Jiang Shan and Qin Jiuge, all while plotting against the Qin family. Bearing such immense pressure, what was I truly gaining? Jiang Shan clenched his teeth tightly, hesitating for a moment before coldly gazing at Jiang Yun and shouting, "I am your father, not your son. Are you teaching me a lesson now? I will do as I please, and if you disapprove, then cast me out of your home." In that instant, Jiang Yun felt as if his heart were being torn apart, akin to thousands of silver needles piercing his chest, causing him unbearable pain. Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan, who was driving, glanced through the rearview mirror at the father and son, letting out a helpless sigh. Every family has its own difficulties, although Jiang Yun was quite capable. He never expected his father to be this kind of person. Jiang Yun's fists were clenched in rage, that he could hardly believe that Jiang Shan could utter such words. Was this truly the man Qin Jiuge had chosen? One who would go against his own family? How utterly laughable. Jiang Yun pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took several deep puffs. Yet his mood remained tumultuous, as if a heavy stone were pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. The car approached the estate, and as Jiang Shan prepared to exit, Jiang Yun quickly grasped his wrist, suppressing the fury within him, and said flatly, "I hope you won't tell my mother about what happened today. I don't want to see her upset." That in Jiang Yun's mind, his father should have been a cultured and refined gentleman. Though he may not have been exceptionally talented, he certainly should not have succumbed to the vice of gambling. No wonder they say fairy tales are deceitful. The image of his father had been entirely fabricated by him. Now that he had witnessed Jiang Shan's true nature, it was no wonder he was so disappointed. Jiang Shan merely nodded and chose to ignore Jiang Yun, striding toward the vehicle's exit. Jiang Yun's fists tightened, and he slammed them against the nearby seat, exhaling sharply in frustration. How could it be like this? My father is a gambler. Even at this point, Jiang Yun could hardly believe the reality before him. Dong Taizhan remained silent in the driver's seat, too rough around the edges to offer comfort, though he could handle a fight if necessary. After smoking several cigarettes, Jiang Yun managed to calm himself slightly before stepping out of the car. The people in the yard who had been barbecuing had dispersed, and the home returned to a semblance of tranquility. Jiang Yun wandered into the hall, where he saw Qin Jiuge happily conversing with others. The Jiang Shan he had just witnessed was a stark contrast to the man before him now, who had resumed the role of a devoted husband. His gaze towards Jiang Yun softened significantly as he hurried over, pulling Jiang Yun to sit beside him, and cheerfully remarked, "Where have you been? It's not easy for our whole family to gather for a meal, and yet you've been missing. Although you've achieved considerable success in your career, as a man, it's not just about balancing work. You should also spend more time with your wife and children. That I don't ask for much from you. Just hurry and give Lin Shui a child, so that your mother and I can enjoy our later years together." Chun Jioge chimed in with a smile that never left her lips. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun and Dong Taizhan exchanged puzzled glances. What was happening here? Even if Jiang Shan needed to put on a show for appearances, there was no need for it to be so convincing. Moreover, Zhang Yun could discern the genuine affection in Jiang Shan's eyes, which did not seem to be feigned, further deepening his confusion. Before long, Jiang Shan and Chun Jiogu ascended the stairs, leaving Zhang Yun seated nearby. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, speaking to himself. Was that really my father just now? Dong Taizhan shook his head in silence. Of course it was that moment. Chun Jiogu, who had seemingly departed, unexpectedly returned, though Jiang Shan was no longer by her side. Zhang Yun cleared his throat awkwardly and approached Chun Jiogu with a smile. Despite her seemingly good spirits, she had not fully recovered, and Zhang Yun wished to shield her from further distress to prevent a relapse into her previous state. "You were following your father. Weren't you?" Chun Jiogu suddenly inquired. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Dong Taizhan quickly stood up and exited, giving Zhang Yun and Chun Jiogu the space to converse privately. "Mom, Zhang Yun was at a loss for words in response to her question. The words stuck in his throat. "That I know you must have seen your father playing cards with others, right?" Chun Jiogu said with a hint of self-deprecation. "Yes." Zhang Yun, still bewildered, mechanically replied. From the tone of Chun Jiogu's words, it seemed she was aware of Jiang Shan's whereabouts, though she refrained from probing further. "That you've misunderstood your father," Chun Jiogu continued after a pause. "He is not a gambler. The reason he often plays cards with friends is that his past has left him with significant psychological scars, causing him to seek an outlet for his stress, which led to his fascination with gambling. Moreover, I know who his friends are. They merely gather to help him alleviate his burdens. That I heard you reach the villa and cause quite a scene." With that, Zhang Yun hesitated, recalling the chaotic scene he had just witnessed. The environment had indeed been dismal, but there was not a single bill in sight. Could it be? Exactly. Chun Jiogu seemed to read his thoughts. "They are all people I arranged to be there, not gathered for the sake of gambling, but rather to help your father heal. Therefore, you wouldn't have seen any money on the table. Am I right?" Chapter 328. The arrival of Uncle Zhang Yun found himself mired in uncertainty. And indeed, the reality was as Chun Jiogu described. Your father suffers from severe dissociative identity disorder. But this is entirely a result of his experiences, so he cannot be blamed. Chun Jiogu spoke again, and Zhang Yun felt a tightening in his chest, the pain making it hard to breathe. "Enough. You need not dwell on this matter. Your father has likely forgotten what was said, but in the future, do not involve yourself in his affairs. That I have it under control." She added a few more words of advice. Zhang Yun nodded heavily before making his way outside. In an instant, his eyes moistened. What had his parents endured? Although the situation seemed straightforward, there were undoubtedly numerous details lurking beneath the surface, like scarred wounds that, when mentioned, could reopen old pains for both Chun Jiogu and Jiang Shan. After all, how could one descend into madness and another suffer from a mental breakdown without experiencing profound trauma? With this thought, Zhang Yun clenched his fist tighter, his inner fury surging, and the desire for revenge intensified. That he must ensure that the Chen family pays for their blood debts. After smoking a cigarette, Zhang Yun's mood began to settle somewhat. Just then, his phone rang, and Catherine's voice came through. "My uncle has arrived. He is at the hotel. Please arrange a time and come quickly. He won't stay in the country for long." Zhang Yun promptly agreed, gesturing to Dong Taizhan to wait, then headed out. Catherine had already sent the address to his phone, and soon, the two arrived at a 5-star hotel. After adjusting his attire in the car, Zhang Yun turned to Dong Taizhan and instructed, "You wait for me here, Mr. Jiang. Do you not need me by your side? Dong Taizan asked with concern as Jiang Yun's status rose. He found himself mingling with powerful figures in the business world, all of whom were dangerous individuals accompanied by bodyguards that if negotiations soured, it could easily escalate into violence, leaving Jiang Yun in a precarious situation. The corners of Jiang Yun's mouth lifted into a faint smile as he confidently spoke. Rest assured, we are all civilized individuals, and there should be no issues. Just remain quietly here. If I do not emerge, promptly contact Black Tiger for my rescue. With that, Jiang Yun made his way towards the car. In the hotel lobby, Catherine had been waiting for quite some time. That moment. She was dressed in professional attire that accentuated her alluring figure, creating a striking visual impact, coupled with her angelic visage. She was a breathtaking sight no matter where she stood, that I must say, you look remarkably capable. From any angle, you hardly resemble a mere student, Jiang Yun teased with a smile. And what do you think I resemble? Catherine inquired, narrowing her eyes as she regarded Jiang Yun, that he swallowed hard, feeling as though her gaze could speak volumes and ensnare one's very soul, making it difficult to look directly at her for too long. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he finally averted his eyes and, as they strolled towards the elevator, casually remarked, "You resemble a queen, one not to be trifled with, Detto." Catherine mused, stroking her chin, giving Jiang Yun a lingering glance before continuing. "You certainly have a way with words that if the opportunity arises, I would love to savor your sweetness." Instantly, Jiang Yun's face flushed crimson, and he hastily turned away, falling silent. This woman was undeniably flirtatious, that as their conversation unfolded. They arrived at a door, where Catherine produced her room key and effortlessly unlocked it, with Jiang Yun following closely behind as they entered. Upon surveying the room, they found a Chinese man seated, starkly contrasting Catherine. Flanking him were two burly bodyguards, their sunglasses obscuring their eyes, yet Jiang Yun could still sense their penetrating gaze, which instilled a considerable pressure upon him. "Did I ask this your second uncle?" Jiang Yun inquired, puzzled, casting a glance at Catherine. Catherine nodded, crossing her arms. "Indeed, my second uncle is from your locale. He later moved abroad for his career and married my second aunt, that my cousin is of mixed heritage, possessing half of your country's lineage." Jiang Yun was once again engulfed in confusion. "What about your father?" "You guessed correctly. My father is also from your country," Catherine replied, offering no further elaboration as they approached the man. She gestured towards Jiang Yun, stating, "Uncle, this is Jiang Yun, that I have informed you of his intentions. Now, the decision to collaborate lies in your hands." All domestic business matters were entrusted to her uncle, with Catherine merely paving the way for Jiang Yun. Whether collaboration would ensue depended entirely on Jiang Yun's capabilities. The uncle scrutinized Jiang Yun, appraising him from head to toe before gesturing to a seat beside him. "Let us converse," he suggested. Jiang Yun promptly obliged. Sitting beside his uncle, that he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, even finding it difficult to breathe. Although the uncle appeared lean, an air of vigor emanated from him, particularly through his obsidian-like eyes, which concealed depths unknown. After scrutinizing Jiang Yun further, he began preparing tea, casually remarking, "She has conveyed your intentions to me. Frankly, collaborating with anyone does not significantly alter our situation. Even if a member of the Chun family were sitting here, the ultimate authority would still rest with us. We merely require a representative in the country. But what makes you believe we would forsake the Chun family to partner with a mere novice like you?" The uncle's words were sharp and devoid of leniency, not affording Jiang Yun any dignity. Meanwhile, Catherine remained silent, lacking any influence in the discussion. Her presence was merely a facilitation for Jiang Yun, that "I am younger than old Master Chun," Jiang Yun asserted suddenly, causing both the uncle and Catherine to blink in surprise. "Youth? Is that a valid asset?" Perceiving their skepticism, Jiang Yun crossed his arms and continued, "The Chun family is dominated by old Master Chun, and for years, its members have lived in luxury. Once he passes, chaos will ensue within the family, a common ailment of large clans. Jiang Yun seized upon this point, declaring, "However, I am different. All my companies are under my name, and I have a security team protecting me. For whatever reason, I am unlikely to encounter any unforeseen issues. Should we collaborate, I can ensure the bank's enduring prosperity." Daha. The uncle suddenly shook his head and chuckled. The family business had grown significantly, not solely due to Catherine's father, but also thanks to his own efforts. Having navigated the business world for many years, he had yet to meet a young person as intriguing as Jiang Yun. He was curious as to where Jiang Yun's confidence stemmed from. "This is quite interesting." The uncle's comment left Jiang Yun perplexed, still awaiting a response. Although he feigned indifference, his heart raced. Partnering with Catherine's family was his first step towards revenge, and he could not afford any mistakes, lest all his efforts be in vain. Leaving no opportunity for retribution in the future, I agree to collaborate with you. Catherine will discuss the details with you from here on, the uncle stated matter-of-factly. Next, you need to swiftly ascertain the location of the bank headquarters and handle the necessary procedures. We will inject funds promptly. Jiang Yun was taken aback by the unexpected ease of the arrangement. Feeling a surge of joy, with the conversation seemingly concluded, he made his way towards the exit to address the relevant matters. After he departed, Catherine gazed at her uncle, puzzled, and inquired, "Did you agree just like that? Isn't it a bit hasty? Do you not wish for me to collaborate with him?" The uncle's eyes sparkled with determination that a mere bank held little significance in their eyes, and domestic matters were to be managed by Catherine. Catherine remained silent, contemplating the situation. She realized that Lin Shui was far more engaging than old Master Chen. Working with such a person would be far more interesting than dealing with an elderly man. "In truth, I reached this decision after considerable contemplation," the uncle asserted. This individual was far more competent than they had anticipated, and he had reviewed Jiang Yun's profile and found it satisfactory, compared to old Master Chen. This young man was much easier to handle, in an instant. Catherine grasped the situation. She had believed her standing was significant, yet everything had been orchestrated by her uncle, and no wonder her father always urged her to learn from him. She was miles behind him in capability. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun left the hotel with great enthusiasm, perhaps the most celebratory moment in recent times. After interacting with the Chen family, he had seldom smiled, living under immense pressure while constantly contemplating revenge. But now, the clouds had parted, and everything was falling into place. All that remained was time to validate it. Upon Jiang Yun's return to the car, Dong Taizan, who had been anxiously waiting, finally relaxed. He sighed and remarked, "Mr. Jiang, you nearly gave me a heart attack, that if you hadn't come out, I would have really contacted Black Tiger." Jiang Yun felt deeply touched. His companions had been wholeheartedly supportive and considerate of his well-being. "Now that everything is settled with Catherine's uncle, take me home, that I must share this good news with my parents," he stated, shifting the topic and avoiding further discussion with Dong Taizan. Dong Taizan nodded in agreement. Starting the car and heading towards the estate as they traveled, Jiang Yun leisurely gazed at the streets outside, feeling rejuvenated. The air seemed sweeter than before. Before long, they arrived at the estate, and Jiang Yun hurried upstairs, racing to the door of Chen Juga and her companion's room. Just as he was about to push the door open, a sharp, piercing sound echoed from within. His brow furrowed instantly, and his expression darkened involuntarily. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun hastily pushed open the door, only to witness Jiang Shan violently smashing objects in the room, his aged face shadowed by a terrifying darkness. Meanwhile, Chen Juga stood in the corner, arms crossed, as if she had grown accustomed to the unfolding scene. "Mom, what is happening?" Jiang Yun quickly secured the door behind her, her gaze fixating on Chen Juga. That a self-deprecating smile flickered across Chen Juga's lips as she began to speak. "Your father not only manifests a personality that plays cards to relieve stress, but he also possesses numerous other personas. What you see before you is merely another facet of his identity. After he has vented his frustrations, he should return to normal, and he wants to retain any memory of these events." Jiang Yun furrowed her brow, a bitter sensation rising within her. Is there truly no way to help my father? She inquired once more. None at all. Chinjoga shook her head, explaining, schizophrenia is notoriously difficult to treat, and your father's condition is far more severe than that of an average patient. Thus, even if we sought medical help, it would likely prove futile. By the way, if you have no pressing matters, you should step outside to avoid any harm from your father. Jiang Yun countered, aren't you afraid? Right now, Jiang Shan resembles a madman. His eyes a fierce crimson, making it perilous to approach him. Observing his current state, Jiang Yun felt a surge of concern. I am certainly not afraid, for your father would never lay a hand on me. Chun Juga appeared unfazed by the chaos, continuing, regardless of how your father transforms, a semblance of reason remains within him. Though my words may have little effect, he would not harm me. Perhaps this is what love truly is. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun placed her hand on Chinjoga's shoulder and declared, I shall stay by your side, that a family of 3 should stand united. Chapter 330. Healing a father. Chinjoga hesitated for a moment, choosing not to elaborate further, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clasped Jiang Yun's hand. Perhaps this was the essence of familial bonds. Following a cathartic outburst, Jiang Shan's demeanor softened significantly. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Yun and Chinjoga, his eyes no longer the blood-red hue they had been moments before, but instead imbued with clarity. Jiang Yun instinctively positioned herself in front of Chinjoga, shielding her from Jiang Shan's gaze. Despite Chinjoga's earlier reassurances about Jiang Shan's state, a lingering worry gnawed at Jiang Yun. Fearing he might act out of character, in the next instant, a peculiar smile crept across Jiang Shan's lips. And without warning, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Startled, both Jiang Yun and Chinjoga rushed forward, each supporting one of Jiang Shan's arms as they hoisted him onto the bed. Mom, is this normal? Jiang Yun asked, clearly discerning Chinjoga's deep understanding of Jiang Shan. Although concerned for Chinjoga's safety, Jiang Yun's heart ached upon witnessing Jiang Shan's condition. Chinjoga hesitated before gently responding, your father always exhibits this state when he shifts personalities. Once he awakens, he should return to normal. There's no need for you to worry. Please, step outside. I will remain by your father's side. No, Jiang Yun insisted firmly, gripping Chinjoga's hand. Mom, even if you wish for me to leave, we must at least allow a caregiver to come in. I cannot permit you and my father to be alone. Jiang Shan's current state was far too frightening, instilling a sense of fear even within Jiang Yun. Moreover, when other personalities emerged, Jiang Shan likely lost control over himself. Although Chinjoga had yet to suffer harm, should Jiang Shan slip beyond his grasp, unforeseen incidents could arise that I simply do not want others to witness your father in such a state. Chinjoga sighed, recalling the first time she met Jiang Shan. Back then, he had been vibrant and youthful, a shining example of charm in an era where even the affluent wore ordinary attire. Jiang Shan stood apart, always impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. This distinction had captured Chinjoga's heart, leading them to where they were today, that if others were to see Jiang Shan in his current condition, it would undoubtedly cause him distress, stripping him of the last vestiges of dignity. Jiang Yun bit her lip, contemplating for a considerable time before stating, if anything occurs, please remember to contact us immediately. Do not try to endure alone. For over 20 years, you have not been present in my life. Now that I have just begun to feel the warmth of family, I do not wish for either of you to come to harm. Chinjoga nodded appreciatively, her face radiating relief. Once everything was settled, Jiang Yun made her way towards the door, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. The moment she stepped outside the room, Jiang Yun felt a stinging sensation in her eyes. Clenching her fist, she struck the nearby wall with force, instantly staining the pristine surface with crimson. Yet, she felt no pain. Her lips twitched uncontrollably. How many wrongs had the Jiang family committed? She coldly mused that to avoid disturbing Chinjoga and Jiang Shan. She quickly composed herself and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Qing noticed the injury on Jiang Yun's hand and hurriedly approached. gripping her arm in concern. "Brother, what happened? Let me take you to the hospital." Jiang Qingying was uncertain of the severity of Jiang Yun's injury, as her hand was drenched in blood, concealing the wound entirely. Jiang Yun waved her hand dismissively, grabbing a nearby tissue to dab at her wound before calmly saying, "Please contact a few reputable psychologists and arrange for everyone to gather. I need to meet with them." Schizophrenia is a mental illness that cannot be cured solely with medication. Psychological guidance is paramount. Jiang Qingying did not press further. After glancing at Jiang Yun's injury once more, he hurriedly exited, retrieving his phone to make several calls. Having established connections in the capital over many years, Jiang Qingying found it relatively easy to locate several esteemed psychologists. Seated nearby, Jiang Yun began to tend to her wound, glancing towards the second floor as she spoke softly. "Mom, rest assured, just give me a little more time, and I will ensure my father fully recovers. Furthermore, I will make certain that you both witness the downfall of the Jiang family." Half an hour later, Jiang Yun had finished treating her injury, and her phone rang. It was undeniable that Jiang Qingying's efficiency was remarkable. Within a short time, he had managed to contact several psychologists, all of whom ran their own practices and were considered top-tier professionals. After confirming the location of their meeting, Jiang Yun made her way to the hotel. Within minutes, she arrived at the hotel. Given the sudden nature of the situation, her less-than-ideal state, and her concern for Chen Juga's safety, Jiang Yun decided against bringing Dong Taizhan along, instructing him to remain at home to look after Chen Juga, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise. Inside the hotel suite, as Jiang Yun entered, the assembled psychologists rose to their feet. Quickly donning smiles, Jiang Yun had made a name for herself in the capital, now overseeing the Yushua group and maintaining a favorable relationship with the Qian family, establishing her as a formidable figure. Those present were well aware of her reputation and thus treated her with utmost respect. "Please, everyone, take a seat." Jiang Yun gestured for them to sit before taking her place at the head of the table. And with a calm demeanor, she stated, "Since I have summoned you for a diagnosis, I shall not conceal the truth from you. My father suffers from severe schizophrenia. Therefore, I require your assistance. Should anyone succeed in treating my father, I shall offer a generous reward in gratitude." The group nodded vigorously, and one among them inquired, "What symptoms does your father exhibit?" Jiang Yun hesitated, memories of Jiang Shan's recent state flooding her mind. Filling her with both pain and sorrow, that my father frequently displays multiple personalities, some of which are exceedingly volatile. I wonder if any of you have encountered such cases before. Chapter 331. The Dong family. Jiang Yun was filled with urgency. Perceiving her father as a ticking time bomb, poised to cause harm at any moment. Were he anyone else, she would have immediately sent him to a psychiatric hospital or a rehabilitation center. However, this was her father, and their family of three had only just begun to reunite. To take such drastic measures would not only be cruel to Jiang Shan, but also irresponsible towards Chen Juga. "Mr. Jiang, I have encountered such cases before. That I once had a patient whose schizophrenia ultimately led him to commit murder with a weapon. There is no need for concern. We hope to meet with your father at the earliest opportunity, so we can devise a reasonable treatment plan that will expedite his recovery," one of the psychologists remarked. The others present nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun acknowledged with a nod, saying, "Very well, let us schedule for tomorrow. You find a location, and I shall bring my father to meet you." The group swiftly assented. Turning his gaze to Jiang Qingying, Jiang Yun continued, "You stay here and enjoy a meal with everyone. I shall take my leave, as I have numerous matters to attend to. Please ensure everyone is well taken care of." The group expressed their gratitude, and Jiang Qingying replied affirmatively, escorting Jiang Yun to the door. Consumed with worry for Chen Juga, he did not linger but hastened home. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of Heu seated in the hall. "What brings you here?" Jiang Yun inquired, his mood less than cheerful. "Mr. Jiang, I have just acquired some information regarding the family of Catherine and have come to report on their background," Heu responded promptly. Instantly, Jiang Yun's expression shifted, his pupils glinting with newfound intensity. Lighting a cigarette, he urged, "Quickly tell me, what is their origin? How do they possess such influence that even the Chun family approaches them for collaboration?" The Chun family is a prominent dynasty in the country. Although they do not reside in the capital, their slightest actions send ripples through the business circles there, exemplifying their formidable presence. Yet, despite this stature, the venerable elder, Chun must humble himself before Catherine. What manner of individuals must her elders be? Mr. Jiang, Catherine belongs to the Dong family. Her ancestors were primarily of Chinese descent, but her generation has become mixed blood, adopting Western names. Her uncle was once a significant figure in the country. You can search for news from 30 years ago, using the keyword Dong Yejuan to gain a rudimentary understanding of him. Heihu explained swiftly. Point 1 cannot help but commend Heihu's efficiency, a testament to Jiang Yun's influence. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's establishment of a security company, Heihu's progress would not have been so swift. Now, he has developed his own network of information, though the Dong family is shrouded in mystery. They cannot elude his scrutiny. Jiang Yun quickly retrieved his phone to search for information on Dong Yejuan. Although the individual in the photograph bore some differences from the person he had previously encountered, the contours were unmistakable. His uncle was indeed Dong Yejuan. Over the next half hour, Jiang Yun absorbed all the available details regarding Dong Yejun. That it was, to say the least, astonishing, though Dong Yejuan no longer held a domestic residence. He lived in the country for over a decade as a businessman, significantly impacting the scene before suddenly vanishing. His former enterprises sold off as if they were mere fleeting moments. This was precisely why Heihu had encountered numerous obstacles and taken so long to uncover the secrets of the Dong family. Quite intriguing. Dong Yejuan had clearly achieved success domestically. Had he continued to develop, he would undoubtedly have made a name for himself. Yet he left years ago. Why return now, and with plans to establish a bank in the country? Is there some hidden agenda? Jiang Yun pondered, lost in thought, unable to decipher the intentions of the Dong family. Heihu, lacking the sophistication of Jiang Yun's thought process, remained silent, focused solely on intelligence gathering, unable to fathom the motives of the Dong family. Well, at least we have gained some insight, that as long as we can ascertain that the Dong family possesses substantial resources and are willing to collaborate on the bank, that will suffice, Jiang Yun stated matter-of-factly. Mr. Jiang, what are your plans moving forward? Heihu inquired hastily. There is nothing to be done for now. We shall observe the developments. As long as my funding is secured, the bank can be established promptly. Jiang Yun replied, glancing at the time before rising and gesturing to Heihu. Come, accompany me to the Qian family. Previously, his meeting with Dong Yejuan had gone exceedingly well, yet the necessary funds had yet to materialize. He must procure this money from the Qian family. Heihu followed suit without further questions as they headed towards the Qian residence. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Qian family estate. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's arrival, even the second master of the Qian family came out personally to greet him, accompanied by the rest of the family, all displaying utmost respect, observing the grand reception at the entrance. Jiang Yun chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Jiang. You are now an esteemed guest of the Qian family. It would be remiss of us to treat you otherwise. The second master of Qian, Qian Jiang, responded. Upon recognizing Jiang Yun's identity, his perception had drastically changed, all due to the jade pendant from the Qin family. Of course, while the second master of Qian did not oversee family affairs, he desired the prosperity of the Qian family. The family's current status was the culmination of generations of effort. Should it falter under his watch, he would have no face to meet his ancestors. What if the jade pendant I possess was stolen? Jiang Yun suddenly squinted, adding with a smile that in an instant, the expressions of those present froze, and the second master of Qian's lips twitched before he quickly regained composure. Shaking his head with a laugh, Mr. Jiang, you jest. Chapter 332. Everything is under control. Jiang Yun maintained a serious demeanor as he addressed the second master of Qian. The pendant is indeed genuine. And it is not something I stole. It was passed down to me by my mother, a family heirloom. However, my mother is no longer considered a member of the Qin family and has been disassociated from them. Thus, this pendant has lost its significance, that he candidly revealed the truth to the Qian family. Observing his earnest expression, the attendees fell into a state of confusion once more. The second master of Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the pendant might lack significance, Zhang Yun should still wield influence due to his connection to the Qin family. Why would he reveal his trump card? Was he testing him? The second master of Qian pondered, filled with uncertainty about Zhang Yun's intentions. Meanwhile, Qin Zhang's brow furrowed, his expression particularly grim that he had viewed Zhang Yun as a savior, even proactively reaching out to him in hopes that Zhang Yun would align with him to ascend in power. Yet, he never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events that if Zhang Yun could not maintain ties with the Qin family, his aspirations to become the head of the Qian family would necessitate an entirely new effort. Furthermore, I have made preparations to obliterate the Qin family and seize all they possess, usurping their position within the country, Zhang Yun asserted confidently. Everyone present shook their heads in disbelief, while they had been unaware of the true weight of the Qin family. The second master of Qian had educated them on the family's stature, leading them to gradually realize that the Qin family was indeed a formidable force, that a mere Qian family held no ground before them. I imagine you all think I am jesting? Zhang Yun ignored their expressions, strolling towards the Qian family's grand hall while casually lighting a cigarette, a confident smile gracing his face, embodying a demeanor of self-assuredness. The second master of Qian and the others trailed behind him, with murmurs of speculation rising among the crowd, some even contemplating keeping Zhang Yun permanently within their ranks. After all, Zhang Yun's arrogance had previously disrupted their family assembly, and the only reason they had treated him kindly was due to the Qin family's influence. Now that it was clear Zhang Yun had severed ties with the Qin family, they were unlikely to let him off easily. With no one responding to his remarks, Zhang Yun led the group into the hall. Once seated, he gestured towards the teacup, stating, "Is there no one to pour me some water today?" In the past, the Qian family had attended to him with the utmost reverence. The shift in their demeanor was palpable. Having just distanced himself from the Qin family, their attitudes had transformed. Only Qian Zhangbo stepped forth from the crowd, pouring Zhang Yun a cup of tea and respectfully saying, "Mr. Zhang, your tea." Although his interactions with Zhang Yun were limited, he had managed to form a rudimentary understanding of him. This fellow was decidedly shrewd. Far from the simplicity he projected that if he truly had no support, how could he dare to speak so boldly in the Qian family's domain? Was he merely seeking a futile confrontation? A faint smile graced Zhang Yun's lips. He had to admit that Qin Zhangbo was quite adept at navigating social dynamics. Under normal circumstances, the Qian family had already regarded him as an adversary. Yet Qin Zhangbo stood resolutely by his side, which touched him somewhat. Additionally, as Zhang Yun needed to collaborate with the Qian family, it was imperative that the position of the family head be swiftly determined. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table before continuing. "Indeed, I have exchanged boundaries with the Qin family, but I have now allied with a new lineage, the Dong family. I wonder if Second Master Qian has heard of them?" As he spoke, Zhang Yun's gaze settled on the second master of the Qian family. The second master of the Qian family felt his breath quicken, memories flooding back to his youth. During his prime in the business world, it was also the pinnacle of Dong Yijun's glory. How could he possibly be oblivious to the Dong family? Impossible. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Isn't it said that the Dong family has relocated abroad and is thriving there? In the country where I reside, they are a dominant force in the business circle. How could you possibly know them?" While it seemed plausible that Zhang Yun could have ties with the Qin family, it was unfathomable that he could be connected to such a formidable entity. "It appears you've been sheltered at home for too long, thus growing increasingly out of touch," he remarked. "The Dong family's princess is named Catherine, currently attending university in the capital, and the Dong family is preparing to establish a bank domestically. That I've been in contact with Catherine during this time and even met with Dong Yijun yesterday." Our collaboration is now confirmed. Once the contract is signed, I shall become an ally of the Dong family, and from henceforth, our fates will be intertwined. Jiang Yun laid everything bare, observing the expression on the second Master Qian's face. Jiang Yun understood that the Dong family was likely far more formidable than the Qin family, and in the future, the Qian family would undoubtedly look to him for guidance. Is this truly the case? Dong Yijun has returned. The second Master Qian instinctively inquired, swallowing hard. Absolutely, that if it weren't for the presence of a more powerful backing, I wouldn't be dismantling my own platform, Jiang Yun replied, lifting his teacup with a subtle smile. At that moment, all eyes in the room converged on the second Master Qian, as his expression revealed that the Dong family Jiang Yun spoke of was indeed no ordinary entity. Meanwhile, Qian Zhangbua's excitement was palpable as he clenched his fists. First greeting Jiang Yun and then serving him tea, convinced that this would secure his position as the head of the Qian family. Mr. Jiang, you are truly a prodigy. I cannot believe you have managed to connect with the Dong family. It is remarkable. The second Master Qian's demeanor shifted dramatically, positioning himself closer to Jiang Yun, becoming notably more cordial. Despite feeling a twinge of disgust at this display, Jiang Yun recognized the necessity of maintaining a facade of politeness, given that he required the Qian family's assistance. Without further ado, he stated, "There is no need for such formality, that I have come to offer a suggestion to your esteemed family. As a prominent lineage, it is unwise to remain without a leader for even a day. It would be prudent to determine the next head of the family, that Mr. Jiang. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" In an instant, all eyes turned back to Jiang Yun, eagerly awaiting his response. The breaths of Qian Zhangbua and Qian Qingyu quickened, knowing that Jiang Yun's words could dictate their futures, that I believe Qian Zhangbua would be a fine choice. While I am aligning with the Dong family, I am not greedy and am willing to offer your family an opportunity, that if Qian Zhangbua were to become the head of the Qian family, I believe our collaboration would yield fruitful results. Jiang Yun took a deep drag from his cigarette and smiled. Qian Zhangbua, beaming with joy, appeared as if he had just wed a new bride, his heart racing with excitement. Following the sudden death of Qian Yucai, although the Qian family had not descended into chaos, he and Qian Qingyu had been in a relentless struggle for the position of family head. Now, with the outcome seemingly settled, and with him poised to take control of the Qian family, how could he not feel elated? Conversely, Qian Qingyu's teeth were nearly ground to dust, as she had believed her relationship with Jiang Yun would secure his assistance. Yet, she was utterly blindsided by the turn of events. Jiang Yun had allied himself with Qian Zhangbua. This was clearly collusion. Well, since Mr. Jiang holds Qian Zhangbua in such high regard, let us proceed as you suggest. Henceforth, all matters concerning the Qian family will be entrusted to him, declared the second Master Qian. Although many present were loyal to Qian Qingyu, they dared not speak against him at that moment. Qian Zhangbua approached Jiang Yun with utmost respect, urgently stating, "Mr. Jiang, rest assured if you grant me a chance to collaborate, I will not disappoint you." He understood that should the Qian family join forces with the Dong family, they would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Jiang Yun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, given the number of people present. The specifics of their collaboration would need to be discussed in private with Qian Zhangbua at a later time. With the head of the family position now established, the crowd began to disperse, and Qian Qingyu vanished into the throng. In the living room, Qian Zhangbua refilled Jiang Yun's teacup and smiled, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I thank you for your confidence in me. Today is indeed a joyous occasion. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" Previously, Qian Zhangbua had displayed a haughty demeanor, even making things difficult for Jiang Yun during his first visit. However, now he had undergone a significant transformation, his tone considerably more compliant. The second Master Qian observed this change, but refrained from commenting. The priority was to maintain an absolutely amicable relationship with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I shall not impose on your celebration, that I have numerous matters to attend to at home. I will send the details of our collaboration to your email. Please check it and respond promptly. Rest assured, I will be vigilant for any updates in my inbox and will reply without delay. Qian Zhanbo responded eagerly. Jiang Yun acknowledged him with a nod, then bid farewell to the second master Qian before making his way toward the exit, with Qian Zhanbo following closely behind. Meanwhile, in another room of the Qian residence, Qian Qingyu's face was contorted with fury. Upon returning to her room, she smashed everything within reach, leaving the space in disarray. The servants outside the door dared not enter, fearing they might provoke her anger and invite trouble upon themselves. In the corner of the room stood a man clad in black, silently observing Qian Qingyu with robotic obedience, never uttering a word. After venting her frustrations, Qian Qingyu approached the window, spotting a familiar figure below. Her lips curled in disdain as she clenched her fists tightly, muttering, "That despicable bastard has the audacity to ally with Qian Zhanbo. I should never have assisted him. I should have let him perish before my eyes." Yet, there were no remedies for regret in this world, and it was too late to voice such thoughts. She turned to the man behind her, her voice cold as she commanded, "I'm packing to head to the airport. Jiang Yun is likely preparing to return home. You'll intercept him on his route back and rendezvous with me at the airport, that we will leave the country together." With the situation having turned against her, she realized that remaining within the Qian family would yield no fruitful outcomes. It was better to flee. However, her current predicament was entirely due to Jiang Yun's actions. Therefore, even as she planned her escape, she was determined that Jiang Yun would pay with his life. The man in black nodded mechanically and replied in a low voice, "Rest assured, he will not see tonight's moon." With that, the man strode toward the door, while Qian Qingyu began to gather her belongings on the other side. Despite Qian Zhanbo's multiple attempts to dissuade him, Jiang Yun remained resolute and ultimately departed, heading straight home. His thoughts were singularly focused on swiftly curing his father's illness and usurping the Chun family's position to restore justice for his parents. Now, everything is in place, and we only await the favorable winds that I hope no unforeseen errors arise. Only by swiftly confirming cooperation with the Dong family can we truly embark on the first step of our revenge plan. As Jiang Yun drove, he muttered a few words to himself that in the next moment, a supercar suddenly brushed past his vehicle, and after skimming the front of Jiang Yun's car, it abruptly slowed down, positioning itself horizontally across the road, blocking Jiang Yun's path. Fortunately, Jiang Yun's reflexes were sharp. He promptly slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a crash. Frowning slightly, Jiang Yun rolled down his window to glance at the man in black seated in the supercar, then coldly inquired, "Do you even know how to drive? Are you out of your mind?" Had he been a second late, the two cars would have collided. Not to mention both were luxury vehicles. What if there had been casualties? The man in black, however, emerged from his car, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yun's words, and began to approach him step by step. That moment, Jiang Yun's expression grew grave, an ominous premonition swelling within him. In mere strides, the man stood before Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's face was etched with tension. He quickly pressed the gas pedal and shifted into reverse, attempting to retreat, that if he couldn't fight, he must evade. Otherwise, who knew what calamity awaited him today? Yet, although Jiang Yun sought to escape, the man showed no intention of letting him go. With a swift motion, he hurled the dagger he held toward Jiang Yun's tire. In an instant, the dagger struck the tire with precision. The car jolted violently twice before crashing into a nearby tree. Luckily, Jiang Yun had braked in time. Otherwise, he would surely be injured, coughing heavily twice. Jiang Yun hurriedly exited the vehicle, quickly retreating. The man in black, however, advanced step by step, his blood-red eyes glistening ominously, a cruel smile playing on his lips in a hoarse voice. He declared, "Today, even the gods cannot save you." Having spoken, the man lunged toward Jiang Yun. Clearly, he was trained systematically. Even if not a professional assassin, he was an elite bodyguard. Jiang Yun stumbled backward, knowing he could not afford a moment's hesitation, that he had to return to the Qian family as swiftly as possible. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. After all, he had not been away from the Qian family for long, and this place was not far from there today. As Zhang Yun ran, he searched his pockets, intending to retrieve his phone and urgently call Qian Zhanbo for assistance, only to realize after a lengthy search that he had left his phone in the car. Truly, it felt as though the heavens had turned a blind eye, and the earth had closed its doors. I warned you. You must die today. The man in black relentlessly pursued him, the distance between them closing steadily, although Zhang Yun was desperately sprinting toward the Qian family's direction. The disparity in their physical capabilities was glaring. Did I in no time? He was panting heavily, his breath coming in quick gasps. Meanwhile, the man in black maintained an air of nonchalance, a chilling smile perpetually on his lips. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yun was caught up to by the man. Before he could react, the man delivered a kick to Zhang Yun's chest, sending him stumbling back several steps until he fell, landing painfully on the ground, his tailbone throbbing in agony. It was over. Was he really destined to die here today? Zhang Yun muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to him, the man had retrieved the dagger that had punctured the tire. Under the moonlight, the blade gleamed ominously, instilling fear in anyone who dared to gaze upon it. The man then approached Zhang Yun, swiftly raising the dagger, aiming it at Zhang Yun's throat with lethal intent. As the dagger descended toward him, Zhang Yun swallowed hard and shouted, "Wait. Do you have any last words?" The man coldly responded, Zhang Yun's gaze fixated on the dagger in the man's hand. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? Who sent you to kill me? Since you are on the brink of death, there is no need for me to conceal anything from you." The man replied confidently, "It was Miss Qian who sent me to take your life." "Are you insane?" Zhang Yun retorted coldly. He had suspected that Qian Qingyu would not easily let things go, but he never imagined her retaliation would come so swiftly. "That if you kill me, you cannot escape. That I don't know what your relationship with Qian Qingyu is, but I hope you understand that what she can offer you. I can offer too, that if you spare my life, you need not suffer." Psychological tactics were his only recourse at this moment. He could only hope to stabilize the man's emotions temporarily while seeking a way to escape. Yet, the man in black laughed mockingly, shaking his head as he replied, "Miss Qian has arranged everything. Someone is waiting for me at the airport. Once I eliminate you, we will meet at the airport and leave this place. As for what Miss Qian can provide, I doubt you can match it. I advise you to say your final wishes. Perhaps I can fulfill them." Zhang Yun furrowed his brow, his hands still searching along the roadside. Though the road was relatively clean, there was an abundance of sand and dirt at the edge, but he sensed that the man before him harbored a murderous intent, and even if he were to plead for his life, the man would not waver. Suddenly, Zhang Yun seized a handful of sand and flung it into the man's eyes. The man instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, yet some sand still found its way into his eyes, causing him to tear up in pain. Seizing the moment while the man rubbed his eyes, Zhang Yun swiftly dashed toward the Qian family's direction. Even though his backside ached, he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Sprinting with fervor, he had just reunited with his parents and was preparing to have a child with Lin Shui. Soon, he would partner with the Dong family to reclaim justice from his parents. A life of happiness was about to commence. How could it end so abruptly? His heart held only one conviction: to survive. In an instant, he heard the man let out a furious roar. At this moment, the man was enraged. The man raised his dagger, squinting at Zhang Yun, and hurled it with all his might. Zhang Yun was desperately racing toward the Qian family's direction, utterly oblivious to the impending danger behind him. A sudden, intense pain shot through him, and it was only then he realized the dagger had pierced through his right arm. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he saw the middle-aged man behind him. Now distanced and through gritted teeth, he cursed, "That damned bastard. How could his knife-throwing skills be so precise? Why doesn't he join a circus instead?" Behind him, the man in black had intended to use the dagger to end Zhang Yun's life. But the sand in his eyes had diminished his accuracy. After chasing for a short distance and seeing Zhang Yun nearing the Qian family's vicinity, He ground his teeth in frustration, muttering, "Damn it, I let him escape with his life." Chapter 335. Arriving at the hospital, seeing that the man in black had ceased his pursuit, Jiang Yun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As he approached the gates of the Qian family, the tension in his heart began to ease that a few guards at the entrance rushed toward him upon spotting Jiang Yun, and upon noticing his injured arm. One of them quickly called out, "Mr. Jiang, what happened? Forget about that for now. Get me to the hospital quickly." Jiang Yun replied, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. He had never endured such humiliation. The two guards wasted no time, swiftly assisting him into a vehicle, and at that moment, Qian Zhongbua had received word of the chaos within the Qian family that Mr. Jiang. Qian Zhongbua looked at Jiang Yun, his face a mask of shock, and urgently asked, "What on earth happened?" "Let us talk on the way." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, and he saw Qian Zhongbua quickly enter the car. "Call for more people. That guy is quite skilled. I'm worried he is still lying in wait nearby." Jiang Yun, shaken, uttered these words. This time, he was genuinely alarmed. It felt as if he had one foot already in the realm of the dead. Had it not been for his extraordinary luck, he might have already collapsed on the icy road. "All right." Qian Zhongbua hastily uttered a few words and then instructed those nearby. Soon, a considerable number of Qian family members emerged, promptly boarding the cars in the rear. Once everything was in place, the long convoy set off with great momentum. Although the Qian family had assisted Jiang Yun in tending to his wounds during the journey, he was still in excruciating pain, causing cold sweat to stream down his face. After lighting a cigarette, he felt a slight alleviation that "Mr. Jiang, may I inquire about what transpired?" Qian Zhongbua tentatively asked, having just assumed the role of the Qian family head. His foundation was still shaky, and he relied heavily on Jiang Yun, that if anything happened to Jiang Yun at this moment, it would significantly impact him as well. Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke before coldly stating, "It was Qian Qingyu. This woman harbors deep resentment towards me and sent someone to kill me. That individual was merciless. Had my wits not been quick, I might not have survived." Qian Zhongbua's expression grew considerably grave. "Qian Qingyu, I will contact my men immediately. Their intentions are treacherous. We cannot let them escape." As he spoke, Qian Zhongbua retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call. However, Jiang Yun shook his head and replied coolly, "They have likely boarded a plane by now. We cannot intercept them at this juncture. Let us focus on getting me to the hospital for treatment first, and we can address other matters later." Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongbua nodded in acquiescence, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun kept his eyes closed, attempting to rest. Despite feeling utterly drained, slumber eluded him. Every time he shut his eyes, vivid images of the recent events and that man's sinister visage haunted him. An idea began to take root in Jiang Yun's mind. He would need to secure some elite bodyguards to prevent a recurrence of today's ordeal. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. During the ride, Jiang Yun had already contacted Jiang Qingying and the others, who were now waiting in the lobby. Upon spotting the Qian family convoy's arrival, they hurried over. Jiang Qingying, standing at the forefront, seized Qian Zhongbua by the collar, coldly glaring at him. "You bastard! What have you done to my brother?" "Enough, this matter does not concern him. If it weren't for the Qian family's assistance, I doubt I would have made it to the hospital." Jiang Yun interjected calmly as he strode towards the hospital. The pain in his arm was unbearable, and he needed urgent treatment. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Qingying released his grip on Qian Zhongbua, and the group quickly followed Jiang Yun's lead as they entered the emergency room. Qian Zhongbua had already arranged for a doctor, who promptly began attending to Jiang Yun's injuries. Outside the emergency room, Jiang Qingying paced anxiously. After glancing at Qian Zhongbua, he admitted, "I apologize for my earlier outburst, that I acted impulsively, but it was mainly out of concern for my brother." The image of Jiang Yun's condition weighed heavily on him. A dagger had pierced through Jiang Yun's arm, blood staining his clothes and the floor, leaving him distraught over the severity of his brother's injuries. "You must know who harmed my brother, right?" Jiang Qingying pressed again. Dong Taizhan, standing nearby, also turned his gaze towards Qian Zhanghua. Both shared a close bond with Jiang Yun, and whoever was responsible for his current state deserved retribution. That it was Qian Qingyu. Qian Zhanghua gritted his teeth, not anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent. Qian Qingyu. Isn't she a member of the Qian family? Jiang Qingying's expression darkened further, his voice chilling, just as he was about to lunge at Qian Zhanghua. The Qian family's guards moved forward, and chaos erupted in the corridor as onlookers gathered, drawn to the commotion. Qian Zhanghua waved his hand to calm the crowd, then spoke evenly. To be precise, Qian Qingyu can no longer be considered a member of the Qian family. Just moments ago, Mr. Jiang resolved to support my claim as the head of the Qian family, and it is precisely for this reason that Qian Qingyu sought revenge. The sequence of events became clear, and Jiang Qingying, incensed, kicked over a nearby trash can, clenching his fists as he spat. That vile woman truly knows no bounds, daring to harm my brother. Tell me where she is. I will go settle the score with her immediately. Dong Taizan nodded in agreement, clearly intent on accompanying Jiang Qing. That I've dispatched people to locate her, but from Jiang Yun's words, it seems she has already boarded a plane. Within a few hours, she will be abroad. Qian Zhanghua was stated matter-of-factly. Had he not known of the close ties between the two and Jiang Yun, he likely would not have entertained their inquiries. After all, as the prominent heir of the Qian family, he held a significant status that rendered them unworthy of questioning him. That doesn't mean we can let her off the hook, Jiang Qingying declared coldly. Just then, the emergency room door swung open, and Jiang Yun emerged, his arm bandaged and a cast on his hand. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, his complexion had improved noticeably. Enough of this bickering. Jiang Yun scanned Jiang Qingying and the others before saying, "Let us temporarily set aside the matter of Qian Qingyu. This grudge will undoubtedly be repaid. But since she's already fled, we cannot pursue her abroad, though we have more pressing matters to attend to." As he spoke, Jiang Yun's gaze landed on Jiang Qingying, motioning for him to come closer. "You need to contact Lin Shui immediately and instruct her to draft several contracts as soon as possible." Jiang Yun elaborated on the specifics of their collaboration before patting Jiang Qingying on the shoulder and sending him off. It was imperative to establish a partnership with the Qian family swiftly to amass the necessary capital of 100 billion, which would facilitate cooperation with the Dong family. Should any issues arise in their collaboration, Jiang Yun would not only miss the opportunity for revenge against the Qin family, but could also face retaliation from them, an outcome fraught with dire consequences. "Mr. Jiang, shouldn't you remain in the hospital for treatment a while longer?" Qian Zhanghua inquired with concern as he noticed Jiang Yun's intention to leave. "That it's merely a superficial wound. A few days of rest at home will suffice." Jiang Yun replied with a smile, waving his hand as he proceeded downstairs with Dong Taizan. After they departed, Qian Zhanghua wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting on the roller coaster of emotions he had experienced that night. What was supposed to be a joyous occasion had turned into a harrowing ordeal, with Jiang Yun nearly losing his life at the hands of Qian Qingyu. Once Jiang Yun and his companion returned home, they arrived at their estate half an hour later. Though the moon hung low in the sky, the manor remained brightly lit. Jiang Yun glanced at Dong Taizan beside him and furrowed his brow. "Did you inform everyone about my injury, Mr. Jiang?" "When we received the call, Madam happened to be by our side, so even if we wanted to keep it under wraps, there was little we could do," Dong Taizan hurriedly explained. Jiang Yun sighed in resignation. Looking at his casted hand, he realized that for the foreseeable future, the cast would remain, making any attempt at concealment futile. Moments later, they entered the hall, where Chen Jiuge and others sat neatly arranged, with Lin Shui notably absent. Jiang Yun surmised that Lin Shui had left with Jiang Qingying to handle the collaboration matters. "You scared me half to death," Chen Jiuge exclaimed, quickly rising to assess Jiang Yun, concern etched across her features. "Aside from your arm, are you injured anywhere else?" Jiang Shan also cast a worried glance at Jiang Yun, as everyone awaited his response. Taking a seat, Jiang Yun poured himself a cup of tea with one hand before smiling and reassuring them. "Rest easy. It's just a minor injury to my arm that a bit of rest will see me right as rain." There's no need for concern. How can I not worry? Chun Jyoga's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she replied urgently, I'm your mother. Seeing you in this state is unbearable for me. Please tell me what happened. Jiang Yun sighed in exasperation. After a night of inquiries, he had grown weary of explaining the events that had transpired. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun slowly began to speak. Mother, please do not worry. I am capable of handling these minor matters, and I assure you that such incidents will not recur in the future. Noticing that Chinjuga was about to continue speaking, Zhang Shan quickly pulled her aside and exchanged a meaningful glance with her. Being all men, he could sense that Jiang Yun was becoming somewhat impatient, and considering the burdens he bore, it would be unwise to disturb him further at that moment. After toiling throughout the night, Jiang Yun was not in the best condition and retired to his room early. With Dong Tieshan's assistance, he managed to change into his pajamas with great difficulty. However, as he plopped down onto the bed, shaking his head, he lamented, alas, now my movements are restricted. It seems that in the future, I shall not only require bodyguards but also a personal caretaker. With me around, I will ensure that Mr. Zhang's daily needs are well taken care of. Dong Taizan promptly affirmed. All right, I was merely jesting with you. Go rest now. I too am preparing to sleep, Jiang Yin replied with a chuckle. Waving his hand at Dong Ti, as the room's lights suddenly dimmed, Jiang Yun gradually closed his eyes, and within moments, he fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke again, Lin Shui was lying beside him. Damn it, I slept too soundly last night and didn't even notice when my wife returned, he muttered to himself. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, Lin Shui, having slept lightly due to Jiang Yun's injuries, caught his words and immediately opened her eyes. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she inquired, How do you feel? Is the wound painful? With my wife by my side, even if I were pierced with 1,000 daggers, it would be of little consequence, Jiang Yun replied with a smile. What time is it? You're still cracking jokes here, Lin Shui rolled her eyes at him, though her heart ached for him nonetheless. Suddenly, Jiang Yun flipped over and straddled Lin Shui, using his good hand to pinch her cheek, and with a beaming smile, he said, Even with one arm injured, it doesn't hinder my abilities. How about we engage in some morning exercise? Lin Shui's face flushed crimson, and she bit her lip, torn between wanting to push him away and not wanting to let go. Just as Jiang Yun prepared to unfasten her clothing, she quickly wrapped her arms around his, launching herself off the bed. Stop being so full of yourself that if you aggravate your injury, it could lead to complications. Jiang Yun sighed in resignation. After all, it was merely his arm that was injured, and it hardly affected him. Yet, respecting Lin Shui's firm stance, he conceded, Fine, whatever my wife says goes. Once I have this damned cast removed, I shall make it up to you properly. Chapter 337. Cooperation reached how unseemly. Lin Shui chided playfully, choosing not to engage in further banter with Jiang Yun as she made her way to the bathroom. Although Jiang Yun wished to wash up independently, managing with only one functional hand while tending to his injured arm proved to be quite the challenge. Ultimately, he had no choice but to obediently lean over the sink, allowing Lin Shui to assist him. After half an hour, they finally finished tidying up and exited the room. Downstairs, breakfast was already prepared. Yet Zhang Shan was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yun had long grown accustomed to his father's habit of sleeping in, which afforded him ample time to discuss Jiang Shan's issues with Chenjuge. Mother, I've contacted several psychologists and am planning to arrange treatment for father soon. You have no objections, do you? Jiang Yun asked instinctively. Of course not. If your father can recover, it would alleviate my own lingering worries. Chenjuge replied with a smile, munching on her food. However, I must emphasize that you must not act impulsively in the future, do not put yourself in harm's way. Remember, you are the pillar of this family. If anything were to happen to you, how would we all manage? The others present nodded in agreement, supporting Chenjuge's sentiments. Jiang Yun sighed in exasperation. He too felt the weight of responsibility. The reason he had endured so long the previous night was largely due to Lin Shui's presence in his heart. In his past life, he had already wronged her, and in this life, he was determined not to repeat those mistakes, nor allow her to suffer alongside him. All right, let us settle on this. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Jiang Qingying as he declared, "Since you are the one who found those psychologists, you shall take my father for treatment, that if anything arises, remember to call me immediately." Understood, Jiang Qingying replied before resuming his breakfast. By the way, has the contract been finalized? Jiang Yun turned to Lin Shui, inquiring further, "I worked tirelessly throughout the night, and have sent the contract to Qian Zhanhua, as per your instructions, that we should receive a response today. But why do you need such a large sum of money?" Lin Shui questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. After all, this contract is with the Qian family, predominantly concerning a loan. Although it is structured as a share transfer, it still involves hundreds of billions. Jiang Yun was about to respond, but hesitated upon noticing Chen Zhoga seated nearby. His words caught in his throat that if Chen Zhoga were to learn that Jiang Yun was taking such risks due to her and Jiang Shan's issues, it would surely weigh heavily on her heart. The trouble surrounding Jiang Shan had already caused her enough distress, and Jiang Yun wished to shield her from further worries. "That I'll explain it to you later," he said, leaving it at that as he set down his chopsticks and smiled. "I need to visit the hospital to change my dressings. You all enjoy your meal." Dong Taizan quickly rose to follow Jiang Yun's lead. Soon, the two arrived at the hospital. However, just as they reached the doctor's office, Dong Taizan looked at Jiang Yun with a puzzled expression, pointing at his casted arm, that "Mr. Jiang, do you still need to change the dressing on this arm?" Everyone understands that during the casting period, one should not easily remove the cast to avoid misalignment of the bones, which could lead to more troublesome consequences. "That it's not for my arm," Jiang Yun replied, gesturing towards his backside without elaborating further. "Mr. Jiang, you didn't happen to have surgery for hemorrhoids last night, did you?" Dong Taizan inquired with utmost seriousness. "Get lost," Jiang Yun retorted, exasperated. "Do I look like someone with hemorrhoids? During my altercation last night, I fractured my coccyx. It's not severe, but I still need to change the dressings regularly." Jiang Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was the first time he found himself in such an awkward predicament. Dong Taizan was momentarily taken aback before suppressing a chuckle as he glanced at Jiang Yun's rear, ultimately choosing not to say more. Before long, Jiang Yun entered the doctor's office, and after a brief wait, he had his coccyx treated and everything was set right. That he then made his way to the Qian family. With Dong Taizan accompanying him, Jiang Yun felt somewhat reassured, yet he still reached out to He Hu, preparing to recruit some elite individuals to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. However, Jiang Yun found himself in a dilemma. Dong Taizan had once been his personal bodyguard, and it was precisely because of him that he had suffered a leg injury. Now walking with a noticeable limp, that if he were to hire new bodyguards, he worried about how Dong Taizan might feel, potentially straining their relationship. After all, Dong Taizan had saved his life and had stood in front of him during dangerous situations on multiple occasions. Jiang Yun could not forget this debt of gratitude. That it seemed he needed to think through the matter carefully. Before long, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan arrived at the Qian family estate. That "Mr. Jiang, upon hearing of your injury last night, I could not sleep a wink. Is your arm all right? Do you need me to contact some reputable surgeons for a second opinion?" The second master of the Qian family approached with fervent enthusiasm, leading Jiang Yun into the hall with haste, his demeanor exceedingly polite. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "This is merely a minor issue for me, as long as my brain remains intact." "All is well, Mr. Jiang. Please do not jest." The second master of the Qian family shook his head, yet he acknowledged that this situation was indeed a fault of the Qian family. "Rest assured, I will ensure that Qian Qingyu is brought back promptly to apologize to you." At that moment, Dong Taizan, standing nearby, scoffed derisively and remarked, "If apologies were of any use, what would we need the authorities for? If I see that woman again, I will surely break her legs." The second master of the Qian family merely smiled wryly, choosing not to comment further. With a swift glance, Jiang Yun's attention shifted to Qian Zhanhua nearby, and he inquired directly, "Is there an issue with the contract?" No, I completed the signing last night and was prepared to send it to you this morning. Qian Zhangbo promptly replied. Excellent. Please transfer the funds to my account at your earliest convenience, so we can expedite our collaboration with the client. Zhang Yin remarked with a satisfied smile, wishing to avoid any unnecessary delays. Chapter 338. The search for new bodyguards. Very well. I shall hasten the process immediately, Qian Zhangbo responded, bidding farewell to Zhang Yun as he made his way toward the study. Now that the Qian family was intertwined with Zhang Yun, their fates were mutually dependent. He had no choice but to unconditionally support Zhang Yun. The second master of the Qian family, seated beside Zhang Yun, commented with a smile, Mr. Zhang, your injury is quite severe. Yet you still attend to company matters. Truly a dedicated chairman. Little did he know that this collaboration was not only crucial for the Qian family, but even more so for Zhang Yun. It marked the first step in his revenge plan. Any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Old sir, I have matters to attend to and cannot chat further, that I came to inquire about Qian Zhangbo's progress. Everything is now prepared, so I have no further concerns, Zhang Yun said with a smile, choosing not to engage in extended conversation with the second master of the Qian family. Though the elder appeared harmless, he possessed deep cunning, a trait Zhang Yun found distasteful. The second master of the Qian family quickly rose to see Zhang Yun off, while Dong Taizan remained close, his expression perpetually stern that I in his view. Zhang Yun's current state was a direct result of the Qian family's actions. Even if Zhang Yun could forgive them, he would not extend any courtesy to the Qian family. Mr. Zhang, do remember to visit us whenever you have time. This old bone of mine still wishes to enjoy tea with you, the second master of the Qian family said as they reached the front door. Zhang Yun nodded and followed Dong Taizan into the car, heading toward the city. During the journey, Dong Taizan glanced at Zhang Yun through the rearview mirror and remarked irritably, Mr. Zhang, I truly do not understand why you continue to give the Qian family an opportunity for collaboration. Those people are not to be trusted. They disgust me. Zhang Yun kept his eyes closed, remaining silent for a while, his mind preoccupied with plotting his next steps. What mattered now was not personal grievances, but swiftly stabilizing the situation to confront the Qian family directly, allowing him to resolve matters expediently, thus enabling his family to live harmoniously together. Only then could he set aside his current burdens and spend time with his parents and Lin Shui, free from the tumult of the business world. After all, he was quite broad-minded. In Zhang Yun's perspective, as long as there was enough money to live on, that sufficed. Taizan, Zhang Yun suddenly broke the silence. What is it? Dong Taizan responded, taken aback, before looking at Zhang Yun through the rearview mirror, curiosity evident in his eyes. There is something I wish to discuss with you. However, let me be clear. I harbor no ulterior motives. And no matter the circumstances, you will always be my brother, as long as I have food. You will not go hungry, Zhang Yun stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Dong Taizan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Was Zhang Yun preparing to dismiss him and offer him a sum of money? He was acutely aware that his words at the Qian family had been somewhat extreme, possibly upsetting Zhang Yun. If that were the case, his fears might indeed come true. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhang Yun's voice broke through again that I wish to meet with Heihu and ask him to arrange for 2 new bodyguards for me. You are aware of how perilous the recent events have been. Had I not been fortunate, I might not have made it through alive. Recalling the recent dangers, Zhang Yun felt a twinge of fear. Although he was not a coward, he did not intend to recklessly endanger himself. Ultimately, he was a businessman, not a thug, and he wished to avoid any similar incidents in the future to Mr. Zhang, if this is merely a minor issue. There is no need for you to discuss it with me, that if you have made up your mind, simply contact Heihu directly and have him arrange for 2 capable assistants, Dong Taizan quickly suggested. A faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Yun's words. Agreed. Zhang Yun replied with a satisfied smile that he had been contemplating how to broach this topic with Dong Taizan, and today presented a fitting opportunity. The matter of bodyguards needed to be resolved promptly. There could be no delays. Although the Qian family had yet to locate Qian Qingyu, no one knew when she might resurface that if she had indeed left the country. That would be a relief. However, if she remained domestically, she could pose a lethal threat to Jiang Yun, that he understood the gravity of obstructing someone's financial avenues, akin to killing their kin out of course, even if Qian Qingyu had departed. She might have left contingencies behind in the capital, which could not be overlooked. Mr. Jiang, shall we proceed to the security company now? Dong Taizan inquired hastily. Indeed, Jiang Yun replied with a single word, already engrossed in his phone. He did not notice the melancholy etched on Dong Tieshan's face. Although Dong Taizan remained silent, he felt a pang of distress as a professional bodyguard. He was unable to guarantee Jiang Yun's safety, and now had to let Jiang Yun seek new protection. If word of this got out, how would he continue in the bodyguard industry? Yet, Jiang Yun treated him exceptionally well, and ultimately, he was merely a bodyguard. He had no authority to dictate Jiang Yun's decisions. In a short while, they arrived at the security company. Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan swiftly exited the vehicle and headed upstairs. The guard stationed at the entrance recognized Jiang Yun and bowed to him. Foregoing the need for card access and willingly parting to allow him passage. By the way, is Heihu available? Jiang Yun inquired directly. The manager is downstairs. You can head straight up, a security guard responded with a smile. His demeanor respectful. Very well, Jiang Yun replied with a smile, following Dong Taizan into the elevator, ascending swiftly. Meanwhile, one of the newly appointed security guards, who had only recently joined the company, glanced at the man who had just spoken and quickly pointed toward the elevator, asking, "Who was that just now? How dare he call the manager by name?" This new guard had not been at the security company long enough to recognize Jiang Yun, but he was perceptive enough to notice the deference shown by his colleagues. The guard beside him replied with utmost respect, "That is Mr. Jiang, the actual owner of our security company. Even the manager must bow to him. However, Mr. Jiang is exceptionally kind, as long as we do not cross his boundaries. He will not cause us any trouble," the seasoned guard added. The new recruit was taken aback, licking his lips as he murmured to himself, "He seems to be around my age, though we inhabit the same world. Our lives are vastly different. Truly, one can feel small in the presence of such greatness." He dared not speak further and returned to his post. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan had already arrived on the upper floor. Inside the manager's office, upon seeing Jiang Yun enter, Heihu stood up with a smile, quickly approaching him. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you to my security company unexpectedly? Given your injury, if you need anything, just give me a call, and I will be there without delay." Jiang Yun observed Heihu's courteous demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. "I happen to be passing by, and thought I would check in on you. And I need you to arrange for 2 new bodyguards. I do not require them for close protection. I only need them to appear when I am in a dire situation. Though having them protect me covertly is more complicated. I can offer them triple the salary," Jiang Yun stated succinctly. While he was indeed a prominent figure in the capital, he was still young. Having too many bodyguards by his side might lead others to view him as pretentious, which would not serve his interests. Thus, after much consideration, he came up with this plan: covert protection. "Certainly, I will handle the salary arrangements. Mr. Jiang need not concern himself with financial matters." Heihu replied readily, "That I shall make arrangements at once. From this moment forth, I shall ensure that someone discreetly safeguards you." The efficiency of the Black Tiger is remarkably high. Upon grasping Jiang Yun's intent, his subordinate promptly made his way towards the office exit. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun elegantly reclined on the sofa, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "There is no longer any need to worry about covert schemes against me." A sense of clarity enveloped Jiang Yun, for the days of living in trepidation had indeed been quite burdensome. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, and the voice of Catherine resonated from the other end. "Mr. Jiang, my uncle has already provided me with the contract. As soon as the funds are transferred on your end, we will be able to finalize the agreement. So, how much longer must I wait?" Catherine's tone, though gentle, carried an undeniable air of authority that in the entirety of the capital, there were scarcely a handful who would dare to address Jiang Yun in such a manner. It was worth noting that numerous group leaders and business magnates sought to forge closer ties with Jiang Yun in hopes of collaborating with the Yunxue group. This alone attests to Jiang Yun's rising prominence. Yet, despite this, he remained exceedingly courteous towards Catherine. Although he did not possess extensive knowledge of the Dong family, he sensed the underlying significance. After all, even the esteemed second master Qian held the Dong family in high regard. Compelling Jiang Yun to treat Catherine, the family's representative, with utmost respect, "I shall head over now." As Catherine had already secured a location, Jiang Yun promptly exited with Dong Taizhan, notifying Black Tiger's assistant of his departure without further disturbing Black Tiger himself. In a matter of moments, Jiang Yun had vacated the security company and was en route to a CAF. Half an hour later, he and Dong Taizhan stood before the establishment, whereupon Jiang Yun glanced at Dong Taizhan in the driver's seat and stated, "I shall enter alone to meet Catherine. You may wait for me here." Although Jiang Yun felt no sense of being followed, he had unwavering faith in Black Tiger's capabilities, trusting that someone would be discreetly monitoring him. Should any unforeseen event arise, those individuals would undoubtedly intervene at the earliest opportunity, alleviating any concerns he might have. Most importantly, his solitary meeting with Catherine would convey his sincerity. Dong Taizhan acknowledged. "Understood, Mr. Jiang. Please be cautious." Jiang Yun nodded and proceeded into the CAF. Upon entering, he quickly spotted Catherine seated in a corner, accompanied by a man clad in black, who exuded an imposing presence. His sunglasses obscured his gaze, leaving even Jiang Yun unable to discern his eyes. Yet a distinct chill permeated the air. "That Mr. Jiang, is the money prepared?" Catherine inquired directly, her coffee spoon swirling in her hand. "Rest assured, the funds are in place. Once the contract is signed, the transfer can be executed on the way over." Jiang Yun had checked his bank account, confirming that Qian Zhang's efficiency was indeed remarkable. Within less than an hour, the funds had been fully deposited, amounting to a staggering sum in a single bank card. "Excellent. Let us not delay further. Let us expedite the signing of the contract." As she spoke, Catherine opened her handbag, retrieving the pre-prepared contract and presenting it to Jiang Yun. Despite the Dong family's illustrious reputation, prudence in business dealings was paramount. After meticulously reviewing the contract and finding no predatory clauses or issues, Jiang Yun turned to the last page, signing his name with a flourish. Catherine smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. Since the formalities have been taken care of, I shan't waste any more time here. I have a class to attend this afternoon. Farewell." With that, Catherine took the contract and departed, leaving Jiang Yun seated in his spot, shaking his head in resignation as he observed her and the man retreating into the distance. "That I truly wonder if your purpose in coming to the country is solely for your studies." After a brief pause, Jiang Yun finally made his way outside. With all matters resolved, his spirits lifted considerably. The weight that had burdened his heart was finally alleviated. The next step was merely a matter of time. He was confident that it would not be long before the bank was swiftly established, and the Dong family merely needed to showcase their name to draw attention to it. Mr. Jiang, where to next? Chapter 340. The Chun family takes initiative to in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun had returned to the car, where Dong Taizhan was observing him, inquiring, "Where shall we go now?" "Home," Jiang Yun replied, having exerted himself throughout the morning and still nursing injuries. Coupled with the resolution of all matters, it was only fitting that he take some time to recuperate and regain his peak condition. Dong Taizhan acknowledged the instruction and promptly started the vehicle, heading towards the estate. Half an hour later, they arrived home, but as Jiang Yun stepped out of the car, he noticed an unexpected visitor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly, and Chen Shiyu, standing not far away, also recognized him and approached. Just the night prior, old Master Chun had engaged in discussions with the Dong family, ultimately receiving the indication that the Dong family intended to collaborate with Jiang Yun. Although the Chen family was also a first-tier family in the country, They paled in comparison to the Dong family. Consequently, old Master Chen was left with no choice but to swallow his pride and alter his overall strategy. Mr. Jiang, you have finally returned. I've been waiting for quite some time. This time, Chen Shiyu appeared markedly different from before. Everyone knew of his deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Yun, yet he was now exceedingly polite. Zhang Yun, however, chose to disregard him, walking past and approaching Chen Jioge, smiling as he asked, "Mother, how is my father's condition? Shouldn't Cheng Ying have brought him back by now?" Having been preoccupied throughout the morning and instructing Jiang Qingying to take Jiang Shan for a checkup, Zhang Yun had not had the chance to inquire about the situation. Chen Jioge instinctively glanced at Chen Shiyu standing nearby before responding, "Rest assured, those experts have already seen your father and have proposed a suitable treatment plan. I believe it won't be long before he fully recovers." Zhang Yun's expression shifted dramatically, excitement coursing through him as he licked his lips, tightly clenching his fist. Really? This is truly a double blessing. Not only had he reached an agreement with the Dong family, but Jiang Shan's health was also improving. It seemed that soon all matters would be resolved. "Why would I deceive you?" Chen Jioge replied tersely. Zhang Yun smiled broadly and took a seat beside her, his gaze shifting to Chen Shiyu. Under normal circumstances, after being overlooked for so long, Chen Shiyu would have erupted in anger, regardless of who stood before him. Yet this time he swallowed his pride, suppressing the rising tide of fury within him. Noticing Zhang Yun's gaze upon him, he quickly approached and smiled. "Mr. Jiang, do you have a moment to chat? Speak plainly. Can't you see that my mother and I have matters to discuss?" Zhang Yun's tone was somewhat indifferent as he picked up his teacup and began sipping his tea, completely ignoring Chen Shiyu. Chen Jioge remained silent. According to their familial hierarchy, Chen Shiyu should still address her as sister, and they were indeed blood relatives. However, recalling the Chen family's past actions and Chen Shiyu's behavior, she harbored no fondness for him. Although it was evident that Zhang Yun was intentionally snubbing Chen Shiyu, she did not intervene on his behalf. Clearing his throat, Chen Shiyu spoke again. "Mr. Jiang, there are many misunderstandings between us, but the Chen family is still considered your maternal family, that I have come specifically to mend our relationship at Mr. Chen's behest." Upon hearing this, a cold smile graced Zhang Yun's lips. When he was nothing, the Chen family had constantly suppressed him, showing him no respect. Even after arriving at the Chen family, only one aunt had made him feel welcomed. Now that the tides had turned and he was poised to become a significant figure in the country, it was amusing to witness the swift change in the Chen family's demeanor. Noticing Zhang Yun's continued silence and the smile upon his face, Chen Shiyu gritted his teeth, maintaining his forced smile, which only served to irritate. "Can you truly represent old Master Chen?" Zhang Yun countered. "Indeed," Chen Shiyu hastily affirmed, "that I have come here solely at the old master's request. He does not even comprehend what the Dong family sees in Zhang Yun. After all, he is merely an ineffectual waste. And there is no room for comparison between the Yunxue group and the Chen family. Yet, the Dong family has inexplicably chosen Zhang Yun, which is truly infuriating. Nonetheless, he must endure this humiliation. Moreover, old Master Chen has already stated that he will not allow Zhang Yun to be arrogant for long. He will surely make Zhang Yun pay the price in due time, but not at this moment, Mr. Jiang. In truth, the old master feels a twinge of guilt. He has begun to regret his past actions. However, we are family, and thus, let bygones be bygones. That I hope Mr. Jiang can join forces with the Chen family, and we can foster more interactions in the future, which would benefit us both. Furthermore, the resources of the Chen family are at your disposal." Chen Shiyu interjected. Although this was not a full-fledged olive branch, it was a gesture of goodwill. It is worth noting that the Chen family holds themselves in high regard, and given their substantial power, they typically do not regard others lightly. Even the prominent entrepreneurs and heads of families in the capital do not have the privilege of meeting old Master Chen. Zhang Yun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, lit a cigarette, and remained silent. After exhaling a puff of smoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he calmly stated, "What about my father's situation? What about Jiang Shan?" Chen Shiyu retorted, That moment, Jiang Yun slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. He glared coldly at Qin Shiyu and enunciated each word. "I have been tolerating you until now. How can the Qin family be so shameless? My father has been under your house arrest for a long time. And now he is gravely ill. Do you dare claim that these matters are unrelated to you?" Qin Shiyu was rendered speechless. "Get out. Leave my house at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Chapter 341. And in danger at that moment, Jiang Yun's pent-up emotions erupted. He could no longer suppress the turmoil within him, his blood-red eyes burning with intensity that he had been striving to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. But Qin Shiyu's shamelessness compelled him to abandon that facade. After all, the members of the Qin family are not good people, and regardless of how events unfold in the future, it is their own doing. Qin Shiyu stood frozen in shock, licking his lips as he stole a few more glances at Jiang Yun before making his way toward the exit, choosing not to say another word. This was clearly self-inflicted humiliation. Were it not for old Master Qin's insistence that he extend a gesture of goodwill, he would not have come at all. After all, he understood very well that Jiang Yun would not easily relent. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's voice called out from behind, "Go back and inform your old master to wait quietly. It won't be long before I ally with the Dong family to bring down the Qin family. Let him witness the gradual collapse of the empire he built before he dies." Qin Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, his teeth nearly grinding to dust at old Master Qin's confidant. He was acutely aware of what mattered most to the old man. After dedicating his entire life to elevate the Qin family to its current stature, the abrupt collapse of their hard-earned commercial empire would be a fatal blow to old Master Qin. Is this not a case of killing the heart? Soon, Qin Shiyu left in disgrace. He sat in his car, staring coldly at Jiang Yun's estate, then spat on the ground and coldly declared, "Kid, I shall see how long you can remain arrogant. You are merely a pawn in the Dong family's game. Once you lose your value, they will discard you, and then you will realize how ridiculous your actions are today, and you will pay the price for them." He slammed the steering wheel a few times before pressing the gas pedal and driving away in a cloud of dust that on the other side, Jiang Yun sat in the living room, his expression dark and troubled, unable to shake off the encounter. "Enough, do not dwell on the Qin family any longer," Chun Jiugao said, patting Jiang Yun's shoulder. "Moreover, do not engage in conflict with them. The Qin family is not as simple as you think. A dying camel is larger than a horse. While I do not know what the Dong family is, I suspect they may not be the Qin family's match." Qin Jiugao spoke earnestly. She only wished for their family to live happily together. Everything else was inconsequential. Furthermore, at her age, she was no longer preoccupied with thoughts of revenge. After all, the past was behind them, and the lines of right and wrong were blurred, so she was disinclined to dwell on such matters. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun finally nodded, opting not to elaborate further to avoid worrying Chun Jiugao. In the blink of an eye, he made his way to his room. He had returned in high spirits. But Qin Shiyu's appearance had soured his mood. Just as he was about to lie down for a nap, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Chun Jiugao, who had just gone back to her room, rushed in, her face etched with anxiety. "Mom, what's wrong? Is it Dad again?" Jiang Yun asked, his concern evident. "That it's not your father. It's your aunt." Qin Jiugao trembled as she clutched her phone, furrowing her brow. "Your aunt just called me, asking for both of us to come to the Qin family. She claimed that if we do not arrive before tonight, old Master Chun will take her life." "Ha!" Jiang Yun scoffed, shaking his head. He guided Qin Jiugao to a nearby chair before speaking slowly. "Mom, what era are we in? Even if old Master Qin is the head of the family, he cannot decide others' fates. I suspect this is merely a trick from the Qin family, attempting to ensnare us, but we must not fall into their trap." Jiang Yun feared that the Chun family might act out of desperation. Having already faced danger once with Qian Qingyu, he certainly did not wish to tread that path again. Qin Jiugao insisted, her worry palpable as she shook her head resolutely. "You do not understand your aunt. I can tell from her voice on the phone that she is not joking, and she would never collude with the Chun family. Even if she is in a desperate situation, she would not allow me to fall into peril. There is only one possibility. She is likely in serious trouble. While Jiang Yun harbored no fondness for the Chun family, he had a soft spot for this aunt, which only deepened his concern. All right, I will personally go to the Chun family. Seeing Chen Jiugao's worried expression pained Jiang Yun, prompting him to say this quickly that no, I must accompany you. Your aunt made it clear over the phone that we must appear together for her to be safe. You must understand that the old master is ruthless and capable of anything, Chen Jiugao said hurriedly, grabbing Jiang Yun's arm as they moved toward the door to be by the way. The Chen family did not say we couldn't bring anyone along. Did they? Jiang Yun asked as they reached the hall. That of course not. Their only aim is to see us both. They likely have matters to discuss. Chen Jiugao replied quickly. Did I in that case? I will gather a few friends for precaution. Jiang Yun took out his phone and stepped aside to call He Hu. Meanwhile, Chen Jiugao paced anxiously in place that as soon as Jiang Yun hung up, she hurried over and asked, Can we leave now? Just a moment. Jiang Yun stood at the entrance of the estate, lighting a cigarette. Chen Jiugao remained silent, her face betraying her anxiety. Behind them, Dong Taizan had received the news and rushed over, but he approached Jiang Yun quickly and clasped his fists, saying, Mr. Jiang, I will accompany you. Chapter 342. The third visit. All right. Jiang Yun nodded at Dong Tieshan's determined expression and simply uttered a word of consent. Wei did not wish for Dong Taizan to follow him. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, he understood the man's intentions. That T.O. intentionally distanced himself from Dong Taizan at this moment would undoubtedly hurt his feelings. Recognizing the stakes involved, Jiang Yun reluctantly agreed to have Dong Taizan accompany them. Soon, several individuals had tidied everything up, and He Hu, along with his companions, arrived, bringing with them a convoy that resembled a long dragon, which came to a halt before the entrance of the estate, causing many onlookers to pause in awe. Now that everyone is here, we shall set off, Jiang Yun declared, waving his hand dismissively as he stepped into a vehicle, heading straight towards the Chun family's residence. That on the journey, Chen Jiuga remained anxious and somewhat distracted. Her worry for her aunt evident. That in truth, Jiang Yun shared similar sentiments. The Chen family members harbored ulterior motives. Yet his aunt treated him with utmost kindness. That it was only in her presence during his last visit to the Chun household that he felt warmth. And he could sense the purity in her eyes, which were devoid of guile. Thus, he knew she was not feigning innocence. The thought of such a naive aunt becoming a mere pawn for old Master Chen filled him with sorrow. Mom, this time, I will bring my aunt back with me, and she will live with us, Jiang Yun said, attempting to comfort Chen Jiuga upon seeing her troubled expression. And no need for that. Your aunt will not leave with us. Chen Jiuga shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she fell into a reverie. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, lost in thought. Soon, Chen Jiuga's voice broke the silence. My aunt and I share the same mother. Yet our natures are entirely different. You must have sensed that women in the Chun family possess no rights. They are merely pawns for family alliances, and our purpose in life is to facilitate advantageous marriages and generate greater profits. It was for this reason that I stealthily departed from the Chun family, severing all ties, but I ended up living a life on the run. However, your aunt chose to compromise, although she successfully allied the family through marriage. And her husband treated her well. It is a different story now. As she spoke, Chen Jiuga's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Yun refrained from interrupting her, patiently awaiting her continuation. Time passed, but Chen Jiuga remained silent, gazing out of the window with a hint of self-mockery in her expression. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and said, Your aunt has endured far more suffering than I did, even though she married a man who loved her. Tragically, your uncle passed away early, leaving her to return to the Chun family with her child, trapped like a canary in a gilded cage. Once a person loses their value, they can no longer hold their head high. Chen Jiuga's voice trailed off, choked with emotion. Witnessing her sister's plight was a heavy burden on her heart. Jiang Yun continued to smoke, resting his hand on the window, and said softly, "Mom, if my aunt's life has been so miserable, why must she remain in the Chen family? Perhaps it is her fate," Chen Jioga replied quietly, offering no further explanation. Throughout the journey, the two remained silent. Chen Jioga succumbed to sleep, leaning against the seat with her eyes tightly shut. Yet her brow was furrowed in worry. Jiang Yun cast a sympathetic glance at his mother, licking his lips as he resolved in his heart. This time, regardless of old Master Chen's intentions, he would not let him succeed and would help Chen Jioga take her aunt away. Several hours later, the convoy arrived at the Chun family estate. The guard stationed at the entrance exchanged fearful glances, their faces paling at the sight, knowing they dared not obstruct the group. Jiang Yun and his companions smashed through the barrier, heading straight for Old Master Chen's villa. As they entered, Old Master Chen, already seated at the head of the table, had been alerted to their arrival. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yun wasted no time, asking directly, "Where's my aunt? You and your aunt have hardly met. Yet you seem quite close," Old Master Chen replied, seemingly unfazed at by blood. "I am your maternal grandfather. Given my advanced age, why do you not think of me and only your aunt?" His words dripped with feigned hurt. Jiang Yun scoffed inwardly. He had never regarded Old Master Chen as family. Had it not been for this old man, his parents would not have ended up as they did, nor would he have been separated from them for decades. "Enough. I am here to deliver a message. I have reached an agreement with the Dong family, and we will soon establish a bank in the country." Jiang Yun seated himself beside the table, continuing, "I trust you are aware of the Dong family's capabilities, that if you dare to undermine me, even if I am not your match, the Dong family will not allow you to escape unscathed." It was an unmistakable threat. The tides had turned. When Jiang Yun first arrived at the Qin family, he had been vulnerable, but now he showed no hesitation in confronting Old Master Chen with sharp words, offering no semblance of respect. The other members of the Qin family exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions darkening, yet none dared to speak up. Among them, Qin Shiyu clenched his fists tightly, his mouth twitching in suppressed fury. Suddenly, a rhythmic tapping echoed as Jiang Yun's fingers drummed on the table, capturing everyone's attention to be wide away. "Where's my aunt? Bring her to me at once, that I intend to take her away. Do you have any objections?" Just then, Chen Jiuge, who had been silently observing, slammed her hand on the table, unable to maintain Jiang Yun's composure. "Bring my sister out immediately, or we will wreak havoc on the Chun family today." Outside, He Hu and his men stood ready, prepared to act at Jiang Yun's command. Yet, Old Master Chen displayed no fear, his expression unwavering as he ignored Chen Jiuge and focused on Jiang Yun. "That if you wish for your aunt to accompany you, you must agree to one condition," he stated, fully aware of the power struggle at hand. Jiang Yun understood that Old Master Chen was not one to be easily swayed. He would not let his aunt leave without a price. Reluctantly, he said, "Speak plainly. What is it that you desire?" "It's about that matter," Old Master Chen continued, undeterred by Jiang Yun's attitude, "that if you acknowledge your roots and return to the Chen family, I will allow your aunt to leave with you. What say you?" Jiang Yun's heart hardened with disdain. "Acknowledge my roots? I would rather perish here than fulfill your wishes." Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment. He clapped his hands, and He Hu swiftly led his men into the hall, surrounding the area with an imposing presence. The Chen family members gasped in shock, retreating behind Old Master Chen, their bravado waning. Yet Old Master Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor steady, while Jiang Yun exuded an air of confidence, unbothered by the tension in the room. "You bring so many people in here. Are you planning to fight me?" Old Master Chen inquired, maintaining his calm demeanor. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, a smirk on his face as he replied, "I would prefer to avoid unnecessary violence. But know this, should a conflict arise, your family would find it difficult to escape unscathed. After all, this is my mother's family, and I must consider her well-being." His words were unmistakably a threat, and Chen Jiuge, who sat beside him, was taken aback, never anticipating that matters would escalate to such a degree. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Yun was merely posturing. While his men would indeed follow his orders, he bore a responsibility towards them as well. The Chen family members murmured among themselves, their fear palpable. Jiang Yun had long harbored animosity towards our Chen family, and it seemed plausible that he might resort to extreme measures. What should we do? Perhaps we ought to beseech the old master and allow Jiang Yun to take the person away. Opinions varied among the crowd, yet all were driven by self-preservation. Their duplicitous demeanor was indeed repugnant. That moment. Old Master Chen suddenly slammed his hand on the table, casting a disdainful glance at those behind him. Clearly having overheard their remarks, feeling as if a colossal stone was lodged in his chest, he was taken aback. The Chen family members turned out to be a bunch of spineless cowards. He was merely engaging in a game of wits with Jiang Yun. Although Jiang Yun presented a formidable front, he understood well that, at their level, capriciousness was hardly an option. Thus, it was likely that Jiang Yun was merely attempting to intimidate them. However, he never anticipated such disgraceful behavior from the Chen family. Yet, this was all within the realm of expectation. After all, he was acutely aware that the Chen clan had long since become inept, and there were no talents like Jiang Yun among them. Otherwise, he would have long since handed over the reins of power to someone else. After all, old Master Chen was well over 70. Despite his relatively robust health and continuous efforts to bolster his vitality, how many more years could he endure? As the sound of the table slamming reverberated, every gaze fell upon old Master Chen. Exchanging glances that a pack of useless individuals. Silence your mouths. If anyone dares to speak out of turn here, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The crowd exchanged looks, lowering their heads in unison, akin to students caught in wrongdoing. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a security guard rushed into the throng, his face pale with dread, pointing towards the door and exclaiming, "Old Master, it's bad, the 2nd Mississippi." Before he could finish, Chen Jioga had already reached his side, grasping his arm urgently and demanding, "What has happened to my sister? Speak quickly. The 2nd Miss has committed suicide by jumping from a building." In an instant, the expressions of everyone present turned grave. The next moment, they witnessed Chen Jioga suddenly fainting. "Damn!" Jiang Yun shouted, swiftly instructing Heihu and Dong Taizan, "Quickly take my mother to the nearest hospital." Meanwhile, Jiang Yun seized the security guard's wrist and urged, "What are you standing around for? Take me to see my aunt immediately." As the two rushed out, the onlookers hastily followed suit, including old Master Chen, who was equally bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. Chen Xiu quickly approached, asking anxiously after reaching old Master Chen's side, "Father, was this all your arrangement?" "Of course not." Old Master Chen nearly erupted with fury, coldly rebuking, "At the end of the day, she is my own flesh and blood. The deal you think I would truly allow her to perish?" Chen Xiu was engulfed in confusion. If none of this were to the old master's advantage, how could such a calamity have occurred? Yet there was no time for further contemplation. They needed to rush to the scene. Minutes later, Jiang Yun and the others arrived at the villa of his aunt. Bursting into the room, Jiang Yun was horrified to find his aunt hanging from the beam, while her child lay quietly on the sofa, beside which rested a bottle of sleeping pills. Chapter 344. A Nightmarish Continuum. Just looking at the child's pallor, Jiang Yun comprehended the grim reality. She was gone. Jiang Yun clenched his fists in rage, turning to old Master Chen with a frenzied demeanor. He approached and seized the old man's collar, scolding fiercely, "Damn you, is your heart made of stone? How could you inflict such harm upon your daughter?" The Chen family members were poised to intervene, but were met with a wall of bodyguards flanking Jiang Yun. Their glares fierce, the room erupted into chaos. Yet old Master Chen paid no heed to Jiang Yun's words. His eyes became hollow, fixated upon his aunt. Gradually, his complexion grew paler, his breaths quickening and labored. Witnessing this, Jiang Yun hastily released his grip and inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Old Master Chen attempted to speak but faltered, his face paling further before he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events caught Jiang Yun off guard, leaving him bewildered about the unfolding chaos. Could it be that old Master Chen was feigning this to extort him? The Chen family members surged forward, shouting in unison, "You bastard! You've killed the old master!" In an instant, Jiang Yun found himself the target of their ire. Were it not for the numerous bodyguards surrounding him, he might not have been able to escape at all. First, get old Master Chen to the hospital. This is clearly a heart attack. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Yun retorted coldly, summoning his bodyguards to stand behind him. The Chen family wasted no time and hurriedly assisted old Master Chen. Under Chen Shiyu's direction, they made their way outside. As the Chen family departed, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon his lifeless aunt, his brow furrowed with concern. With my aunt's sudden passing, my mother will surely be devastated. What should I do now? Had he known it would come to this, Jiang Yun would have refrained from bringing Chen Jioge to the Chen residence. It was crucial to remember that Chen Jioge had not yet recovered from her illness. She needed peace and quiet for her recuperation. The sudden tragedy would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to her. Mr. Jiang, you cannot shoulder all the blame. This is the responsibility of the Chen family. A voice interjected. Although the circumstances surrounding this young lady within the Chen family remained unclear, it was evident that she had been driven to the brink, taking her child along with her into the abyss. Heihu spoke with a calm demeanor. Dong Taizhan had already taken Chen Jioge to the hospital, while Heihu remained to ensure Jiang Yun's safety, wary of any unforeseen incidents, despite Jiang Yun being flanked by 2 professional bodyguards, who shadowed him from the shadows and surrounded by allies. Heihu still harbored concerns. After all, this was the Chen family's villa area, teeming with their kin. No one could predict what might transpire. First, let us go to the hospital to see my mother. We can address my aunt's situation later. Jiang Yun sighed, making his way towards the exit. After all, with the loss of life, his focus needed to shift to those still living, given that a hospital was located just outside the Chen villa. It wasn't long before Jiang Yun and the others arrived at the medical facility. However, they brought a considerable number of people with them, and if they all entered together, it would undoubtedly create a negative impression. Thus, Jiang Yun instructed Heihu to select a few elite bodyguards to accompany him, while the others were to remain behind and stand by. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Yun and his group proceeded into the hospital. After some inquiries, they arrived at a patient room, where Dong Taizhan was stationed at the bedside, and Chen Jioge lay quietly in bed, and 4 drip attached, though her complexion was still far from healthy. Jiang Yun rushed into the room, his eyes fixating on Dong Taizhan, as he urgently asked, "How is my mother? Madam has experienced a bout of extreme stress, resulting in her fainting. However, there are no serious complications, and it will not impose significant strain on her health or affect her recovery." Dong Taizhan quickly reassured him. Jiang Yun exhaled in relief, settling onto the edge of the bed as he remarked, "Given her current state, she will likely need to stay here for a while. Heihu, please arrange for the bodyguards to find nearby accommodations and remain on standby for my instructions. Just 2 should guard the door. Taizhan and I will stay here to look after my mother." Heihu nodded and promptly exited to carry out the orders. As Jiang Yun felt the weight of sorrow, Dong Taizhan remained silent, standing by his side as they awaited Chen Jioge's awakening. He had just spoken with the attending physician, who assured him that Chen Jioge would awaken shortly. Time ticked by, and after half an hour, Chen Jioge slowly opened her eyes, glancing around the pristine hospital room before her gaze landed on Jiang Yun. She grasped his hand urgently and asked, "What about my aunt? Is she really?" The words hung in the air, unspoken, as she struggled to breathe. Although she is the biological daughter of the esteemed Master Chen, and there are numerous relatives residing in the Chen Villa district, she regards her aunt as her own sister. Aside from her aunt, she shows little concern for any member of the Chen family. Little did she expect that her aunt would. The words of the security guard echoed in her mind once more. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment. After all, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. It would not be long before the news spread, inevitably reaching Chun Jyoga's ears. Subsequently, Jong Yun grasped Chun Jyoga's hand tightly and quickly added, "Mom, I have already been to see her. Aunt and her child are both gone, and she took her own life." This revelation left Chun Jyoga stunned, as though struck by lightning. Her lips moved slightly, yet no words escaped. Witnessing her mother's expression pained Jong Yun's heart, leaving him at a loss for how to comfort her. "Hurry and process my discharge. I want to leave the hospital immediately." Chun Jyoga suddenly spoke weakly. "I must see your aunt one last time." Chapter 345. The white funeral. Jong Yun was about to intervene, but Chun Jyoga had already risen, pulling out the 4 drip from her hand as she walked towards the door. With a resigned sigh, Jong Yun could only follow her alongside Dong Tishan. That in no time, they had returned to the Chun residence. The Chun family appeared unchanged, seemingly unaffected by the passing of the aunt. As no white mourning ribbons adorned the surroundings, as Jong Yun and the others approached, the members of the Chun family parted to the sides, none daring to approach. Moments later, they arrived at the aunt's villa. With Master Chun still in the hospital and Chun Shiyu attending to him closely, no one had come to attend to the body. Of course, Jong Yun was somewhat familiar with the Chun family. They were merely a group of cold-hearted beasts devoid of any humanity. Chun Jyoga gently pushed open the door, and upon seeing the body hanging in the living room, her eyes turned red. Emotion overwhelmed her, and she fell to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. "Sister, what on earth happened to you? There is no insurmountable obstacle in this world. Why did you choose this path? And your child was so young. How could you?" The words hung in the air, unspoken. Jong Yun turned his face away, witnessing a scene more tragic than he had ever imagined. He had never thought he would witness a suicide before his eyes. Yet guilt gnawed at him. Had he not wasted so much time with Master Chun, perhaps he could have taken his aunt away, and she would not have met such a fate. Chun Jyoga's gaze suddenly fell on Jong Yun, and she spoke resolutely. "You must arrange for her burial immediately. I want your aunt to rest in peace as soon as possible. She has never lived for herself. I want her to be laid to rest swiftly. Perhaps then she can finally live the life she desired, and the family can be reunited." Upon hearing this, even Jong Yun felt a lump in his throat. He exchanged a glance with Dong Taizan and signaled to him. The bodyguards trailing behind Jong Yun quickly stepped forward, and under Dong Tieshan's direction, they gently placed the aunt's body on the ground, alongside the child's, just as they prepared to carry the bodies away. Hurried footsteps approached from outside. Chun Shiyu rushed in, followed by a group of people. "Stand aside." Jong Yun's tone was assertive as he coldly uttered 2 words. "Leave her body here. Otherwise, you won't be leaving the Chun residence today." Chun Shiyu's voice was icy, his expression darkening, that he had tolerated Jong Yun for too long. Had it not been for Master Chin's restraint, he would have resorted to his own measures to resolve the issue. That is, to send Jong Yun to the underworld. Yet Jong Yun ignored his words, pushing past Chun Shiyu and signaling Dong Taizan and the others to proceed with the bodies. Chun Jyoga closely followed their side. "Tell that old man that my aunt is not just his daughter. She is my family too. You may come to pay your respects, but if you dare disrupt her funeral, do not blame me for being impolite." Jong Yun spoke coldly before striding towards the exit. Chun Shiyu's lips quivered in anger as he clenched his fists and slammed them against the door frame. In an instant, those present jumped in surprise. "Damn it. Do you really think I can't deal with you? As long as the old man is in the hospital, I have the final say in this family. Just you wait. I will make sure you suffer." After venting his frustrations, Chun Shiyu stormed off, and the Chun family dispersed. Meanwhile, after leaving the Chun residence, Jong Yun and his companions headed straight to the funeral home. Utilizing his resources, they swiftly arranged for the burial of the aunt and her child. Chun Jyoga remained on her knees, her gaze fixed intently on the casket. The mourning hall had been meticulously prepared, and behind the casket stood a large photograph of the aunt in her youth. Due to the child's tender age, according to custom, there could be no mourning hall for the child. They could only lie in the aunt's casket, with no photographs allowed, as if they had never existed in this world at all. After kneeling beside Chun Jyoga, Jiang Yun gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly, "Mom, let me handle the arrangements from here. Your aunt will soon be laid to rest. You should return to the hotel and rest." Considering your health is not well, that he was deeply concerned. The aunt was Chun Jyoga's only remaining family, and this incident would significantly impact her, that if her heartache was not resolved, it could adversely affect her health. This was Jiang Yun's greatest worry. Chun Jyoga remained silent, her eyes glued to the casket and photograph, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, Jiang Yun stood up, stepped outside for a cigarette, and then furrowed his brow as he spoke. "Let's do this. Tomorrow morning, we will ensure your aunt is laid to rest promptly. You need to expedite the arrangements and secure a burial plot." Jiang Yun glanced at Dong Taizhan, issuing a couple of instructions. Dong Taizhan nodded eagerly and immediately set about his tasks. Meanwhile, He had already arranged for his team, and he, along with several capable bodyguards, arrived at the funeral home. Upon spotting Jiang Yun at the entrance, he quickly approached and said, "Mr. Jiang, none wish to witness such unfortunate events, but given the circumstances, you must prioritize your health." "I'm fine." Jiang Yun exhaled a puff of smoke, his thoughts lingering on his mother. By the way, how is Master Chen in the hospital? Is he all right? Jiang Yun inquired. Master Chen possessed a grand vision. Despite the fierce conflicts currently unfolding, he would not recklessly oppose Jiang Yun. For the foundation he had painstakingly built could not be easily destroyed. However, should Chen Shiyu ascend to power, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. That madman could do anything. Heihu promptly replied, "I have visited the hospital. Although he remains in a coma, there is no immediate danger to his life." Chapter 346. Confrontation. This was the most favorable outcome. Jiang Yun remarked, envisioning Chen Shiyu's face, that he was Master Chen's right-hand man and held considerable influence within the Chen family. If something were to happen to Master Chen, the reins of power would inevitably fall into Shiyu's hands. That if it came to that, matters could quickly spiral out of control. Jiang Yun already harbored animosity towards Chen Shiyu. Should he take control of the Chen family, a fierce struggle for dominance was inevitable. Suddenly, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "That Mr. Jiang, what are you contemplating?" Heihu asked, noting Jiang Yun's peculiar smile. Jiang Yun tapped his fingers against his temple a few times, allowing the cigarette but to flick away with a flourish, and replied, "I dislike passively enduring attacks. I prefer to seize the initiative. Therefore, while Master Chen is currently out of danger, his advanced age means this incident will undoubtedly have an impact on him. Our immediate priority is to cultivate a new head of the Chun family to take charge." This, Heihu, being a rough-and-tumble man, could handle training bodyguards, but strategizing was outside his expertise. That he fell silent for a considerable time. Jiang Yun, absorbed in his own thoughts, stated, "Please assist me in gathering information about the Chen family, and compile a list of all the key figures within the family for my convenience." Although he was currently collaborating with the Dong family, the Chen family remained a formidable entity in Jiang Yun's eyes. Furthermore, he had no desire for a destructive confrontation with others. Supporting a head of the Chen family would not only alleviate numerous complications, but also provide him with significant assistance. Despite the seemingly straightforward partnership with the Dong family, Jiang Yun was acutely aware of their ambitions and that they were not philanthropists. The establishment of a bank was likely merely a precursor to their new schemes. That in their eyes, he was likely just a pawn. Once he ceased to be of use, the Dong family would unceremoniously discard him, thus necessitating his preparation. Heihu, though not privy to Jiang Yun's intentions, complied unconditionally with his orders, quickly nodding before making his way out of the funeral home. The bodyguards accompanying him remained inside the funeral home to ensure Jiang Yun's safety. That as Heihu departed, Jiang Yun prepared to enjoy another cigarette before returning to accompany Chen Jioge. However, before he could finish his smoke, a fleet of black cars sped towards them. Given that only their group was present at the funeral home, it was evident that the incoming party was targeting them. A shadow of seriousness crossed Jiang Yun's face as he instinctively clenched his fist, keeping his gaze fixed on the approaching convoy. In an instant, the vehicles came to a halt, and the Qin family, led by Qin Shiyu, rushed towards him. Qin Shiyu's countenance was terrifyingly grim. Clad in a black suit and a matching tie, he emanated an imposing aura. Within mere steps, he stood before Jiang Yun. Glanced briefly at the hall of the funeral home, and then bypassed Jiang Yun, intending to lead his entourage into the main hall. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, and before he could utter a word, several bodyguards stationed at the entrance obstructed Qin Shiyu and his companions. "Step aside." Qin Shiyu's voice was frigid, issuing a sharp reprimand. The followers behind him, all his trusted confidants, were resolute in following his command, their expressions hard and evidently prepared for confrontation. However, the bodyguards brought by He, who were no pushovers. They were all elite members of a security firm, as long as Jiang Yun remained silent. Even if the opposing party were to strike them down, they would not yield an inch as tensions escalated. Jiang Yun stepped into the fray, his gaze fixed on Qin Shiyu that he calmly declared, "If you have come to pay respects to my aunt, I welcome you. However, today is her funeral, and anyone who dares to cause a ruckus here will find themselves my enemy." Qin Shiyu scoffed dismissively, clearly unimpressed by Jiang Yun's words that do not attempt to intimidate me. Even in the capital, I fear you not, let alone here, which is the territory of the Qin family. She is one of us. Even in death, her arrangements are for the Qin family alone, and outsiders should not meddle. Clear the way immediately, or do not blame me for being unmerciful. Qin Shiyu had consistently held differing views from the old man of the Qin family. Even without collaborating with the Dong family, he could not tolerate Jiang Yun's smug demeanor, that he had contemplated leveraging the family's influence to suppress Jiang Yun on multiple occasions. Had it not been for the old man's interventions, he would have already rushed to the capital to engage Jiang Yun in a commercial war. It was well known that, although the Qin family did not frequently appear in public, they remained a prominent force in the country. A mere Jiang Yun was inconsequential in Qin Shiyu's eyes. Now that the old man had fallen ill, while not all members of the Qin family supported Qin Shiyu, he had retained several loyal confidants over the years who were more than capable of dealing with Jiang Yun. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense with hostility, both sides preparing for confrontation. Despite the numerical advantage of the opposing party, Jiang Yun remained unperturbed, knowing that many bodyguards were still within the hotel. Moreover, he had just sent a text to He Hu, ordering him to gather all of them, that he was confident that reinforcements would arrive shortly, and at that point, the outcome would remain uncertain, even if the situation escalated. He was untroubled, for the fault lay squarely with Qin Shiyu for causing a disturbance at his aunt's funeral, just as both sides were on the verge of erupting into violence. Footsteps echoed from the crowd, followed by the emergence of Qin Jiugu. Having heard the commotion outside, she had stepped out, concerned for Jiang Yun's safety, ready to take charge of the situation. Upon seeing Qin Jiugu, Jiang Yun's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly approached her, worry etched across his face. "Mom, you must return. This is no place for you, and one could predict whether Qin Shiyu might act recklessly and incite violence. Should conflict arise, it could endanger Qin Jiugu." Yet, Qin Jiugu disregarded Jiang Yun's warnings, instead fixing her gaze on Qin Shiyu, her voice icy as she inquired, "What brings you here? Considering our father, I could still call you sister, but you ought to know the rules of the Qin family. I must take the body and bury her in the ancestral grave, that if your son dares to obstruct me, I will not hesitate to act against him." Qin Shiyu retorted, his arrogance palpable and his tone chilling. Qin Jiuju's lips twitched in response. She was well aware of Qin Shiyu's ambitions, as he had long sought to ascend to power within the Qin family. Even with their father merely incapacitated, Qin Shiyu was already eager to seize control, a truly distasteful display. "Mom, you need not heed his words," Jiang Yun interjected, glancing towards the entrance of the funeral home and noticing a convoy of vans approaching. His anxiety dissipated, realizing that the bodyguards from the hotel had arrived, that I have also come prepared. He will gain nothing from this, that I in an instant. The bodyguards converge around Jiang Yun, leveling the playing field. Chen Shiyu frowned slightly, realizing that Jiang Yun had a backup plan, but was surprised at how swiftly they had arrived. Chen Jiuji's expression was grave. Regardless of her feelings towards the Chen family, she did not wish to see a violent clash, especially so soon after her aunt's passing. Chen Shiyu, I advise you to consider the family and the larger picture. Do not continue this foolishness. Furthermore, the person inside is my sister. Where I choose to bury her is my prerogative, and no one has the right to interfere. Chen Shiyu hesitated, his teeth grinding audibly. He had come here with a significant entourage, and to leave empty-handed would be a tremendous embarrassment. Just as he pondered whether to forcibly take his aunt's body, a long Lincoln swiftly approached. The crowd fell silent, uncertain of the newcomer's identity. Moments later, as an elderly man emerged from the vehicle, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Someone shouted, "Is that the old man? Shouldn't he be in a hospital?" Confusion spread among them. Jiang Yun's expression grew serious. The arrival of the old man could spell either fortune or calamity. To his surprise, the old fellow had regained consciousness so swiftly, in a flash. The old man approached the gathering. He first regarded Chen Shiyu, then delivered a resounding slap across his face, leaving Chen Shiyu momentarily dazed. "Father, why did you hit me?" he asked, frowning. "You fool. Who allowed you to come here and cause a scene?" The old man's face was grim, his lips pale, yet his voice boomed like thunder. Chen Shiyu's expression flickered as he clenched his fists. Although she has passed, Jiang Yun and his group have taken her body here, which contradicts our family's customs. Customs? Nonsense. All I know is that I will not allow my daughter to be disturbed. The old man bellowed, his gaze sweeping over the gathered Chen family members. "What are you all doing standing around? Get out. Anyone who dares to follow Chen Shiyu's reckless lead will be expelled from the Chen family." The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak further. Yet they showed no intention of leaving. They are all trusted confidants of Chen Shiyu. Whether to stay or leave, they must adhere to Chen Shiyu's arrangements. At this moment, old Master Chen was once again consumed by rage. He was the rightful head of the Chen family. Though his health had some minor issues, he could still hold his ground for a few more years. Yet, how could it be that the members of the Chen family no longer listened to his directives? How could he not be infuriated? Meanwhile, Jiang Yun observed the scene with detached amusement, a faint smile playing on his lips. Should a rift emerge within the Chen family, it would indeed be a fortuitous event for him. Just then, Chen Shiyu noticed the change in old Master Chen's demeanor and hurriedly gestured to the people behind him, saying, "What are you all standing there for? Did you not hear what the old master said? Get out of here at once." Only then did the crowd nod in acknowledgement and swiftly move towards the waiting vehicles. Chen Shiyu's gaze turned to old Master Chen as he spoke calmly. "Once the rules are broken, how can we expect the members of the Chen family to uphold them in the future? Old Master, you should really think this through." After saying this, Chen Shiyu did not linger any longer and left in a huff. The location of the body and its burial was of no concern to him. He merely disapproved of Jiang Yun's methods and wished to take advantage of the situation to deal with him. However, no one had anticipated that the previously unconscious old Master Chen would suddenly awaken and disrupt the entire scheme. But now, they had no choice but to follow old Master Chen's arrangements. In an instant, the members of the Chen family had boarded their vehicles, not even waiting for old Master Chen, and drove off into the distance at this moment, besides Jiang Yun and the bodyguards. Only old Master Chen and a man dressed in black remained. Jiang Yun had visited the Chen family several times, and regardless of the occasion, the man in black was always close by. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Chen Jioge did not waste any time, not even exchanging a word with old Master Chen, and walked toward the hall of the funeral home. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively at the people behind him and instructed, "Everyone, you may disperse." The crowd complied and began to leave. Jiang Yun's gaze landed on old Master Chen as he spoke slowly. Old master, I still have many matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you any longer. After saying this, Jiang Yun turned to leave. However, just as he did, he heard old Master Chen's voice. Wait, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. It seemed that old Master Chen was about to concede. Moreover, his tone had softened considerably. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yun asked, "What do you wish to discuss?" Chapter 348. Arranging the aftermath, old Master Chen pointed to a Lincoln sedan parked nearby and said slowly, "Would you care to sit in the car and talk for a while?" "What do I have to fear?" Jiang Yun shrugged indifferently, lighting a cigarette before following old Master Chen into the car. In no time, the two had settled inside, while the man in black stood outside, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Inside the vehicle, with only Jiang Yun and old Master Chen present, the latter wasted no time and stated directly, "Given how events have unfolded, it has surely exceeded our expectations that I have no desire to continue hiding anything. You must have noticed that there are still male heirs in the family, and among them, Chen Shiyu possesses the strongest capabilities. While he is indeed a suitable candidate for the head of the family, just look at how he behaves now. He does not even regard me with respect. If I were to pass away, would he not run amok?" Jiang Yun remained silent, patiently awaiting old Master Chen's next words that he had no intention of involving himself in the internal affairs of the Chen family. Nor did he wish to become entangled in this murky water, that he understood well that both old Master Chen and Chen Shiyu were his adversaries, with old Master Chen being the architect of all past grievances. If he sought to provide his parents with closure, he would need to ensure that old Master Chen faced the consequences of his actions. Old Master Chen's voice broke through his thoughts once more. "I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me, but I hope you will consider this. If you are willing to return to the Chen family, I might just entrust you with significant power. As a form of atonement for your parents, of course. Your task would be to contend with Chen Shiyu and strive to rectify the family's ethos." Jiang Yun couldn't help but scoff inwardly. What a cleverly calculated scheme. Were he anyone else, he might have eagerly accepted old Master Chen's proposal. After all, the Chen family was a behemoth. Becoming its leader would mean wielding immense influence. Yet Jiang Yun was no naive child. His thoughts were astute, and he recognized old Master Chen's ulterior motives, that he merely sought to eliminate a rival while reaping the benefits for himself. Jiang Yun lit another cigarette, ignoring old Master Chen's coughing fit from the smoke, and leisurely remarked, "Old Master, I have no desire to meddle in the internal matters of your family, nor do I covet the position of head of the Chen family. You still hold a grudge against me. Don't you? Or perhaps you simply do not trust me?" Old Master Chen asked candidly. Jiang Yun offered no courtesy, extinguishing his cigarette and turning his cold gaze upon old Master Chen, clenching his fists. He spoke deliberately. "You expect me to forget the grievances of the past with a few sweet words? What are the injustices my parents have endured all these years? My mother remains unwell, and my father is gravely ill. All this is due to your actions. Old man, I know what matters most to you. Give me a little more time, and I will ensure that you witness the downfall of the Chen family during your lifetime." With that, Jiang Yun pushed open the car door and strode out. Old Master Chen's face turned ashen, and he let out a resigned sigh, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yun as he walked away. He murmured to himself, "If I had known I would have such an outstanding grandson, I would never have driven your parents away, nor forced them into a corner." This sudden illness, coupled with the loss of his younger sister, had struck old Master Chen hard. He had contemplated many issues during his time in the hospital and found himself genuinely regretting his past actions, that he wished he could cultivate Jiang Yun properly. After all, Jiang Yun shared a quarter of his bloodline, and this could serve as a form of recompense to both Chen Jiuge and Jiang Shan, perhaps due to the many transgressions he had committed. Jiang Yun found it utterly laughable to trust his words. After Jiang Yun departed, the man in black returned to the vehicle, starting the engine while glancing at old Master Chen through the rearview mirror. His voice raspy as he asked, "Where to?" "Home," old Master Chen replied softly, closing his eyes. Although his health had not yet fully restored, he needed only to recuperate, whether in the hospital or at home. The difference was negligible, and he certainly did not wish to waste time in a hospital room unnecessarily. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hotel lobby, Jiang Yun was approached by Chen Jiuge, who eagerly inquired, "I just heard that the old master met with you alone. What did the two of you discuss?" In Chen Jiuge's eyes, old Master Chen resembled a fierce beast, and she would never allow her son to get too close to him. Jiang Yun shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "Just some casual conversation. Mom, you can rest easy. He did not make things difficult for me. That he wished to alleviate any worries she might have. That's good." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Jiuge moved closer to Jiang Yun, taking his hand and saying, "He is not as friendly as you might think, and he is quite cunning, so you should remain vigilant and avoid becoming overly entangled with him." Jiang Yun nodded, choosing not to say much more in the blink of an eye. The two had returned to the front of the morning hall, with the Chen family having departed and little involvement from his aunt's friends. And given that Jiang Yun's influence did not extend here, the hall remained eerily quiet, with no one coming to pay their respects. It wasn't until late at night that Jiang Yun finally accompanied Chen Jiuge to rest in a nearby room. The following morning, preparations were underway for his aunt's burial, the gravesite. Chen Jiuge knelt on the ground, sobbing quietly as she wiped away her tears. Meanwhile, the others busied themselves with lowering the coffin into the ground. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Jiang Yun finally assisted Chen Jiuge to his feet and spoke softly, "Mother, my aunt's affairs have been settled. Shall we return to the capital? It would be prudent to avoid worrying my father and the others." Chen Jiuge, in a state of daze, nodded slowly, his gaze fixated on the tombstone. "Sister, I will visit you again in the future." Chapter 349. The Ambition of a Wolf. With Jiang Yun's support, Chen Jiuge followed the crowd towards the exit. Soon, the group boarded the vehicles, with Dong Taizan occupying the passenger seat to prevent any unforeseen arrangements from Jiang Yun. He, who led the others to their respective cars, maintaining a tight formation behind Jiang Yun's vehicle. Just as they were about to leave the funeral home, a figure dashed swiftly in front of their convoy, blocking their path. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Fortunately, the driver reacted swiftly, averting a potential collision with the man before them. As the leading vehicle came to a halt, the entire convoy suddenly froze. The man inspected each car window, ultimately stopping in front of Jiang Yun's vehicle, but he urgently knocked on the glass, his lips moving as if to speak. Yet the car's soundproofing rendered his words inaudible. Growing increasingly anxious, he gesticulated wildly. Dong Taizan, losing his patience, exited the car and glared at the man. "Get lost. If you dare to play tricks here, do not blame me for being ruthless." The man flinched but kept his gaze on Jiang Yun. Seeing that Jiang Yun remained unyielding, Dong Taizan, now exasperated, seized the man's collar and prepared to strike, though he bore an injury to his leg. The man was notably shorter and slender, leading Dong Taizan to underestimate him. Just as he was about to act, the car window slowly rolled down, and Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the man as he inquired, "Who are you? What do you seek from me?" "Mr. Jiang, I am a member of the Chen family and the personal servant of the late R. Chen. It was Mr. Chen who sent me to seek your assistance." Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly, but before he could respond, Chen Jiuge interjected, "What has happened to Mr. Chen?" After all, Mr. Chen was her biological father. Despite the grievances of the past, she could not bear to see him in distress, especially so soon after her aunt's passing, a loss from which he had yet to recover. The man hurriedly explained, "Chen Shiyu has gone mad and is summoning the Chen family members for an internal meeting. Claiming he will assume the role of the family head, that Mr. Chen was caught off guard, and those loyal to him have been subdued. The household is in chaos. That Mr. Chen hopes you can come to his aid. He would be eternally grateful." Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, but remained silent. Even he could not discern whether this was a ploy by the Chen family or a genuine crisis. Yet the man's demeanor suggested he was not lying, his eyes filled with genuine fear. "Mother, what do you think?" Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to Chen Jiuge as he inquired. "Given the number of bodyguards around us, We should visit the Chen family that if nothing is amiss, that would be ideal. However, if trouble brews, we cannot just stand by. It was well known that Chen Shiyu harbored treacherous ambitions, yet Chen Jiogo refrained from voicing her concerns aloud. As one ages, nostalgia often deepens, and one learns to cherish all forms of relationships, be it familial, romantic, or platonic, as the most precious treasures. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yun nodded and turned to the man, stating, "Find a vehicle and accompany us back." With that, the window rolled up once more, and the lengthy procession began its journey towards the Chen family. Meanwhile, within the Chen residence, chaos reigned in the villa where Mr. Chun resided. The family members had gathered, and though Mr. Chun held the central position, his expression was one of dismay. The guards surrounding him formed an impenetrable barrier within the hall. Despite the black-clad man's presence behind Mr. Chun, his expression betrayed unease, for the multitude present rendered it difficult to ensure Mr. Chen's safety. Moments later, Chen Shiyu's gaze landed on Mr. Chun, and he spoke coolly, "Old man, you must have noticed that everyone here believes I am more suited to be the family head. Given your advanced age, perhaps it's time for you to gracefully step aside." The gathered family members echoed his sentiments, aligning themselves with Chen Shiyu in an instant that Mr. Chen's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly, turning his lips a shade of purple. The black-clad man, sensing the tension, stepped forward and rasped, "What do you think you are doing? How dare you attempt a coup here? Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to draw blood." However, the crowd paid him no heed, their disdain evident. Chen Shiyu retorted, "Enough. You are merely a dog in the old man's eyes that I advise you to recognize the change in power. The authority of the Chen family now rests with me. Should you wish to remain by my side, I shall treat you with respect. But if you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The eyes of the assembled family members turned toward the black-clad man with contempt. Yet he merely smirked disdainfully, declaring, "You are all spineless fools that you think I am like you. I owe my loyalty to the old man. Even if I perish here, I will protect him. Unlike you ungrateful wretches." In an instant, Chen Shiyu's anger ignited. Though he aspired to become the head of the Chen family, he could not afford to act against Mr. Chun, at least not yet that he needed to make an example of someone. And the black-clad man's arrogance presented a perfect opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he gestured to the guards behind him and pointed at the black-clad man, ordering, "Break this waste's legs and throw him out of the Chun villa. Let him fend for himself." Mr. Chun, infuriated, bellowed, "How dare you?" Chapter 350. Jiang Yun's intervention. "You old fool. My prior tolerance was due to my need for you, but the situation has drastically changed. You hold no value in my eyes. Once you are disposed of, I shall be the new head of the Chun family. So in this villa, what is there that I cannot do?" Chen Shiyu laughed mockingly, disregarding Mr. Chen's words entirely, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he had already seized control of the Chen family. The onlookers wore expressions of indifference. Those who dared to participate in this coup had long been bought by Chen Shiyu, standing firmly by his side in hopes of hastening his ascension. After all, Chen Shiyu had promised them much. Mr. Chen, realizing the gravity of his predicament, felt his mouth twitch with frustration, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple as he struggled to find his voice. Even a fool could see that he had lost all power and could no longer protect his own bodyguards. Meanwhile, the black-clad man remained undaunted, standing resolutely before Mr. Chun, maintaining his defiance against Chen Shiyu. Drawing a short blade from his pocket, he coldly warned, "Anyone who dares to step forward shall meet a bloody end." At that moment, a round of applause echoed from outside. The crowd turned their heads in unison, and Mr. Chun rose abruptly, straining his neck to peer towards the door, a premonition settling in his mind. Jiang Yun had arrived. Just moments earlier, he had sent someone to seek out Jiang Yun, and though he had received no news, he firmly believed Jiang Yun would not abandon him in his time of need. After all, even if Jiang Yun were reluctant to assist, Chen Jiogo was by his side, and he would surely consider his father's plight. True to his instincts, Zhang Yun entered alongside a retinue, with Chen Zhoga standing at his side. He Hu and Dong Taizhan flanked him, resembling two statues, and the multitude of bodyguards behind him prompted a flurry of anxious glances among those present. As Chen Shiyu's expression underwent a notable change, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Yun for quite some time before coldly stating, "What brings you to our Chen family? Silence yourself. This is not a place for your voice." Although Chen Shiyu had already seized control of the Chen family and had managed to buy off many people, surrounded by a multitude of elite bodyguards, Zhang Yun regarded him with indifference. In terms of numbers, Chen Shiyu was no match for Zhang Yun, who had an even greater number of bodyguards at his disposal. Should a confrontation arise, the advantage would surely rest with Zhang Yun. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yun had entered the hall and casually took a seat on a nearby chair, as though he had returned to his own home, pouring himself a cup of tea without a care. Soon thereafter, Zhang Yun's impatient voice reached the ears of those present. Glancing at his bandaged hand, he shook his head and remarked, "This hand is truly a hindrance. I wonder when I can remove this plaster. Even pouring a cup of tea is such a laborious task. What a nuisance." After mumbling these words, Zhang Yun's gaze fell upon the old master Chen, and he continued, "Old master, your home is rather lively today. Are you preparing for a feast? A small matter has arisen at home, which must be quite the spectacle for you." The old master Chen forced a smile, though it lacked genuine warmth. Despite having a request of Zhang Yun, he was still the head of the Chen family, and by blood relation, Zhang Yun was his own grandson. Yet, he was acutely aware of his actions and did not blame Zhang Yun for his demeanor. It was merely the consequence of his own misdeeds. "Old master, I wish to speak with you privately. That should not be a problem, right?" Zhang Yun said, lighting a cigarette and smiling as he spoke. However, the old master Chen's face was etched with bitterness, as he no longer commanded the loyalty of the Chen family members. Even if the two wished to converse privately, Chen Shiyu would likely not grant him that opportunity. But in the next moment, He Hu and Dong Taizhan stepped forward that Mr. Zhang wishes to speak with your master. I kindly ask all you idle onlookers to vacate the premises at once, or else do not blame us for resorting to force." He Hu declared with unwavering resolve, his icy gaze directed at the Chen family members. They exchanged glances, and none dared to linger further, hastily exiting the hall. Even many of the bodyguards followed suit. Chen Shiyu, however, remained rooted in place, tightly clenching his fists. After a prolonged stare at Zhang Yun, he coldly remarked, "Zhang Yun, do you truly wish to oppose me? While there are misunderstandings between us, all of this was instigated by the old master. Otherwise, I would never have troubled you. Hence, I hope we can bury the hatchet. If we could cooperate, it would be a formidable alliance." Yet Zhang Yun merely scoffed, dismissing his words entirely and not even sparing him a glance. How could one who could scheme against his own father be trusted? Collaborating with such a person would be akin to courting disaster. Zhang Yun was no fool. He would not be deceived by Chen Shiyu's empty rhetoric. With a dismissive wave of his hand, He Hu stepped in front of Chen Shiyu, his demeanor resolute. "Mr. Zhang does not welcome you. Leave at once, you." Chen Shiyu's face darkened with rage. How dare a mere security captain speak to him in such a manner? In an instant, fury ignited within him, and he raised his hand, intending to strike He Hu. However, He Hu's reflexes were lightning fast. He seized Chen Shiyu's wrist and delivered a kick to his chest, before Chen Shiyu could comprehend the situation. He was sent sprawling like a ball, crashing heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. The Chen family members exchanged anxious glances, each breaking into a cold sweat, yet none dared to step forward. "Insulting our hospitality will earn you punishment." He Hu spat at Chen Shiyu before gesturing to two nearby bodyguards, who promptly dragged Chen Shiyu out and unceremoniously tossed him into the courtyard, showing him no respect whatsoever, that in He Hu's eyes. He answered only to Zhang Yun. Even if Zhang Yun commanded him to tread through fire or climb mountains, he would not hesitate for a moment. As Chen Shiyu was taken away, the remaining bodyguards swiftly retreated, not daring to linger any longer. "Keep an eye on them. Do not let them slip away." Chapter 351. Regret at Last. Jiang Yun instructed He, Hu, and the others before turning his attention back to the old Master Chun. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained in the hall. Besides Jiang Yun and the old Master Chun, there were also Qin Jioge and the ever-present man in black who stood by the old master's side. Jiang Yun, I am grateful for your assistance in this matter. Had you not arrived in time, I might have fallen victim to that ungrateful wretch. The old Master Chin's expression soured at the end of the sentence. He could hardly believe that after a lifetime of wisdom, he had come to such a fate that IT was indeed a farce of epic proportions. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a plume of smoke before slowly articulating. The reason I saved you was not to see you perish in distress, but to ensure you remain in your position as the head of the Chun family, that you not assume that I will go easy on you simply because of your age. While I may not seek your life, I will make sure you witness the gradual decline and demise of the Chun family, that I want you to comprehend just how ludicrous your past actions have been. This time, the old Master Chun did not explode in anger. Instead, he shook his head in bitter acknowledgement that in recent days, he had been reflecting deeply on his past misdeeds. Over the years, he had indeed committed numerous errors. And with only 2 daughters to his name, both had met with unfortunate fates. Had Jiang Yun not appeared, it was likely that Qin Jioge would still be languishing in a care facility. As for his youngest daughter, her situation had become even more tragic, having to bury her own child. After a moment's hesitation, the old Master Chun spoke again. I have come to a decision. You need not take action against the Chun family, as that would only impact you. That I will entrust the Chun family to you. From this year onward, you shall be the head of the Chun family. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yun stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? The old Master Chun had always prioritized the family's business, and all his actions over the years had been for the sake of the Chun family's prosperity. Yet now, he was voluntarily relinquishing control. What kind of absurdity was this? Seeing Jiang Yun's silence, the old Master Chun pressed on. I simply do not wish to see this legacy squandered. Though we do not share the same surname, you are still my grandson and a person of talent, that if I were to entrust the Qin family to you, I am confident it would flourish under your stewardship as long as the Chun family endures. That is enough. That in truth, the old Master Chun had long since come to terms with his past errors. However, a certain obsession lingered in his heart. After all, a man of his age often holds on to rigid beliefs. Though the principles of the past had been overturned, the old Master Chun remained an unassailable figure in the family, unwilling to permit any infringement upon his authority. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and replied, What do you mean by this? Are you extending an olive branch to me? Let me tell you, even if you hand over the Qin family to me, I will dismantle it entirely. Furthermore, the Qin family shall no longer bear the Qin name. All of your dealings will be reorganized by me, and soon enough, the Qin family will cease to exist. Throughout this time, Jiang Yun's singular focus had been to seek justice for his parents. Yet he had never anticipated that the old Master Chun would willingly concede and make such a substantial concession. What a mockery! What, then, did his efforts over this period amount to? The old Master Chun, however, paid no mind to Jiang Yun's objections. Instead, he turned his gaze to Qin Jioge and slowly said, Jioge, the reason I wish to entrust the Chun family to Jiang Yun is because I feel a profound sense of guilt towards you. I know you may never forgive me, but I do not seek your forgiveness, that I only hope you can persuade Jiang Yun, if he is willing to take up the mantle of the Chun family. Then I shall die without regret. Qin Jioge hesitated momentarily, her eyes welling with tears, and instinctively clenched her fist. That in truth, she shared Jiang Yun's sentiments, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Qin family and yearning for revenge against the old Master Chun. Years ago, she and Jiang Shan had fled thousands of miles, with money to spend yet nowhere to spend it, ultimately surrendering their own flesh and blood to others for upbringing, subjecting him to untold suffering. And all of this had been orchestrated by the old Master Chun standing before her. Yet she never expected that he would voluntarily admit to his faults. This left Qin Jioge at a loss for how to proceed. unsure of what to do. Mother, do not believe his deceitful words. Jiang Yun hastily grasped Chun Jyoga's hand and said urgently, who knows what schemes this old rascal is concocting this time? He has plotted against us more than once. And this time we absolutely cannot fall into his trap. Moreover, rest assured, if you grant me just a little more time, I will bring the Chun family's foundation crashing down. Chun Jyoga remained silent. Yet she began to sob. Even she could not discern what the old master Chun truly intended. Was it possible that on the brink of death, he wished to assume the role of a benevolent father? Jyoga, it is only natural for you to doubt me, but have you truly forgotten the love I hold for you? The old master Chun continued. Your mother passed away when you were very young. Although I may have shown little concern for you and your sister, does that not make me a father in my own right? I was merely ensnared by the pursuit of fame and fortune, which led me to commit some regrettable acts, spiraling out of control. However, I implore you to reflect on our past. Was I ever absent during your childhood? In that moment, Chun Jyoga was engulfed in hesitation. The facts were indeed as he described. Though the old master Chun had been strict with them, it was founded upon the principle of raising filial children through discipline. Moreover, he had never laid a hand on the two sisters. His ire was often directed at Chun Shiyu and others. This alone was sufficient to illustrate the old master Chun's affection for them. After a brief pause, Chun Jyoga turned to Jiang Yun and said softly, Your ascension to the role of head of the Chun family is a commendable development. As for the matters between me and your grandfather, you need not involve yourself. Jiang Yun and the old master Chun were both taken aback. Chun Jyoga had suddenly altered her address. Grandfather. The old master Chun hurriedly rose, rushing to Chun Jyoga's side, seizing her arm, and exclaimed, My daughter, have you forgiven me? Chun Jyoga sighed and replied with a wry smile. You are the one who bestowed life upon me. It is I who owe you more. Chapter 352. A surge in value. The old master Chun also smiled bitterly, and the father-daughter duo ceased their prior adversarial stance. Ultimately, at that moment, their grievances were laid to rest. Jiang Yun stood quietly to the side, feeling it inappropriate to interject. Though he had not wished to witness such a resolution, could it not also be considered a positive outcome? He sensed that Chun Jyoga's emotional turmoil seemed to have unraveled in that instant, that as for the past, it could simply be buried. Once the two reconciled, the old master Chun's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun once more. He spoke slowly. This is also your home, and I have decided to entrust the Chun family's legacy to you. What you choose to do from here on is entirely your own affair. As long as you continue to flourish, I, as your grandfather, will bask in reflected glory. Jiang Yun remained silent, quietly smoking a cigarette that he had only his parents and no other relatives. This had always been his reality. Since it had been thus before, it would not change now. Neither Chun Jyoga nor the old master Chun pressed him further. Their familial disputes could be reconciled, yet Jiang Yun had also been caught in the crossfire of their conflicts. Both the old master Chun and Chun Jyoga had conducted a cursory inquiry into Jiang Yun's background. They understood that he had endured considerable hardship and had not lived particularly well over the years. Entrusting the Chun family's enterprise to him could be seen as a form of restitution. Jiang Yun glanced at the man in black behind him and instructed, Fetch my small suitcase. The man in black nodded and ascended the stairs. Within the Chun household, the old master Chun had only one individual he trusted implicitly, the man in black before him. For several years, this man had remained by his side. Serving as his personal bodyguard, the old master Chun had complete faith in him, sharing no secrets. The man's recent actions had profoundly moved the old master Chun. All others had abandoned him. Yet this bodyguard stood unwaveringly by his side, even at the risk of sustaining serious injury. This was ample proof that he had not misjudged his character. Ironically, as the head of the Chun family, he had become isolated and forsaken, surrounded by relatives who practiced duplicity that in the blink of an eye. The man in black swiftly descended the stairs, placing a briefcase on the table. The old master Chun stepped forward to open the case. revealing a collection of contracts. These represent the entirety of the Chun family's assets that I will authorize a lawyer and transfer full authority to you. The old Master Chen looked at Jiang Yun, his face alight with a smile. That it should be noted that these seemingly inconspicuous contracts were, in fact, a substantial fortune that in the case of another, receiving such an immense sum would surely leave them overwhelmed and ecstatic. Yet Jiang Yun's expression remained unperturbed, as if he were indifferent to such material wealth. That in truth, Jiang Yun appeared diligent, but lived with a sense of detachment. As long as he had enough money to live comfortably, he felt no need to overly concern himself with worldly possessions. Moreover, having lived a previous life, what he truly yearned for was companionship and love that in this life. While he aspired to thrive, it was paramount for him to remain by Lin Shui's side, devoted until the end of his days. Observing Jiang Yun's continued silence, Chen Zhuge stepped forward, assisting him in gathering the contents, and gently remarked, "Aren't you going to thank your grandfather?" Jiang Yun, however, remained reticent. The old Master Chen understood Jiang Yun's sentiments. He was acutely aware of the consequences his actions had wrought upon Jiang Yun, and thus harbored no expectations for gratitude. He waved dismissively at Chen Zhuge and said slowly, "Let us not dwell on these formalities. My current predicament is a result of my own misdeeds, largely stemming from my antiquated mindset. But now, I find myself liberated." That a smile graced the old Master Chen's lips as he settled into a nearby chair, wishing only to enjoy his twilight years. Just then, Jiang Yun spoke calmly, "I will retain the security company personnel to help stabilize the Chun family situation. That I assure you that it will not be long before those who pose a threat to you are eliminated. At that point, I will see to their departure." With that, Jiang Yun turned and walked toward the door. The old Master Chen's face brightened with relief, murmuring to himself, "How wonderful! Jiang Yun has indeed forgiven me. Had I known you would grow into such an exceptional child, I would not have committed so many errors in my past. Had you always remained within the Chen family, I believe our fortunes would have flourished even more." Chen Zhuge remained silent. Adversity begets greatness. Perhaps it was Jiang Yun's challenging upbringing that enabled him to grow stronger, ultimately reaching this remarkable height. Had he been raised in comfort, he might have diverged entirely from this path, becoming indistinguishable from other ordinary signs of wealth. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had exited the door, and the courtyard remained in disarray. Upon seeing him emerge, all eyes turned to Jiang Yun, with many members of the Chen family voicing their objections. "Jiang Yun, you cannot treat us this way. You have no right to imprison us. Release us at once, or we will sue you." "Huh." Jiang Yun shook his head with a cold smile. This group was truly oblivious. Not recognizing the severity of their situation, that he lazily stretched and replied nonchalantly, "This is also my home. Besides, have I truly imprisoned you? If you wish to leave, you are free to do so at any time. It won't be long before I evict you from this villa community. This place is beautiful, and your presence here is a blight upon its splendor." The crowd fell into confusion at his words, a murmur of disbelief rippling through them. After some discussion, one person boldly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much." Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued. "Just now, the old Master Chen transferred everything belonging to the Chun family to me. As it stands, this villa community is now under my authority." Chapter 353. The new head of the Chen family. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their murmurs escalating. Clearly, no one wished to see Jiang Yun ascend to power. After all, they had previously gone to great lengths to make his life difficult, and during his first visit, they had been openly hostile, even committing numerous egregious acts against him. That if Jiang Yun truly ascends to the position of their superior, would that not place them in a precarious situation? The mere thought of this sent a wave of panic through the crowd. In the next moment, Chen Xiu, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly stood up and rushed towards Jiang Yun. However, Black Tiger and Dong Taizhan were quick on their feet, intercepting him without delay. Yet, despite this, Chen Xiu continued to shout at Jiang Yun in fury. What exactly did you say to the old man? He clearly despises you to the core. How could he possibly entrust the family business to you? I see it now. You must have resorted to some unscrupulous means and threatened the old man, didn't you? No one in the crowd uttered a word, all waiting anxiously for Jiang Yun's response. They still clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing Jiang Yun was merely jesting. Regardless of the circumstances, he absolutely must not be allowed to rise to power. Yet, it seemed they had forgotten that even if Jiang Yun did not ascend, the one wielding authority remained Old Master Chen. Their actions today had undoubtedly chilled Old Master Chen's heart, and thus no matter who took the reins, this group of opportunists would surely face dire consequences. Just as Jiang Yun was about to speak, the door to the hall was suddenly pushed open, revealing Old Master Chen, assisted by Chen Jiuge. As he slowly walked out, he cast a cold glance over the assembled crowd before stating, Jiang Yun is correct. I have indeed made up my mind and entrusted the family business to him. If any of you have further questions, step forward and ask me directly. Yet upon hearing Old Master Chen's pronouncement, no one dared to utter another word. Even Chen Shiyu stood frozen in shock. He had endured in silence beside Old Master Chen for years, and was on the verge of becoming the head of the Chen family. But Jiang Yun's emergence shattered all his illusions, usurping his rightful place. It was truly infuriating. But now that the tide had turned, what could he do? The remaining matters would be left for you to handle. I must return to the capital and cannot linger here any longer. Jiang Yun spoke without turning back to Old Master Chen. Throughout, he had never regarded Old Master Chen as a paternal figure. Even as Old Master Chen made significant concessions, entrusting all his assets to Jiang Yun, wounds of the heart are not easily healed. How could the scars within Jiang Yun's heart be so easily soothed? Old Master Chen hastily responded, Rest assured, my dear grandson, I will manage these affairs. When you next visit the Chen family, you will be pleasantly surprised. Furthermore, I have already contacted a lawyer. He will reach out to you shortly. And once you complete the necessary formalities, all of the Chen family's assets will be transferred to your name. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had harbored a sliver of hope, yet never anticipated that Jiang Yun's ascent was not merely a facade. Old Master Chen did not intend for him to be a puppet, but rather had handed over the entirety of the family's legacy to him. This signified that from this moment forth, Jiang Yun had indeed become the head of the Chen family. Soon, Jiang Yun approached Chen Jiuge and said directly, Mother, shall we return now? I wish to stay a while longer with grandfather. Chen Jiuge replied, Your aunt has already left. While grandfather appears strong, he is, after all, of advanced age, and I worry about him being alone here. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, he had left Black Tiger and the others behind, ensuring that no mishaps would occur. Moreover, with Chen Shiyu stripped of his power, his sycophants would surely hasten to sever ties with him and align themselves with Old Master Chen. The Chen family seemed relatively secure now. Should you require anything, remember to contact me at any time. Jiang Yun left a remark before getting into the sea, in the blink of an eye. The vehicle departed the villa area on the road. Dong Taizan turned to glance at Jiang Yun and slowly inquired, Mr. Jiang, I wonder if your tailbone is causing you any discomfort. The sudden question left Jiang Yun utterly baffled. What did he mean? Dong Taizan continued earnestly, Isn't your coccyx injured? And you need to change the dressing daily. However, we have lingered in the Chen family for so long, and I am concerned that your injury might worsen. I appreciate your concern. Jiang Yun retorted with a roll of his eyes that no wonder Dong Taizan, nearing 30, had never had a girlfriend, nor even been in a relationship. The root of the issue was now apparent. He was clearly a quintessential straight man. As Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan returned to the city, Old Master Chen began to reorganize the Chen family. This was to be his final task for Jiang Yun. As Jiang Yun had anticipated, after Chen Shiyu's downfall, everyone rallied back to Old Master Chen's side, while Chen Shiyu found himself confined within the family home, as Old Master Chen would undoubtedly ensure he faced no respite. Nonetheless, as Chen Shiyu was his biological son, While his life might be spared, he would likely struggle to regain any significant power in the future. Several hours later, Jiang Yun arrived back at the manor. Just as he stepped out of the car, he saw Jiang Qingying approaching. "Brother, you have finally returned. Did you miss me after just a few days apart?" Jiang Yun chuckled, his spirits buoyed. Not only had he resolved Chen Zhouge's inner turmoil, but he had also eliminated a major headache for himself. Once he fully claimed the Chen family's assets, he would establish himself as a titan of commerce within the capital, even if the Dong family harbored ill intentions. He now had strategies in place to counter them. "Where's my wife?" Jiang Yun suddenly inquired. "Sister-in-law is, of course, at the company. You know she's a workaholic," Jiang Qingying replied with a shrug, a faint smile gracing his lips. In this modern age, few women could rival Lin Shui. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed a strong sense of ambition, and most importantly, she was incredibly devoted to her husband and family. Such a perfect woman was indeed a rare find in the world. By the way, what of my aunt?" Jiang Yun asked. "That my mother has reconciled with the Qin family. For the time being, she is residing with them. But after this busy period, she should return soon," Jiang Yun replied with a smile, following Jiang Qingying into the hall. However, he noticed that Jiang Shan was absent. After pouring himself a cup of tea, Jiang Yun inquired, "By the way, you must have been with my father during his treatment these past few days. How is he faring? Has his condition improved at all?" Although dissociative identity disorder is not a grave ailment, it can be quite alarming, as one never knows when he might lose his sense of self to another personality. Should that occur, he might act out of character, losing control of his own actions. Furthermore, as Chen Zhouge lived with Jiang Shan, being each other's confidants, Jiang Yun was naturally concerned for his mother's safety. Jiang Qingying smiled and replied, "The treatment has been going quite well. He hasn't exhibited any symptoms for several days. And according to the doctors, it shouldn't be long before he recovers." That a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Yun's face, with Chen Zhouge's emotional burdens lifted and her reconciliation with old Master Chen. If Jiang Shan's condition improved, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. With so many joyous developments unfolding, Jiang Yun instructed, "Tonight, please make arrangements to gather everyone together. I wish to celebrate with all of you." Stretching lazily, he reflected on the past few days, which had been fraught with anxiety, having been entrenched in the Qin family amidst such tumultuous events. Now that things had settled, it was time to reward himself. Jiang Qing nodded eagerly, replying, "Sure, I'll arrange a venue and invite more friends that will have a lively evening." Just then, Jiang Shan walked in from outside, his face marred with cuts and his clothes stained with blood. Upon seeing this, both Jiang Yun and Jiang Qingying's expressions darkened significantly as they rushed to Jiang Shan's side. Jiang Yun was the first to speak, asking, "Dad, what happened to you?" Jiang Shan paused for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Yun, waving his hand with a smile. "It's nothing. I just had a little accident." "An accident?" Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, his expression growing increasingly grave. The injuries on Jiang Shan were clearly inflicted by someone else, and the blood and footprints all over him indicated that the situation was far more serious than he was letting on. Jiang Yun grasped Jiang Shan's arm tightly and pressed, "Dad, what exactly transpired? You need not hide anything from me. Regardless of what has happened, I will stand by your side unconditionally. Moreover, they would not cast blame upon you." Jiang Shan, who was ailing, was indeed worried that he harbored unspoken troubles, which prompted Jiang Yun to hastily utter a few words. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shan finally gritted his teeth and slowly began to speak. "I just visited the Jiang family, but it has long since become unrecognizable. I intended to enter and see the place where I once lived, yet the security guard at the entrance did not recognize me, and even went so far as to, upon hearing this." Jiang Yun's complexion turned a shade of deep purple. The Jiang family. Not only was he currently collaborating with the Dong family, but he was also in the midst of preparing to establish a bank. Having secured all the resources from the Qin family, with just a flick of his finger, the Jiang family's foundation could come crashing down. Moreover, in the entire capital, how many could truly rival Jiang Yun? It is worth noting that many years ago, the Chen family had already risen to prominence as a renowned clan in the country. Wherever the Chen family members went, people would bow and scrape, greeting them with smiles and would not dare to act out of line. Now, Jiang Yun had become the new head of the Chen family, and this glory naturally fell upon him. Yet, how dare the Jiang family make things difficult for Jiang Shan? Truly, they were oblivious to their own demise. Jiang Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Jiang Qingying beside him, stating decisively, "Prepare the car. We are going to the Jiang family right now." Jiang Qingying, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not say more and hurriedly went to fetch the vehicle. Jiang Yun and his companions swiftly entered the car. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yun's demeanor remained grim. His gaze fixed outside the window. After a prolonged moment of observation, Jiang Shan hastily spoke. "Son, this is my fault to begin with that I thought my father was still alive, which is why I wished to return for a glimpse. As the elderly often become nostalgic. While my father did commit many indiscretions in the past, he was ultimately coerced by the entire family. One cannot place blame on him." Jiang Yun remained silent. He focused solely on results, indifferent to the process. Regardless of the reasons, the late old Master Jiang had indeed made life difficult for his parents. Although he had passed away, Jiang Yun had no intention of continuing to hold him accountable, and had even extended numerous favors to the Jiang family in business. However, this time, irrespective of the reasons, the Jiang family dared to treat his father so harshly. A reckoning was undoubtedly in order. "Father, perhaps we should just turn back. The Jiang family is indeed a prestigious clan in the capital. While they may not compare to the Qin family, they still wield considerable influence in the city. If you were to clash with the Jiang family, your company might face insurmountable difficulties." Since Jiang Shan had returned not long ago, he was not well acquainted with Jiang Yun, nor did he comprehend the extent of the enterprises Jiang Yun controlled. He only knew that Jiang Yun owned a security company and Yunxue Group, but how could these two entities possibly contend with the Jiang family? Naturally, Jiang Shan did not wish to see his son embroiled in adversity. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and slowly rolled down the car window, then calmly stated, "Father, rest assured. Even if the Jiang family is a den of dragons and tigers, I shall make my visit today. You need not worry. As long as I am by your side, the Jiang family will not dare to trouble you." Although Jiang Shan wished to say more, he could only nod in response to Jiang Yun's resolute gaze. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Jiang family's entrance to AS. Jiang Yun alighted. The security guard stationed at the gate quickly approached with a respectful demeanor. Although they did not recognize Jiang Shan, they were familiar with Jiang Yun, who had visited the Jiang family numerous times. One of the guards swiftly stepped forward. "Mr. Jiang, please come inside." Chapter 355. Entering the Jiang family. Jiang Yun disregarded the guard's words. His expression icy and his gaze fixed on the ground. Faintly, he could still see the bloodstains on the ground, which deepened the pallor of his visage. Surely his father must have been assaulted here. Just then, Jiang Shan and Jiang Qingying disembarked as well. Upon seeing Jiang Shan, the guard who had spoken earlier widened his eyes in shock, pointing at Jiang Shan and then glancing at Jiang Yun. Filled with an ominous premonition, and hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Jiang, who is this slap?" In the next moment, Jiang Yun raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the guard's face, causing him to grimace in pain. The other guard standing by dared not approach. After a moment of hesitation, he swiftly retreated into the Jiang family's courtyard. "Why did you strike?" Jiang Yun coldly inquired. The struck guard, clutching his face, lowered his head and spoke softly. He insisted on entering for a look. "But the Jiang family has its own rules, and this is not a tourist attraction. We cannot allow anyone to enter without permission." Before the guard could finish, Jiang Yun seized him by the hair, yanking his head up to meet his gaze, and coldly retorted, "So you resort to violence?" The guard furrowed his brow, rendered speechless for a long moment. "I am asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Jiang Yun's tone was frigid as he pressed further. "In truth, The two guards had initially dismissed Jiang Shan, as he was dressed inconspicuously, and their habitual condescension had led them to underestimate him. When Jiang Shan claimed to be a member of the Jiang family, the guards assumed he was merely a troublemaker, which prompted their unwarranted aggression. Yet, who could have anticipated that Jiang Shan had such a formidable background? "Brother, why waste words on such individuals?" Jiang Qingying interjected, stretching his neck and stepping forward to address Jiang Yun, suggesting calmly, "Why not contact Black Tiger directly and have him send some people over to help us restore order within the Jiang family's ranks?" The guard was taken aback, his face draining of color, not daring to breathe a word, let alone meet Jiang Yun's terrifying gaze that moment. Footsteps echoed from within the courtyard, and soon Jiang Xian appeared. Flanked by several members of the Jiang family, including the guard who had just been reprimanded. With a beaming smile, Jiang Xian approached Jiang Yun, not sparing a glance at the guard who had just been disciplined, and quickly rubbed her hands together, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear brother, what brings you here today? You suddenly come to find me." During this time, Jiang Xian had been engrossed in her company affairs, and the Jiang family had been faring quite well. All thanks to Jiang Yun's influence. Although Jiang Yun had not deliberately assisted the Jiang family or Jiang Xian, everyone in the capital was aware of their relationship, which naturally benefited her in business dealings. Jiang Xian had kept an eye on Jiang Yun's activities and upon learning of his exploits, dared not provoke him lightly, for the present Jiang Yun was in no way comparable to his former self. The Jiang family was hardly worthy of his attention. Most importantly, Jiang Yun held a portion of the Jiang family's shares, so she needed to tread carefully around him to avoid inciting his displeasure and resulting in mutual destruction. Jiang Yun paid no heed to Jiang Xian. Instead, he beckoned to the guard standing behind her, inquiring coolly, "Did you just lay hands on my father?" Upon hearing this, the two guards exchanged glances. Frozen in shock, they had believed Jiang Shan and Jiang Yun to be mere acquaintances, never realizing that this was, in fact, Jiang Yun's father. They had unwittingly stirred a catastrophic storm. Jiang Xian, too, was taken aback, her throat tightening as she swallowed hard, her expression darkening as her gaze fell upon Jiang Shan. Upon seeing the injuries on his face, an ominous premonition surged within her, and no wonder Jiang Yun was so furious. It turned out the Jiang family had assaulted Jiang Shan. Seeing that the guard remained silent, Jiang Qingying's temper flared. He swiftly approached the guard and delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, causing the guard to stagger back several paces, clutching his belly in pain. Yet, even then, he dared not utter a word, fearing greater trouble. Jiang Xian, being a seasoned player in the business realm, was acutely aware of the situation. Despite being a few years younger than Jiang Yun, she was no novice and quickly approached him, grasping his hand earnestly. "Brother, do not let these two gatekeepers provoke you. Did I assure you, I will provide you and uncle with an explanation and will not allow these two to escape unscathed." Jiang Yun, however, ignored her words, pushing her aside and walking purposefully toward the Jiang family's courtyard, followed closely by Jiang Qingying and Jiang Shan. At this moment, Jiang Shan was utterly bewildered. Why did the Jiang family seem to harbor such fear of Jiang Yun? From the expressions in Jiang Xian and the Jiang family's eyes, it was evident that they resembled mice confronted by a cat, speaking with an unusual caution. The two security guards, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now appeared like docile children, refraining from uttering a single word even when faced with physical confrontation. Could it be that he did not truly understand his own son? In the blink of an eye, they had entered the grand hall, while the Jiang family remained outside in the courtyard, all eyes fixated on Jiang Yun, their concern palpable that in recent times, rumors surrounding Jiang Yun had proliferated, especially after he clandestinely disseminated news regarding his collaboration with the Dong family, accompanied by details about them. Though the information was somewhat one-sided, it ignited memories in many, gradually making them aware of the formidable nature of the Dong family. Consequently, Jiang Yun's worth escalated, prompting even seasoned entrepreneurs, older than him, to extend him a degree of respect. "Brother, just tell me directly, What must I do to appease your anger? Chapter 356. The new head of the Jiang family, although Jiang Xian was the head of the Jiang family. She treaded carefully in front of Jiang Yun, standing aside and daring not to take a seat, patiently awaiting his response. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, barely casting a glance at Jiang Xian, clearly dismissing her presence. After a brief moment, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, pointing at the two security guards as he declared, "An eye for an eye, a debt must be repaid. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. I have no intention of making things difficult for them today. However, since they have assaulted my father, it is only reasonable that they receive their due retribution. Is it not?" The two security guards exhaled in relief. If it was merely a beating, it was bearable. They had feared that Jiang Yun might demand their lives, which had left them in a state of anxiety. Jiang Xian promptly nodded in agreement. Eager to align with Jiang Yun's wishes that we'll follow your lead, brother, whatever you say goes. How shall we discipline them? Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, I have no taste for bloodshed. Just take them outside, break their arms and legs, and leave them on the street to fend for themselves. That I in an instant. The expressions on the two guards' faces turned to stone. They had never anticipated Jiang Yun's ruthless demeanor. Jiang Xian, however, showed no hesitation. She was willing to do anything to quell Jiang Yun's fury. She gestured to the Jiang family members, commanding, Did you not hear my brother? Hurry and take these worthless fools away. How dare they lay hands on my uncle? They truly do not know their place. Just a glance at my uncle's condition fills me with sorrow. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun sneered derisively. What a performer! When Jiang Shan and Qin Jiuge had departed from the Jiang family, Jiang Xian had been but a child, oblivious to the happenings within the family, and had no recollection of Jiang Shan, let alone any emotional ties. Yet, she pretended to exhibit deep familial affection, which was utterly distasteful. As the two security guards regained their senses, they found themselves kneeling before the Jiang family, repeatedly bowing their heads towards Jiang Yun, pleading, Mr. Jiang, we realize our mistake. Had we known this was your father, we would never have dared to act against him. We were merely doing our jobs. Please do not treat us this way. We are willing to accept punishment, but please do not sever our legs and arms. How will we live afterward? They were engaged in desperate bargaining. The surrounding members of the Jiang family showed sympathetic expressions, yet Jiang Yun remained unmoved, his resolve unwavering. Impatiently, he waved his hand at the Jiang family, who then promptly pushed the two security guards out. As their cries echoed, reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. The guards received their just desserts. Jiang Yun's gaze returned to Jiang Xian as he spoke slowly. As the head of the Jiang family, you cannot escape responsibility for this unexpected incident. That I believe this position does not suit you. From today onward, you shall no longer govern the Jiang family. It is time for you to step down. Jiang Xian stood frozen, quickly exclaiming, Brother, this matter does not concern me. You cannot do this to me. She had exerted considerable effort to attain her position as the head of the family, and to be ousted now would render all her endeavors futile, altering the trajectory of her life. However, Jiang Yun disregarded her pleas and continued, If you are unwilling to step down, then I will have no choice but to take action against the Jiang family. You should know what that signifies, do you not? By leaving voluntarily, you can at least liquidate your shares and ensure a comfortable life for yourself. That I advise you to think carefully and not compel me to make undesirable decisions. His words were laden with veiled threats. Yet, Jiang Yun's stance was shaped by the lessons learned from the Jiang family. After all, when they had sought him out, had it not been through coercion and inducement? At that time, Jiang Yun had been struggling to survive, far weaker than Jiang Xian's current position. That he understood that should he be suppressed, the foundation he had painstakingly built would crumble, affecting even Lin Shui. Had it not been for Jiang Xian's subsequent actions, which had pleased him, he would not have allowed her to lead the Jiang family. Regrettably, Jiang Xian had failed to cherish this opportunity. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xian gritted her teeth and nodded. Given the circumstances, she had no strength to retaliate and thought it wiser to comply with Jiang Yun's wishes, allowing her a chance to exit the Jiang family with some financial security, ensuring a life free from want. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted back to the assembled members of the Jiang family as he spoke. Once Jiang Xian departs from the Jiang family, I will become the largest shareholder. However, I do not wish to assume the title of head. That role shall be entrusted to my father. All eyes turned to Jiang Shan, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Jiang Shan was taken aback, rushing to Jiang Yun's side and exclaiming, "Son, are you joking? When I was with the Jiang family, I was hardly a core member. How could I possibly wield authority over the family now? This would lead to the entire Jiang family collapsing." Jiang Yun, however, remained resolute, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Father, it is but a mere Jiang family that I have faith in your capabilities. You will merely be a nominal head. If you choose not to engage with family matters, simply maintain the title, and I will enlist professionals to manage the Jiang family's business." That it was undeniable that Jiang Yun had considered the situation thoroughly. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Shan ultimately nodded in agreement. He felt increasingly grateful, pondering how fortunate he was to have such an exceptional child. With everything arranged, the members of the Jiang family did not linger, and Jiang Xian departed alongside them, in the grand hall of the Jiang family. Only Jiang Yun and two others remained. Now that my uncle has assumed the position of head, I shall be able to return frequently. Chapter 357. We want a baby. Jiang Qingying spoke with a radiant smile. He was also a member of the Jiang family, yet he harbored a sense of detachment from them. Were it not for the actions of the second elder and others, how could his parents have? Reflecting on the past, a shadow crossed Jiang Qingying's face. That it was precisely for this reason that he had chosen to distance himself from the Jiang family, remaining by Jiang Yun's side. Jiang Shan shook his head helplessly. This was clearly akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. Nonetheless, it must be said that this nominal head was not so bad, as he would be free from all responsibilities while still basking in the family's glory. What was there not to enjoy? At that moment, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Jiang Qingying as he spoke slowly. "You are the one who will assist my father in managing the family business, that he can be a hands-off manager. But you cannot. From now on, the entirety of the Jiang family's affairs will rest upon your shoulders." In an instant, Jiang Qingying's face turned crimson with embarrassment, that he had never anticipated that Jiang Yun would propose such a ludicrous idea. Yet, observing Jiang Yun's unwavering determination, he surmised that even if he wished to refuse, he would likely be afforded no opportunity to do so. "Accompany my father on a tour of the Jiang family. Surely, there are many memories here. Given your familiarity with the family, you are the most suitable choice." Jiang Yun issued a few brief instructions to Jiang Qingying, refraining from elaborating further. Jiang Qingying promptly nodded and, accompanied by Jiang Shan, began to meander through the Jiang family residence. It was evident to all that upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Shan's spirits had notably improved, his countenance radiating vitality. It seemed that everyone, regardless of age, yearned for a sense of belonging to their roots. Unfortunately, how many wishes can truly be fulfilled in this world? After lingering in the hall for a while longer, Jiang Yun gradually rose and made his way outside. However, just as he entered the corridor, a small girl, around 7 or 8 years old, came running out swiftly, colliding directly into Jiang Yun's embrace. Witnessing this, a woman of similar age to Jiang Yun, who had been following the girl, hurriedly rushed forward, pulling the girl behind her with a fierce glare before turning to Jiang Yun with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for my yin-yin bumping into you. It is quite all right." Jiang Yun replied, waving his hand, his gaze falling upon the little girl. He could not help but notice how exceptionally charming she was, particularly her large, sparkling eyes that resembled a pair of sapphires. "Both beautiful and luminous. Did I ask your name, Yin-Yin?" Jiang Yun asked, waving at the girl. Shyly, she approached him, staring for a moment before softly saying, "My name is Jiang Yin." Jiang Yun reached out to gently ruffle her hair, a faint smile gracing his lips that he wondered if, in the future, he and Lin Shui would have a child as adorable as Jiang Yin. "Please don't ruffle my hair. It will hinder my growth," Jiang Yin protested, stepping aside and pouting her lips. Upon hearing this, the woman was taken aback, recalling Jiang Yin's earlier actions. She quickly pulled Jiang Yin behind her, scolding, "You must address him as Uncle Jiang, and no disrespect towards Uncle Jiang." Reluctantly, Jiang Yin cast a glance at Jiang Yun, but refrained from saying more. However, Jiang Yin found himself quite fond of Jiang Yin. Perhaps due to the fact that he and Lin Shui had yet to have children, he felt a strong desire to play with this delicate little porcelain doll. Extending his hand, he looked at Jiang Yin and smiled. "Would you like to go out and play with your uncle?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Yin eagerly nodded, about to dash to Jiang Yun's side, but the woman behind her swiftly grabbed her collar and pulled her back, exclaiming, "Uncle Jiang is very busy. Why would you want to cause trouble? Hurry back to your room and study. All you do is play. Have you even seen how poor your grades are?" After being reprimanded by her mother, Jiang Yin sighed in resignation, trudging away with an expression of helplessness that, of course, the woman was not overly strict with Jiang Yin. Her behavior was largely due to her apprehension of Jiang Yun. It was common knowledge that Jiang Yun was a man of unpredictable temperament, and no one could foresee his sudden actions that at least that was how the woman perceived him, seeing the woman's resolute attitude. Jiang Yun deemed it inappropriate to say more and dismissed the thought, heading towards the door. Half an hour later, he arrived at Yinshua Group. Since it was just past lunchtime, most employees were taking a break, and Jiang Yun ascended directly to the general manager's office. Upon pushing open the door, he spotted Lin Shui, who was resting her head on her desk. Stealthily, he approached her from behind, removed his coat, and draped it over her. Just then, Lin Shui, who had been dozing, suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze landing on Jiang Yun. Instantly, her face lit up with joy as she sprang up and enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Why are you back? You should have notified me in advance, so I could pick you up from the airport." Jiang Yun chuckled and shook his head, guiding Lin Shui to a nearby sofa. "I just returned and hurried over to see you," he then continued, "Dear, I suddenly have a plan I would like to discuss with you." Lin Shui paused. "What do you want to discuss? Just say it." Although Lin Shui was a strong woman, she had always listened to Jiang Yun. Even if he instructed her to go east, she would never head west. She was obedient and endearing. Jiang Yun drew her into his embrace and whispered, "Let us have a baby." Now that everything had settled, Jiang Shan had returned to the Jiang family, and Chen Jiugao had reconciled with Elder Chen. He felt it was time to fulfill his wish of having a child. The moment he saw Jiang Yin had made up his mind that he needed to have a baby soon. Lin Shui's cheeks flushed, and she gently nodded. "All right. By the way, I want to introduce you to someone. When you meet her, I am sure you will adore her," Jiang Yin said with a playful smile, taking Lin Shui's wrist and leading her toward the door. "But I still have work to do." Lin Shui protested, but Jiang Yun paid her no mind, continuing to lead her toward the elevator while insisting, "Work is never-ending. Consider today a day off. After all, I am the chairman of the company, and all decision-making power rests with me. That if you don't behave and comply, I might just declare a company-wide holiday, and then we'll see how you work." Lin Shui sighed in resignation. Yet she understood that Jiang Yun was being considerate of her, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. That in no time, they had taken the elevator down and were soon in the car, heading straight for the Jiang family home. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yun remained silent about his intentions, while Lin Shui occupied herself with a tablet, reviewing reports. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Jiang family residence, where they were greeted with respectful bows from the family members. Everyone understood that although Jiang Shan was the new head of the Jiang family, it was entirely due to Jiang Yun, who remained the de facto controller. However, despite the outward show of respect, many whispered about Jiang Yun behind his back, hardly taking him seriously. After all, Jiang Yun was still young, and the Jiang family was filled with elders who were reluctant to be governed by someone of the younger generation. Even Jiang Yun's considerable wealth did little to sway their opinions. Soon enough, Jiang Yun reached the hall, gesturing to the butler. Where is Jiang Yin? At this hour, she should be with her private piano teacher. The butler promptly replied, though internally puzzled as to why Jiang Yun was interested in Jiang Yin. After inquiring about Jiang Yan's room, Jiang Yin smiled at Lin Shui and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will go fetch her and show you just how adorable she is." Jiang Yin aimed to stir Lin Shui's maternal instincts, that he knew she was often preoccupied with work, spending the majority of her time at the office. While dedicated women were admirable, he yearned to have a child soon. Fulfilling his own desires, he was also aware that even if Chun Jiugao and Zhang Shan did not voice it, they too wished to hold their grandchild soon. Lin Shui nodded obediently as she watched Jiang Yin make his way down the hall. Before long, Jiang Yin arrived at Jiang Yan's room. Just as he was about to knock, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the room. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, he bore an air of hostility, his narrow eyes glinting with an unsettling light. Jiang Yun cast him a cursory glance, disregarding him as he entered the room. The bespectacled man likewise paid Jiang Yun no mind. Striding away, upon entering, Jiang Yun's attention was drawn to Jiang Yin, who sat at the piano, her petite figure starkly contrasting with the instrument. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head, her initial fear fading as her gaze met Jiang Yun's. Noticing a hint of unease, Jiang Yun approached her, gently ruffling her hair before smiling and asking, "Why the long face?" Jiang Yin hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head, speaking softly, "Uncle, is it true that when adults like a child, they tend to ruffle their hair?" Jiang Yin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly chuckled and nodded. "Yes, that's right, that's why I like to ruffle your hair and pinch your cheeks." Certainly, Jiang Yun was merely jesting. However, he truly harbored a fondness for the young Jiang Yin before him. This little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to a porcelain doll. It was the first time he had encountered such an exquisitely delicate child. Jiang Yin sighed, her gaze falling upon her own legs, and with a sweet, childlike voice, she remarked, "But I do not like others touching my legs. It feels quite uncomfortable. Yet since Uncle has said so, perhaps he likes me as well." This sentiment pleased her, for her mother often taught her the importance of being an endearing girl. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow slightly, then seated himself across from Jiang Yin, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "Who touched your legs?" Jiang Yin merely ruffled Jiang Yan's hair, an action stemming from his genuine affection for her. This gesture was not inappropriate in itself. However, the notion of someone touching her legs was certainly unacceptable. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yin quietly divulged, "It was that uncle who taught me piano just now. Every time I attend class, he secretly touches my legs and occasionally kisses my lips. But my grandfather did the same, so perhaps they simply like me." At only 7 or 8 years old, Jiang Yin was blissfully unaware of the implications of these actions. Yet Jiang Yun, as an adult, could not possibly be ignorant of the intentions behind them. In an instant, his expression darkened ominously, and his breathing grew noticeably heavier. What a scoundrel! To prey upon a little girl. However, with Jiang Yin seated before him, Jiang Yun refrained from speaking further. Wishing to spare her any unnecessary thoughts that might harm her innocent psyche, that it was crucial to recognize the significance of a child's upbringing and the influence of those around her. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Yin forced a smile and suggested, "How about Uncle takes you out for some fun?" "All right," Jiang Yin replied in her sweet, childish tone. Although she had just begun elementary school, her parents had enrolled her in numerous extracurricular activities, leaving her no time to play. Even after school, weekends were similarly filled with an array of lessons, leaving no room for leisure. Thus, when she heard Jiang Yun's proposal, she eagerly yearned for a delightful outing. Taking her hand, Jiang Yun led her downstairs, but his mind was already swirling with tumultuous emotions. Before long, they arrived in the hall, where Lin Shui smiled and rose to her feet. After glancing at Jiang Yin, she inquired with a puzzled expression, "Who is this?" "This is Jiang Yin," Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly. "According to our familial hierarchy, she is my niece." Chapter 359. a scoundrel Lin Shui promptly approached, evidently captivated by Jiang Yan's charm. While Jiang Yan was not conventionally beautiful, her softness and innocence were endearing, particularly the cherubic roundness of her face, which made one yearn to gently pinch her cheeks. Observing the two women bonding, Jiang Yan turned to Jiang Yin and said, "Let your Annie spend some time with you, while uncle attends to some matters that I will return shortly to take you shopping." Jiang Yin nodded excitedly and took Lin Shui's hand. Leading her off to show her the little room, she called her OW and as they departed. Jiang Yun's expression darkened considerably, and he struggled to suppress the turmoil within. He clenched his fists, slamming them against the nearby table. The words Jiang Yin had spoken sent chills down his spine. Had he not learned of this situation in advance, who knew how far it might have escalated? He dared not contemplate further. Noticing Jiang Yun's distress, the butler hurried over, concern etched on his face that Mr. Jiang, "What troubles you?" he asked at a man in a suit and glasses just left here. "You must know who he is," Jiang Yun retorted. The butler quickly nodded. "You must be referring to teacher Lu Feng, that he is the young lady's piano instructor and visits daily for lessons, that he is known for his amiable demeanor, and the family holds him in high regard." "Why do you ask?" The butler was clearly perplexed, unaware of Jiang Yun's intentions. Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh. "Nonsense. He is nothing more than a hypocritical charlatan. Which school does he teach at? I want to meet him immediately." Jiang Yun's voice was icy. He was eager to confront Lu Feng. The butler hastily replied, "He is not a schoolteacher. He earns a living by tutoring students. He previously ran a piano class, but it closed due to a lack of students, and now he works as a private tutor that I have his contact information. If you need to find him, I can arrange a meeting." Fortune had smiled upon him. "I recall there is a park not far from here. He should not have gone far. Call him back and arrange to meet him there," Jiang Yun instructed, already making his way toward the exit. Although the butler was still bewildered, he complied with Jiang Yun's wishes to avoid inciting his displeasure. Upon reaching the front door, Jiang Qingying came running towards him. Having just returned to the Jiang family, he was still unfamiliar with its inner workings. "Brother, I thought you had already left." Upon seeing Jiang Yun, he asked, puzzled, "that I have some urgent matters to attend to. Gather 2 people and accompany me." Jiang Yun's expression was grim as he instructed, lighting a cigarette while waiting at the door. Jiang Qingying wasted no time, quickly contacting a few guards to follow Jiang Yun out. In no time, they arrived at the park. Given that the Jiang family resided in a villa area, the park was relatively empty. Sitting on a nearby bench, Jiang Qingying looked at Jiang Yun, curiosity etched on his face as he tentatively asked, "Brother, why did you suddenly bring us here? Is something amiss?" "Wait," Jiang Yun replied coldly, his gaze wandering across the square. Jiang Qingying did not dare to pry further, standing silently beside Jiang Yun as they awaited developments. Soon, Lu Feng appeared in the distance, and Jiang Yun's eyes immediately fixed upon him. He gestured to the others, then strode toward Lu Feng. "Who are you?" Lu Feng inquired, perplexed as Jiang Yun approached that he recognized Jiang Yun from their previous encounter at the Jiang residence, but was unaware of his identity. However, being a member of the Jiang family, he knew he should be courteous at the next moment. Jiang Yun clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch to Lu Feng's face. Lu Feng's expression shifted in pain as he staggered backward, barely managing to steady himself against a nearby tree. Despite his efforts, he grimaced in agony. Jiang Qingying and the others exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unsure of what had transpired. Yet, Jiang Qingying knew well that Jiang Yun was not the type to strike without provocation. "Sir, I do not know how I have offended you, but despite being a member of the Jiang family, should you act recklessly, I will not hesitate to sue," Lu Feng exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh, seizing Lu Feng by the collar and pulling him close once more, delivering another fierce blow to his face. Blood began to seep from the corner of Lu Feng's mouth, igniting his fury. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Jiang Qingying and the guards swiftly intervened, restraining Lu Feng and pinning him before Jiang Yun. "The deal you dare to lay a hand on my brother?" Jiang Qing demanded, towering over Lu Feng with a foot pressed firmly on his back. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, glaring at Jiang Yun in anger. If not for Jiang Qing and the others' presence, he would have retaliated without hesitation. He was well aware that Jiang Yun had a broken arm and was not afraid of him in a fight. Jiang Yun approached Lu Feng, gazing down at him with disdain. He then raised his foot and brought it down mercilessly upon Lu Feng's hand. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the park as Lu Feng writhed in pain, tears streaming down his face. "You lunatic. What do you intend to do?" Lu Feng cried out. Utterly bewildered, he was certain he had not wronged Jiang Yun, yet the latter remained silent, delivering blow after blow without explanation. Jiang Yun increased the pressure on his foot until Lu Feng's tears flowed freely. Only then did he lift his foot, coldly stating, "You know exactly what you have done, don't you?" A cold sweat broke out on Lu Feng's forehead as he recalled Jiang Yun's recent entrance into Jiang Yan's room. A sense of dread washing over him. Chapter 360. The target of public outrage, however, upon witnessing Jiang Yun's fierce demeanor, Lu Feng naturally could not easily admit his wrongdoings, nor could he acknowledge his actions. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Lu Feng gritted his teeth and coldly retorted, "Do you think just because you belong to the Jiang family, you can falsely accuse others at will? Truly, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin." Jiang Yin was not inclined to engage in further idle chatter with Lu Feng, that he approached Lu Feng and delivered a swift kick to his face. Utilizing all the strength he could muster, Lu Feng barely had time to react before he felt a searing pain radiate from his face, and several of his teeth were instantly knocked out, leaving him bloodied and bruised. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently observing the scene, yet none dared to speak up on Lu Feng's behalf. After all, Jiang Yun was their master, and they were obligated to comply unconditionally with his commands. "Tell me, what have you done to Jiang Yin?" Jiang Yun inquired, each word laced with intensity, that as Jiang Yun lifted his foot once more, Lu Feng was taken aback, though he wished to continue denying his actions. His body could no longer withstand the pressure. He certainly did not want to be brutally beaten to death by Jiang Yun. Hesitating for a moment, his defiance diminished significantly, and he reluctantly confessed, I merely touched her and kissed her. I did not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Besides, it was because I truly liked her that I acted in such a manner." A collective shiver ran through the crowd as they finally comprehended why Jiang Yun had erupted in fury. Lu Feng was undeniably a scoundrel. Even Jiang Qing clenched his fists, eager to teach Lu Feng a lesson. Jiang Yun regarded Lu Feng coldly and reiterated, "So you merely touched her leg? Is this your version of affection? Then I suppose you must love or prefer to touch your mother's thigh instead. Why not go home and do that?" Lu Feng immediately bowed his head, no longer daring to speak. Jiang Yun seized Lu Feng by the hair, forcefully dragging him upright. With his other hand incapacitated, Jiang Yun signaled Jiang Qing, saying, "Make sure to give him a thorough lesson." Without hesitation, Jiang Qing rolled up his sleeves and delivered a series of slaps to Lu Feng's face. In an instant, Lu Feng resembled a swollen pig's head. Yet, even this did not satisfy Jiang Qing. Had Jiang Yun not restrained him, he likely would have beaten Lu Feng to death to that moment. Jiang Yun's phone rang unexpectedly. As he picked it up, his expression shifted dramatically. Did he wave his hand to the individuals beside him and instructed, "Hurry, take this waste back home." The group nodded vigorously and quickly followed Jiang Yun's lead. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family estate, the entire clan had gathered. Lin Shui and Jiang Shan stood at the center of the crowd, while Jiang Yin was cradled in her mother's arms. The woman gazed coldly at Lin Shui, pointing at her with disdain. "I knew it. Jiang Yun is certainly not a good person. He forcefully seized the position of head of the family, and we have chosen not to hold it against him. As long as we don't starve, that is sufficient. Yet now he engages in such despicable acts. How could he, as Yinner's uncle, do such things? I feel disgusted just thinking about it." The onlookers had already pieced together the situation. It became clear that this woman had always viewed Jiang Yun with suspicion and sought to keep Jiang Yin away from him. Upon seeing Lin Shui playing with Jiang Yin in the room, she quickly expelled Lin Shui, and Jiang Yin recounted how the bad uncle had touched her leg, igniting her fury. She mistakenly believed Jiang Yun was that bad uncle, as he had barely met Jiang Yin, yet was overly affectionate and had even brought Lin Shui to visit her. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Jiang Yun appeared to be a paragon of virtue, yet how could he commit such acts in secret? It was truly shameful. If such a man continued to lead the Jiang family, then perhaps it was time for them to leave. The collective outrage was palpable, and their sentiments were remarkably unified. Although Jiang Shan was currently the head of the family, everyone knew the true master of the Jiang family was Jiang Yun. Lin Shui furrowed her brow slightly, gritting her teeth as she defended, "I am Jiang Yun's wife. No one knows him better than I do. He would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding." The crowd scoffed, dismissing her protestations. The evidence was before them. Could Jiang Yin possibly be lying? Jiang Shan, equally anxious, interjected, "Yes, Xiao Yun is absolutely not that kind of person. Do not slander him here. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Unfortunately, the crowd ignored his words. "Get out." "Yes, leave the Jiang family at once," they shouted, their fervor intensifying. As the crowd's emotions escalated, Lin Shui feared they might act out of line. She quickly grasped Jiang Shan's arm, urging, "Dad, let us leave first. There is no need to stoop to their level. The truth will eventually come to light." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to depart, a fist-sized stone hurtled toward them, striking Lin Shui squarely on the forehead. Although it did not draw blood, her forehead became bruised, and she nearly shed tears from the pain. Jiang Shan hurriedly turned to her, asking, "Are you all right?" Lin Shui covered her head and merely shook her head. The crowd was in an uproar. The priority now was to exit the Jiang family estate swiftly to avoid further complications. As someone picked up a stone, many bent down to gather more, ready to hurl them at Lin Shui and Jiang Shan. Just then, a cold voice rang out from the entrance, "Stop right there. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on them today will have their hands severed." Upon hearing this voice, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Jiang Yun and his companion strode in with urgency. In an instant, Jiang Yun was before Lin Shui, his heart aching at the sight of her, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he roared like a beast. "Who did this? Show yourself." Chapter 361. Just deserts. The crowd exchanged glances, the earlier bravado evaporating. When Jiang Yun was absent, they had dared to act with impunity, but now that he had returned, who would dare to be the scapegoat? Jiang Yun surveyed the crowd with a frigid glare. "Not speaking, are we? Then all of you get out of the Jiang family." He continued, "If it weren't for the fact that you are all relatives of my father, I would not waste my time on you useless wretches." The crowd lowered their heads, resembling chastised children. The woman holding Jiang Yin cast a cold glance at Jiang Yun, her demeanor unyielding as she retorted, "Do not try to intimidate us. The one who should leave is you. As Yin's uncle, look at what you've done. You misled her and spouted nonsense about liking her just to touch her." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, and she began to weep. Jiang Yin, with her chubby little hand, attempted to comfort her mother, saying, "Mommy, this uncle did not touch my leg or kiss me. He merely patted my head. It is that bad uncle who teaches me piano that bullies Yinner." In that moment, everyone in attendance stood frozen in shock. They had completely misinterpreted the situation. Jiang Shan and Lin Shui exchanged relieved glances, exhaling deeply. They had known all along that Jiang Yun would never engage in such heinous acts. In the next moment, Jiang Qing pulled Lu Feng forward, delivering a kick to his leg that sent him crashing to the ground, his head bowed in shame. The crowd, fueled by righteous indignation, surged toward Lu Feng, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks that nearly left him lifeless. Fortunately, the butler intervened just in time to disperse the crowd, yet Lu Feng remained crumpled on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise. The crowd looked to Jiang Yun, repeatedly apologizing. Mr. Jiang, we were mistaken about you, but it was also because Yinner failed to clarify the matter. Yes, we are all family. Let bygones be bygones, others chimed in. Indeed, the true culprit has been identified. So it is a cause for collective relief. The woman holding Jiang Yin lowered her head, hesitant to speak further. The words she had just uttered filled her with a desire to vanish into the ground. Jiang Yin was clearly seeking vengeance for Jiang Yin, yet they had misconstrued his intentions. Even further, as the crowd observed Jiang Yun's persistent silence, their courage began to wane. Jiang Yun's expression remained terrifyingly grim as he approached the assembly and, with deliberate clarity, inquired, I ask you once more, who struck my wife? Lin Shui's forehead bore a bruise, stirring a pang of pity within him that he wouldn't dare lay a finger on Lin Shui. Yet this group of imbeciles had the audacity to hurl stones at her. How could he endure such an affront? The crowd fell utterly silent. Still no response. Jiang Yun's voice rang out again. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Qingying, whom he commanded without hesitation. Immediately contact Black Tiger and have him bring the security personnel here. Expel these individuals from my sight. This time, I intend for each of you to leave Jiang's family in utter ruin. I want to see if, bereft of the Jiang family, you can still find sustenance. As Jiang Qingying prepared to make the call, he noticed many gazes settling upon a middle-aged man that a voice emerged from the throng. It was him who struck her. The man, filled with rage and resentment, could hardly believe that his own kin would betray him. Yet, when faced with Jiang Yun's menace, how could they dare oppose him? Self-preservation took precedence in such dire circumstances. Jiang Yun's expression shifted as he advanced towards the man, who instinctively recoiled a few steps, his breath quickening. However, Jiang Yun paid no heed to his fear and, with a swift motion, slapped the man across the face. Observing the man continue to retreat, Jiang Yun coldly remarked, Did your mother never teach you to stand at attention when receiving a beating? The man, bowing his head, was considerably older than Jiang Yun, yet the vast disparity in their statuses rendered him unwilling to retaliate. Moreover, given that all of this stemmed from a misunderstanding, he had no grounds to defend himself. Jiang Yun gestured dismissively to Jiang Qingying, commanding, Break this man's hands, then expel him from the Jiang family. Furthermore, anyone associated with him is to leave as well. They shall never set foot in the Jiang family again. Many in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their lack of connection to the man. Yet, joy was mingled with distress. His wife and children could only shake their heads in resignation. Fearful to plead for clemency, that it was evident to all that Jiang Yun was genuinely enraged. To speak out now would only fan the flames of his fury. Once Jiang Qingying had escorted the man away, the crowd gradually dispersed. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Jiang Yin, his tone softening considerably as he approached her, ruffling her hair with a forced smile. Little one, would you like to go out and play with your uncle? Okay, Jiang Yin replied, her voice sweet and innocent, extending her arms like lotus roots. Uncle, hold me in an instant. Jiang Yun's heart melted, replacing his earlier fury. Jiang Yan's mother, sensing his genuine affection for her child, dared not say much and entrusted Jiang Yin to him. She recognized that Jiang Yin truly cherished Jiang Yin, which boded well for her. Perhaps he would treat her better in the future, considering Jiang Yan's influence. Jiang Yin paid no mind to Lu Feng, left sprawled on the ground, leaving the aftermath for Jiang Qingying to handle. Cradling Jiang Yin and holding Lin Shui's hand, he made his way out of the Jiang family's abode, eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Once in the car, Jiang Yin turned his attention to Lin Shui, remarking, Do you really not need to see a doctor? Lin Shui's forehead had swollen, causing Jiang Yin discomfort. Merely breaking that man's hands felt insufficiently punitive. He even harbored some regret. It's just a minor injury that I'll apply a raw egg to reduce the swelling. Once it subsides, I can cover it with foundation and change my hairstyle that it shouldn't affect my appearance too much. Lin Shui joked. Jiang Yin chimed in. No matter how Annie looks, she will always be the most beautiful woman. Chapter 362. Trouble arises, what a sweet little mouth you have, Lin Shui said, kissing Jiang Yan's forehead and ruffling her hair. Instantly alleviating some of her own pain, that I in a flash. They arrived in the city, that as they stepped out of the car. Jiang Yun grasped Jiang Yan's hand, asking, "Where do you want to go first? Can we go to the amusement park?" Jiang Yin responded that as she interacted with Jiang Yun, her fondness for him grew, and her shyness began to dissipate. Jiang Yun and Lin Shui exchanged smiles as he replied, "Of course." Beneath the scorching sun, Jiang Yun led them to an indoor plaza, a veritable paradise of food, entertainment, and air conditioning, far more comfortable than the sweltering outdoors. Ascending to the top floor, Jiang Yun purchased tickets for both of them and settled onto a nearby bench. His gaze remaining fixed on the pair, but he had little interest in the attractions. Thrilling rides did not appeal to him, while the less exhilarating ones bored him. Yet, Jiang Yin beamed with joy, remaining close to Lin Shui as they played without a care. After an hour, they had experienced a significant number of attractions. Eventually, Jiang Yin entered the children's playground, which was simply a small space filled with hollow balls that had slides and plenty of piers. But the drawback was that the equipment was designed solely for children, prohibiting parents from entering. Staff stood around, prepared to intervene if any issues arose. Lin Shui returned to Jiang Yun's side, her gaze still fixed on Jiang Yin, clearly concerned for her delicate child. "Where are we headed next?" she inquired, eager to ensure their outing was thoroughly enjoyable. Although Lin Shui was a workaholic, she believed that if they were to play, they should do so wholeheartedly. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his forehead, then spoke thoughtfully. "Her parents are rather strict, so I suspect they seldom take her out for treats, since today is for fun. We must ensure Jiang Yin enjoys herself. Whatever she wishes to do or eat, we will unconditionally accompany her. We will follow her lead." Lin Shui nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Jiang Yun's approach. Children should not be stifled. Otherwise, it could lead to adverse effects that as they conversed, a sudden wail pierced the air, prompting them to rise and rush towards Jiang Yin. They had not noticed that a crowd had gathered nearby. In an instant, an ominous feeling washed over Jiang Yun. Pushing through the throng, he was met with a sight that sent his heart plummeting. 2 boys were pinning Jiang Yin down, mercilessly pelting her with the hollow balls. While the balls posed no real harm, Jiang Yin was terrified and weeping. The staff merely stood by, impatiently exclaiming, "Enough, stop this ruckus. Where are the parents? Can't you manage your children?" Yet they took no substantial action. Allowing Jiang Yin to be bullied in the next moment, Jiang Yin stormed into the playground. Just as he reached for Jiang Yin, a staff member blocked his path, frowning as they said, "Do you not know how to read? The sign clearly states that parents are not allowed inside. If you damage any facilities, you'll have to pay for it." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yun's expression darkened, that he swiftly raised his hand and slapped the staff member across the face. Pointing at Jiang Yin, he shouted, "Can't you see my child is being bullied? Are you blind? Get your manager over here. And where are those brats' parents? They need to come out as well." As he spoke, Jiang Yun lifted Jiang Yin, casting a cold glare at the 2 boys. However, he refrained from striking them. After all, children squabbling was commonplace. Even if these boys were intentionally tormenting Jiang Yun was of a similar age to their fathers, and he could not take out his anger on mere children. The staff member clutched their face, gritting their teeth in frustration before rushing outside, presumably to summon assistance. That a crowd had gathered, and many of the children who had been playing on the slides began to cry. Clearly intimidated by Jiang Yun's fury, Jiang Yin nestled in Jiang Yun's embrace, her chubby little arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her small face already pale with fear. Yet, she refrained from shedding tears, which made one's heart ache for her. Soon, 2 middle-aged women entered, hastily shielding the 2 little boys behind them. Clearly, they were the children's parents. Upon seeing their child in tears, one of the women pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yun, exclaiming, "You, a grown man, are bullying a child here. Don't you feel ashamed?" The other woman mirrored her sentiments, casting a cold glare at Jiang Yun. muttering something under her breath. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. Were it not for the fact that both individuals before him were women, he would have relished the opportunity to slap them. Such individuals truly deserved a lesson. Lin Shui hurried over, examining Jiang Yun's body, and upon confirming that she bore no external injuries, her gaze shifted to Jiang Yun. As she remarked, "Let it be. Since the child is unharmed, we need not pay them any mind." Clearly, they were a group devoid of civility, but as the saying goes, a bad tree bears bad fruit. Likely the children they raised would not turn out to be any better. Upon hearing this, the two women were instantly infuriated, and the one who had just been shouting at Jiang Yun lunged toward Lin Shui. Fortunately, Jiang Yun was quick on his feet, pulling Lin Shui behind him and coldly admonishing, "What do you think you're doing? She just can't help but speak ill of our child. Of course, I must teach her a proper lesson." The woman retorted icily. Yet perhaps due to Jiang Yun's gender, she refrained from physically attacking him. Jiang Yun snorted disdainfully and declared, "Try touching her, and see what happens." Just then, a staff member who had left moments ago returned with a group of people. Hastily approaching Jiang Yun and pointing at him, exclaiming, "It's him. He just assaulted someone. Get him out of here immediately. No, he should be fined." The individuals accompanying him were all security personnel, who were clearly more aligned with the staff. After hearing the staff member's words, one of the security guards pointed at Jiang Yun and said, "You, come with us." Jiang Yun smirked coldly, not at all intimidated by the group before him. "Are you sure?" He retorted. "Of course." The security guard replied coldly, grabbing Jiang Yun by the arm and pulling him away. The staff member was reveling in his misfortune, muttering to himself, "You damn bastard. Just wait. You'll get what is coming to you. You dare to hit me. You clearly don't know your place." The onlookers shook their heads, and the woman who had just argued with Jiang Yun chuckled a couple of times, evidently in high spirits. However, Lin Shui appeared deeply worried. She quickly grabbed Jiang Yun's hand and stepped in front of the security guards, frowning as she demanded, "On what grounds are you taking him away?" The security guards ignored her plea. Jiang Yun, maintaining an air of indifference, waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "Contact He, who immediately, and have him bring people here." Lin Shui nodded promptly and took Jiang Yun aside. The security guards, however, paid little heed to Jiang Yun, viewing him merely as a bluffer. After Jiang Yun was escorted into the security room, Jiang Yun looked anxiously at Lin Shui, exclaiming, "Aunt, Uncle won't be bullied by those people. Will he? It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Uncle wouldn't have been taken away." Lin Shui ruffled Jiang Yun's hair, forcing a smile. Internally, she was equally concerned but couldn't let Jiang Yun perceive any hint of worry. She soon realized that despite Jiang Yun's tender age, her thoughts were remarkably perceptive, showing a maturity beyond her years. "This incident isn't your fault, and your uncle will be fine. That I've already contacted other uncles, and they'll be here shortly." Lin Shui not only informed He, who but also called Qian Zhanbua, and even notified Jiang Qingying, hoping someone would arrive quickly to prevent any real trouble. Jiang Yun nodded, refraining from further comments, though it was evident she remained deeply concerned for Jiang Yun. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun found himself in the security room, where several guards stared at him coldly. The most vocal among them seated himself opposite Jiang Yun and said, "We have surveillance footage. It clearly shows you striking first. Regardless of the reason, you must compensate for the emotional distress that he proposed. Let us not extort you. Just give us 30,000, and we'll let you go." What an outrageous demand. 30,000? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, casually lighting a cigarette, and replied nonchalantly, "That amount should be enough for you to buy a few coffins. Right?" The guard's expression shifted at these words, and he swiftly approached Jiang Yun, snatching the cigarette from his hand and hurling it to the ground. "Are you allowed to smoke here?" Jiang Yun's expression darkened. They were clearly pushing their luck. Yet he chose to remain silent, instead fixating on his watch. He was waiting. It wouldn't be long before He, who, and the others arrived. At that point, these guards would face dire consequences. "Are you even listening to us? Either pay up, or you can stay here indefinitely," another guard chimed in coldly. But Jiang Yun maintained a serene demeanor, ignoring their provocations. Time ticked by, and Jiang Yun continued his standoff with the guards. "I can't wait any longer." One of the guards kicked over a chair and stormed toward Jiang Yun, declaring, "This is clearly a stubborn fool. Since he struck first, let us give him a beating. That should be reasonable, right? Besides, he looks like he can't possibly cough up 30,000, so why prolong this?" The other guards nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to act, a loud crash echoed from outside. Hey Hu burst in first, followed by several members of the security company. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present turned grim. Upon seeing Jiang Yun unharmed, Hey Hu let out a sigh of relief. The sight of so many people storming in left the guards dumbfounded. They dared not utter another word. Hey Hu quickly approached Jiang Yun, apologizing. "Mr. Jiang, I'm terribly sorry. We hit some traffic, which delayed us." Jiang Yun had been monitoring the time. If Hey Hu had set off from the security company, his speed had exceeded Jiang Yun's expectations that he couldn't help but smile faintly, patting Hey Hu on the shoulder, saying, "You arrived just in time." However, before he could continue, two more groups rushed in, with Jiang Qingying and Qian Zhangbua pushing into the security room, while members of the Jiang and Qian families waited outside. The guards, witnessing the influx of people, were nearly brought to their knees. It was evident they had crossed paths with someone significant. Meanwhile, the crowd in the plaza dispersed, no longer daring to linger, as they were uncertain of what might unfold. However, Jiang Yun's keen eyes caught sight of two pairs of mothers and sons in the throng, and he pointed at them, commanding, "Stop them." Members of the Qian and Zhang families rushed forward, encircling the two pairs of mothers and children. Jiang Yun then gestured toward the guards in the security room, calmly instructing, "Bring them out as well." Those who had bullied Jiang Yun would not escape, and those guards who had attempted to lay hands on him would certainly face repercussions. As the guards, already petrified with fear, dared not utter a word, they silently followed Hey Hu and the others out of the room. One of the women with children glared at Jiang Yun, her fear palpable, yet she gritted her teeth and asked defiantly, "What do you intend to do? Don't think that I'm afraid of you, just because you have numbers on your side. If you dare to act recklessly, I'll call the police right now." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yun's lips curled into a cold smirk. He approached the woman before him, pointing at her child, and remarked, "Your child initiated the violence, yet you allow him to act with impunity. Since you lack the ability to educate him, allow me to assist in imparting some lessons. What are you going to do?" The woman quickly shielded her child behind her. Jiang Yun gestured to the imposing figure of Hey Hu beside him and then directed his attention back to the woman, stating, "She just insulted Lin Shui. What do you think should be done?" Hey Hu's lips curled into a grim smile. Having accompanied Jiang Yun for some time, he was well aware of his character. Upon hearing this, he strode towards the woman and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap across her face. Although Jiang Yun refrained from striking women, it did not mean that Hey Hu would abstain from such actions. Insulting Madame Jiang. "You clearly do not know your place." As he spoke, Hey Hu delivered another slap, causing the woman to wail pitifully. Meanwhile, the young boy, hidden behind his mother, was also crying out, evidently frightened. After a thorough reprimand, Jiang Yun finally halted Hey Hu's actions. Observing that the woman's earlier bravado had dissipated, he coolly remarked, "Parents are a child's first teachers. Your actions influence your child. The reason for this punishment is to make your child understand that violence comes with consequences, ensuring he learns a valuable lesson." The woman nodded vigorously, no longer daring to utter a word. The security guards who stood nearby exchanged glances, lowering their heads in unison. Just moments ago, the woman had merely indulged in verbal bravado, yet she ended up in such a predicament. They were on the brink of confronting Jiang Yun. What would have transpired had they done so? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively at the two women with children. Had the other child's parent not been disrespectful, he would have surely taught her a lesson as well. The two women, now thoroughly intimidated, wasted no time in ushering their children away. The security personnel, initially bracing for Jiang Yun to hold them accountable, found his gaze fixed on the staff member responsible for the entire debacle. If only this staff member had intervened when Jiang Yun was being bullied, the situation would never have escalated to such a degree. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's intense gaze, the staff member felt his breath quicken, a wave of regret washing over him for provoking Jiang Yun earlier. Just then, the manager of the indoor plaza arrived, hastily weaving through the crowd. Upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly approached Jiang Yun, exclaiming, "Sir, I am the manager here. I have just been informed of the situation, but rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution, so there is no need for such drastic measures." With so many people surrounding Jiang Yun, the manager feared the situation could escalate, potentially impacting their business. However, before Jiang Yun could respond, Qian Zhangbua emerged from the throng, stepping in front of the manager and coldly stating, "Take a look at the kind of workers you employ. Are you deliberately tarnishing the Qian family's reputation?" In an instant, all eyes converged on Qian Zhangbua. The manager, taken aback, looked at him in shock, his face paling to a ghostly white, stammering, "Mr. Qian, what are you doing here?" Yet Qian Zhangbua paid him no mind, instead stepping closer to Jiang Yun and hurriedly adding, "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I just remembered that this building is part of the Qian family's assets. Allow me to handle today's incident." Jiang Yun could hardly believe the coincidence. However, seeing that Qian Zhangbua appeared earnest, he nodded in agreement. Qian Zhangbua returned to confront the manager, raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap to the manager's face. Then coldly declared, "You incompetent fool. Immediately have them apologize to Mr. Jiang and escort them out. Their presence has severely impacted our building's reputation, bringing disgrace to the Qian family. Furthermore, I will ensure that no one in the capital hires them. Otherwise, they will be opposing the Qian family." Hearing this, the staff member and security guards were utterly dumbfounded. Their livelihoods were at stake. Most crucially, they were all locals in the capital. They couldn't simply uproot their lives. With family and relatives in the city, how could they possibly leave? In the next moment, the security guards and the staff member fell to their knees before Jiang Yun, desperately bowing their heads. "Mr. Jiang, I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please do not blacklist me. I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you to show mercy." "Me too. We were merely following protocol. We cannot bear the brunt of this entirely." As they cowered in fear, Jiang Yun displayed no trace of sympathy. This was all their own doing, that he gestured to Qian Zhangbua, stating coolly, "Proceed as you see fit." "Understood," Qian Zhangbua promptly replied, choosing not to say more. Jiang Yun, satisfied that the matter was resolved, decided not to press further, as this was merely a group of inconsequential individuals. Given the outcome, he deemed it quite satisfactory that in a flash, Jiang Yun had returned to Lin Shui and Jiang Yin, who had remained at the periphery of the crowd, unaware of the unfolding drama. One thing was certain. Jiang Yun had undoubtedly appeared quite impressive. "Is everything settled?" Lin Shui inquired with a smile. Jiang Yun nodded, taking Jiang Yan's small arm and saying, "Let us go. It's time for a meal." Chapter 365. Organ failure. Jiang Yin nodded eagerly, following Jiang Yun and Lin Shui towards the elevator. Since Jiang Yun and his companions had not left the building, and many were already aware of the events that transpired on the top floor, coupled with the revelation of Jiang Yun's ties to the Qian family, no one dared to provoke them. Their meal was quite satisfying. It was only when night fell that Jiang Yun and Lin Shui escorted Jiang Yin home, after watching Jiang Yin being led inside by the butler. Jiang Yun and Lin Shui returned to their car, heading towards their estate. On the way home, Jiang Yin glanced at Lin Shui beside him and gently asked, "Did you enjoy your time with Jiang Yin today? Are you feeling any urges to have children?" Lin Shui chuckled, shaking her head. She knew Jiang Yin had his own agenda. He would not have taken her out for no reason. I understand what you're getting at. Even without Jiang Yin, I do wish to have a child soon. However, What if we end up with an unlikable little rascal? The events that transpired earlier weighed on her mind, filling her with concern. Not all children are as endearing as Jiang Yin. The world is filled with diverse personalities, and unruly children are not uncommon. Yet Jiang Yun, brimming with confidence, reassured her, "Rest assured, my child will be well-mannered under my guidance. So you can feel free to embrace motherhood. But let's make this clear." Lin Shue's eyes twinkled mischievously. "I'll handle the birthing, but the education will rest squarely on your shoulders, should any issues arise with the child's upbringing. I will hold you accountable." Jiang Yin nodded in agreement as they continued their journey home, that he was also considering Lin Shue's well-being. Having children is a significant life event, with Lin Shue nearing 30. Although still in her prime, being an older mother does carry certain risks. Thus, he hoped to see her pregnant soon. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, some things cannot be rushed. Upon entering their home, Jiang Yun spotted Chen Zhuge sitting in the living room. Instantly taken aback, he hurried over and asked, "Mom, why are you back? Don't you welcome me home?" Chen Zhuge retorted, pulling Lin Shui to her side. Seeing her in good spirits eased Jiang Yun's worries, and he smiled. "I thought something might have happened to you. It seems you just missed me, miss you?" Chen Zhuge rolled her eyes at Jiang Yun, gently stroking Lin Shue's hand as she replied, "It's been quite a while since I've seen my daughter-in-law. So I was eager to return and take a look. If it were just you alone at home, I would never return for the rest of my life." Jiang Yin shook his head in despair. Could this truly be his biological mother? After a brief and casual conversation among a few individuals, Lin Shui finally ascended the stairs. After a day of play, she was drenched in sweat and naturally needed to take a proper bath. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Chen Zhuge, who then lit a cigarette and remarked with a smile, "Mother, since it's just the two of us now, there's no need for you to conceal anything deliberately. Pray tell, is there a reason for your sudden return?" Chen Zhuge hesitated, ultimately sighing. She glanced in the direction of the upstairs before continuing. "I merely wish to see your father. It seems we may soon face another separation." At this, Jiang Yun's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively rose to his feet. "What's the matter? Just as our family of 3 has been reunited, I cannot allow my parents to leave my world again. Even if the sky were to fall. Rest assured, I am in good health," Chen Zhuge quickly reassured, pulling Jiang Yun back into his seat before elaborating. "After your aunt's passing, your grandfather's health has deteriorated considerably. I have already taken him for a full medical examination, and his organs are failing severely. The doctor has issued a final ultimatum, estimating he may have only a few months left, although we have had many misunderstandings in the past. Now that they have been resolved, I wish to fulfill my filial duties." Jiang Yun remained silent, grappling internally with his conflicting feelings. While Chen Laozong had indeed committed many egregious acts, even being the catalyst for their family's estrangement, he was still an elder. Viewing it from a different perspective, despite the suffering endured by the 3 of them, the eventual outcome had turned out relatively well. Jiang Yun had met Lin Shui, perhaps the most fortunate occurrence of his life. Had it not been for the upheavals within the Chen family, he likely would not have journeyed to Ningxing, and thus would not have found his way to Lin Shui. Was it all somehow predestined? "Mother, I support you." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun continued, "Rest assured, I will take care of my father, who also requires medical treatment. Once he recovers, I will bring him to the Chun family to reunite with you." Chen Zhuge nodded, responding, "What a wonderful son you are." Yet, Jiang Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. There was something peculiar about her words, though he could not quite articulate what it was. After exchanging a few more words, learning that Jiang Shan was still at the Jiang residence, Chen Zhuge decided not to linger further and retreated to her room early. Jiang Yin also hurried back upstairs. Inside the room, Lin Shui had just finished her bath and was now combing her hair. Upon noticing the man behind her, she smiled and said, "Hurry and wash up. You must be quite smelly yourself. Do you find me repulsive?" Jiang Yin approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist, playfully inquiring. Lin Shui, with a serious demeanor, nodded before teasingly replying, "What if I do? After all, I chose you as my partner. No matter how you change, I would still be left with the consequences that, of course, she was merely jesting that I in all the world." How many men could rival Jiang Yun in excellence? At that moment, Jiang Yun swept Lin Shui off her feet and, beaming, declared, "Let us finish the important matters first, then we can take a bath together." "You, how embarrassing." Lin Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face in Jiang Yun's embrace. "All you think about are these frivolous matters. I've even noticed you've become rather unruly." Yet, despite her playful admonition, she leaned in to kiss Jiang Yun. As he turned off the lights, he held Lin Shui close and led her to bed.